Everyone thought that when the auxiliary pharmacist of the Han family broke the pot, the energy transformed into a golden dragon was poured into the young pill, and there was no rejection at all. This scene made all the alchemists present stunned. What's going on? Why did the assistant alchemist intervene in the condensing pill so strangely and perfectly integrate it? The step of condensing the pill already means that all the medicinal materials have been refined, and the medicinal pill is close to the complete body. Next, it is only necessary to use the mental power to control the medicinal power to fully fuse. At this time, any energy input may destroy the energy in the young pill that is already close to the finished product, resulting in the destruction of the pill. This kind of fatal problem is equivalent to the general danger of modifying the pill recipe on the spot. And the most important thing is that even if you want to modify the pill recipe, it should be the master refining pharmacist. There is absolutely no turn, and there is no qualified auxiliary pharmacist to take action. Auxiliary pharmacists have stopped all auxiliary means in the step of condensing pills. Only the main pharmacist can truly understand the condensing state of young pills. So many questions and doubts. Whether it is a veteran pharmacist or a pharmacist who participated in the grand ceremony, they are full of doubts and astonishment. With Lin Chen's current medicine refining skills assisting Han Ziyun in refining medicine is simply hands-on and effortless. But he was assisting Han Ziyun in refining the medicine for the 9 days. He was not simply assisting Han Ziyun. In addition to assisting from the side, he is also secretly modifying the pill recipe. That's right, modify the 5th order advanced pill recipe on the spot. This kind of thing that even the master alchemists dare not think about actually happened to Lin Chen. If it is Lin Chen before entering the inheritance scripture pavilion, even if he has the courage, he will not have the ability. It can inherit a large number of medicine refining secrets and tricks in the pavilion, but it is the accumulation of an entire ancient family. Lin Chen just used the system to inherit these medicine refining secrets and medicine heart, and he did not get 1/10 of the medicine refining level. And the level of medicine refining was raised several levels. However, because the Han family was left out in the most fringe, most corner area, as a result, almost no one paid attention to the Han family except for the 3 master medicine refining masters of Xianyun Yeha. Not to mention the assistant pharmacist in the Han family. Before the ceremony started, almost all the ancient Tianjiao and even the old-fashioned alchemists regarded Lin Chen as someone who made up the number. Modifying the pill recipe on the spot means that the pharmacist's understanding of the pill recipe is equivalent to or surpassed by the founder of the pill recipe. Besides that, you must know the pros and cons of medicinal herbs and their properties to ensure that the energy of hundreds of medicinal herbs can be mixed with other energies without being repelled or restrained. This is almost a test of experience and knowledge for a pharmacist. Devastating. Besides, all this must be based on the main pharmacist's operation. From the perspective of the auxiliary pharmacist, even the old man has no clue how he should modify the pill formula in the final step of condensing the pill. The expressions of the 3 master alchemists rarely revealed excitement and passion. That long extinct yearning for refining medicine and enthusiasm for exploration, once again from Lin Chen, let them find that kind of beginner's desire to study. Dan Feng's proficiency? Lin Chen has inherited the most complete inheritance in the system. Massive knowledge of medicinal materials and refining techniques. Lin Chen also obtained the essence and experience organized by countless sages of the Han family in the Han family's inheritance scriptures. I don't know how far the auxiliary medicine refining has progressed. Lin Chen secretly modified the elixir, adding a small amount of medicinal materials, to secretly lead the finished product of the elixir, and observing it with purple eyes at all times. It was like a pattern in the palm of your hand. Everything, seemingly reckless, seemingly insane, but in fact, the situation is imminent, every step of the way, everything is in the calculation of someone Talon, holding 3 myriad spirit earth pulp and a golden dragon, clear fruit, into the pill furnace. Lin Chen's mouth drew a confident smile of controlling the situation. From now on, it's time for someone to stand out from the crowd. Broken. The fire element's fighting spirit emerged violently, and Lin Chen's hands urged the 8 desolate profound fire seals, and the triple fire seals shattered 3 myriad spirit land berries from the pill stove. Lingshui Sanqing. The fighting spirit of the water system is transformed from Lin Chen's fingertips, and the soft water energy is embellished on the golden dragon fruit in the elixir furnace, perfectly pulling out the aura and majestic vitality of the golden dragon fruit. 2 kinds of alchemy handprints. The black-robed old man's eyes shone brightly. But seeing Lin Chen's 2 kinds of alchemy handprints switching freely, flowing water, batch after batch of medicinal materials were sent into the alchemy furnace by him, and the alchemy technique was superb, turning corruption into magic. It's a very precise method of refining medicine. Any kind of medicine can be clicked, and there is no flaw or defect. It will be delivered to the young pill as soon as the fusion is completed. However, everything is still unknown. There are only less than 3/4 of an hour left. It is too difficult to remodify a medicinal pill in such a short period of time and completely sublimate it. Even if there is a single mistake, the whole game will be lost. The 3 masters of refining medicine secretly squeezed a sweat for Lin Chen. Even the black-robed old man who presided over the game made a solemn voice. To achieve this step, the effort and hard work that this kid has to put in is more than 10 times more difficult than that of the main refining pharmacist modifying the pill recipe on the spot. There is no doubt that this son's talent is by no means inferior to Ning Lanfeng. Inside the space. What happened? How come everyone at the grand ceremony is looking in one direction? It's the Han family. The young Dan of the Han family is still refining a lot of energy at this time. That's not right. That Nizi of the Han family is only refining the 5th order high-quality elixir. How can she make everyone pay attention to it? No. It's the assistant pharmacist. It's the Han family's assistant alchemist who has a problem. What? The Han family's assistant pharmacist? What kind of crooked melon and cracked jujube is that? What else could happen? The powerhouses of the Ning family are all in a state of bewilderment. Few of the pictures where the 12 magic eye stones were cast could see the Han family, and as for the position of the assistant alchemist, a vague figure could be vaguely seen. Sure enough, I knew this grand ceremony would be different, because of you. The beautiful woman in the secret room smiled Ying, her beautiful eyes only fell on the most corner, the most blurred figure from beginning to end. Han family, heavenly nether realm, many surprises, and cheers rise and fall one after another. Brother Lin Chen has taken action. The energy of the medicinal pill is still increasing, and our Han family has not lost yet. Lin Chen, come on. Lin Chen, come on. The entire Han family, men, women, and children, are all cheering for it. With such audacity and the momentum of the Jedi's counterattack, everyone in the Tiange Academy showed surprise and tongue-tied. The squad leader is indeed the most powerful. I knew that the squad leader would not easily let our Han family lose easily. Han Yizhi excitedly held her fair hand and joined the cheering army. Junior Lin Chen, you are indeed the most legendary man in the history of Tiange Academy. Lu Yingqian stared at the blurry figure in the magic eye stone with a splendid look in her eyes. It turns out that this child is the dark horse that is hidden the most. If it is to be reversed, it is still completely unknown. His refining technique is definitely no less than that of Ning Lanfeng, but what is lacking the most right now is time. Yes, seeing that the young pill has at most 2/4 of an hour left before it will be turned into a finished pill and officially released. All the alchemy geniuses stared at Lin Chen, who was constantly investing in medicinal materials to practice medicine frantically. The flawless alchemy technique was so arrogant that they had to bow their heads, and their hearts were full of admiration. What is the origin of this kid? How can a waste family in the Han family have this number to threaten me? Ning Lanfeng's eyes narrowed, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared in a flash, but when he considered that he would still be the first, his mood would still relax a lot. Just let you fight, a bunch of wild dogs. No matter how hard you fight, I will be Ning Lanfeng first. I will use this alchemy to prove to the Saintess how good I am. Ning Lanfeng. Between his brows, his arrogance was restored, and Ning Lanfeng glanced at Lin Chen with a touch of sarcasm and disdain. Lin Chen's refining techniques and perfect control of herbs have reached a level of perfection, and even the refining masters present were impressed by him. But the most serious problem is time. It is not easy to improve the quality of advanced fifth-order medicinal herbs. It is not that the grand ceremony is about to end, but Han Ziyin's young pill will be fully formed in the near future. Once it is turned into a finished medicinal pill, it is a done deal, and it is impossible to change the fact. The most important thing is that if the Han family wants to surpass the Shao family and get the third place, they must ensure that the quality of the elixir they refine is higher than that of the Shao family's blood dragon pill. If it is also ranked fifth-order high-level best, then the outcome is still undecided. That is to say, Lin Chen at least has to upgrade the golden dragon Hua Qingdan to the fifth-order top-level low-grade. The fingertips turn like a breeze, draw a perfect arc in the void, and merge into one after another of pure energy to shoot in the direction of the young Dan. Then, the spiritual force controls the eightfold battle chi fire seal, compressing the medicinal material energy in the pill furnace layer by layer, condensing the pure essence of the medicinal material into a colorful energy. Spirit liquid. The swirling water-type battle energy revolves around the 5-color energy spirit liquid, and is dominated by the 8-layer fire seal, which melts the energy spirit liquid into a fist-sized energy coating. Lin Chen's hands blended with fire and water, and the two types of fighting spirits were transformed into special energy bloodlines. The two kinds of alchemy handprints were quickly displayed in Lin Chen's hands at the same time, and they danced smoothly like fingertips. This is not the technique of alchemy, it has already transformed into the art of alchemy. This move once again shocked the black-robed old man and all the respected alchemy masters. Use two alchemy handprints with completely different properties at the same time, and they are perfectly switched, just like one. This requires the control of the two alchemy fingerprints to be accurate to a level that can only be achieved in an incredible realm. Those who can use two kinds of alchemy mudras at the same time, there are so many alchemy masters on the scene, there are only 3 at most. And it's still an alchemy handprint that can only have the same combat aura attribute. Which of these alchemy masters is not an old monster who has lived for thousands of years? Even if they have a deep knowledge of alchemy, and alternately perform alchemy fingerprints of different attributes, no one can do it. It's so accurate. It perfectly brings out the attributes and advantages of the alchemy handprint. The medicinal materials that need the catalysis of the fire attribute are catalyzed by the fire alchemy handprint. The medicinal materials that rely on the water energy are smelted with the water alchemy handprint. He's only 19 years old, isn't he? That's impossible. You can't even practice in the womb. Don't say 19 years old, even if he is 190 years old, 1900 years old, his technique can be regarded as unique in Lingzhou. Except for people from the Dan family and Mo family, as well as a few hidden medicine refining giants, no one can shake it. This son's alchemy technique. Some alchemy masters sighed, while the third elder of the Han family was ecstatic. It was really the right decision to invite Lin Chen to the ceremony this time. Han Ziyun looked at Lin Chen in a trance. The two kinds of alchemy handprints were alternately displayed, and they were integrated into one. Even the elders of the Han family can do this kind of medicine. The amazement of everyone is not over yet, and an even more incredible operation has appeared. When condensing the 5-color spiritual liquid into the most essential part, Lin Chen kicked under his own abyss furnace. Boom! The entire Yuyuan furnace suddenly flew into the sky, kicking up to a height of hundreds of meters. The ancient arrogances and the veteran alchemists were stunned and kicked their own pill furnaces with one kick? What is this about? Could it be that at this juncture he can still give up on himself? I saw Lin Chen put away the attributes of the water and fire dual elements. And the violent blue light and lightning surged all over his body, and his palms slammed on the ground. Boom! The earth-shattering thunder and lightning burst like the wrath of the heavens, and the thundercloud surging in the void smashed to thunder and lightning as thick as a wild dragon, and hit the deep furnace suspended in the void on the spot. Lin Chen's hands danced, his 8 fingers were like rings, and between his palms, another thunder and lightning struck down. Boom! The sound of thunder rolled and swept across all directions, and the momentum was so strong that it completely confused the alchemy masters in the auditorium. Lin Chen waved one hand, and 2 more water-type beast nuclei were shot into the pill furnace, the lightning flashed, and a dozen green thunders were shot out in a single breath. What is this operation? Is this kid trying to destroy the energy in the pill furnace? This time, Lin Chen's alchemy handprint was extremely fast, more than 10 times faster than the speed of using 2 alchemy handprints at the same time before. No. This is also an alchemy handprint. Suddenly, the eyes of the black-robed old man who was presiding over the grand ceremony suddenly lit up, and he turned to look at the third elder of the Han family. The expression of the 3 elders was equally shocking. This unique technique and the magnificent scene of refining medicine were also recorded in their Han family. That was once Thunderbolt Thousand Seals. This alchemy handprint was once kept by the Han family in the 3rd floor of the Inheritance Scripture Pavilion because of the extremely harsh and Difficult cultivation conditions. With the passage of time, no one in the Han family has been able to practice such mysterious alchemy handprints. Because of the difficulty of its cultivation, it is even more difficult than the Blue Order alchemy madra. But I didn't expect that today, this alchemy handprint would be able to regain light on Lin Chen. How did little friend Lin Chen get Thunderbolt 1000 seals? The result of the Presbyterian Council only approved him to enter the first 2 floors of the Inheritance Scripture Pavilion, and did not open the 3rd floor. The 3 elders racked their brains and couldn't figure it out, but the next moment, a more terrifying scene appeared. Lin Chen's left hand lay Shan Qianin and his right hand San Qing Ling Shui. He was involved in the last batch of medicinal materials and put them into the pill furnace. He can actually apply Lei Shan Qianin freely? Doesn't this mean that he has completed the practice of the most difficult pinnacle of green rank handprint in just a few days after entering the Inheritance Scripture Pavilion? At this time, there is still the last quarter of an hour before the end of the condensate. The moment Lin Chen cast Thunderbolt 1000 seals and Sanqing Ling Shui, all the powerhouses of ancient aristocratic families who were watching the grand ceremony exploded. By family, Xiao family, Blood family, Ning family, etc., they seem to have seen the glorious era that belonged to the Han family in the past. At that time, the pharmacists of the Han family were as famous as the Dan family and the Mo family. They were the 3 ancient families of medicine, refining in Lingzhou, and no one could match them. The White House, a tower that rises into the sky. In a hall in the tower, the powerhouses of the Bai family gathered together. Unexpectedly, the Lei Shan Qianin, who once led the scenery by the Han family, would appear in front of our eyes again in this way. I'm afraid this son is the hidden card of the Han family for a long time. He can use Lei Shan Qianin and other alchemy handprints at the same time. Putting it in the Dan family and the Mo family is also the pinnacle of the younger generation. Is it true that the Han family is still on the rise after 100,000 years? Not necessarily. The Han family doesn't even have a saint son or a saint daughter now. How can we rise up? The war of extermination back then was too mysterious, and we couldn't explore it. Zhao's house, located in an independently developed space, Luoyun Valley. The sight of the magic eye stone in the falling cloud valley made several groups of mental storms make hoarse sounds. Lei Shan Qianin was created by that bad old man, just to lay the groundwork for his Wan Shan Lei hand. This son can practice Lei Shan Qianin, which means that he is qualified to inherit the mantle of the old guy from the Han family. This alchemy handprint sword is slanted, and it refines medicinal pills with high efficiency and speed. I am afraid that this child will be in the top 3. After this grand ceremony, the Han family will have a chance to pursue the baptism of the holy fire. Could it be that a single spark can really start a prairie fire? Oh, it's not that simple. Ning's house, space secret room. Saint Qingxian, do you know the assistant alchemist of the Han family? Several strong people from the Ning family knelt down on one knee and dared to ask questions to the beautiful woman who was sitting in the first place. Of course I know, people from my family, and those who have played against him. You say yes, Ning Zhan. A figure on the edge of the secret room trembled slightly, and it was the Tianjiao of the Ning family who had a battle with Lin Chen in the past. Ning Zhan. Ancient Dan City, in the festival square. At this time, Han Ziyun's process of condensing pills has completely entered the countdown, and the process of condensing pills cannot be interrupted. The current Lin Chen is racing against time. Many young Tianjiao held their breaths, and the Xiao family and the Han family were the most nervous. If the Han family refines the fifth order, top-level, low-grade medicinal herbs, then they must be eliminated. Not to mention the Han family, the entire heavenly nether realm is filled with. Cheers for Lin Chen. The characteristic of Lei Shun Qianin is that it is extremely fast. Every time Lin Chen activates the alchemy fingerprint, there will be continuous green thunder smashing into the deep furnace. The power of each green thunder seems to be violent and unparalleled, but it is actually just right. Its efficiency is comparable to 4 to 7 times the refining speed of ordinary green-level alchemy fingerprints. Lei Shun Qianin is the main alchemy handprint, and Sanqing Lingshui is used as an auxiliary to interweave and fuse the essence of the medicinal materials. The two cooperate with each other, and the efficiency is even higher. Boom! Once again, the Qing Lei struck the Yuyuan furnace, and the turbulent energy in the pill furnace spread out, like 1,000 waves of anger, sweeping the entire grand ceremony square and even the ancient pill city. What? At this time, the black-robed old man who presided over the grand ceremony, and 7 or 8 alchemy masters stood up at the same time. This energy fluctuation is powerful and vast, no trivial matter. So it is, so it is. This kid's ambition is not small, his goal is not the top 3, but the first. He wants to incorporate this energy into that young pill, surpassing Ning Lanfeng's pills in one fell swoop. No wonder, the old man just calculated with his fingers, this Lei Shun Qianin's extremely fast medicine refining efficiency has been completed long ago. How can it take so long? It turns out that this kid's goal is the first. The moment the energy poured out, the masters of alchemy suddenly noticed Lin Chen's intentions. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the audience are truly wonderful. Not the top 3, but the first. Ning Lanfeng, who has always been defiant and has high self-esteem, finally showed panic and shock at this moment. This kid, did he come at me from the beginning? Han Ziyun, who was maintaining the condensed pill, suddenly tightened her heart, and her pretty face was flushed with surprise and astonishment. She remembered what Lin Chen said at the beginning. Today, you are the protagonist. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The green thunder struck, and the Yuyuan furnace blew up on the spot because it couldn't withstand such a destructive process of refining medicine. Everyone's expression suddenly tightened. If this happens at this juncture, I am afraid it will fall short. The debris is like a meteor, and the thunder light explodes and scatters like a small flower, which is beautiful. But at this moment, no one appreciates this unique beauty, and everyone's attention is in the center of the explosion. The smoke condensed and did not disperse, but there was no movement. Did it really blow up? Seeing this scene, Ning Lanfeng couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. Boy, this is the end of the challenge for this young master. Before he finished speaking, Ning Lanfeng's wild laughter stopped abruptly. The faint blue light is like a crescent moon rising and slowly drifting down from the void. This is a faint blue rose that beats with thunder, and pure water energy wraps the turbulent and pure energy inside. Surrounded by thunder, the blue rose is like the most beautiful artwork in the world. The energy in the Dan furnace was not blown up. It was protected by Lin Chen at the most critical moment, and it was just refined. The faint blue energy rose fell into Lin Chen's palm like a dancing elf. Suddenly, there is a master refining medicine exclaimed. Not good. Condensation is about to be completed. The last few breaths are left. Everyone looked at it, and the surrounding Dan Yun had already begun to condense. Han Ziyun's young pill is about to transform into a finished pill. At this critical moment that touched the hearts of thousands of people, someone Lin was extremely calm. He gently kissed the blue rose and chuckled. Go. Lin Chen leisurely and calmly threw the blue rose out. The faint blue energy rose crossed a perfect arc and spun leisurely in the void. The moment he threw the faint blue energy rose out, Lin Chen put his hands in his pockets, raised his silver robe, turned and left leisurely, without even looking at it again. Lin Chen turned around and took the second step, the last breath of the blue rose before the young pill was about to take shape, melted into the young pill. Like snow. A faint blue divine light suddenly shone from behind Lin Chen. The divine light shot straight into the 9 heavens, incorporating the spiritual energy from all directions into the Dan cloud. At this moment, everyone suddenly stood up. The light is splendid and dazzling. The turbulent Dan Yun constantly scatters colorful rays of light. Dan cloud condenses, intertwines, and overlaps. Everyone took a closer look and saw that Dan Yun had as many as 9 layers. 9-layer Dan Yun. For the first time, the black-robed old man showed a shocked expression and muttered to himself. 9-layer Dan Yun is the top-grade pill of 5th order. Dan Yun reflects the endless glow, sprinkled on the body of the purple-clothed beauty, like wearing a star and wearing the moon. Luotian comes out of the water. The beauty is suffocating. The beauty looked around in a hurry, and the young man who was the assistant alchemist had long since disappeared. Real man, never look back at the explosion. Use the craziest technique to refine the most dangling pill. Use the most coquettish way to collect the most handsome field. The 9 layers of Dan Yun are endless, the radiance is gorgeous and colorful. Each layer is more than 1,000 feet wide, covering the sky, majestic, magnificent and domineering. The tens of thousands of feet in the sky of the ancient Dan city was splendidly illuminated by the strong Dan cloud. The nebula was disillusioned. Like a miracle descending, immortal and immortal, carrying endless brilliance. Under the brilliance of this miraculous 9-layer Dan Yun, any 3-layer Dan Yun Ning Lanfeng, or 2-layer Dan Yun Shui Hao, are all rubbish. There is absolutely no level between the two. The 5th order top-grade medicine pill, and then onwards, is the 6th order. The 6th order medicinal herbs have a fatal attraction to the powerhouses of Yuan Zuanjing. 9-layer Dan Yun, you can't go wrong. This is a vision that can only be experienced by the top-level 5th order. I can't believe that we all underestimate his ambitions. His goals are far more than number 1. The 3 medicine refining masters who had noticed Lin Chen from the beginning shook their heads in amazement. The Han family has really reversed, and it's still the first place. They will get 2 spots for the baptism of the holy fire. I didn't expect that in this grand ceremony, the Han family is the protagonist, and everyone has become the foil of the Han family. Being able to refine 5th order peak medicine pills, that boy's level of medicine refinement is probably in the top 10 among the contemporary younger generation, including the Dan family and the Mo family, right? I'm afraid it's more than that. You have to know that the little guy is standing in the position of assisting the alchemist and sublimating the medicine on the spot. Hey, what about others? Where did you go? At this time, everyone realized that the auxiliary pharmacist of the Han family had already withdrawn from the arena, leaving only the eye-catching main pharmacist. Elder Han, congratulations. You Han family have a demon descendant this time. Maybe you can reproduce the beauty of your medicine refining background. At this time, many veteran alchemy masters congratulated one after another. And their eyes were full of envy. The three elders clasped their fists and smiled respectfully, but the shock in their hearts is actually no less than everyone's. Whether it is Lin Chen's Thunderbolt Thousand Seals proficiency or his level of refining medicine, it is far beyond the Han family's previous expectations. White House, in the hall of the ancient pagoda. I can't even see the face clearly. Who is this holy man? I don't think this kid will come from the Han family, because the auxiliary alchemist itself does not limit whether he is the main family of the ancient family participating in the grand ceremony, as long as the identity of the main alchemist belongs to the main family. As soon as possible, send an envoy. We will find this son in the shortest time and draw him into our family. Among the figures in the hall, two figures trembled slightly, and the space distorted before disappearing in place. Xiao family, Luoyun Valley in an independent space. Within a few groups of spiritual storms, a buzzing spiritual exchange was transmitted, shaking the universe. According to the undercover agent we dispatched to the Han family, there has been no feedback about this kid in the past 10 years. I don't believe this. Kid will be the trump card of the Han family's secret collection. Be sure to investigate it. 10 days, this child's true identity and all information must be collected. Within 10 days. Han family, heavenly secluded realm. Win. We won. Number 1. We are actually number 1. Brother Lin Chen is really amazing. After 1,000 years, our Han family has another chance to chase the holy flame. The entire Han family was engulfed in carnival and screams, and the admiration of the forlorn Sun level Tianjiao from Tianga Academy for Lin Chen was beyond words. Lin Chen's medicine refining level is enough to rank in the top 5 in Tianga Academy. Ancient Dan City, Grand Ceremony Square. No. I don't accept it. He must be cheating. He is an assistant alchemist, and he has the ability to raise a medicinal pill to the peak of the 5th order on the spot. Ning Lanfeng roared suddenly. He looked directly at the black-robed old man who presided over the grand ceremony. Shuihao is also like a wild beast with red eyes, staring at Han Ziyun with tears in his eyes. The little brat who hasn't even grown his hair, are you questioning the ability and fairness of this old man? The black-robed old man was hanging in the air, and those old eyes burst out with murderous intent. Bang! Ning Lanfeng's body trembled, his knees softened, and he knelt down on the spot. The black-robed old man. Ning Lanfeng was quelled with only his own killing intent. Old eagle. Lanfeng is still young, so don't take offense. The two elders of the Ning family immediately flashed to Ning Lanfeng's side and clenched their fists apologetically. Okay, old Ing, don't be in a hurry to get angry. After all, the strength of that young man is too terrifying, and those who have doubts are naturally normal. At this time, the white-browed old man among the 3 alchemy masters stroked his beard and smiled. Ha ha ha, let some old guys explain it. The other old man in Xing-Yi also shook his head and laughed, all the young. Tianjiao immediately cast a curious gaze. It's Senior Qingxiu. Lingzhou has a reputation as a master of alchemy from all over the world thousands of years ago. There is also Senior Baiyun. It is said that he has refined the top grade medicine pill of the 6th order intermediate level 500 years ago. Hey! The last one, is it the founder of Tianyin Refining Medicine Handbook? Senior Li Xiangyin? The alchemy experts recognized the identities of the 3 alchemy masters, and exclaimed from time to time. Haha, I didn't expect so many young people to recognize some of our old things after so many years. The old man with white eyebrows, Senior Baiyun smiled, and then pointed to the square, not far away. That position is exactly where Lin Chen used to be as an auxiliary pharmacist. Next to the table, in addition to the broken pill furnace fragments, there are also discarded medicinal slag in one place. When they saw the pile of discarded medicinal dregs, everyone was startled. With that young man's strength in refining medicine and his control over the medicinal materials, it is impossible to leave behind so many wastes of medicinal materials. The reason is very simple. When he was assisting Han Jia Nizi in refining medicine, he was also modifying the medicinal herbs while revising the medicinal herbs. Auxiliary medicine refining, both without delay. And with the modified pill recipe, the grade of the finished medicine pill was changed by means that the main refining pharmacist was not aware of. Bai Yan's words caused an unprecedented shock to the young geniuses. While assisting in refining medicine, modifying the fifth-order pill recipe on the spot? Is it really possible for a human to do such a thing? So, the result of this medicine refining is neither accidental, nor coincidental, nor cheating, but the result of this young man's long-standing calculation. The senior Qingshu on the side sighed for a while Li Xiangyin looked into the distance, into the sky, and let out a long exclamation. This son's talent in refining medicine is beyond common sense. Perhaps in a few years, there will be an unprecedented peerless medicine refining master in our Lingzhou. After listening to the evaluation of the assistant alchemist by the three master alchemists, everyone could not calm down for a long time. No one expected that this grand ceremony would end with the Han family winning the first place. Ning's house, the space inside the secret room. Even Ning Lanfeng is not enough. Who is this kid? Ning Zhan, I heard that you have played against this son, let's talk about it. Carefully, what kind of person he is. The powerhouses of the Ning family turned their attention to Ning Zhan. He stood at the edge of the secret room, looking frightened and silent. Ning Qingxian, who was standing in the first place in the secret room, smiled gracefully. Don't ask, his legend has just begun. Within 10 years, his legend will spread all over Lingzhou. 2 hours after the end of the grand ceremony, Lingzhou Qianhuang Mountains. High in the mountains, a green dragon swept past at a high speed, causing thousands of miles of wind to blow up. Let's just go back to the academy. This time, I stole the handprint of their Han family's alchemy. If they ask the young master to ask me back, wouldn't it be a big loss? Lin Chen sat on the back of the ancient Qinglong, bit a wooden banana, and thought while touching his chin. But I helped them take the first place. I shouldn't blame me, right? Although I have included all their medicine refining experience and handwritten content. On the second floor, Lin Chen is entangled, but his eyes are suddenly condensed, and the terrifying 3 heavenly river-like sword chi slashed across the sky. Qinglong returns to the body. The ancient Qinglong was instantly incorporated into Lin Chen's body, and his purple phoenix wings unfolded like lightning, transforming the energy of the wind energy, and the bloodline suddenly stepped in the void, opening 100,000 meters in one step. The sword chi rolled over like a shocking dragon, past Lin Chen's shoulders, and swept towards the distant sky. Damn, what a terrifying sword chi. Fortunately, it wasn't for me, or else I would have been split into ashes on the spot. Lin Chen, who dodged, secretly pinched a cold sweat. These 3 Dao Qi are several grades stronger than the 7th layer of the heavenly astral realm, and their master's cultivation base is probably more than the 8th layer of the heavenly astral realm. Old Jiao, surround that bitch. She has been seriously injured, and we have chased her for thousands of miles. If we drag her down, we can capture her back and hand it over to the sect master. The sound of cold drinks resounded like thunder, spreading across the sky of the 1,000 desolate mountains. 4 figures that were constantly performing space jumps appeared one after another. Lin Chen immediately held the Heiyuan spear, stepped aside, and stood ready. With a thought, Lin Chen used the 10,000 layers of fire net art to the extreme, covering his entire body. Then, cover up his aura with the spiritual power in the later stage of the spirit transformation realm, and hide in a basin valley. 4 figures crossed the sky at high speed, whistling with a harsh sonic boom. The figure headed by the white-cloaked figure is as graceful as a fairy, but the breath is weak at this time. The 3 blood-cloaked figures behind her were like blood-colored streamers, and they kept following her. Boom! The 3 of them accelerated suddenly, and surrounded the woman in white in the shape of a pin, each occupying one side, with a vigorous breath, which shocked the beasts in the 1,000 desolate mountains to shiver. 1 in the early stage of the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm, and 2 in the late stage of the 8th level. There is also the woman in white, whose cultivation base may have reached the late stage of the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm. What a terrifying lineup. What is the situation? Lin Chen felt hairy in his heart. A master of this level is a very powerful elder even in a first-class force. Don't show your face at this time, so as not to be maimed, eh? That's it? When he saw the true face of the woman in white, Lin Chen took a deep breath. And the woman turned out to be by Ruan. Why is it Sister Ruan? Damn it, Brother Chen, I can't even get on this time. Bai Ruoyan was affectionate and righteous to Lin Chen, and took great care of her in the secret realm before, but Lin Chen couldn't help her. Blue Dragon's shadow. The handprint changed and his mind moved. Lin Chen used this newly learned dragon supernatural power for the first time, reducing the size of the ancient Qinglong and releasing it. The ancient Qinglong, which became 100 feet in size, is entrenched in the void. Except that Lin Chen can perceive its existence, it is actually like a transparent existence. At this time, between the wandering and flying of the blue dragon, there will not even be ripples in the space, and it will not alarm the 3 powerhouses. I'm afraid I will take out all the 3 transformations of Shura Jiuhuang. Transformation. Just as he was thinking about it in his heart, Lin Chen heard the conversation between the 4, and couldn't help but pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. You too, be careful, this demon girl can injure the sect master and kill the deputy sect master's master. She has quite a few means of penetrating the mystery. It is best to capture it alive. The blood-robed man at the head said in a cold voice, as the 9th layer of the heavenly gang realm, he was still extremely vigilant towards the seriously injured and weak Bai Ruoyan. The pale white dress was dyed red with fresh blood, and the beautiful woman's red lips were embellished with the bright red of the blood, which looked poignant and cold. Mei Mei originally shone with unyielding fighting spirit, but it suddenly flashed, and there was a strong hope and vitality. Bai Ruoyan's out of the corner eyes peeked a few times below the mountain range. After being hunted down for so many days, Bai Ruoyan showed a touching and beautiful smile for the first time. Ying smiled. Don't you think it's unfair for the 3 of you to deal with me alone? When I fought with your sect master, it was still a one-on-one duel. A hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the leading man in blood, and then he sneered, you attacked our sect master, and you still have the face to say a duel? Hearing this, Bai Ruoyan gently covered her cherry lips with her slender hands and smiled sweetly. How about another sneak attack then? Bai Ruoyan's chuckle made the three of them puzzled, and the leading man in the blood-clothed shirt ignored them, and the three of them waved their bloody knives in unison. Brother Lin Chen. It's now. Bai Ruoyan suddenly scolded coldly, a man in blood in the late 8th layer. Behind Bai Ruoyan suddenly changed his face. Slow rune. The gray-white talisman stuns ghosts and gods, and the universe changes, instantly suppressing more than half of the blood-robed man's cultivation base. At the moment when the slow rune appeared, directly above its head, a thousand-zhong blue dragon appeared like a ghost, like an ancient giant descending into the world. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. When Qinglong slashed the dragon's claws angrily, the green blade of the dragon's breath slashed out like a smashing blade, and the momentum was overwhelming, swallowing the 8 wastes. The offensive was launched almost at the same time. Lin Chen held the Heiyuan spear, and released endless battle energy into his bloodline, which burned and detonated in an instant. Azure Jiuhuang change, Tianshui change. Thunder punishment change. Dark abyss change. The 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen's fighting spirit cultivation level broke through the 6th middle stage of the heavenly astral realm with lightning and flint. Charging rune, Weilin 8 wastes. The black abyss swept through the sky like lightning. Lin Chen stabbed out with a spear, and the green thunder and lightning dragon swept the heavens and the universe, penetrating the blood-clothed man in the late 8th layer on the spot. Although the battle gas defense he reacted in an instant prevented the blue dragon's soul-splitting claws bursting out from the ancient blue dragon above his head. It couldn't prevent Lin Chen's prestige in the 8 wastes. Before he died, he never knew how he died. The cultivation base was suddenly blocked for the most part, and a silver-robed boy appeared in just 1,000th of the breath in front of him. How could the 6th layer of the astral realm use such a terrifying attack? Before the man in the blood-clothed clothes could finish speaking, he was pierced and crushed by the electric dragon on the spot. God's palm. Bai Ruoyan pushed horizontally and shot 2 consecutive palms. On the spot, he shattered the sky-shattering sword energy that came from the other 2. Pfft. The imperial envoy, Bai Ruoyan, who was over fighting, spit out a mouthful of bright red blood, and retreated again and again, like a kite with a broken string. Lin Chen, who was standing behind her, turned around and hugged her quickly. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Get 200 million points of fighting spirit essence, 950,000 points of martial arts essence, 100 million points of combat spirit essence, 1.5 million points of martial arts essence. The dragon body of the ancient Qinglong was rolled up, and all the attribute light balls were taken away, and then it was incorporated into Lin Chen's body. In Lin Chen's body, there was a cracking sound that broke through the shackles, and his breath soared to the peak of the 6th level of the Tiangang realm. Congratulations to the host for entering the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm. The system light screen popped up, and Lin Chen's attention was focused on the remaining 2 strong men. Old Jia was killed? When did this kid appear, and what's the background? The blood-clothed man, the leader of the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm, was briefly stunned and shocked. Even if Lao Yao's strength is in the early stage or even the middle stage of the ninth level of the heavenly astral realm, he can still persist for a short period of time. A boy at the sixth level of the astral realm actually killed him in just 2 moves. Slow rune. Lin Chen shot it with another palm, and the rune energy was reduced by another 5 million points. The slow rune that came from the air suddenly blocked half of the two's fighting spirit and actions, and Lin Chen's rune energy rapidly decreased. Charging rune ice fingers. One finger is frozen for thousands of miles, and the ice star-like aurora ice beam runs through the sky. The moment Lin Chen pointed out Bing Tian's finger, he quickly retreated with by Ruoyan, who was seriously injured and almost unconscious. The slowness rune and the ice fingers make the entire space slow and cold, almost completely frozen. The blood of the wind system burns to the extreme, and with the power of the purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen's figure is like the aurora across the sky, and he moves 100 miles away in an instant. Brother Lin Chen, you. Bai Ruoyan in his arms was about to speak, but Lin Chen said with a serious face, "Don't talk. Your meridians have been severely damaged. Keep your breath balanced. If there is any accident, it will endanger your life at any time." In order to cooperate with Lin Chen's sneak attack on the 8th level Tiangang realm, Bai Ruoyan forcibly took the full blow of the two at the critical moment. Now that she is at the end of the line, any action will endanger her life at any time. Being hugged tightly by the young man's waist, Bai Ruoyan's blue eyes were blurred, as if the pain all over his body had disappeared. Only the boy's childish face remained in his eyes. Over the years, he has been cold and arrogant, and he has traveled through Kyushu alone, and has never relied on anyone. When he sensed that the star jade on the young man knew about his mountain range, he seemed to have found a trace of support, and he was surprisingly calm. For so many years, it seems that this is the first time that I have relied on a person like this. Still a young man, countless generations younger than himself. Bai Ruoyan's beautiful face was glowing with a faint red glow. He wanted to touch the boy's determined face, but the injury of the damaged meridian still caused Bai Ruoyan's dark eyebrows to tremble and fainted in Lin Chen's arms. The beautiful woman was in his arms, but Lin Chen cared too much about it. Flawlessly. His mind was tense. He didn't think that the slowness rune and Bing Tian finger he had just used could delay the other party for long. The purple phoenix wings cut through the billowing purple flames and swept past, leaving only a space crack that was burned and twisted in the sky. Holding Bai Ruoyan, Lin Chen's whole body turned into a purple-blue light that swept across the sky, and the distorted and vibrating space sounded like thunder running through the void, resounding through the sky. In less than a dozen breaths, Lin Chen had already rushed out of the area of the 1,000 desolate mountains. The deafening roar attracted many strong men from small sects to raise their heads in shock. Dare to take a second look. Brush, brush. There was a faint sound of sonic boom behind him. Lin Chen had already sensed the perseverance of the two behind him, and his brows were furrowed. Damn, these two stubborn guys. Feeling ruthless in his heart, Lin Chen gritted his teeth fiercely, urging Zihuang Wing. Sigh. The purple flames of the purple phoenix wings burned more violently, turning into two purple phoenix wings that were 100 feet long, and the speed surged again. The energy of the purple phoenix wing began to be detonated by Lin Chen at this time, and his blood energy would be greatly consumed by the expansion of the purple phoenix wing. Even after exerting the power of the 3 transformations of Shura Jiuhuang, Transformation, Lin Chen still did not expand to the level of World War I and II. The 9th level of the heavenly astral realm is no trivial matter, plus there is another 8th level late stage. There is only one chance for a sneak attack, and it is impossible to copy the second time. Lin Chen's rune energy previously had more than 30 million points, but it was still dwarfed by the two of them in the 9th and 8th stages of the heavenly astral realm. The most important thing is that Lin Chen has to protect by Wang, who is seriously injured. It is impossible for the ancient Qinglong to protect by Wang alone. Therefore, Lin Chen has only one result: escape. As long as you can rely on the heavenly nether realm area of the Han family, everything is no longer a problem. Damn, how can this kid fly so fast? His pair of wings are not ordinary wings, but the phoenix wings of some ancient relics. Quick fight, don't let this kid run away. That kid can kill Lao Yao in seconds. Maybe he has an important adventure. Catch him and ask him out. The speed of the two was suddenly mentioned, and they were chasing after them. The nailing ring flickered, and Lin Chen shoved 4 high-level medicinal pills into his mouth as if he would die. Under the premise of constantly maintaining the highest speed of the purple phoenix wings, he is also running the continuous acceleration of the wind bloodline, and the azure wind blades are flowing all over his body, propelling Lin Chen forward. The true water returning Yuanju has been running all the time to ensure that Lin Chen's injury will not cause him to coma because of his severe injuries. The feathers of the purple phoenix wings gradually fell off, like a meteor, streaking across the night sky, sprinkled in the void with lavender blood flowing in the sky. Lin Chen has never used the purple phoenix wings so excessively, and he will continue at such a speed. His purple phoenix wings can only be destroyed. Between life and death, Lin Chen can't care so much anymore. Since you want to chase, I will fulfill you. In his eyes, there is a fierce light that bare feet are not afraid of wearing. Shoes, Lin Chen's palm is flickering with a frightening cold air, and his entire arm is turned to the water energy bloodline. Charging rune ice fingers. A beam of cold light is dotted, and the ice star is like a ray, blazing towards the two who are chasing Lin Chen. I still want to repeat the old tricks, it's not that easy. The two have a good heart. The blood-clothed man in the late 8th stage of the Tiangang realm pushed with both palms, and the sword slashed straight out, turning into a rainbow beam and bursting out, facing Lin Chen's Bing Tian finger. That day, the figure of the blood-clothed man at the 9th level of the astral realm suddenly trembled, as if changing his shape, from a position 500 miles away from Lin Chen. He moved to a distance of 100 miles. In 2 breaths, Lin Chen's pupils trembled slightly. He suddenly clenched the black abyss gun that flashed out, and the rune energy was mobilized, just as he was about to fight to the death again. Thunder shook like 1,000 thunders, shocking the universe. Where did Xiao Xiao come from? You dare to touch the benefactor of my Han family. I think you are courting death. 2 red-robed old men stepped into the air, standing proudly between the 3 peaks. Their eyes suddenly opened, and they grabbed the void with one hand. The space was distorted like a messed-up paste, and the 9-layer heavenly astral realm was squeezed to pieces on the spot, and it exploded into powder and blood. Yuan, the powerhouse of Yuan Zuanjing? The face of the surviving 8th-layer blood-clothed man in the heavenly astral realm suddenly changed greatly, and countless blood energy packages appeared all over his body, as if he had stimulated some secret technique, and his figure escaped into the void and sneaked in a flash. I moved the benefactor of my Han family, still want to leave? Another red-robed old man's mouth curved in disdain. He took a slight step, The space cracked, and his figure disappeared into the sky. Lin, are you all right? The remaining old man in red robe quickly helped Lin Chen. I'm fine, give me the best secret room. I need to heal her first. Lin Chen's eyes were red and his face was pale. After the Huang transformation was lifted, he decided to ignore the wave of weakness in his body, and hugged by rune and didn't let go. No problem. The red-robed old man nodded, waved his sleeve robe, released the space barrier, and immediately led Lin Chen to fly into Tianyu territory. When the old man in red robe casually glanced up by rune in Lin Chen's arms, his expression changed drastically. Is this woman the one from the Bai family 1,000 years ago? But at this time, Lin Chen, who was fully focused on Bai Ruoyan, did not notice the change in the red-robed old man. Little friend Lin Chen is so nervous about this woman. It seems that the relationship is extraordinary. He saved my Han family from fire and water. Even at the risk of offending the Bai family, he will keep her in it. The red-robed old man noticed the importance of Bai Ruoyan to Lin Chen, and immediately made up his mind, and took Lin Chen to the Han family's retreat room at a high speed. Heavenly secluded realm, space inside the secret room. In the secret room, only Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan were left. Bai Ruoyan's beautiful and exquisite body was lying in the secret room, her white dress was stained with blood, looking enchanting and poignant. Lin Chen swallowed another Qianfuzijindan with mild medicinal power, to treat the injury. He seriously extended the water-type battle aura into Bai Ruoyan's delicate body, and he understood Bai Ruoyan's injury in less than 3 breaths. Nearly 70% of the meridians have been damaged, and the internal organs have suffered serious internal injuries. Fortunately, the dantian and the heart were not injured. As long as they are treated in time now, and they are properly conditioned in the future, there should be no major problems. Carefully put down by Ruoyan, Lin Chen sat cross-legged aside, waved his hand, and called out a spare 4th-order pill furnace from the nailing ring. He grabbed a few 4th-order medicinal herbs and 5th-order spiritual treasures and put them into the pill furnace. Lin Chen's handprints changed like lightning, and Lei Shunqianing's medicine refining speed was almost only in the blink of an eye. An emerald green elixir was released. The grade was not high, but the medicinal power was very soft and agile. Move your fingertips away from the beautiful lips of the beauty, let her take the green elixir, and then refine it. The Sanqing Ling watermark and Lei Shunqianing were displayed together, and this time Lin Chen refined a bottle of pale red spiritual liquid. Fortunately, I dug up the medicinal materials from several mountain ranges of the Han family. Otherwise, if the Han family prepares the medicinal materials now, it may delay the best time for treatment. Feeling fortunate in his heart, Lin Chen lifted Bai Ruoyan with one hand and slowly fed her the red spiritual liquid to drink. I don't know how long it took. Lin Chen fiddled and refined a whole barrel of purple medicinal liquid, took a deep breath, and took off Bai Ruoyan's clothes. Because of the stab wound left by Xiu's shoulder, the beauty unconsciously groaned in pain. Lin Chen, brother, is that you? At this moment, Bai Ruoyan's eyebrows trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes blurred. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed, but he woke up when he was undressing. Sister Ruoyan, Lin Chen wanted to speak, but the beautiful woman's jade hand lightly pressed against his lips. Fool, I still don't know what you are. If you need to heal your wounds, just untie it. Bai Ruoyan said with a smile like a gossamer, her pale face still couldn't Hide the beauty of the beautiful woman, the beauty of the exiled fairy. Sister Ruoyan is offended. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and awkwardly untied the beauty's clothes. Immediately, he folded his arms and picked up the soft and boneless body, and gently put Bai Ruoyan into the medicine bucket to soak. The purple spiritual liquid seemed to have found the backbone, and slowly melted into Bai Ruoyan's delicate body as if being pulled. Feeling that Bai Ruoyan's injury had begun to recover steadily, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The tense nerves loosened instantly, and then the spirit seemed to be hit by a heavy feeling of exhaustion, and he fainted directly. Lin Chen didn't know how long he had been in a coma. When he woke up again, he was already sleeping on a soft bed, and he didn't know who had healed 80 or 90% of the injuries in his body. The moonlight came into view, and when Lin Chen woke up, the silver-haired man stared at him worriedly. The squad leader is awake? Woo woo woo, squad leader, I'm so afraid that something will happen to you. I was scared to death when I heard the elder say that you were being hunted down by the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm. I thought you couldn't wake up. Renner hugged Lin Chen and burst into tears, crying until the pear blossoms rained. Lin Chen scratched his head, hugged Han Yiji, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Hey, what's wrong with me, your monitor? I'm so handsome, God wouldn't let me die. Han Yiji's sweet, daffodil-like body odor made Lin Chen a little confused. And it was rare for him to blush. For some reason, Han Yiji always had an inexplicable charm that made someone's heart beat faster. Unexpectedly, brother Lin Chen, you still have such a hobby. At this moment, Bai Ruoyan opened the door of the room with a smile and looked at the two on the bed. Han Yiji was so frightened that she let go of her hand. Her face was slightly red, and just as she was about to explain, Bai Ruoyan blinked at Han Yiji, indicating that she didn't need to say more. Sister Ruoyan, what happened to you? Let the 9th layer of the heavenly astral realm pursue you at all costs. Lin Chen didn't care that he was in a coma for a few days, and asked Bai Ruoyan. After I parted with you earlier, I practiced in seclusion for a period of time, using Qianyuanguo to restore to the cultivation base of the early days of the 9th level of the Tiangang realm, and then just when I arrived in Lingzhou, I met one of the men of the enemy family. Bai Ruoyan's expression was a rare expression of struggle and anger, and her teeth were clenched. I couldn't contain the anger in my heart. I just ambushed and attacked. I thought I could kill them, and then retreated, but I didn't expect their background to be far more than the year. I only killed one and was seriously injured by them. I had to flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, I sensed the Xingyu left on you in that mountain range. Otherwise, I am afraid this time will be more fortunate than good luck. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly, staring at Bai Ruoyan solemnly. Sister Ruoyan, I think you should tell me about yourself. With my current strength, I believe it won't be a burden to you anymore. Lin Chen's eyes were extremely sincere. Bai Ruoyan was startled, and after taking a deep breath, his expression returned to his usual indifference. Alright, then I'll tell you. You've only grown up in half a year or so, and you can even fight in the late 8th level Tiangang realm. Even if you know about me, you won't get into trouble. The 2 elders of Yuan Zuanjing will also appear, so you don't have to wait outside. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan smiled indifferently. The 2 red-robed old men outside the room appeared ghostly, and one of them stroked his beard and smiled. Don't take offense, girl, the old man didn't intend to eavesdrop, just worried about little friend Lin Chen's injury. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly and said, It's okay, the 2 elders have given me a mountain of kindness, and I should have reciprocated for saving my brother Lin Chen and me at a critical moment. Besides, after being from an ancient family, the two of them risked huge losses. The risk took me in, and I have this feeling in my heart. Seeing Bai Ruoyan's serious tone, another red-robed old man said quickly, Miss Bai is polite. You have a good relationship with the Lin Chen people, and he is kind to my Han family. Naturally, I will not wait for death. Bai Ruoyan glanced at Lin Chen in amazement. How far has he, Lin Chen's younger brother, grown up to become the benefactor of the Han family? Taking huge risks? Sister Ruoyan, what does this mean? The more Lin Chen listened, the more wrong it became, so he hurriedly asked. Brother Lin Chen, you already know about the ancient family. Then, have you ever known the Bai family in the ancient family? I was once a member of the Bai family, and was called the biggest traitor in the history of the Bai family. When it comes to this matter, Bai Ruoyan's expression is very complicated, ranging from anger, unwillingness, and helplessness. Back then, I peeked at the secret book of the Bai family and found out about the transactions of some ancient families of the Bai family and the crimes they once committed. I was severely punished by the elders. At the last moment of the execution, they didn't expect that I had an important treasure in my body, so I forced my way out of the punishment space. But in the end I was slapped by the supreme elder of the Bai family's war emperor level, and was later arrested. The many masters sent by the Bai family to encircle and suppress them exhausted all their background to rush out during the encirclement and suppression, but they were poisoned and lived in the 24 regions outside Lingzhou. Later, I bought the position of the city lord of a city in the wasteland, and suppressed the injuries and those corrosive poisons at the cost of depleting the cultivation base. I searched for many mathematicians and alchemists in 100 years to no avail, and finally I came across it. Brother Lin Chen. Everything has changed. Bai Ruo's flu was exhausted, and Lin Chen suddenly realized it. The two red-robed old men next to them said thoughtfully, It's no wonder that the Bai family posted a killing order to kill you, saying that you practiced evil arts, and sought refuge in an ancient family outside Lingzhou to sneak into Lingzhou as an undercover agent, wanting to provoke a civil war. It turns out that there is such a twist in the middle. Hearing the words of the two elders, Bai Ruoyan remembered what the Bai family had done, and the corner of her mouth drew a contemptuous arc. Oh, the Bai family would dare to say that they grafted their own deeds onto my head. Elder Han, I can vouch for my life here. Half of the Han family's decline was due to because of the Bai family. Bai Ruoyan's words were astonishing, and the expressions of the two elders changed drastically, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Girl, you can't talk nonsense, what evidence do you have? Bai Ruoyan shook his head. I don't have the evidence, but according to what I found in the secret book of the Bai family that day, the Bai family had secret contacts with many ancient families outside Lingzhou. Among them, there was a transaction and record with your Han family's extermination. One day is the same, and the forces involved are also the same name. Bai Ruoyan didn't say the name of that faction, and the two elders fell into deep thought. They neither completely believe Bai Ruoyan, nor do they think she is groundless. The fact has passed more than 100,000 years, and it is too long. If you want to pursue the secrets of the past, it is definitely not something that can be solved by one person. According to the large number of transaction records and exchanges recorded in the Bai family secret book, I speculate that their goal should be to unite the ancient families in other states of Kyushu outside of Lingzhou to launch a war to overthrow all the ancient forces in Lingzhou. And in one step it was destroyed in a step-by-step way, but I don't know why only the Han family and the other two families were wiped out, and I have no way of knowing the reason. In the middle, Bai Ruoyan sighed softly, and Lin Chen was also shocked by this incident. To overthrow the ancient family in Lingzhou, this, Bai family's ambition is really a bit against the sky. Girls' words today, our two old fellows will keep in mind. It's just that our Han family is no longer among the ancient families. Even if we report this matter, we won't get any attention. The two red-robed old men looked at each other, shook their heads, and sighed. It's been so long, if we want to overthrow it would have already been overturned. Since we are in the dark and the other party is in the light, we just need to plan ahead. At this time, Lin Chen smiled. Sister Ruoyan, it's our turn to take the initiative this time, so let's get back some interest from your old enemy, how about that? Bai Ruoyan smiled and said, you can take care of your injury first, then talk about it, little guy. How can we charge interest on the strength of the two of us? Don't expect the elders of the Han family, if the Bai family finds out about me and the Han family having an affair, this will provoke a major dispute between the two families. Huh? When will someone Lin need to rely on others' strength to do things? Sister Ruoyan, have you forgotten what we did when we first met? Lin Chen winked. Bai Ruoyan was startled, and then said with an ecstatic expression. You mean, you want to help me remove the last toxin, let me restore part of my cultivation, and then we will kill them? My smart sister Ruoyan is finally back. Lin Chen sighed, and Bai Ruoyan gave him a glamorous look. Squad leader Lin Chen, will you? Han Yizhi held Lin Chen's shirt and said worriedly. Lin Chen rubbed Han Yizhi's silver hair and smiled. Don't worry, it will be all right. A red-robed elder suddenly laughed. Since you are going to take revenge, then this person must bring you some help. Grab it with one hand, the power of space flashing silver and white light flashed past, and a figure was bound in the room. The blood-clothed man's face was hideous, but his whole body was imprisoned by the space restraints of the two elders, and he could not move. This man was one of the three who chased and killed Bai Ruoyan before, and the last survivor of the 8th stage of the heavenly astral realm. This person is also a ruthless character. After being caught by us, he wanted to blow himself up the first time, but we stopped him. The red-robed elder shook his head and laughed. Bai Ruoyan frowned and shook his head slightly. It's useless. They are a professional killer organization. Once arrested, they will commit suicide immediately if there is a chance, and will not leave any useful information. However, someone Lin's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands and walking towards that person. He laughed. Who said it's useless? I can't wait to have a few more. The 8th level of the heavenly astral realm. The quality of the attribute light ball dropped was so high that Lin Chen, who had previously performed the Shura Jiuhuang transformation, broke through the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm on the spot. Seeing Lin Chen approaching with a wicked smile, the man in blood glared angrily, but he couldn't break free from the shackles of space. Since you want to die so much, then I, someone from Lin, will give you a ride. Lin Chen turned his palm over, and slapped the killer's Tianling cover with his head, and there was a sound of bones cracking. The blood-clothed man rolled his eyes, looking at Lin Chen, before he died with a hint of relief, and slowly closed it. After the death, the blood-clothed man burst out a large number of attribute light balls suspended in the void. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded, an evil and ferocious blue light flashed, and an ancient blue dragon, several feet long, burst out from Lin Chen's body. This is an ancient azure dragon? Little friend Lin Chen still carries such a azure dragon with him? The two red-robed elders were a little surprised, and they were surprised that they didn't even notice the existence of the ancient blue dragon. The shrunken ancient Qinglong opened its dragon mouth and swallowed it, swallowing the corpse of the 8th level heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't order the ancient Qinglong to eat the corpse at all, it was its autonomous consciousness that came out and swallowed him. What's the matter? Is the ancient Qinglong out of my control? Taking a closer look, Lin Chen noticed the clue. Today's ancient Qinglong, the dragon's scales glowed dark blue, the dragon's claws were ferocious, the dragon's teeth were dark red, and a circle of light, like a blood moon, was spinning in the dragon's pupil. Compared with the ancient Qinglong that Long Wei killed before, it is more violent and evil. Qinglong's power began to increase after eating the corpse. No, this is not out of my control, but the ancient Qinglong began to transform in the direction of the demon dragon, and the body began to desperately crave energy. When Lin Chen focused on the source of the blue dragon in his dantian, he discovered the problem. In the source of Qinglong, there is a constant hunger and thirst for energy. Just like a hungry person who is constantly longing for food and water is a reason. Qinglong's perception came from Lin Chen's consciousness. Lin Chen was not wary of his surroundings, so he had no threat to Qinglong. The instinct in the source drove it to appear and swallow the corpse. Lin Chen's 2 surges in Qinglong's bloodline all came from evil dragons and demon dragons, which made Qinglong's transformation and growth move closer to the demon dragon family. After swallowing the corpse, the pure power of the ancient Qinglong climbed straight, surpassed the 430 dragon power mark, and is still constantly hitting a higher realm. Huh? This azure dragon looks a bit like an evil dragon, but he is still cultivating? The 2 elders looked at each other in amazement. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen even kept an evil dragon in captivity. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you are an evil dragon or a demon dragon. As long as it is my Lin Chen's power, it is part of me, and I will never let you kill innocent people. Lin Chen put the ancient Qinglong back into his body, and then picked up all the attribute light balls suspended in the void, and the attribute values were arrogant. The host gets 300 million points of fighting spirit essence, 5.1 million points of martial arts essence, 2 million points of wood energy, 100 million points of combat spirit essence. The host obtains 510,000 points of mental power, 50 million points of blood energy, 100,000 points of rune energy, and 500,000 points of rune energy. Lin Chen's pure strength and battle spirit cultivation began to break through at a rapid speed. Even the 2 well-informed red-robed elders felt a shudder. The fighting spirit continued to rise. Lin Chen's cultivation broke through the cover of the 10,000 layers of fire, and in front of the 2 of them, he entered the late 4th stage of cultivation. It's a pity, if there is another heavenly astral realm 9th layer, maybe I can directly enter the heavenly astral realm 5th layer. Lin Chen sighed with some regret. However, Tianganging Jiuzhong is not a Chinese cabbage, and he is not necessarily an opponent if he goes all out with his current strength. Hearing Lin Chen's regret and the experience of the 2, he couldn't help but open his mouth on the spot. What kind of magic is this? Killing to advance? But this promotion has to have a process. They didn't see clearly whether Lin Chen was using his heart technique or other means, so they jumped directly from the early stage of the fourth stage to the later stage of the fourth stage. Could it be that he can cultivate with that demon dragon? This is too incredible. Little friend Lin Chen, the old man deeply feels that it is the most correct decision in the history of my Han family to cooperate with a character like Xiao Yu. One of the elders in red robe gave Lin Chen a deep look and said solemnly. They saw endless possibilities in Lin Chen. There are all kinds of means to open the sky and defy the sky, and even the legendary Holy Sun may not have it. Although this method is suspected to be the method of the evil sect, but the two are old-fashioned, they can see at a glance that Lin Chen is not the kind of evil sect that kills innocent people indiscriminately for the sake of cultivation, so they are so optimistic about Lin Chen. No way, after all, I'm the most handsome man in this Kyushu. Lin Chen said seriously. Bai Ruoyan smiled. An hour later, only Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan were left in the room. The injuries of the two have recovered more than 90%, and there is no serious problem. Bai Ruoyan sat on the bed, revealing her pure white and flawless jade back. Her blue silk was coiled up, and her skin, that was as thick as grease, could be broken by blowing a bullet. No matter how many times he looked at it, someone Lin's blood was throbbing. With this skin. He bit the tip of his tongue, forcibly calmed down, and smiled. This is the last detoxification. Well, I don't know how much of my cultivation will be restored this time. Bai Ruoyan said vaguely expectantly, but she didn't know that Hong Xiafei had dyed the tips of her delicate ears, and her heartbeat accelerated. Inexplicably. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and placed his palm on Bai Ruoyan's pure and flawless jade back, activating the rune energy, the corrosive poison that was hidden in the deepest part of Bai Ruoyan's body began to be drawn out. Suddenly. Well. Bai Ruoyan clenched her lips tightly, not daring to make any extra noise to affect Lin Chen. The host gains 1.5 million rune energy and 1.1 million rune energy. The system even popped up a light screen, and Lin Chen Wuxia took it into consideration. He found that there was a deep accumulation of corrosive toxins hidden deep in Bai Ruoyan's body. It seems that the person chasing and killing Sister Ruoyan is no trivial matter. The toxin remained so strong for so long. Lin Chen was secretly frightened in his heart, and with a ruthless force, he urged more rune energy to condense in the palm of his hand, and he pulled it out. Ah! Bai Ruoyan's face flushed, and for the first time she let out a soft and tender moan, and a poisonous dragon-like gas was pulled out of her delicate body. The poisonous dragon was fierce and burst into Lin Chen's palm. Not good. It's too hard. Lin Chen was startled. Now it's time for the poison to erode his body. At the critical moment, Lin Chen's eyebrows shot out a ray of light, and all the poisonous dragons were included, like swallowing dragons in the Star Sea. As far as the eye could see. After the eyebrows absorbed the poison dragon, the system popped up a light screen. The host is absorbing the energy that forms the corrosive runes, and the power of the 3-level corrosive runes is increasing. Lin Chen was so frightened that he sat on the other side of the bed, and he was so shocked that he was sweating coldly. If this corrosive gas escaped into his body, he would lose half his life if he didn't die. Ka ka ka. The space was turbulent, the space in the room kept bursting with cracking sounds, and the whole attic began to crumble. Bai Ruoyan's beautiful fairy body slowly stood up in the air, and a wave of fighting spirit that suppressed the galaxy was revived, like a giant dragon. This breath, like a brand new world condensed into shape, vast, hidden, Mysterious. In front of Lin Chen, all the strength of the whole body can only be suppressed in all aspects. The only thing that can be used is perhaps the characteristic rune. What a terrifying cultivation level. This is definitely the Yuanzun realm. Above the Tiangang realm, and it is an existence that is countless times stronger than those two elders. Lin Chen secretly pinched a cold sweat. Fortunately, Bai Ruoyan was his own. If he was an enemy, someone from Talon would be the salted fish on the chopping block today, and he had to listen to the other party whether to bake or fry. Unexpectedly, I can return to Yuan Zuanjing in my lifetime, brother Lin Chen. Thank you, how can I repay you? Bai Ruoyan turned around and smiled sweetly, turning all sentient beings upside down. Lin Chen was dumbfounded for a while, causing the beauty to cover her mouth and chuckle, her blue eyes like smoke. After regaining his senses, Lin Chen coughed lightly and said in a serious manner, "Repaying this kind of thing, Sister Ruoyan, have you figured it out?" A day later, Lin Chen's last injury is about to recover as before. The elders of the Red Robe kept Lin Chen's whereabouts a secret, and now the Han family, apart from Han Yiji and other individuals, no one knew that Lin Chen had returned to the Han family. The current Lin Chen is equivalent to the existence of a savior in the Han family. At the end of the medicine refining ceremony, the Han family won 2 spots for the baptism of the holy fire, which was never thought of by the Han family. After the decline of 100,000 years, the entire Han family is grateful to Lin Chen and respects him like a god. Squeak. The door of Lin Chen's room was pushed open, and he opened his eyes suddenly. What caught his eyes were the shining slender jade legs. "Did I disturb you?" the beautiful woman said timidly. Lin Chen smiled at her. "When did it become so restrictive?" Han Ziyun closed the door. Qian's eyes stared at Lin Chen, this seemingly cynical young man, but his eyes were full of indifference and mystery from the beginning to the end. In his eyes, there are stars and seas. Just like that day, the arrogance of medicine refining who overwhelmed the entire ancient family, left in a hurry. "I heard you're leaving?" Bai Bo turned, Han Ziyun stared at Lin Chen's face, pursed her lips and asked. The red clouds were like clouds. "Well, now is not the time to stay at the Han family, I still have something important to do." Lin Chen nodded, and then smiled playfully. "Why, can't you bear me, the heroine of the medicine refining ceremony?" Han Ziyun's pretty face blushed, as if she mustered up her courage. She pushed Lin Chen. The female is on top of the male, and the postures of the two are extremely ambiguous, and a certain Lin looks at Han Ziyun with a dazed expression. What does she want to do? Could it be that he wanted to harass Lycan brother? And me? I'm so nervous, I'm still a junior. Should I be responsible at this time, or should I let her be? I'm here to fulfill my promise. Han Ziyun clenched her cherry lips tightly, her delicate red ear tips spit out Feng orchid lightly, her blue silk fell, and the beautiful woman's cheeks were close at hand. It was only then that Lin Chen remembered that he had made a bet with her. "Are you going to stay with me for one night, since that's the case? Then I'm welcome." Lin Chen turned over, he bullied his body, pushed the beauty to the corner of the wall, and lightly lifted the snow-white chin. Han Ziyun's brows trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. She was nervous, but there was a hint of anticipation in her heart, and her delicate body kept trembling. Obsessed with refining medicine, she has never looked directly at any man of the same age. The young man in front of him was completely different. He appeared like a shooting star and was about to leave like a shooting star, leaving in unforgettable splendor and brilliance in his heart. I don't know when I have quietly opened my heart to him. However, it is not the picture as imagined. The boy's slightly cold palm patted his thigh like a dragonfly, causing Han Ziyun's delicate body to tremble like an electric shock. Afterwards, when the beautiful woman opened her eyes, he was already standing by the window. The moonlight sprinkled slightly on his face, leaving only a back. He didn't look back, just smiled casually. You once told me that a person who is strong in combat is just a barbarian. And a pharmacist who controls the lifeline of cultivation resources is the orthodox. But I think it is the opposite. A pharmacist without strength is just a fat sheep in the eyes of others. If you want to improve your refining skills, what you should do now is to look at the outside world and improve your own strength. There will be a period later, Miss Han Ziyun. Lin Chen leaped into the air, jumped out of the window, and left in a dashing manner, leaving only the beautiful lady in the empty room. Do you want to increase your strength? The beautiful woman murmured softly, but she found that she didn't know when. Her clothes were already messy, revealing a large piece of white, and Lin Chen had long been good at understanding people's clothes. Humph. You have no guts. What are you doing before you leave? What a well-mannered, handsome man who is rare in ancient and modern times at home and abroad. Brother Lin Chen, are you sure you don't regret it? Now I can look back and have a relative, Feng Zhe. The two left the Han house and flew high in the sky, by Ruoyan's blue eyes. Turned and looked at Lin Chen with a smile that was not a smile. Sister Ruoyan, what you just said is only 1/10,000th of my advantages. Don't make any noise, I like to keep a low profile. Lin Chen didn't seem to hear it, he smiled. Yao Yao remembered that Nizi mustered up her courage, and by Ruoyan sighed in her heart. This little guy, I still don't know how many wonderful women's hearts are going to be harmed. The two traveled day and night, crossed 1,000,000 miles, crossed many borders, and completely entered the base camp of Blood Sea Gate, Huangzhou Maching. The entire Huangzhou is located in a chaotic area in the extreme southern region of Lingzhou, where there is a lot of killing and chaos. There are many evil sects, and a large number of unidentified black goods have been exiled here. Desert City, one of the sites controlled by Blood Sea Gate. There is a grand auction going on today. On the street, a young man and woman walk side by side. A group of people walked towards them with a strong smell of blood. When the three of them lifted the jug around their waists, there was a strong smell of blood inside. The wine brewed from the blood essence of the first layer of the Tian gang realm is very enjoyable, ha ha ha. I heard that there are 5th order high-level treasures at this auction? Huh? The first two, how come they are raw faces? Don't you hurry up and salute when you see our Qinghai organization. Damn, are you courting death? A group of evil sect Heavenly Astral Realm immediately shouted at the men and women in Xingyi, and some of them looked greedily at the woman's graceful figure. Although this woman has a plain appearance, her body is the best I have ever seen. Damn, I can't help it, take her down. The head of the evil sect, who was drinking blood, let out a lewd laugh, and immediately slapped it with a palm. Boom! The strong wind swept past, and the young man raised his hand and patted it, while maintaining a smile, shattering the sky-shattering power of the reverse of the galaxy between his 5 fingers. Boom! The strong wind of strength destroyed more than a dozen high-rise buildings, almost toppling the entire street up, and smashed a dozen Tian Gangjing people into powder on the spot. The pupils of some underworld powerhouses nearby shrank. These two are so Young, how could they have such strength? This desert city is really creepy, it's completely the carnival of the evil. Sect warriors. The blue light flashed, took away the attribute light ball on the ground, and the young man frowned. There is only pure power here, and the people who can enter here are all wicked people who are full of evil and dye their hands with more than 100,000 lives. The woman in Singi nodded. These two were Lin Chen and Wang, who had been disguised. Exactly, if there is a fight at this time, these people will be served in one pot. There was a rare fierceness and killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes. His ancient Qinglong just happened to be about to move, and his hunger and thirst were unbearable. Well, let's go to the auction venue first. There are several strongholds in the Blood Sea Gate. If we destroy one, it will affect the whole body. But this auction is different. They'll come out to fight. Otherwise, these guys can do anything. Wang smiled and nodded, restoring the strength of the Supreme Yuan. Zuanjing. As long as the two sides encounter each other, she has absolute certainty to destroy the other party. The two walked to the auction venue, and wherever they passed, all the evil sect powerhouses took the initiative to move out of the way. Maching Auction Venue, a grand venue on the edge of Maching, which can accommodate 10,000 people. There are countless black goods from Lingzhou or other areas, all of which are treasures that cannot see the light, and will be auctioned here. Grandma is a jerk. How long do you want me to wait? Did you call you tall? I haven't barked yet at the third level of the Tiangang realm. Is it your turn to be a wild dog like you? What did you say? Mother, there is a way to draw a knife. Noisy, abusive, murderous, bloody, filled the entire venue. Different from the auctions that Lin Chen participated in, the Maching auction was in a tense atmosphere, and there was a sense of sight that many evil sect warriors might fight at any time. We welcome everyone to participate in this Maching auction. Our Blood Sea Gate is still the same as the old rules. Anyone who shoots in the auction venue will be executed. I hope everyone will not seek death and keep calm. At this time, a charming woman at the 6th level of the Heavenly Dao realm, dressed in wisps, with a hot body, stepped out of the sky and walked on the platform. The woman's waist was tied with 3 skeletons, which looked eerie. Bang bang bang. Around the auction venue, more than 100 meters high, heavy iron gates like high-rise buildings were erected. At the same time, 5 strong breaths rose from the backstage of the auction. What a strong breath! 2 heavenly astral stage 7th layer, 2 heavenly astral stage 8th stage, and 1 heavenly astral stage 9th stage. Lin Chen secretly marveled, including the 3 people who were beheaded and the deputy sect master who was killed by Wang. There are 4 heavenly astral 8th level and 3 heavenly astral 9th level at the top of Zuheimen. This power is placed on Lingzhou, and even second-rate sects will be somewhat afraid. The powerhouses of the Blood Sea Gate appeared, many of the evil sect powerhouses immediately quieted down. The sect master of Blood Sea sect has arrived, and his injury has only recovered to 60%. Even the top battle strength of the entire Blood Sea sect has been reached. Wang's pretty face had a rare touch of sternness and murderous intent. In the past, she was besieged by many powerhouses and fled. After being poisoned, her strength was greatly reduced, and she almost died in the pursuit of Zuheimen. Today, she will start from Zuheimen to recover the blood debt of the year. The charming woman at the 6th level of the Tiangang realm held an ancient sword hanging in the air, with a faint cold light and a soft and greasy way. Everyone, today's first auction item is the head of the whole Blood Sea Gate. The starting price, a piece of shit. Each time the price increase must not be less than 2 pieces of shit, please bid according to your discretion. At this time, the joking voice of the young man spread throughout the auction venue, and many evil sect powerhouses were shocked and immediately stood up. Who is so daring to come to Zuheiman's territory to seek death? The evil sect warrior beside Lin Chen quickly stepped back, for fear that he would be implicated. I saw, in the front seat, someone. Lin put his hands on the back of his head, crossed Erlang's legs, and looked at everyone on the stage with a playful expression. Suddenly, the charming woman covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Who am I? It turns out to be the famous Tianga Academy's new generation Tianjiao, Lin Chen, Lin Gongzi. What the fuck? This time, it's Lin's turn to be stunned. My Lin's handsome name and handsomeness have spread to the fringe area of Huangzhou Maching? It's really Lin Chen. Didn't Hingyu Palace tell the head of a top-level blue-level mind and a top-level 5th-level treasure to reward this son? Ha ha ha. I remember that the 8 desolate halls gave out 5 million top-grade spirit stones and a top-level green-level movement skill and a bounty. Kill him. Damn, this is a big fat sheep. The entire venue immediately boiled over. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Grandmas, it turned out to be these two forces. Boom. The breath of Yuan Zuanjing revealed a little, the space was solidified. Thousands of Tian Gangjing were restrained and unable to move, by Ruoyan. Suppressed the audience. She waved her sleeve robe lightly, and a dozen white-on like hurricanes shot in a specific direction, piercing through more than a dozen evil sect powerhouses. Those who are above the 7th level of the Tian Gang realm, I have already seriously injured them for you. The sect master of the Blood Sea sect has found my breath and is running away. I will go after him, and I will leave it to you here. Remember to leave the head to me. Bai Ruoyan secretly transmitted a voice to Lin Chen. He said quickly, Bai. Ruoyan smiled, and the shadow turned around, escaped into the void, and disappeared in an instant. Bai Ruoyan disappeared, and there were many evil sect powerhouses left with dumbfounded expressions in the audience. Roar. The dragon roar shook the sky and the earth. The ancient Qinglong was born. And the tyranny was overwhelming. The entire desert city was surging in an instant. 200,000 miles away from Maching, 2 figures were flying at extreme speed. With the experience that the young master has accumulated this time, he can definitely pass the examination of the academy and become a famous Zishuan level genius. The old man in the blue shirt smiled indifferently. The handsome young man, who flew to the front, smiled arrogantly. It has been thousands of years since the academy has not been born with a purple honor, and the next is the era of my Fu Wanquan. The handsome young man with arrogance was finishing speaking, when his brows were suddenly furrowed, and the expressions of the two changed at the same time. Huh? What happened to Gongfeng's Blood Sea Gate? Desert City, the azure dragon roars, and the evil spirit is overwhelming. A 2000 zhang evil green dragon is entrenched in the void, and the dragon scales are blue, the unicorn has a head, a carp has a long tail, and the dragon horns flicker to absorb the light of the stars. Its whole body is releasing the aura of the ancient prehistoric times, as if a casual breath can destroy mountains and rivers. Lin Chen sat on top of Qinglong's head, playing with dozens of nailing rings, and patted its dragon horn with great satisfaction. After swallowing more than 2,000 evil sect powerhouses in one breath, I am afraid that even the 8th level of the Tiangang realm can face it head-on. Just a thought, Lin Chen explored the dragon veins that contained the stalwart dragon energy in the ancient Qinglong. Each dragon vein hides the mighty power of prehistoric dragons, and one dragon vein contains 10 dragon power. At this time, the ancient Qinglong has derived 121 dragon veins in its body. 1210 dragon power. More than 3 times more than before. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The realm of martial arts, the more terrifying it goes. When the ancient Qinglong controlled 2 to 4 dragon powers, it was already able to compete with most of the Tiangang realms. Now that he controls thousands of dragon powers, he can match the 8th level of the heavenly astral realm. At this time, the desert city was in ruins and was completely reduced to ruins. Many evil sect powerhouses from all directions fell here. Although Lin Chen got a lot of attribute light balls from the evil sect powerhouses, his realm still stayed at the peak of the 4-layer Tiangang realm. A powerhouse of the same level would drop almost no more than 3 attribute light spheres, and the improvement to Lin Chen was minimal. At this time, a faint white light appeared from the horizon, like a shadow. Bai Ruoyan lifted the 3 figures with the power of space, and threw them in front of Lin Chen. There's still 1 breath left. I know you want them to be of great use, so I didn't kill them. Bai Ruoyan smiled lightly. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Lin Chen, from Tianga Academy? Why do you want to destroy my blood sea gate? Who is this woman? Do you know who the master behind me is? The sect master of Zuheimen was in shock. He scolded Lin Chen sternly. Seeing that Lin Chen was unmoved, the 2 next to the heavenly astral realm 8 layers warned. Our master is Fu Wanquan of the Fu family in Lingzhou, and he is the most promising genius of the contemporary Tianga Academy to become a Zishu in class. If you know each other, let us go. Otherwise, with the strength and background of the master, it is easy to crush you, who is also a student of Tianga Academy. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, and took a shot in the air. Smash the 3 people's Tianling cover decisively. If someone Lin was afraid of something, he wouldn't be called Lin Chen. After one of the late stage 9 and 2 late 8th stage of the Tiangang realm died in Lin Chen's hands, a large number of attribute light balls were dropped and suspended in the void. Lin Chen took all the orders, and with a flip of the ancient Qinglong, all the attribute light spheres were incorporated into the body. The host obtained 1.1 billion points of battle spirit essence, 1.5 million points of rune energy, 100,000 points of spiritual power. The host obtains 200 million points of qi and blood energy, 5 million points of gold energy, 300 million points of battle qi essence, 4 million points of kung fu essence. Massive attribute values poured into Lin Chen's body, and the 9-color battle spirit that had been silent for a long time in his dantian trembled slightly. The ancient Qinglong opened its dragon mouth and swallowed 3 people, and the dragon veins in the body began to grow dragon energy again. One after another, the dragon power that moved mountains and reclaimed the sea was derived. Click. Click. The 100-zhang space centered on Lin Chen is constantly being shattered. A huge vortex of 9-color energy is constantly spinning from the top of his head. Every time the 9-color vortex rotates, the space will be constantly cracked and distorted. This is a sign that after the war energy has merged into the heaven and earth, it has begun to connect with the space one after another. This will symbolize that Lin Chen is about to step into the 5th level of the astral realm. What kind of exercise is this little guy practicing? There is a mystery far beyond the ancient times. Bai Ruoyan was very knowledgeable, and said in amazement at the 9-color vortex above Lin Chen's head. Huh? Is there a Yuan Zun level powerhouse approaching here? Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly looked in the east direction. 2 people? Could it be? Boom. The 9-color vortex erupted violently and was incorporated into Lin Chen's body like a funnel. He and the ancient Qinglong broke through at the same time. The battle chi cultivation level only slowly stopped after entering the middle stage of the 5th layer of the heavenly astral realm. The ancient Qinglong has derived another 20 dragon veins, adding 200 dragon power. Oh? Heavenly astral stage 5, plus a Yuan Zun stage, you dare to destroy the blood sea gate that this young master kept in captivity. 2 figures slowly descended into the high sky of Maching. Lin Chen turned around and saw that the person who came was wearing a dazzling blue academic badge on his chest. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled casually. Are you the Master Fu Wanquan mentioned by Blood Sea Sect? The young man was dressed in white like snow, with a 3-foot green front on his body, with a majestic appearance, and there were thousands of sword intents in his eyes, surging, cutting, and murderous. I'm only at the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm, and I've heard of this young master's prestige? Fu Wanquan drew his sword slowly, and a bright moon seemed to rise between heaven and earth. His face is deep and serious, the sword is inlaid with 3 azure jade, the sword is straight, the blade is like frost, like the undefeated world-famous sword, unsheathed and moving the sky. Wanquan sword. One of the most famous swords in Lingzhou, the Peerless sword. That was custom-made for Fu Wanquan by Master Wan, the master of casting. Ranked 6th. Bai Ruoyan's expression changed slightly. This son's ability to control a 6th order sword is definitely not comparable to ordinary geniuses. Perhaps the holy son and the holy daughter of the ancient family are only a short distance away. She was about to dodge to Lin Chen's side to protect him, but the old man in Xingyi moved slightly and blocked in front of Bai Ruoyan. The person my young master is going to kill has never left alive. Your Excellency should stay here honestly. The old man in Xingyi said indifferently. Bai Ruoyan was about to launch an attack, but found that Lin Chen's face was also full of fighting intent and anticipation. It seems that this little guy is a little confident, so I'll take a look first. Boy, you seem to be different from other trash fish. You died before Ben Xiaojian, sign up. Fu Wanquan's eyesight saw Lin Chen's extraordinariness at a glance, and said indifferently, Tianga Academy, Lansun Lin Chen. Heiyuan flashed in his hand, and Lin Chen smiled lightly. The ancient Qinglong turned into a dragon light and was incorporated into the body, and Lin Chen's pure power climbed to 1400 dragon power. Oh? You're actually from the academy? You're still a body-refining martial artist with Qinglong, and you're a bit of a ghost. This is not an academy, and there are no elders to protect you. You must pay for the debt of the Blood Sea Gate today. It only takes 3 swords to kill you. Tear. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of space tearing resounded sharply throughout the sky. A sword light that splits the heavens, and the earth roars out from the Wanquan sword, divides the sky, and splits Lin Chen. Azure Zhouhuang transformation, Tianshui transformation. Thunder punishment. Transformation. At the moment when the water and thunder energy bloodlines exploded completely, Lin Chen's breath suddenly raised the peak of the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. The 1400 dragon force is like 1,000 dragons roaring together, mixed with the fierce and domineering green lightning thunder light stabs out with a bang, bang, chi-chi. Fu Wanquan's expression changed slightly. Obviously he didn't expect Lin Chen to have such strength. The superposition of pure power and magic power and thunder, Lin Chen's domineering shot, shattered the sword light. The rainbow-like sword light shattered, turning into a radiance of stars scattered all over the sky. This young master admits that you have the qualifications to fight with me. But that's all. As Fu Wanquan sneered, the shattered radiance turned around like a dragon, passing through the area behind Lin Chen as if possessed of spirituality, then gathered suddenly, and slashed towards Lin Chen again. Crap? What kind of ghost swordsmanship is this? Lin Chen's chin almost didn't fall off. The magic power and thundering spear technique was used again. The black abyss spear cut through layers of afterimages, and a move of magic fighting 1,000 thunder was like a screen in full bloom. Boom. 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 The gun shadow and green thunder advanced layer by layer, completely annihilating the afterglow of the sword light into nothingness. The mere blue-level combat skills are worth more. 9 broken soul. Sword. Fu Wanquan swiped his fingertips across the body of the sword, a lilac suffocating sword intent like cutting through the ages. The 10,000-foot-long sword glow that leaps and leaps in the jumping space seems to have only one, but in fact, there are 8 completely different movement trajectories, and one sword hides 8 swords. If this sword is used against the enemy at the 9th level of the ordinary heavenly astral realm, it is very likely to seriously injure the opponent on the spot. But under Lin Chen's purple-gold pupils, the murderous intentions hidden in this sword glow can be seen at a glance. Good job. Charge rune, the 8 wildernesses. Lin Chen was so arrogant that he killed himself with a gun, and the thunder dragon came out from the tip of the gun, and the thunder dragon of thousands of feet strangled the purple light sword in front of him. Taking advantage of Thunder Dragon's weakening of the sword light's offensive, the Heiyuan spear swung out at high speed, and Lin Chen instantly shattered the 8 sword lights hidden in the sword light. He kicked the soles of his feet, and Chandao's greenwood vines, with Gangjin's sharp edge shot like sharp arrows, stabbing Fu Wanquan who had just flashed behind Lin Chen. The sword turned over, and the slightly scattered sword light smashed Lin Chen's indestructible Gangjin vines. Fu Wanquan was about to swing his sword, and then an ice star condensed into the void, freezing it for thousands of miles. The only coldness seemed to freeze the space. Charging rune, corrosive rune. Ice heaven fingers. His pupils shrank, and Fu Wanquan felt a rare threat. His instinct is to use his defensive combat skills, and the blue level intermediate Tai Bai sword body is attached to him like a pure white sword light, blocking Lin's Bingtian finger head-on. The sword edge swept away, strangling the Yue of Bingtianzi into nothingness. Pulling the sword, Fu Wanquan's sword tip stabbed 9 swords at high speed. And the sword light whistled. Each of these 9 swords is mixed with a top-level blue-level swordsmanship that has been cultivated to the extreme. Some are like coiling dragon, like rainbow glow, like thunder, like Wanyue. Both flexible and heavy, both imposing and mixed with secret murderous intentions. With mutual cooperation, there is a kind of blue-level swordsmanship that is comparable to a successful practice. Lin Chen mobilized Tiangong's fighting spirit, and his whole body flashed with thousands of thunder lights. He waved the black abyss gun again and again. Between the explosions of pure power, and exploded the 9 kinds of Swordsmanship that danced in a row. Hey, why did my swordsmanship become so weak? Fu Wanquan was stunned, and found that there was a corrosive energy in his battle chi cultivation base and the root bone of his meridians eroding him. It was this energy that caused his attack to weaken by more than a third. It turns out that the level 3 corruption rune is so strong, grandmas, I'll beat you first. Lin Chen's expression was overjoyed, as if he had obtained a treasure. The blue light on his toe swirled, and his figure swept over like a streamer. He didn't give Fu Wanquan time to react at all, and his spear was like a dragon. While Tai Bai's sword body was urging, Fu Wanquan raised his sword and fought. The sword shadow swaying at extreme speed collided with the hard bridge and hard horse of the gun body. During the clash of guns and swords, countless wars erupted. Because of Lin Chen's strength and the corrosive runes, Lin Chen had the upper hand in the melee combat and beat Fu Wanquan all the way. It was said to be a violent beating, but in reality, it was all parried by Fu Wanquan's defensive combat skills. The last time Lin Chen took Bai Ruoyan to escape, the use of the purple phoenix wings exceeded the limit and destroyed most of them. Without the purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen could no longer burst out with a speed that was far beyond the same level in the past to suppress his opponent. According to the on-site confrontation, Lin Chen has already found out Fu Wanquan's cultivation base, the middle stage of the 8th level of the Tiangang realm, and there are signs of breakthroughs at any time. With the mysterious mind of the 9 tribulations of creation, coupled with the double transformation of Shura Jiuhuang, and the increase of Qinglong's pure power, Lin Chen can barely fight him head-on. In the face of many powerful combat skills, Lin Chen still needs the help of characteristic runes to fight against him, which shows how powerful Fu Wanquan is. In just 10 breaths, Fu Wanquan removed most of the power of the corrosive runes. Tiankui's Yinyang fingers. Ice Heaven fingers. The 2 fingers slammed into the earth-shattering storm of destruction. Gangjin's spear is sharp and sharp, no edge is broken, and the thorns flash out again and again. The sword's edge is pulled, and more than 100 lines of sword light are like a storm swallowing the starry sky, strangling the chi of Gangjin. The tip of the spear came through the void, and the domineering and ferocious pure power was like a mad dragon going out to sea, stabbing in rage. The blade is pulled, and the moment the gun is blocked, it rotates extremely fast, shocks the tip of the gun, and slashes away. Lin Chen raised his gun and blocked it, the dragon force was released, and when the gun body and the blade collided with shock, the 2 took a dozen steps back again, flying thousands of meters away. It's interesting. There are no more than 6 people in the academy who can play with me. I know everyone, but I don't know you, kid. It seems to be a dark horse. It's worth my trump card to deal with you. Fu Wanquan glanced at Lin Chen with great interest, his swordsmanship changed again. Lin Chen was immediately focused and ready to go. In all fairness, Lin Chen has seen all kinds of arrogance since he came to Lingzhou. But only Fu Wanquan in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. And really let him see what a peerless genius is. In terms of swordsmanship, Fu Wanquan is proficient in all kinds of high-level swordsmanship. And the sharpness of his 6th-order swordsmanship, if Lin Chen was not able to transform the gold-based energy bloodline to display the defensive combat skills such as Tiangang battle aura, he would definitely not dare to fight against him easily. In addition, controlling Xion's combat skills is not a state of perfection of combat power. To use the most appropriate combat skills at the most appropriate time is the most ideal state. So far, among the younger generation, only Fu Wanquan can do it. Star Do Sacred Sword, sword opens heaven's gate. Boom. The rays of light irradiate the vast void, converge into the Wanquan sword, and condense into 1,000 Zhang starlight sword, which has the power to destroy the world. The Xingzhan's edge was unstoppable. Fu Wanquan swung his sword down, and the Xingzhan suddenly exploded, pointing directly at Lin Chen. Slow rune. Slap the void horizontally with one hand, the rune of slowness falls from the sky, quelling the energy star sword on the spot. In Lin Chen's eyes, he immediately showed the ruthlessness that his bare feet were not afraid of wearing shoes, and he rushed over. Magic power crazy thunder. When the slow rune suppressed Fu Wanquan's lore sword, Lin Chen unleashed the three-style combat skills of the demon power and crazy thunder in one breath. And all the rechargeable runes burst out. Thousands of green thunder spears unfolded in parallel, like thousands of horses galloping away. Thunder dragons swept across the sky, piercing the blade of the energy star sword. My Star Do sacred sword was actually stunned. The fighting spirit that corrupted me before was also, and it is now, some of the methods that this kid uses have never even been seen by this young master. Fu Wanquan's eyes revealed an indescribable shock. Lin Chen's various methods had never been seen or heard of by him. The next moment, there was a frenzy of greed in his eyes. If I get those unpredictable means, I'm afraid I will have to give me the first place in the academy. This kid must have a big secret. If you catch him, knock out his secret. Maybe it's even more powerful than the Blood Sea Gate. Value. In the blink of an eye, Fu Wanquan was about to use all his strength. Lin Chen's mouth also drew a sneer. Lin Chen can see his greed clearly, since he dares to stare at his characteristic rune, then someone Lin is not easy to mess with. Lin Chen is about to use the third transformation of the Shura Jiuhuang transformation, and plans to cooperate with the slow rune and Fu Wanquan to give it a try. Suddenly, the sky cracked open a crack. Boom! A figure was blasted out and fell down like a shooting star. That figure was the old man in Xing Yi who followed Fu Wanquan at the beginning. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, his face was pale, his breath was weak, and he was obviously severely injured. Master, the Yuan Zuanjing next to this kid is very powerful. It's not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Fu Wanquan glanced at the old man suspiciously, only to see a delicate and graceful, perfect figure slowly emerging beside Lin Chen. Yuan Zuanjing, it's still too early for this young master. Well, since they are all students of Tianga Academy, this kid can't run away. Sooner or later, his two mysterious moves will belong to this young master. Fu Wanquan gave Lin Chen a deep look. Wanquan's sword was sheathed, and he sneered. Lin Chen, right, this young master remembers it. You dare to destroy the Blood Sea Gate that this young master has cultivated for many years. Sooner or later, you will have to repay this debt tenfold. The old man and Xing Yi took Fu Wanquan to escape into the void, by Ruoyan did not force him to stay, and let him leave. A Yuan Zuanjing's dying counterattack may not threaten her, but it can threaten Lin Chen's life. If there is something wrong with this little guy, I am afraid that he will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Lin Chen lifted the Shura Jiuhuang transformation, and there was a sense of weakness in his body, but it was no longer as fragile as before. After performing the Shura Jiuhuang transformation several times, Lin Chen's body has already adapted to this secret. Sixth order sword weapon. If I can kill him, that sword is mine. Lin Chen looked at his Heiyuan spear, which was nearly damaged by more than 50%, and said helplessly, Lin has never tried such a disadvantageous battle. After working on it for a long time, I couldn't even get a single attribute. Light ball, and I was so weak that even my guns were tattered by others. Brother Lin Chen, you don't need to be discouraged. That young man's cultivation time is at least 30 years longer than yours. Besides, his strength is very close to that of the holy son and holy daughter of the ancient family. You can fight him for more than 100 rounds without falling behind. Feng. Enough to be arrogant, give you a few more years, you may not be able to surpass him. The beautiful eyes turned with a hint of tenderness, and Bai Ruoyan comforted him in a soft voice. Sister Ruoyan, I'm going back to Tiange Academy next, will you come with me? Lin Chen turned around and saw his expectant eyes. Bai Ruoyan burst into a smile. Yes, anyway, I haven't investigated my next enemy and the steps to restore my strength. Blind action is also a waste of time. It doesn't matter to act with you temporarily, but Tiange Academy does not allow outsiders to enter. More, not to mention a Yuanzun like me. It's alright, it's trivial. I can stay in the academy for less than a month. At most. Sister Ruoyan can wait for a while in the area outside the academy. Lin Chen smiled. Are you sure? My sister is afraid that those seniors in the academy who admire you will take you to Peach Blossom Township and forget about your sister, maybe, isn't it? Bai Ruoyan seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. Someone from Lin was ashamed. This Sister Ruoyan really understood herself. How can the college's senior sister and senior sister compare to my fairy? Sister Ruoyan. Slippery talker, when did I become yours? 3 days later, Lin Chen arrived at Tiange Academy. Bai Ruoyan was waiting for Lin Chen in Qinghai City outside the academy, collecting some information about the past. After learning that Lin Chen left the medicine refining ceremony, Luing and Lin Tianjian and other senior Blue Star senior students also left the Han family the next day and returned to Tiange Academy. The mission hall of the academy, a group of students and seniors stared at Lin Chen, who was scolding the elders in stunned eyes. Fuck it. I have clearly completed the task, and I am the one who contributed the most. Why did that bastard Yixing get all the task points? Lin Chen jumped like thunder, and he was so angry that he smoked. Just returned to the academy to submit the quest to kill the 4 evil dragons of the Han family, but the elder actually told him that this quest has been completed? The most irritating thing is that the recipient of the reward is Yixing, who sold his teammates on the spot. Lin has been pretending to be coercive for many years, and he has never been the only one who cheated on others, and no one has ever cheated on him. I really saw a ghost today. Junior Lin Chen, don't worry, we have already reported this matter to the Council of Elders. It was Yixing who hurriedly returned to the academy and saw that the 4 evil dragons were dead. So I got the reward alone. At this time, Lin Tianjian, Lu Ying and others also arrived at the mission hall and explained the persuasion to Lin Chen. At the beginning, he thought we were all dead. I'm afraid he never dreamed that junior brother Lin Chen was so powerful that he annihilated 4 evil dragons by himself. Lin Tianjian shook his head and laughed. Yixing was too sinister. Hearing Lin Tianjian's words, the students and seniors present were even more stunned, their scalps tingling. Lin Chen actually annihilated 4 evil dragons with 1 person? When they saw that Yixing had only 1 arm left and returned home in a state of embarrassment, they shocked half of the academy. At that time, everyone agreed that only the top 80 Lin Chen level Tianjiao team could complete the task, but Lin Chen completed it alone? My God, how long has it been since Lin Chen became a Lin Chen class? He actually killed 4 evil dragons single-handedly? This kid is hiding too deep. Senior Lin Chen, he is my idol. Whether it is a freshman or an old student, they all express their sincere amazement and look up to Lin Chen. Although Yi Xing's behavior is very shameful, he is now in the secret realm of cultivation and must wait for him to come out. The Council of Elders has already decided to punish him severely, so Lin Chen, junior brother, don't be impatient. Luing was trying to appease someone Lin's anger, but unexpectedly, he showed a harmless smile and laughed like a death sentence. Don't. What are you doing waiting for the elders? I'll go to the secret cultivation realm to talk to Senior Yi Xing about the fucking 3 views of life, morality, and conscience. The secret hall. Lin Chen aggressively broke into the hall. There were also a large group of old students and students watching the play, as well as the anxious Luing and others, who kept persuading him. If a Lin Chen class student clashes without authorization, they will be punished by the Presbyterian Council. Even if Lin Chen has extraordinary potential, the Presbyterian Council cannot easily let him go. Lin Chen doesn't care about the mess. Waiting for the Presbyterian? The Presbyterian Church may not really punish him, but it will be locked up for decades at most. But for the bastard who still sold his teammates at this critical moment, gave Lin Chen a point, and treated him as a gunman if he didn't deal with him. Today, he would not be called Lin Chen. The elders of the secret realm hall saw so many people suddenly coming, and looked puzzled. Today is not the time to issue contribution rewards. Why did so many people suddenly come? Elder, I want to enter the meteoric wind secret realm. Seeing that Lin Chen was about to enter the meteor wind mystery realm, several elders who hurried behind him immediately shouted, Student Lin Chen, don't be impatient, we have to wait for a notification from the top of the academy. Lin Chen didn't look back, stepped into the space passage of the meteor wind mystery realm, and disappeared in the hall. The elder of the secret realm, who just opened the space channel for Lin Chen, looked puzzled. What happened? And even a few elders were so anxious. It's over, this little guy is in. It's too late. Entering the secret realm is from a random location. We don't know where he will appear in the meteor wind mystery realm. Yi Xing, what are you doing wrong? Why are you provoking a lunatic? Lin Chen. Yi Xing is Yi Juexing's cousin, and he is also his right-hand man. If Lin Chen does something excessive to Yi Xing, Yi Juexing probably won't let him go after he is released. Several elders beat their chests and feet, and everyone's heart set off a storm. After today, I am afraid that another storm will sweep the academy. Meteor Wind Secret Realm. Here is a vast and desolate mountain range, surrounded by violent and raging winds. Some wind blades are like azure light, like a rapid fire passing by, and some are gray-white wind blades, and even the 7th level of Tiangang realm should be avoided temporarily. In a certain valley in the secret territory, a one-armed young man is sitting cross-legged, showing a smile of successful conspiracy. The 7 million points for completing the task is enough for me to practice in the secret realm for more than half a year. When the time comes, the Peerless cousin may be able to help me improve my strength. Just as Yi Xing was complacent, the sneering laughter of a young man rang out. In the valley, Senior Yi Xing is very calculating. He betrayed his teammates during the mission, and after returning to the academy, he even falsely claimed the mission reward points of all of us. I can't do this kind of behavior with the face of someone. Lin, how did you do it? Arrived? Yixing suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of panic and disbelief. When he looked around, he saw Lin Chen standing at the peak of the valley. Lin Chen? Your kid isn't dead yet? Yixing lost his voice in horror. At that time, the mutant demon dragon was comparable to the late stage of the 7th level of the Heavenly Astral realm. In addition to the siege of the 3 evil dragons, he thought that Lin Chen and others had all become food for the demon dragons. People like you live so freely, how can I die, my lord? You are the first person who dares to use me as a gunman. Yixing, die for me. Lin Chen sneered, and suddenly released the ancient Qinglong. The 1410 dragon force was mixed with the mighty force of pushing the mountains and rivers horizontally, and it slammed down with one claw. Yixing's expression changed, and the afterimage was like moving space, leaving the place in an instant, and the speed was so fast that Lin Chen looked sideways. The dragon's claw pierced the entire ley line with one claw, sinking into the valley and turning it into ruins. The movement of the blue class? No wonder you can escape under the hands of the mutant demon dragon, but my ancient blue dragon is not as easy to deal with as the mutant demon dragon. As soon as his mind moved, Lin Chen flicked his fingers. When the earth-based fighting spirit merged into the ground, it was like a dragon returning to the sea. Several thousand Zhanghai mountains appeared 700 miles away, blocking Yixing. The ancient Qinglong roared, it swept away like lightning, the dragon's claws lifted, and it suddenly crushed Yixing. Yixing was in a hurry and shouted quickly. Wait for Lin Chen. I still have a lot of quest points, which I can give to you. Send you uncle. That's what I deserved, give me death. Lin Chen yelled. Qinglong did not lose his strength, and crushed Yixing with one claws. Boom. Yixing was slammed down to the ground, and 2 rocks on the ground were thrown up. Like a huge wave, Yixing was smashed into the ground tens of thousands of meters. Is this kid so strong? Yixing struggled a few times and died in the ground, leaving only a treasure chest and some attribute light balls. Lin Chen jumped into the crack and took away a large number of attribute light balls. The host gets 1.5 million points of wind energy, 30 million points of fighting spirit, 5.15 million points of martial arts essence. After picking up all the attribute light balls, Lin Chen's wind energy soared. And then he grabbed the green treasure chest that Yixing had dropped after his death with one hand. The host gets the green treasure chest, and opens the treasure chest too. Obtain, the blue-level intermediate movement technique, Wind Prison Pluto. Step, incarnating as Hades, Jiubu Prison, Jiubu Foam. The wind is more than 1,000 miles, and the prison shuttle is thousands of feet. A mid-level blue-level movement technique? It seems to be even more advanced than the movement technique Yixing performed just now, just right. It makes up for the shortcomings of my broken purple phoenix wings. The ancient Qinglong guarded Lin Chen, and he sat cross-legged. His consciousness was connected to the system to issue an order. System, I want to learn Pluto steps in Wind Prison. The system has received it, consuming 12 million points of Kung Fu essence, and is inheriting the Pluto step of Wind Hell for the host. In less than half a day, Lin Chen perfectly controlled the blue level intermediate's movement skills. Meteor Wind Secret Realm, a dazzling array of attribute light orbs were taken away by a vast blue dragon and ghostly afterimages. As soon as it comes, it is safe, after Lin Chen destroyed Yi Xing, he did not panic at all, and even picked up a large amount of attribute light balls of wind energy in the central area of the meteor wind mystery realm. As expected of the blue level intermediate, the combat skills of this rank are rare, and this is still a unique skill and movement. In the realm of the Tiangang realm, there should be not many people in the speed field who are my opponents. In just one day, Lin Chen turned around almost half of the meteor wind mystery realm and picked up a large number of wind attribute light balls. On this day, Lin Chen's wind energy attribute value has reached 95 million points, becoming the highest value among the 9 combat energy attributes. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, the ancient Qinglong, entrenched on top of Lin Chen's head, burst out a strange roar into the depths of the meteor wind realm, both hostile and fearful. The depths of the rift, there seems to be something? Lin Chen turned around, and the light of the purple-golden pupil swept through his eyes. It seemed that there was a strange life fluctuation in the deepest part of the secret realm. Strange, according to the Academy's instructions on the secret cultivation realm, as long as it is not a special cultivation secret realm, there are any creatures. The life fluctuations captured by Zhijintong have a kind of initial vitality, like a newborn, and they do not completely constitute a complete life form. With a flash, Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong swept into the very center of the meteor wind mystery realm. In the very center of the meteor wind mystery realm is an unfathomable abyss, with gray-white wind blades dancing and whistling constantly under the abyss. The gray-white wind blades slightly cut the void, and the space revealed hair thin cracks, and even Lin Chen showed solemnity. At the bottom of the abyss is the source of the fluctuation of life. With a thought, the ancient Qinglong shrank in size and became more than 10 meters long. Gengjin's fighting spirit formed a faint golden coating, and after protecting the whole body, Lin Chen and Qinglong entered the abyss together. The above-mentioned ancient Qinglong's current dragon body has enough defensive power to parry the attack of the 8th level of Tiangang realm. Although the gray-white wind blade derived from the abyss is powerful, it cannot hurt the ancient Qinglong and Lin Chen. Boom! When approaching the distance of 3,000 feet from the abyss, an aura like an emperor reigns over the world, shocking the universe. Roar! The ancient Qinglong burst out an uneasy roar, but Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. It's just an afterimage, it doesn't pose any threat. Break. The mental fluctuations are like ripples, and it is released a little, and the aura of the emperor is extinguished in an instant. One person and one dragon arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Under the abyss was actually a bright underground world. In the underground world, stumps and feathers are scattered all over the place, and a large skeleton appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes. At the very center of the skeleton is a group of fiery life-light energy. In the life-light group, there is also a fist-sized attribute light ball. It's amazing. This should be the remains of a powerful beast from the ancient Phoenix clan. Although the body is dead, the life energy left in the remains has condensed together again. I want to be reborn again. What a strong life force. Lin Chen was amazed. Maybe even the elders of the academy didn't know that a corpse in this secret cultivation realm would be in such a situation. If it weren't for the mystery of Zhijintong, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to discover the secret here. This ancient phoenix has extraordinary aura. Maybe it will be reborn. It is a deadly threat to students who enter this secret realm. Unfortunately, it has encountered someone in my forest. Lin Chen's thoughts moved, and he immediately urged the ancient Qinglong to swallow the light of life in one bite. the ancient blue dragon swallowed not only the life-light group that wanted to be reborn in nirvana, but also the attribute light ball inside. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chi and blood energy of the ancient relics. The host has obtained 88 billion points of chi and blood energy. Boom. Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong released the chi and blood energy that covered the stars and the moon at the same time, blazing like a frenzy of heat waves, and rolled up a shocking hurricane. The whole body of the ancient Qinglong was agitated with light blue blood and flames, and the size of the body began to expand faintly. The dragon veins in the body are constantly filled up, and then new dragon veins grow. It hurts. My mom, Lin Chen burst out with a roar, like burning his soul. This was the first time that Lin Chen had ingested such terrifying blood energy in an instant. The quality of this attribute light ball was so high that it almost made him explode to death. The next moment, Lin Chen swallowed the light of the stars and the moon all over his body, as if every pore radiated a stalwart power. Pure power begins to climb straight up. Lin Chen, who originally held 290 dragon power in the meat shell, was like a smasher, and entered the 400, 500, and 600 dragon power mark. In the end, Lin Chen's pure power stopped at 720 dragon power. The ancient Qinglong climbed to 1680 dragon power, and there were 168 dragon veins in the dragon body. Pure strength can match the early stage of the 9th level of Tiangang realm. With 720 dragon power, Lin Chen can single-handedly take on the late stage of the 7th level of the heavenly astral realm with pure power alone. With his series of trump cards and combat skills, it is not a problem to face the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm. If one person and one dragon fight separately, it is enough to match two heavenly astral 9th layers. Huh? My purple phoenix wings have been repaired. When Lin Chen thought about it, a pair of purple flame wings spread out behind his back, lifelike, and every feather was flowing with purple flames. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings flapped slightly, his figure seemed to jump in space, tearing apart a space crack in an instant. Tear. Boom. The airwaves oscillated, setting off endless airwaves, and Lin Chen's figure disappeared in the underground world in an instant. After 2 breaths, meteor wind mystery realm, above the height of the central abyss, an afterimage rushes out. The afterimage swept away the azure light and the fighting spirit, Lin Chen urged the wind prism Pluto step with the full speed of the purple phoenix wings. Boom. 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 Every step of Lin Chen's steps, he turned into a streamer, jumping thousands of feet away, like a star ball thrown. Such a terrifying momentum alarmed some of the students who were cultivating in the meteoric wind secret realm. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock, and their faces paled in horror at his speed. In just 20 breaths, he circled the meteoric wind mystery realm. Ha ha ha. It's cool. If I ever meet that Fu Wanquan again, Brother Chen, I'll have to hammer him into a skinny shrimp. I'll even dance the most famous clan style on top of his head. Lin Chen exhaled very happily, the advantage of using speed to suppress opponents in the past is back. Well, it should be, because the chi and blood energy of the attribute light ball belongs to the ancient phoenix family, so that my purple phoenix wings can be repaired. It's a coincidence, it's time. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then thought of the key, and then slapped his forehead. Mom, Fei Hai, I almost forgot that the ancient Qinglong is still in the abyss. Secret Realm Hall. Lin Chen took away the attribute light ball of meteor wind secret realm and returned to the hall, and found that there were already more than a dozen elders waiting for him. "Hello, elders, today is really a happy occasion. I suddenly became handsome. Again, hey, I'm so annoying, I've endured the troubles and pressures that I shouldn't have at my age." Someone Lin just walked out of the hall, facing everyone's eyes, confidently fluttering his bangs, and sighed deeply. "Little guy, let me ask you, what did you do to Yixing? Did you find him?" Yuan Lao was also in the camp of the elders, and he was the first to ask Lin Chen a question, and his expression was very solemn. "Oh, I killed him." Lin Chen didn't even think about it. The understatement made everyone in the hall gasp. "Crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. A student of the Lin Chen class, kill him if he says he is. Does he not know the rules of the academy or doesn't care? It is unprecedented in history to kill 2 Lin Chen class within half a year of admission. It's over, you kid. How can you do things without thinking? This time the old man can't keep you." Yuan Lao hates the way that iron cannot become steel. It is a pity and a sigh. At this moment, a sound transmission through the air spread all over the Tianga Academy, and spread out millions of miles away. "Lin Chen class student, Lin Chen, confirmed that you have personally killed the Lin Chen class student, Yixing. It has seriously violated the rules of the academy." The hearts of everyone in the secret hall suddenly froze. It's over now. The elders have spoken, this lunatic will be severely punished. The voice transmission of the high-level Presbyterian Church was accurately transmitted to every area within the academy, and it could be heard clearly, even from a million miles away. The elders and students in the secret hall held a moment of silence for Lin Chen. Student Lin Chen has seriously violated the rules of the academy. According to the rules, he should be locked up for 100 years. However, in view of student Yixing, who betrayed the students of the same school during the mission, and blatantly lied, he hastily received the reward points for the other 3 tasks, including Lin Chen's students. The attitude and behavior are extremely bad, and they do not repent. The circumstances are serious. The behavior of student Lin Chen is excusable and understandable. Therefore, the punishment of student Lin Chen will be exempted, and the task, reward and compensation of student Lin Chen will be given. The announcement made by the Senior Council of the Presbyterian Church made everyone's expressions extremely rich and wonderful. Did I hear it right? Lin Chen didn't get any punishment at all? Damn it, have you seen a ghost? Yixing is not Lu Ji. Although his crime is disgusting, he is not guilty of death, right? Besides, there is Yi Jueshing in the background. How could the elder completely let it go? Lin Chen. Why is this? It's not fair, this result. I peeked at the senior sister for a bath and shut me up for 2 years. It's not fair. Everyone, including the elders, could not have guessed this ending. They will all be in shock, and cast their unbelievable eyes on Lin Chen. At this time, someone Lin, biting the blue rose in his mouth, stepping on the bench, caressing his chin melancholy, with endless sadness, looked up at the ceiling of the hall 45 degrees, and said melancholy. Maybe it's because of me, I'm so handsome. Everyone is down. High level of the Presbyterian Church, in the hall. 0 penalty? Compensation for mission points? What are you doing, are you crazy? It's just nonsense. What kind of decision is this? It completely damages the credibility of the Presbyterian Church. The two elders who were friends with Yi Juesheng slapped the table angrily and scolded coldly. The elder with white eyebrows sitting in the first place shook his head and smiled, his eyes signaled, and the little lowly in white next to him smiled and stretched out a few scrolls of jade slips and handed them to the two of them. After the two took it, they said puzzledly, "What is this? You can see if you open it yourself." The little lowly in white said with a playful smile. When the two elders suppressed their anger and opened the jade slip, they couldn't help exclaiming, "Ancient family, invitations and invitations from the Lin family." An ancient family, Miss Ning Lingqing of the Ning family fell in love at first sight. "Would you like to make a marriage contract with you, and your love will be forever? And the Han family's thank you letter and gift seal, this. Even the retired medicine master Bai Yun, Xiang Tianin, and Qing Shuzi have sent out invitations to meet. What's the situation?" When the two elders read the contents carefully, they revealed a shock that could not be concealed. The little lowly in white clasped her chest with her arms, her beautiful eyes showing a bit of splendor and admiration, and she smiled sweetly. "I entered the Qianyue Tower of the Lin family alone and climbed to the highest level of the branch, the 8th floor. Received an invitation from the Lin family to participate in the sacred fire realm. Assist the Han family. Pharmacist with one person and participate in the ancient family's medicine refining ceremony. Use the position of assisting the pharmacist to modify the pill recipe on the spot, and assist the main pharmacist to refine the 5th order peak medicinal pill." The headed white-browed elder laughed, as if he hadn't been so happy for a long time, and said with a bright smile in his eyes, "Such a peerless genius, speaking out, will make my Tiange Academy look good. Are you willing to lock it up? Compared to that, what is Yi Xing who is self-inflicted?" In the beautiful eyes of the little lowly in white, there is a rare enthusiasm for cherishing talents and teaching children. The most important thing is that this son is not yet 20 years old. His future will be full of infinite possibilities. We have already decided that student Lin Chen will be included in the 5th most prepared Zsun class student. Lin Chen naturally knew why he was exempted from punishment. He has had contact with ancient families one after another, and his deeds are at a level that terrifies the world. More or less, he will fall into the hearts of the high-level officials of the general hospital. In the end, whether it is worth punishing himself for a Yi Xing value, the high level naturally knows. Lin Chen just arrived at the mission hall, and together with Lu Ying and others, they received the mission reward points that should have belonged to him. Suddenly, several lines flew into the air and ran in panting. "Monitor Lin Chen, I finally found you. Brother Lin Chen, something is wrong. Senior sister Su Lan and the others have been arrested. Brother Lin Chen, woohoo, help. Jun Hao and Gu Chenfeng have an accident." Lin Chen fixed his eyes and saw that it was Shangguan Bihan and Yu Linlin, as well as Zhang Yu and Yan Haitang, who had not seen each other for a long time. Everyone's expressions were anxious and hurried, especially the honest Zhang Yu, seeing Lin Chen as if he had seen a savior. A big man cried on the spot, "What's going on? Talk slowly one by one." Lin Chen's expression was solemn, and he immediately comforted everyone. Shangguan Bihan was in a hurry and was the first to say, "It was a large-scale team mission we accepted a month ago. At that time, Jun Hao and Ying Liang, Zhang Yu, and Sister Su Lan were all there, and then we participated in this mission together." Yan Haitang took over the conversation immediately and spoke very fast. "But after the successful mission, we fell into the midst of a mountain range. And then we encountered the Lan Sun level senior of the academy, a senior named Long Xiangyu. He took everyone away. Only me and Bai Han and Zhang Yu were not with everyone when they were looking for a way out of the mountains, so that they were saved from the disaster of being kidnapped. Long Xiangyu? The expressions of Lin Tianjian and Lu Ying on the side changed slightly. No old student in the academy would be unfamiliar with this name. This is one of the 4 most promising candidates for the Zixuan class by Tianga Academy. It is not an exaggeration to call his status in the academy so high. Then, Zhang Yu wiped his tears and said excitedly, "At that time, I wanted to rush out and fight Long Xiangyu desperately, but Chen Feng, in order to hint me not to let me rush out, forcibly resisted, which attracted his attention, and he lost an arm on the spot. Sell everyone to a place called Abyss Island." Yu Linlin looked solemn and said seriously, "We have reported this matter to the Presbyterian Council, but the Presbyterian Council said that it is necessary to contact Long Xiangyu himself for confirmation, and there must be enough evidence before the Elder Council can investigate." The meaning of this sentence is obviously to protect Long Xiangyu. This matter of life is at stake, still waiting for someone to contact? From the expressions of everyone, it was enough to see that they were in the dark at that time, watching their partners being kidnapped. How powerless that despair must be. So, after they returned to the academy, they deeply felt that only Lin Chen could help them in this matter. Lu Ying's eyes trembled slightly. She only glanced at Lin Chen, and she no longer dared to look directly at Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen's expression was very calm. But in those calm eyes, there was an unprecedented rage in the sky. Ka. The beginning of the space around Lin Chen cracked slightly, and his calm eyes were burning with monstrous anger. Seeing this, Mr. Yuan quickly stopped him. "Little guy, this matter is no trivial matter. It's best to report it to the Council of Elders. With your current influence, you should be able to." Boom. Boom. Lin Chen stomped his toes suddenly, and the mission hall shook with a bang, as if the space was a huge earthquake, and the entire sky island trembled slightly. Everyone in the hall was shaken by the shock, and a shock appeared in Lu Ying's eyes. It's only been a long time, and Lin Chen is many times stronger than when he fought the demon dragon before. "I know Abyss Island, leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I will bring everyone back safely. And that Long Xiangyu, his dog's life, I want Lin Chen." Lin Chen left a few words, and his figure suddenly trembled. Kid Lin Chen, no. When Yuan Lao was drinking, he suddenly stretched out his old palm. The power of space was spinning and solidifying, and he wanted to force Lin Chen to stay behind. He only took one step, and the figure has long since disappeared in the hall. In the space of 10,000 feet, there is absolutely no breath of him. Yuan Lao and several elders gasped sharply. What a terrifying speed! I am afraid that this movement speed has surpassed most of the blue-level movement skills in the academy. Go and inform the Presbyterian Council and send someone to the Abyss Island. Damn, this kid is crazy and dares to tear it down. It's only been a long time. And the strength of this wrecked body can't even stop him. Yuan Lao said anxiously. He couldn't help cursing. It's fucking endless. I just provoked a Yi Jueshing, and now it's another Long Xiangyu. If Yuan Lao knew that Lin Chen had also formed a relationship with Fu Wanquan, he would be angered by 3 points. Outside Tianga Academy, Qinghai City. After careful disguise, Bai Ruoyan was sitting in a restaurant, thinking about The little information she had collected in the past 2 days. She was holding a cup of fine wine, and she was holding her cheeks softly. When she thought about it, her face changed suddenly. Why did this little guy just return to the academy for 2 days, and then ran out again? And it's so fast. The shadow flashed, leaving behind a few spirit stones on the table. Ruoyan escaped into the void and disappeared. Little guy, what's the matter? Did you suddenly remember the little lover who was going to have a tryst? Ruoyan came through the void, followed Lin Chen's side, and said with a smile. Just after speaking, Ruoyan's expression became serious. For the first time, she saw Lin Chen reveal such a deep and strong murderous intent. Brother Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Ruoyan asked with concern in a soft voice. She knew that although Lin Chen was always smiling, he was never ambiguous when it came to business affairs. But she had never seen him show such an expression. My partners from the Wasteland branch with me were caught in a place called Abyss Island. Now I have to rush over as quickly as possible, or they may be in danger of life. Lin Chen said in a cold and low tone. Ruoyan frowned, but she had just heard some news about this Abyss Island. Recently, it is said that a large number of fierce beasts are often carried there from the Abyss Island. It seems that it is a holy son from an ancient family who has cultivated some powerful and terrifying ancient beasts there. Successfully cultivated, outstanding beasts will be sold to many first- and second-rate forces at high prices. The scope and denominations involved are very wide and many. If it weren't for Ruoyan's strength and knowledge and the intelligence network he had come into contact with, it would be impossible for the ordinary Tiangang realm to inquire about this kind of news. Brother Lin Chen, it is very likely that there is a holy sun on that island. Are you sure you want to go? Just in case, Ruoyan told Lin Chen the truth. Lin Chen was completely unmoved, his indifferent eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. It seems that this little guy is determined, and I don't know which holy sun it is, provoking this little guy. Ruoyan sighed in her heart. She understands Lin Chen's strength and background. If he becomes mad, even if he loses to the holy sun, the opponent will lose a layer of skin. Forget it, I'll see you at the critical moment and take him away. It's useless to persuade anything now. A day later, Tianyao. The reason why Lin Chen knew the route to Abyss Island was because the Black Mist Island he had once arrived at is also in this sea area. The Black Mist Island is located in the southern area of the Tianyao Sea, while the Abyss Island is located in the north, separated by more than 100,000 miles. 2 streaks of fast-paced streamers passed by. Lin Chen swallowed the high-level medicinal pills desperately, regardless of the huge consumption caused by urging the blue-level movement technique. In the northern part of the sea, a vast and misty island comes into view. Its scope is wider than many giant cities that can accommodate millions of people. Wait a minute. Brother Lin Chen, there is a space barrier created by Yuan Zuanjing himself on this island. Ruoyan stopped Lin Chen and frowned slightly. Then go in. No reason can be a reason for me to stop. Lin Chen's eyes were red, and there was hysterical murderous intent in his eyes. Suddenly, Ruoyan turned around abruptly, her blue eyes staring at Lin Chen. Just when Lin Chen was wondering, Ruoyan's soft cat slapped Lin Chen's face suddenly. After that, Ruoyan's slender hand pinched Lin Chen's cheek fiercely. Mom, it hurts. Sister Ruoyan, what are you doing? Lin Chen was in pain. Ruoyan held his face, stared at him extremely seriously, her beautiful lips parted lightly, and her voice was soft and Serious. Don't be carried away by hatred. You are not the brother Lin Chen I know at all. Let's break in like this, and no matter whether the other party has a powerful person at the Yuanzun level or not, the other party only needs to threaten the person you want to save. Stay, what will you do then? Kneel down for someone or kill him desperately? The beautiful woman's tender and concerned expression made Lin Chen slightly startled. The redness in the eyes gradually subsided, and after a few breaths, the youth's dark and deep eyes were replaced by the usual cynicism as well as a bit of agility and self-confidence. Sister Ruoyan, thank you. This is the brother Lin Chen I know. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly, as beautiful as an immortal, so Lin Chen scratched his head and laughed. Then how do we get in? With her beautiful eyes narrowed, Bai Ruoyan looked down at the island and said after a while, it is possible to go in. I can open a gap for you to enter without disturbing the barrier, but the disadvantage is also that I have to maintain the gap in the barrier. If I go in with you, if the other party is there, reinforce the barrier inside, and you and I will be trapped inside. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, that is to say, we will become turtles in a urn. Yes, if I maintain the gap in the space enchantment, I can make it possible for you to advance and retreat, but your actions must be borne by you. To be honest, I don't want you to take this risk. Bai Ruoyan said helplessly. Lin Chen smiled confidently. Don't worry, Sister Ruoyan, I know everything in my mind. This time I am saving people, not revenge. What's more, even Yuan Zuanjing can't completely control the troubles on such a vast island, right? Lin Chen said half-jokingly. Bai Ruoyan nodded seriously. It's really impossible. The area of this island is very wide. To be precise, even 1/5 is difficult. Although Yuan Zuanjing is a Yuan residence in Dantian, it has the power of a small law of heaven and earth. But it's okay, but it's not realistic to do all the time surveillance. Bai Ruoyan looked at the young man who had made up his mind, sighed in his heart, and a shadow flashed, reaching the height of the island. The green jade finger dances in the void, and the light in the space is thin, as a gossamer rotates a circular arc of light. Congeal. Bai Ruoyan gave a cold snort, and a circular gap was suddenly cracked in the invisible barrier, solidified in the void, and then solidified at the speed of lightning and flint, without allowing any spatial ripples to be transmitted. Remember, brother Lin Chen, you must protect yourself when you encounter an invincible powerhouse. If something happens to you, your elder sister will have to bear more blood feuds. You don't want your elder sister to take such a path. There was a bit of helplessness in Bai Ruoyan's blue eyes, and she sighed softly. Lin Chen took the initiative and boldly held Bai Ruoyan's soft weeds, smiled slightly, nodded without saying a word, and stepped into the island in a flash. After Lin Chen dived into Abyss Island, he discovered that the situation on the island was completely different from what he saw outside the barrier. Killing, blood, violence, filled the entire island. Lin Chen only used his purple gold eyes to investigate a little, and within his observation range, there were more than 200 Tier 5 beasts gathered, most of them were intermediate Tier 5 and above. What a terrifying number. This is only a corner of Abyss Island. According to this ratio and the density of fierce beasts, isn't the entire Abyss Island more than 2,000 fifth-order beasts? Lin Chen was a little shocking. If he attacked in anger earlier, let alone whether he could fight against the Yuan Zuanjing and the Holy Sun here, just The swarming of these fierce beasts is enough for him and the ancient Qinglong to drink a pot. However, 2,000 fifth-order beasts. For me, as long as they are defeated one by one, they are walking balls of energy and blood. Lin Chen's eyes were full of ferocity, but what he was doing right now was to look for everyone's figures first. According to Bai Ruoyan's information, in the fierce beast auction held on the Abyss Island, a large number of people from the heavenly astral realm will be funded and thrown here for the beast to swallow and kill, in order to show the ability of the beast and its resistance to the beast. Human combat characteristics. Lin Chen wanted to find Bai Juanhao and others before the beasts attacked them. The 10,000 fire net technique wraps Lin Chen's own breath tightly, like a stone on the side of the road, which is inconspicuous at all. Blue Dragon's Shadow. Just in case, Lin Chen transformed himself into a miniature version of the ancient Qinglong. After casting the Blue Dragon's Shadow, his figure was completely transparent. The figure swept away, and the transparent Lin Chen disappeared, swept into the island. Abyss Island, an ancient tower with a height of 10,000 meters. In the ancient pagoda, there are drunken fans, delicious food, wine pools, and meat forests, beautiful women, everything. The atmosphere is extremely extravagant and luxurious. At this time, all the people in the tower are the prominent figures and sectarian powerhouses in Lingzhou, and the lowest is the top second-rate forces and first-rate sects, with the immortal heritage. They have gathered so far for only one purpose, to buy beasts. That's right, the transactions in this Abyss Island are like transactions in the black market, buy controllable beasts to provide stronger and more stable power for their sectarian forces. Generally speaking, high-level fierce beasts have good intelligence, and they are generally difficult to be subdued by the human race. But it's different in Abyss Island. Because this time, the one who subdued a large number of beasts was the holy son from the Bai family, Bai Tianqi, also known as Tianqi Holy Son. Tianqi Xingzi will transport a large number of beasts every 2 years, and capture a large number of people from the Tiangang realm to put them on the island, and hold a beast auction here. Here, the beasts and the human race are fighting each other. The beasts that show enough potential and fighting power will be bought at a high price, and those captured by the human race will eventually be swallowed up by all the beasts. Everyone, now that all the beasts are in place, our auction this time has officially started. Let's enjoy the screams of those despicable wild dogs, and appreciate their despair before they die. Feel the beasts. Violent. Aesthetics. At this time, a feminine voice of a young man was slowly introduced into the ancient pagoda, and the leaders of many forces and sectarian powerhouses were all shouting passionately. Brush. 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 A full 320 magic eye stones were thrown back in front of many strong people. Many fierce beasts as tall as mountains appeared in the light screen. Some violent and vicious beasts have already begun to fall into the slaughter between vicious beasts, while others are specialized in hunting the many human races scattered on the island. From time to time, some people burst into the tower with shrill screams, causing many strong people to laugh. Some human races form teams to hunt beasts, but most of them can only be reduced to food and become a foil to show the strength of the beasts, and they are not opponents at all. Most of the human race warriors placed on the island are below the 6th level of the astral realm. Compared with a large number of 5th-order intermediate and advanced beasts, their resistance does not form an effective offensive at all. The conspicuous positions of each beast are marked with conspicuous marks, which are convenient for multiple buyers to bid. Huh? This GE Sword Tiger of number 159 has swallowed 3 Heavenly Gang Realm second layers in a row. It's interesting, my mother bids a 5th order intermediate treasure and a green level intermediate combat skill. In the hall, a certain bewitching beautiful woman who was indulging in tormenting 2 beautiful teenagers suddenly saw the scene in a light screen. Her eyes lit up, and she raised the bidding card on the soft bed beside her. The shrewd servants in the hall immediately recorded the beautiful woman's bid, and if anyone bid higher than her, the servants would verbally inform her. Fu, you motherfucker, you can play with your man. What are you robbing me? The red-browed giant man, holding 4 beautiful maids to the left and right, yelled and shouted, Jianhu number 159, I have 2 kinds of green level intermediate combat skills, plus a 5th order treasure. The auction has just started, and buyers from all walks of life have immediately spotted the beasts they want, and they have bid one after another, which is extremely lively. The sects and forces gathered in the ancient pagoda involved at least more than 200 forces in Lingzhou, and the scene was extremely hot and enthusiastic. The top floor of the ancient tower, in a luxurious and noble room. The jade screens made of pure sapphire were opened layer by layer, and the feminine young man in purple shirt was sitting on the dragon chair, shaking a 1,000-year-old wine in his hand. Between the eyebrows of the young man, there is also a lifelike Lin, which seems to reveal the dignity of natural nobility. Innate, he is higher than all living beings in countless levels. The holy son of the Bai family, Bai Tianqi. After the genuine inheritance of the ancient family, the Xian is destined to stand at the peak of Lingzhou in the future. The contests and games between ancient families are all about the number of saints and daughters. They are the leaders of the times and the pioneers. Holy Son, the space barrier has been determined to be blocked, and the captured humans and the beasts auctioned will not have the slightest possibility of escaping. At this time, an enchanting young woman standing behind Bai Tianqi bowed respectfully and said, she is the strong Yuan Zuanjing guard here. Well done, there are a total of 231 forces participating in the auction. This time, all of which are sects or families that can be seen in Lingzhou. My Bai family's big plan will be pushed further. He drank the fine wine in the cup, the corner of Bai Tianqi's mouth outlined a contemptuous sneer. A group of lowly mortals, do you really think that capturing a large number of beasts is to sell them to your sects? This young master still lacks that garbage-like resource. Bai Tianqi uses the practice of controlling the beasts as a gimmick and also uses a lot of resources to raise the beasts. After capturing and subduing a large number of the beasts are publicly auctioned in exchange for the resources to raise the beasts. A big net has quietly unfolded inside Abyss Island. A gust of wind swept past, and a few fierce beasts with keen perception instinctively looked around. But no creatures were found, not even the extra breath. In order to avoid scaring the snakes, Lin Chen transformed into the ancient Qinglong. When he launched the Qinglong shadow, he did not disturb any beasts in the whole process. Where the hell is it? Did everyone really encounter an accident so soon? Covered with purple golden pupils, Lin Chen tried his best to motivate the realm of something out of nothing, and the fortune of nothingness lingering in the void gradually appeared. In the threads of many killings, bad luck, Lin Chen traveled thousands of miles, and finally caught a trace of light green odd luck in the center surrounded by many killings. Qingyun is located more than 700 miles to the east. Lin Chen twisted the dragon body, and the transparent dragon body flew to a position more than 700 miles away at extreme speed. To the east, Abyss Island. The Xuanwu dragon turtle with a lifespan of nearly 10,000 years roared violently. Its head was like a crocodile, its body was like a mountain moving. And it was more than 100 feet high, and it violently spit out a ferocious breath that destroyed the mountains and rivers. Boom! The breath with a hint of dragon breath destroyed the 10,000-meter forest, and several figures quickly swept away, trying to escape the attack range of the Xuanwu dragon turtle. Unexpectedly, this basalt dragon tortoise is extremely murderous, and it also targets the white-clothed boy who is moving at high speed. Brandishing its indestructible 4 claws, they are chasing after them. The seemingly cumbersome huge turtle shell and body, but the speed of the surprise attack is extremely fast. Wherever he passed, the earth's veins collapsed, and the towering trees were uprooted and destroyed. The violent beast pupil of the Xuanwu dragon turtle flickers with a strong desire to attack and possess. It seems that there is something fatally attractive to the boy in white. It's not the way to go on like this. You run away first, I'll break it later. Fleeing to no avail, the white-clothed youth headed by several figures said solemnly, Junhao, no. You are only at the 2nd level of the heavenly astral realm. This basalt dragon turtle can at least match the 5th of the heavenly astral realm. Even if you use your azure dragon possession, it is not a match for it. The other two quickly exclaimed that the 3 were by Junhao, Ying Liang, and Gu Qinfeng, who were kidnapped by Long Xiangyu. Stop talking nonsense. If we waste time, we will all die. Its target is me. I will lead it away first. The farther you escape, the better. I will find a way to escape afterward. Bai Juanhao's face sank, and he was already determined to die. Fart. I should not be a coward who abandons my brother. Who do you, Bai Juanhao, take me, Gu Qinfeng? Abandon you and run away? Run away. The two spoke in unison, and they had already seen through Bai Juanhao's mind. The 2 stood proudly on the left and right sides of him. The 3 stood side by side, facing the Xuanwu dragon turtle, which was less than a dozen miles away. There was determination in their eyes. Bai Juanhao shook his head and laughed, his whole body flashed with azure light, dragon scales were blooming, and he smiled arrogantly. Since that's the case, then let's all do our best in life. We want to live together, and we have to die together. At least we didn't embarrass brother Lin Chen and Class 66. In the face of the charge of the Xuanwu dragon turtle, the 3 of them showed their cards, bursting out like the last roar of their lives, and they rushed up to meet the Xuanwu dragon turtle. Boom! The light of the sword danced wildly, the light of the spear danced wildly. The blue dragon held, and the head of the void dragon tortoise collided. The 3 tried their best to fight each other, and they were forced to retreat step by the Xuanwu dragon turtle in less than 2 breaths. Good job. The young man's chuckle poured into the hearts of the 3 of them like endless new energy, and they burst into unbelievable ecstasy. As soon as the voice fell, 3 drops of pure water energy that contained the blue sea and blue sky dripped from the top of the 3 of them. Such as Daigo empowerment, gradually heal their injuries. The blue light flickered, and a dragon's shadow suddenly appeared in the transparent space. The dragon body twisted and turned into a silver-robed boy. When he raised his hand, it was a thunderous palm, and when he crossed the space, the void cracked. The power in the palm of the hand is like a galloping horse, and the 5 fingers are full of dragon power like the destruction of the world, slamming through the head of the Xuanwu dragon turtle. Boom! The moment the dragon force penetrated the basalt dragon turtle's body, the head exploded, blood rushed, the turtle shell shattered, and the turtle shell fragments shot into the jungle like a hurricane, destroying piece after piece of barren forest. The silver robes were rolled up, and the expressions of the 3 were filled with shock that was difficult to calm down. One strike. Just one hit. The basalt dragon turtle, which is comparable to the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, was smashed into pieces. The Xuanwu dragon turtle is famous for its defensive power. It is difficult to kill even the 6th level of the Tiangang realm with one blow, let alone smash the huge and hard turtle shell into pieces. Brother, is it really you? Bai Juanhao swallowed his saliva. He even had a hard time believing that the person in front of him was his big brother. How long has it been since I entered the academy? Has big brother Lin Chen transformed to such a level? That slap just now was a level that even the Lansun level Tianjiao in the academy couldn't do. Otherwise, throughout the entire Lingzhou, have you ever seen a second handsome man as handsome as your eldest brother and me? Lin Chen smiled. His cynical tone immediately made everyone confirm that he was not disguised. He is the only one with this tone. Bai Juanhao's heart is both moved and complicated. He thought that he had caught up with his elder brother after getting the adventure, but he did not expect that he would be thrown further and further away. Squad leader, you. Brother Lin Chen, you shouldn't enter here. Gu Qinfeng and Ying Liang were both moved and regretful. They have seen with their own eyes that the master who controls this island is stronger than they have ever known. In front of the powerhouses of that level, they are as fragile as ants, and a single finger can kill them more than 100 times. I know what you are worried about. Have you ever seen someone in my Lin fight? A battle with no chance of winning? Seeing what they were thinking, Lin Chen jokingly smiled. The 3 of them were startled, as if they had thought of the deeds that everyone had gone through with Lin Chen, and a sense of pride burst into their hearts. Suddenly, Bai Juanhao seemed to think of something, and said solemnly, Brother, you show up so rashly, this island is full of magic eye stones. Before the words were finished, Lin Chen's figure seemed to become a little transparent, and finally the breath disappeared, and the 3 of them were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. I've already said that I don't fight a battle without a chance of winning. Since I'm here to save you, I'm naturally prepared. I've already surveyed a part of this island. The magic eye stone can cover only half of the area at most, and half of the space. It's a blind spot, so we don't need to be too constrained. After disarming the Qinglong's shadow removal, Lin Chen reappeared in front of the 3 of them. His eyes swept across Gu Qinfeng's broken left arm, and Lin Chen's heart suddenly sank. Big brother, don't worry about it. I've already put my life and death aside. When I came out to explore Lingzhou, Gu Qinfeng felt Lin Chen's gaze, and smiled lightly. Lin Chen didn't speak, patted his shoulder, and nodded. Then he turned to look at Bai Juanhao with a serious tone. Junhao, why are there only 3 of you? Don't you mean there are 2? Sister Sulan? Lin Chen's question suddenly changed the faces of the 3 of them, and Bai Juanhao's expression was solemn. They were caught in that ancient pagoda, Bai Long Xiangyu. Bai Juanhao pointed to the ancient pagoda. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, and the suppressed murderous aura was revealed again. I'm going to save people first. This is a part of the map I drew on the way I came here. This is a fifth-order mid-level Shanling Qi sealing pill, which can completely seal your fighting spirit in the body, and a small bag of shielding breath fans. Be careful, follow the map to hide at the southern edge of the island and wait for me. Lin Chen also emphasized, remember, you must use your feet to walk, not flying, and try to avoid the detection of the magic eye stone. Then big brother, you. Bai Juanhao was about to speak, but Lin Chen turned transparent, and the Qinglong cast shadows again. Junhao, let's go. No one can stop or guess what the squad leader wants to do. What we can do is not to hold him back. The eyes of the three met, and they reached an agreement. They swallowed the medicine pill that Lin Chen gave them. The fluctuation of the fighting spirit was sealed tightly, and then they immediately disappeared into the grass and disappeared. The moon is bright and bright. Lin Chen is moving fast all the way. What he is most worried about now is Su Lan and Su Lan. If the two girls are plotted by Long Xiangyu, the consequences for the two girls who have always hated men may be unimaginable. The area on the island is wide, and it took Lin Chen an hour and a half to reach the ancient pagoda after using the green dragon to cover the shadows and rushing with the wind prison Pluto step. Very well, there are not too many entry restrictions in the ancient tower. Lin Chen successfully blended into the first floor of the ancient pagoda, which was spacious and bright, with a total of 9 floors. Before entering, Lin Chen used purple gold pupils to detect that the 9th floor had endless fate and fate. On the 9th floor, there must be a strong person in the Yuan Zuanjing. Lin Chen's Qinglong shadow repelling faces the Yuan Zunjing and cannot fully guarantee his own safety, so he must maintain a sufficient distance. The height of each floor is about 1,000 meters. If my distance is within 3,000 meters of Yuan Zuanjing, it is possible to be discovered. The 7th floor and above, the stronger my personal fate will be. Is the scope of activities limited to the 7th floor and below? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He jumped from the spiral body on the 1st floor of the ancient pagoda to the 2nd floor. Roar. In the first 5 floors of the ancient pagoda, fierce and brutal roars erupted from time to time, all of which were imprisoning ancient beasts that were even more terrifying than the beasts publicly auctioned in Abyss Island. The 6th floor, is this the VIP floor? Lin Chen cautiously sneaked into the 6th floor. Each room was opened in turn. Some were buyers who came to bid, some were strong men stationed in the ancient pagoda, but there was no sign of the Su Lan sisters and daughters. Is it on the 7th floor? Just when Lin Chen was about to sneak into the 7th floor, in a secret room at the end of the corridor, a young and evil figure in red suddenly walked out. The red-clothed youth is slender, with a face like a knife and an axe, with a domineering temperament, carrying a single sword, like a peerless swordsman walking in the world. Every one of his eyes is filled with a sharp knife rhyme that makes people dare not look directly into his eyes. I've seen Master Long Xiangyu. The beautiful maids on both sides bowed, and Lin Chen, who was about to enter the 7th floor, froze. He turned around suddenly, his eyes were cold, and he looked directly at the young man in red. One of the beautiful maids in the corridor covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Master, are you planning to leave? Didn't the 2 beautiful sisters satisfy the young master? Don't talk about it, it's damn bad luck. These 2 dog women dared to commit suicide and did not obey Lao Tzu. This young master has no interest in corpses. Long Xiangyu picked up the beautiful maid who was teasing him, and kneaded with his palms and scrupulously, causing the woman to be charming and charming. Smiling again and again. Corpse? Could it be that the Su Lan sisters really came to the worst result? With a tightness in his heart, Lin Chen's figure suddenly trembled slightly, and quickly flashed into the previous secret room of Long Xiangyu. I saw, in the large and soft round bed in the secret room, there were two bloodless and glamorous beauties lying quietly. They were the two daughters of Su Lan and Su Lan. Their vitality has slowly faded away, and Xiangxiu died. Boom. The majestic and profound murderous aura continued to emerge, and the dragon energy that destroyed the stars wandered in Lin Chen's pupils. At this moment, Lin Chen's long-suppressed killing intent exploded. Suddenly, his killing intent stopped abruptly. Under the coverage of purple golden pupils, the vitality of the two girls has not been completely extinguished. The main reason why the two girls lost their vitality was that a poisonous energy was constantly exuding from their dantian, which devoured their vitality. It's a blazing fire bead, an extremely blazing fire-type energy bead, which is extremely poisonous for those who cultivate extremely ice-type combat. Aura. Although it is highly poisonous, the strength of the two girls is already in the astral realm, and their vitality is not fragile. At this time, there is still a ray of vitality left in their bodies, but they are too thin, and ordinary strong people can't detect it at all. There is still a chance. As long as I draw out the energy of the blazing fire bead, the two of them can still be saved. Lin Chen put his fingertips on the two girls' soft weeds. After confirming the actual situation, he was about to start. The two maids outside the corridor entered the secret room, seemingly planning to clean up the mess. At this time, Long Xiangyu's lewd laughter came from outside the secret room. Little beauty, you should come and accompany me to extinguish the fire. Ha ha ha. Long Xiangyu carried the beautiful maid, who teased him into another secret room. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, slowly retreated to the side of the secret room, pushed the stone door with his palm, and closed the stone door of the secret room where the two girls were located with a bang. The maid who had just entered the secret room turned her head in doubt. How could the stone door in this secret room close by itself, and there was no third person? Clap clap. Lin Chen waved his palm lightly, knocking out the two maids, dragging them aside. After releasing his mental power a little, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After checking the general conditions of the Su Lan sisters and the two daughters, he sensed that the jade bodies of the two of them had not been violated, and Lin Chen felt relieved. If not, with the characters of the two of them, if their bodies were lost, I am afraid that even if they were rescued, it would be difficult to preserve them. With this kind of thing with you, these two beauties have extreme temperaments, they would rather be broken than broken. Fingers were drawn like jade, Lin Chen's two fingers connected to the two beauties' bright arms, and stroked to the lower abdomen. Lin Chen opened up their meridians, temporarily constructed an energy channel, and began to absorb the remaining fire energy in the second daughter's dantian. His forehead was sweating constantly, and his fingertips were shining with red light. It was no easy task to safely remove the fire poison from his dantian. The two daughters of the Su Lan sisters are direct disciples of Ling Yueqi. They cultivate extremely cold fighting spirit, which is completely opposite to fire energy. The ice-type combat aura has been mixed with the blazing fire-type energy into a fire-like toxin. At this time, the Tiangang battle spirit in the second daughter's dantian is even more integrated with the fire poison. To safely strip out the fire poison, without hurting the lives of the two and without affecting their cultivation, the difficulty is no less than that of Lin Chen and a powerhouse at the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm. Fortunately, this secret room is extremely closed and secretive. As long as there is no fierce battle, Lin Chen doesn't have to worry about being discovered by the powerhouses of Yuan Zuanjing, the special bloodline of the fire element. Lin Chen transformed all his fire-type fighting spirit into a special bloodline and concentrated on depriving the second daughter of the fire poison left in her dantian. Sister Su Lan's face regained a touch of ready and vitality first. The meaning of death lingering in the eyebrows began to recede. Sister Su Lan's delicate body trembled lightly, and for the first time, she had the reaction of life activity. Lin Chen was overjoyed and began to slowly increase the intensity, and the red light condensed on her fingertips became brighter. As time passed by, Lin Chen's mental power was severely consumed, and he always maintained a state of the highest concentration. After half an hour, the two women's fire poison had been withdrawn by 70%. Su Lan's eyebrows trembled, she slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Lin Chen, her eyes were blurred, and she whispered softly, "Junior Lin Chen, is that you? This is not an illusion, is it? Sister?" The two sisters and goddesses are in disarray, their eyes are blurred, and they can't believe the facts in front of them. The two daughters who have not fully recovered their sanity have just walked away from the gate of hell, and it is hard to believe that Lin Chen will appear in front of them. Of course it's not an illusion. Looking at Kyushu, there is no second person as handsome as me. Lin Chen smiled, the two daughters were overjoyed. Junior Lin Chen, I'm so hot. Eyes blurred, Su Lan spit out Fang Lan lightly, her soft and slender body was like a twisting beautiful snake, bypassing Lin Chen's arm, and the soft catfish entangled him. Lin Chen took a deep breath. What's the situation? Lin Chen waited for the opportunity to release his mental power, and found that a small part of the fire poison in the two women's bodies had been transferred from the dantian to the whole body, because they were gradually withdrawn by him. Although this small part of the fire poison will not threaten the lives of the two women, it will produce a strong aphrodisiac on them, like a violent aphrodisiac. Now that their sanity has just recovered, as long as I quickly help them extract all the fire poison in their dantian, they can suppress this state by themselves. The twins' glamorous beauties entangled him from left to right, and sent out a charming invitation to enter heaven like a dream, causing someone Lin's mouth to twitch. The question is who can stand it? At this time either be a beast or be a beast. Well, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of people's dangers. If I can't stand it, I have to stand it. A quarter of an hour later, Su Lan and Sister Su Lan's cheeks were as red as fascia, and the tips of their delicate ears were about to bleed. Touching the hickey teeth marks on his neck, a rare embarrassment appeared on Lin's old face. Lin Chen's action of wiping the hickey made the two sisters even more shy. They looked like they were about to find a hole to dig into. The two sides did not speak for a long time, and someone Lin felt a little guilty. No, you can't make the girl so embarrassed. Show your arrogance and courage. Lin Chen, you are the top card in the club, you need to regain your confidence. As a result, someone Lin stared at the two women seriously and said, "Shall we do it again?" What the hell? You are so talented. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen wanted to give himself a big mouth. Junior Lin Chen, you? Su Lan was embarrassed and annoyed, with white teeth, biting her cherry lips. Lightly, Lin Chen quickly waved his hand to explain. No, no. I was talking nonsense just now. I didn't see the two of you not talking. I'm afraid you will have some psychological shadow. The first time I saw Lin Chen in a hurry, the two girls were both angry and funny. However, Su Lan is clear from right and wrong. She naturally knows how much risk Lin Chen took to save them this time. Su Lan's pretty face blushed, she turned her head and stared at Lin Chen with courage. Thank you, Lin Chen. I thought my sister and I were dead. Thank you for giving us another chance to choose our lives. Thinking of the moment when he and his sister were captured by Long Xiangyu. The two sisters were already determined to die. When Long Xiangyu captured them on Abyss Island, just after sealing off their fighting spirit cultivation base, the moment they untied the bondage, before the other party could take advantage of them, the two women swallowed the blazing fireball on the spot. Miss Su Lan is very polite. Although we had some small festivals in the past, we are still part of Class 66. We don't talk like brothers, but at least we are partners who have walked through life and death together, right? Lin Chen smiled casually, he didn't take it to heart. Junior Lin Chen, now is not the time to worry about these things. Su Lan's tone rarely became soft. Lin Chen nodded earnestly, pointing to the two women who were knocked unconscious next to him. You put on your maid's clothes, and I'll lead the way for you. I have special hiding skills, and they can't see me. Outside the secret room, Lin Chen opened the way for the two daughters with the stealth state of Qinglong's shadow removal. When passing by the secret room next to him, Lin Chen's purple golden eyes vaguely saw Long Xiangyu's figure through the secret room, and took a few deep breaths. After his expression changed from turbulence to ferocious, he returned to calm again, and Lin Chen's eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. If you make a sneak attack now, you can unite with the ancient Qinglong, and you will be more than 80% sure to kill him. However, you have to take Senior Sister Su Lan and the others away. Lin Chen fed the two maids with the drug in advance and hid them in the secret room. It is estimated that they will not wake up for half a month, and it will not hinder the escape of Lin Chen and others in a short time. After detecting the surrounding area, Lin Chen secretly sent a voice transmission to the two sisters who were turned into maids. The three carefully left the 6th floor of the ancient pagoda. The ancient pagoda, with a height of 10,000 meters, has very complicated internal buildings and passages. In addition, there are a lot of heavenly realms in the tower, and some powerful beasts are imprisoned. A heavy sister. Outside the tower, the two women ran out in the dresses of maids, and under the leadership of Lin Chen, they escaped into the vast jungle. In the early morning, the sky was getting clearer. Lin Chen passed through many complex terrains on the island. At dawn, he successfully merged with Bai Juanhao and other 3 people in the southern edge area. Brother Lin Chen. Great, the 2 seniors are fine. When the 3 of them saw Lin Chen and the others, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and they all gathered in a mountain rock fissure. What? Brother, you want to stay here? Let's go first? Bai Juanhao was shocked when he heard Lin Chen's previous suggestion. The other 4 also stared at Lin Chen with unreasonable eyes. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to throw myself into the net. There are so many beasts here, I have to get back some interest. Lin Chen smirked, he has long been thinking about the large number of beasts on this island. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen couldn't find so many beasts at all. In the areas where the 5th order beasts gathered, they were basically extremely dangerous wild areas, or dangerous areas left in the ancient times. In these areas, the hidden dangers and variables are extremely large, and there are natural dangerous environments, poisonous miasma, mists, volcanoes, thunderclouds, etc., and these dangerous factors are no less than the beasts themselves. Furthermore, the fifth-order vicious beasts have their own territory, and the distribution range is extremely wide, and they cannot achieve the density of the current Abyss Island. Although Abyss Island is full of high-level beasts and is extremely dangerous for Lin Chen and his ancient Qinglong, this place is the most perfect place to practice. Call out the ancient Qinglong, the dragon soars to the sky, and take all the 5 people away. At the gap in the space barrier at a height of 10,000 feet, by rune, looked at the 5 young people who were placed beside her by the ancient Qinglong in a daze. What's so crazy about this little brother Lin Chen? Even if everyone is rescued, they have to go back. By rune, who has always been extraordinary and refined, was stomped by Lin Chen for the first time, and her beautiful cheeks were full of anger. Abyss Isle, Northern Territory. The fifth order, intermediate thousand magic horned python snarled fiercely, swung the ferocious python tail that swept the river, and slammed it around. The sturdy waist of the four-armed ape, more than 300 meters high, slammed it to the ground, and smashed 5 pieces in a row. Kilometers of mountains. Roar. The four-armed ape was in pain, the 2 giant arms as thick as jade pillars tightly hugged the python tail of the 1,000-demon horned python, and the other 2 arms were smashed like a flash flood, flowing with a ferocious and wild aura. The force penetrates all directions, and hits a dozen punches in a row. The former was hammered to the point of skin cracking, and python scales cracking. The head on top of the head split into 2 halves, revealing a huge energy blade with colorful and complex energy, just as it was about to slash at the four-armed ape. Tear. Boom. 2 blue lights descended from the sky. The sonic boom is like thunder, and the thunder roars everywhere. Qinguang fell into the world like a dragon and slaughtered it on the body of the 1,000-demon horned python, and it was instantly entangled. Between the earthquakes, the dragon's claws were torn apart, the dragon's tail was strangled, and the power of crushing the starfall instantly twisted the 1,000 devil-horned pythons to pieces, and split their bodies on the spot. Another green lightning light turned into a figure, and its feet fell straight to the top of the four-armed ape's head, smashing the overlord-level beasts below the fifth-order advanced level. The host obtains 300 million points of qi and blood energy, 400 million points of qi and blood energy, 200 million points of qi and blood energy. The 2 overlord-level beasts below the fifth-order advanced level were instantly killed by Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong in the blink of an eye. The 2 ferocious beasts scattered massive blood-red light spheres, covering the ground, all taken away by Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong, and even the corpse was swallowed by the ancient Qinglong. 2 fifth-order intermediate-level beasts with the bloodline of the ancient relics can increase my blood energy by about 1 billion, and let me increase my dragon power by 8. It also allows the ancient Qinglong to derive a dragon vein, which increases the dragon power by 10. On the Abyss Island under the bright sunlight, the figure of the young man hiding in the jungle was faintly reflected. It was Lin Chen. He has killed 29 fifth-order intermediate-level overlord-level beasts in a row. The improvement of these beasts is small for him and the ancient Qinglong, but it is better than quantity. If it was in the great wilderness area, it would take at least a month for Lin Chen to kill so many fifth-order intermediate overlord beasts. But on the Abyss Island, under the premise that the fierce beasts are Extremely dense, Lin Chen used the two supernatural powers of 10,000 layers of fire net technique and blue dragon's shadow repellent to make a crazy sneak attack. 29 heads only need one morning. Although the magic eye stones on this abyss island are limited, and more than half of the area is a blind spot, it is still better to be careful. Lin Chen pondered for a while, and suddenly had a plan in his mind. The 7th floor of the ancient pagoda, the leaders of many forces and sectarian powerhouses in Lingzhou are in full swing, and the bidding price rises and falls again and again. Suddenly, the eyes of the 3 sectarian powerhouses were condensed. Huh? What a powerful Qinglong! This ancient Qinglong is not afraid to single out the 5th order advanced Tianjiao sword-tailed tiger and purple flame lion king. 1-on-2 still has the upper hand. This strength, I am afraid that it is only one step away from the top of the 5th order? The blue-clothed swordsman among the 3 was quick-witted and raised his bidding card. The number of this blue dragon is 479. I will give out tens of millions of high-grade spirit crystals and 3 high-grade 5th order medicinal pills. Long Yishuan, I think you're crazy. The potential of this blue dragon is so strong. If you cultivate it properly, it might be able to compare to the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm. Who do you want to laugh at? With your rubbish price? I will give you 15 million top-grade spirit crystals, plus a blue-level low-level defensive combat skill. Inside the 7th floor of the ancient tower, some exciting episodes seem to have taken place. East of Abyss Island, another day and night have passed, and now it is late at night, and the activity of the beast is even more violent. After these 2 days of screening and fighting, all those who survived in Abyss Island at this time are ancient beasts with powerful or extremely cunning combat power. And those human races who have been captured have basically lost more than half of their casualties. From now on, it is the carnival of beasts killing each other. Ripples appeared in the space, and Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the back of the ancient Qinglong. Someone Lin stared at an ancient and mysterious lake with great interest. The lake was emitting a gleaming wave of light, and the treasures were full of light, as if there were some treasures. Lin Chen laughed jokingly. Interesting, if it wasn't for my purple gold eyes to spy on the weather machines, I wouldn't have discovered that there are 2 high-level 5th order beasts lurking in this lake. This beast is also disguised as a treasure from heaven and earth. It was born between heaven and earth. The living beings are truly amazing. Lin Chen jumped into the lake alone and fell from the sky. He fell into the lake with a bang. Leaping into the lake, what caught my eye were 2 fist-sized spiritual beads, shining with milky white light, like a sun and moon hanging in this dark and deep lake. Beautiful. A cat-and-mouse smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen deliberately reached out to touch the 2 night pearl-like spiritual beads, and the entire lake swayed in an instant. The torrent swept in, and the 2 large mouths of blood were covered with countless bloody barbs and sharp teeth, and they poked at Lin Chen. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to react in the lake. Tiangang Fighting Spirit. The gold-based battle energy transforms the energy bloodline, and Lin Chen's whole body is filled with the golden gang battle energy. The moment when the 2 blood pots want to bite him, it's like a tiger swallowing profound iron, unable to chew a single bit. Ancient Qinglong. The moment he gave the order to the ancient Qinglong in his mind, Lin Chen punched out angrily, more than 900 dragon powers, like a mad dragon born, ruthlessly pierced through one of the bloody big mouths. Boom! The space was turbulent, and the ancient Qinglong, which had been lurking for a long time, broke away from the state of Qinglong's shadow repelling, and bit into the two black giants in the lake. The entire lake was rolled up with tens of thousands of huge waves in an instant, which was turned upside down, and the blood waves painted the bottom of the lake. Within a short while, the ancient Qinglong swallowed 2 pearl abyss clams. This ferocious beast uses static breaking and has a strong shell armor. It is born with a pearl-like spiritual pearl as a bait, which is specially used to lure food and living beings. It is an assassin killer lurking in the deep sea. It's a pity that they encountered Lin Chen, a human being who is more terrifying than a monster. There is no chance to even retract into the shell. The host obtains 800 million points of qi and blood energy, and obtains 600 million points of qi and blood energy. When the light screen of the system popped up, the ancient Qinglong swallowed the 2 pearl abyss clams into the body, and even chewed the core of the fierce beast into the abdomen, and the dragon veins opened again. There are still 10 dragon veins, and the ancient Qinglong can break through 2000 dragon power. Lin Chen is in high spirits. In this abyss island, it is a paradise for him and the ancient Qinglong. The figure swept away, 1 person and 1 dragon left the bottom of the lake and searched for the next target again. Lin Chen deliberately imitated the ancient Qinglong with a mark similar to the fierce beast participating in the auction, even if it is occasionally exposed to the magic ice stone in battle. There is no need to worry at all. 7 days later. The 7th floor of the ancient pagoda, the ferocious beast auction has begun to come to an end at this time, and many forces and sects have purchased their favorite high-level beasts. At this time, within the hundreds of light screens, another scene attracted everyone's attention. The body of the nearly 1,000-meter-long azure dragon is like a holy dragon that travels through clouds and rains. The dragon howls to move the sky, and its 2 claws cut through the void with ferocity, tearing a 5th-order high level peak and super-strength ancient Qinglong into pieces. What a domineering ancient Qinglong! Huh? Isn't this the one that old man Xiao took? Why does it seem a little different? The number is 511, not the one that old man Xiao bid for. Could it be that Holy Sun Tianqi has subdued 2 ancient blue dragons this time and put them at the auction? This is not easy. The ancient Qinglong is not a hybrid of the Qilong, it is a true purebred dragon, and its potential is definitely higher than most beasts. Grandma's a leg. There is such a good baby in love. 5 5th-order high level medicinal pills. In addition, 1005 spirit crystals and a blue level low-level attack combat skill. At this time, there are many sectarian powerhouses, with all eyes on them, and they have already returned with full rewards at this time, and they bid again. At this time. And this bidding is a level that terrifies the world. Damn, these lunatics can even come up with blue-level combat skills. The background of the first-class sect is still terrifying. The blushing and thick necks of many strong competitors almost didn't cause a fight. The blue dragon they saw was Lin Chen's ancient blue dragon. In order to hide his identity, Lin Chen specially asked the ancient Qinglong to suppress some of his power, because apart from the few in the ancient pagoda, none of the beasts exiled in the Abyss Island were top 5. The top floor of the ancient pagoda. For the past few days, Tianqi, who was sitting safely in front of the top window of the tower, reading a blue-level combat skill, Tianqi opened his eyes slowly at this time. There seems to be some trouble. What's going on, Elder Qiying? This holy sun has surrendered Qinglong this time? The beautiful woman in Yuan Zuanjing, behind her, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, reporting to the sun, Qing never remembers that. The sun's methods are sky-high, and when he first used the beast of creation method, there were so many beasts present, and for a while I don't quite remember it. Forget it, it's just an ancient blue dragon. There are several excellent beasts like it under the seat of this saint. It's okay to sell it. During the day, Qimon didn't care about it, instead, he focused on the blue level combat skills in his hands, savoring the reading room carefully, and disillusioning the endless storm in his eyes. However, things seemed to be far beyond everyone's expectations. The 11th day of the ferocious beast auction. The 7th floor of the ancient pagoda, many first-class forces and sectarian powerhouses have all selected their favorite beasts when the banquet is about to end. Huh? No, look, what is that? The two old men in black with fierce eyes suddenly shouted, the old fingers pointed to a picture in the center of the hundreds of light screens, two giants surrounded and suppressed a green dragon, which was bitten back on the spot and torn into several pieces. Isn't this the ancient Qinglong that was the other day? My God. This seems to be the third head, right? What's the number? When everyone saw the number 424 engraved on the top of the ancient Qinglong's head, they suddenly looked surprised and stunned. It was 479 at the beginning, then 511, and then 424? Could it be that there are really three ancient blue dragons? 479511424? What is this? No. Something is abnormal. The three-headed ancient Qinglong, and their strengths are completely similar. This is not realistic. Quickly pass the message to Tianqi Holy Sun. The top floor of the ancient pagoda. Almost at the same time when the distinguished guests noticed the abnormality, Qi suddenly opened his eyes during the day, and the monstrous energy storm that destroyed the world was shattered in his pupils. Like the end of the world, it will come to heaven and earth in an instant. His eyes were fixed on the direction of the southern area of the island. The aura of heaven and earth in the high sky of the entire Abyss Island was instantly reduced to chaos, and the wind was surging. There is a bug that doesn't know if it is alive or dead, and it has entered the auction of this holy child, courting death. His toes suddenly stood on tiptoe. During the day, Qi's figure moved in space, and the stars flashed, violently tearing apart the space, and swept to the south at high speed. Hoo hoo hoo. The entire ancient pagoda began to crumble, bursting with endless beast roars. One after another from the ancient and ancient times, the ferocious natural disaster-like prehistoric atmosphere burst out of the prison in an instant. In the southern area, Lin Chen, who had just killed two high-level fifth-order beasts, suddenly stood upside down with chills, and a chill that was strangled by murder and bad luck suddenly struck. Discovered? It's the son of Abyss Island. Lin Chen, who was always ready to use purple gold pupils, reacted almost instantly. He revealed his whereabouts. In 10 days, more than 800 fifth-order beasts were slaughtered. Ha ha ha. Enough is enough, no matter whether you are a saint or a dog, brother Chen, I will slip away first for respect. The ancient azure dragon transformed into an azure dragon breath, which was suddenly incorporated into the body. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, turning into the Hades of the wind prison, one step at a time, shocking the wind, one step at a time. The sky pierced through layers of sonic booms, blasting the tumultuous waves of air. Wind prison Pluto step superimposed with purple phoenix wings. His speed is like a meteor across the sky. To the south of Abyss Island, at the height of thousands of miles outside the island, Bai Ruoyan's expression changed slightly. She had already sensed that the breath of Yuanzuan realm and Abyss Island had shown signs of movement, and the speed was extremely fast. What is this little guy doing? How did he disturb Yuan Zuanjing and the holy son of Abyss Island? I just thought of this. An afterimage in a silver robe traveled through the void, purple flames circulated, the blue wind was like a prison, suspended in the void, and Bai Ruoyan looked at each other. Before the two of them could speak, a thunderous sonic boom followed, and Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan were ready to fight. But his face is no longer as dignified and depressed as before. The range here is beyond the space barrier from Abyss Island, and since Bai Juanhao and others have been rescued, the other party definitely has no means of coercing Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan. With the strength and background of the two, they can fight a battle and escape, and there will be no more unnecessary pressure. The two streams of light are more than 10,000 meters apart, one up and one down, like holy arrows lashing out, showing two figures. The first to meet were two Yuanzun realm powerhouses. Your Excellency is so faceless, is it a strong person outside Lingzhou? You dare to offend even my Bai family. Could it be that you are impatient to live? That Qiang beautiful woman stared at Bai Ruoyan, said indifferently, she clenched a world-shattering sword that was like a cloud in the sky, and the sword was so sharp. A mere white family can't deter me. The same is true of you, the second level Yuan Zuanjing realm. For me, it's only a matter of dozens of rounds. Bai Ruoyan was wearing a white dress, and Ying was hanging in the air, swaying like snow. With that otherworldly temperament, the indifferent and elegant eyes shone with indifference. Yeah, then how about it plus it? Qiang knew that she was not Bai Ruoyan's opponent, her palm turned over, and the light of the nailing ring flickered. In the palm of the palm, a group of cyan energy, which is as pure as the ocean, formed a silhouette, and gradually twisted into a human shape, and finally turned into a fierce middle-aged man with tiger eyes and eagle eyebrows, with a sword across his waist, like the king of swords in ancient times. Oh? Yuanfu clone, this person must be the original owner who arranged the space enchantment of this Abyss Island. Bai Ruoyan was a little surprised, even she felt that the space barrier that was troublesome was definitely not something that a second-level Yuan Zuanjian could set up. You have a bit of eyesight. Elder Baiyun's Yuanfu clone has the cultivation of the third level of Yuan Zuanjing. You are 1 on 2. I see how you can protect this kid. Qiangsu lifted her hand, and when the sword light was unsheathed, the sky was dark and there was a smell of doomsday. On the other side, during the day, Qi and Lin Chen stood opposite each other in the void. Why does this Holy Sun's fierce beast auction show a humble mortal like you? The 5th level of Tiangang realm? Do you dare to come out and jump around with any garbage cultivation base? Could it be that you only rely on an ancient blue dragon and a Yuan Zuanjing realm? Dare to look down on my Bai family? Qi frowned in the daytime, a contemptuous and disdainful expression appeared on his feminine face, and he sneered slightly. Lin Chen took out a white feather fan that was smaller than a slap from his arms, and engraved the word handsome on it. He smiled. Your Excellency is the so-called Holy Sun, isn't it? It doesn't look very good. It's not as handsome as someone in my Lin. What's more, the young master can kill more than 800 people on your island at the 5th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm. Fierce beast, I wonder if your Excellency the Holy Sun can achieve half the efficiency of someone like me when you are at the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. In terms of anger, no one can compare to someone Talon. In just a few words, the deep blue veins of the unicorn in the city were exposed during the day, and the eyes were completely split. It's no wonder that when I flew over earlier, I suddenly felt that there were so many fewer beasts on the island. At first, he didn't believe that an ancient Qinglong who did not reach the top of the 5th rank could achieve such a level. It turned out that this kid did it. The most important thing is that someone Lin is not hungry, he is picking beasts with good potential and excellent qualifications. Most of them are favored by many buyers, and the rest are generally average goods of the same level. I think you are courting death. Dare to provoke this holy sun if you can. Leave alive today. I will write the name of my holy son Tianqi upside down. During the day, Qi's shoulder suddenly shook, and his eyes instantly burst into a bright and immortal white light. At this moment, above the 10,000 feet in the sky, there is a long hell of the heavens and the earth echoing. Dark shadows covered the sky, and 4 behemoths appeared across the void. Lin Chen's expression was rarely solemn. 4 behemoths are entrenched at the feet of Bai Tianqi, and each of them is the most powerful beast that commanded the 10 directions in the ancient times. The blazing golden crow, who is the first, spreads its flame wings in anger. With a single wing, like wings hanging from the sky, nearly 500 feet long. The whole body is burning with red flames, and it looks like a mysterious eagle. The second head is an ancient blue phoenix. It has blue feathers, a shape like a wild goose, a body that is 100 feet tall, its wings are 1,000 meters long, and its feather tails are spread out. Energy. The third head is a purple-winged cloud-walking beast that was extremely rare in ancient times. It looks like a cow, with huge wings of hundreds of feet behind it. At the last end, even the ancient Qinglong in Lin Chen's body subconsciously came out and entered a state of alert. The whole body is flowing with golden flames, the body is like a fierce horse. The limbs are like cow hooves, the front claws are more like the claws of the mysterious eagle, the unicorn head, the carp tail, and the coral horn. As tall as 400 feet, overlooking all living beings. It is a golden scorpion beast. Its rank is probably close to the peak of the 5th rank. During the day, Qi stood in the center of the 4 beasts, holding the holy plate, holding the heavenly staff, wearing a dragon robe, a feather crown on his head, a jade belt on his waist, and his eyes were like stars. He is like the master of the destiny of this world, his eyes are like the king who judges all destiny, and he looks down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart sank. This is the top and most powerful peerless genius in the ancient family, the ancient holy sun. Just a look, a gesture, is enough to overwhelm countless heavenly realms. The might of the holy sun. Dominate the 7 domains and command the 8 desolations. 9 days and 10 places, there is no enemy. An unprecedented sense of murderous intent and oppression completely enveloped Lin Chen and his ancient Qinglong. The other side is no less than the battlefield between Lin Chen and the holy sun, and a more terrifying battle is unfolding. I saw, the silver light flashed, by Ruoyan's slender and green jade fingers flicked, and a silver needle shot into the void, aiming at the blade of the sword drawn out of its sheath like lightning. The sword pointed at the front, and the 1,000 zhang void in front of the 2 women shattered and scattered like a piece of tofu. The space between the 2 sides is chaotic and complicated with the rapidly twisting ripples. It is impossible to see the terrible aftermath of the collision between the 2. Both sides are in the realm of Yuanzun, and the fighting spirit is self. Contained in the Yuanfu of heaven and earth. Between Yuanzu and Jing, if both parties intentionally control the premise, the offensive will not even have a chance to pass the aftermath of the battle, and it will be completely smashed and destroyed in the chaotic void. Qiying and Bai Ruoyan both have people they don't want to hurt, that is Bai Tianqi and Lin Chen respectively. So the two of them haven't completely let go of their hands to fight. Otherwise, within thousands of miles in this radius, the universe will be reversed, and the yin and yang will be reversed. There will be no living beings. Call out. Ling Rui's sword light pierced through the void and pierced by Ruoyan's delicate body. The afterimage disappeared slowly, and Bai Ruoyan did not hit the sword. Let the Yuanfu clone, with a sense of battle, be stunned for a moment. The light and weak jade hand appeared like a ghost, as if weak and powerless. And it was imprinted on the back of the Yuanfu avatar, the burst of palm force blasted it to the sea below, setting off thousands of feet of shocking waves, which merged into a vortex of waves and turned. Qiying took off with her sword and struck again, and the fierce battle between the two sides changed rapidly in the blink of an eye. It is 100 miles away from the three Yuanzuan realm. Four ancient beasts surrounded Lin Chen under the command of Bai Tianqi. Qi Tian Jinwu burst out a large piece of red blazing flames, like a tornado, trying to devour Lin Chen. The golden scorpion beast even swallowed a golden light, which suddenly shot into the blazing storm. When two completely different forces were about to collide, they turned decay into a miraculous fusion with the blazing storm, and instantly turned into three golden light blazing bullets that fell like meteors and shot Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. There is still such a play? The energies of the two ancient beasts are completely different, and when mixed together, it is very likely to produce a devastating explosion, but Bai Tianqi was able to perfectly fuse them and maximize their power. The name of the Holy Sun is indeed well-deserved. Azura Jiuhuang change, Tianshui change. In an instant, the first level of Shura Jiuhuang transformation was completed. The moment Lin Chen urged the recharge rune, the dark energy wheel was rotated in the palm of his hand, and the ancient Qinglong Lian spit out two azure dragon breaths, which were cut away like a blade. Boom! 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 Lin Chen's whole body erupted with thunderous roars and vibrations, like the continuous explosion of dark thunder in the sky. Every pore in his body glowed with the dragon energy that shattered the mountains, rivers, bursting out in unison, like 1,000 dragons. Dancing wildly, the momentum was shocking, like the sun and the sky. The heavenly demon sea area under my feet kept stirring up raging waves, even if it was 30,000 meters from the sea, the dragon energy still shook the sea with thousands of waves. After nearly 11 days of frantically killing and slaughtering beasts, Lin Chen has obtained a massive amount of qi and blood attribute light balls, and his qi and blood energy attribute value has exceeded 130 billion points. In terms of pure power, there are already 1,400 dragon powers. Dark Bite. Everything is only in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen used 1,400 dragon power, raised the dark roulette in the palm of his hand, and shot it out. Boom! Boom! Sigh. The moment the dragon breath blade cut off the golden bullet, it exploded with the aftermath of destruction in the sky. At the moment when the destructive energy spilled out, it was pushed out by Lin Chen's dark bite roulette with pure power, and devoured all the energy of the explosion, and the aftermath never hurt him and the ancient Qinglong. The offensive was launched at almost the same time. The purple-winged cloud. Walking beast hoofs stepped on the auspicious clouds in the northwest, slamming into the void, and suddenly launched a sprint at high altitude to meet it. The ancient blue phoenix behind it let out a long roar, and its wings swayed. The three kinds of great currents of ice, fire, and wind swept the sky. Among them, the energy of the wind element and the fire element merged into a ball, blessing the whole body of the purple-winged cloud-treading beast, making its collision more lethal and destructive. Thunder punishment change. Between the lights and flints, Lin Chen completed the second stage of Luo Huang transformation. In the interval between shots, his cultivation base has two successive breakthroughs, from the middle stage of the fifth stage of the Tianghe realm to the early stage of the sixth stage, and then to the peak of the sixth stage. Charging rune ice fingers. At the moment when the battle energy was transformed into a special bloodline, Lin Chen pointed out the Bingtian finger like lightning. Within hundreds of miles, the cold air suddenly came. Ice flowers turned between the sky. The cold light of the ice star broke through the sky, pierced the sky, and froze the void with one finger, freezing the action of the purple-winged cloud treading beast extremely slowly. The ancient Qinglong head, who faced the holy sun directly, did not turn back. His mind seemed to be one with Lin Chen. The dragon's tail was curled up, and the Qinglong swinging tail was remade and crushed. The pure power of the dragon's tail of more than 3,000 dragon power burst out, and one tail swept the cloud-treading beast to the sea surface below 10,000 feet, causing vortexes and huge waves on the sea surface. This kid's azure dragon is hidden so deep, it's not a fifth-order high-level peak, but a fifth-order top level. During the day, Qi's eyes narrowed suddenly. The power of the ancient Qinglong's previous dragon tail slap was close to 3,100 dragon power. This kid has a big secret. His body can actually release the ancient blue dragon. This blue dragon is of the same origin as him, and can be fused into his body, and can be summoned to fight at any time. If this holy son can also get the secret method, the first holy son of this ancient family is not far from me. The endless greed flashed in his eyes. Bai Tianqi realized the importance of Lin Chen to him only in a short confrontation, and now he has completely set his sights on Lin Chen. Bai Tianqi, born in the Bai family, has received several holy fire baptisms. The special ability hidden in his mind and blood allows him to establish a strange connection and communication with the beasts, and can tame a certain number of beasts. His army of ferocious beasts, at the level of the ancient family in Lingzhou, has made many strong men of the same generation terrified. If he can incorporate the body of the beast into his body like Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong, then he alone is the entire army of beasts. Azure Jiuhuang change, dark abyss change. Lin Chen resorted to the third level 9 bright transformation, and his cultivation level rose to the middle of the 7th level heavenly astral realm before slowly stopping. During the day, Qi stood proudly among the 4 ancient beasts, and Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong stood in the air, fighting intent soaring into the sky. The two sides did not give in an inch, and the momentum that was condensed had already shocked the universe, turning the entire sea outside the Abyss Island into discoloration, and the stars were turning. Abyss Island, 1,000 miles beyond the ancient tower. There are many first-class power leaders and sectarian powerhouses from Lingzhou, and even the Baijia powerhouses guarding Abyss Island. There are as many as 1,000 people. When they walked in the air, looking at the changing sea in the distance. In the end, what kind of young man ate the gall of a bear's heart and a leopard, and dared to show his claws to the immortal, Bai family's holy son? Bai Tianqi? The phoenix roared, between the distortions of space, the light and shadow were interlaced, and the phantom that covered the sky and the sun kept changing. The 5 ancient giant beasts were flying in the sky, and there were 2 young figures mixed in them. Between the chaotic battles, the universe was turbulent, the void was broken, and the main battlefield for their chaotic killing within 1,000 miles. I don't know how many rounds of fighting, the long-term battle, the ancient Blue Phoenix and the blazing Golden Crow took the lead to distance themselves. After the previous melee, Lin Chen had initially figured out the details of the 4 beasts of Qi during the day. Except for the Jin Yanshuang beast, which is comparable to the mid-9th level of the Tiangang realm, the rest have just entered the top level of the 5th order, and are at most comparable to the early stage of the 9th level. However, under the control and matching of Bai Tianqi, they have more than doubled their strength, and the coordination is seamless, and the attack of energy mixing is even more extreme. But for Lin Chen, who often fights with the ancient Qinglong, this is not a dead end. The Golden Crow chirped, and the blazing flames converged, turning into balls of flames with turbulent energy. The golden scorpion beast exhaled its breath, and the golden light swept across it, and it suddenly transformed into a blazing scorch ball that was burned and distorted in space. A mere stray dog who can fight this holy sun unbeaten for 200 rounds is enough to be proud of himself, die. If it falls into the hands of this holy sun, there are ways for you to hand over the secret method of Nazang. Qinglong. Tianqi Xingzi waved his heavenly staff slightly, and hundreds of yen balls emptied and fluttered in the air. The momentum was huge, forming a series of meteor showers, falling and shooting at the larger ancient Qinglong. Ha ha ha. Who can't talk big? I'll talk about it when you win, Muggle son. Accompanied by the arrogant laughter of the young man, it was a series of sonic booms. Brush. 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 Bang. 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 Hundreds of purple flames and blue winds disappeared in a flash, and countless afterimages belonging to Lin Chen waved the gun body, and flashed disillusionment around the ancient blue dragon. When every afterimage appeared, more than one blazing ball would be picked up or smashed by Lin Chen's spear tip. Lin Chen's electric light and flint-like cover allowed the ancient Qinglong to free up space and opportunities. The dragon's claws pushed the barbaric out, crushed the mountains and rivers, shattered the void, and tore the ancient Blue Phoenix and the blazing Golden Crow with the weakest defenses. Go. During the day, Qi frowned slightly, the holy jade roulette in the palm of the hand turned extremely fast, the phoenix tail swayed, and when the Golden Crow roared, it spit out a torrent of energy intertwined with ice and fire. Jin Yanshou and Tian took the cover and charged towards the ancient Qinglong from the left and right sides. Magic crazy thunder, Wei Lin 8 wastes. The tip of the spear stabbed out, and an electric dragon of several hundred meters was born, smashing and shaking in front of the 2 behemoths. Lin Chen, who had already prepared his second hand, pushed his palm in the air. Corrosive rune light fury. The light-type energy ball is surrounded by pure and flawless destructive fighting spirit, bursting from the palm of the hand, and bombarding the energy torrent that the ancient Blue Phoenix and the blazing Golden Crow joined forces to blast away like lightning. Although this move did not completely repel the attacks of the Blue Phoenix and the Golden Crow, it made Tianqi Xingzi's eyes suddenly congeal. How can there be such a strange combat skill? The energy of both the Blue Phoenix and the Golden Crow has been weakened by a large part. What kind of combat skill is this? At the moment when the offensive of the two ferocious beasts, the blue phoenix and the golden crow, was weakened, the dragon claws of the ancient blue dragon tore apart their torrent of energy and captured their bodies in the air. The dragon claws of the ancient Qinglong tore apart the feathers of the blue phoenix and the golden crow, penetrated the flesh and blood, and let them whine on the spot. When the dragon claws gradually tore their flesh and blood, a large number of colorful attribute light balls began to roll down from the wounds of the blue phoenix and the golden crow, dazzling. A large number of attribute light balls are in different colors such as blue, white, blue, red, yellow, etc., splendid and colorful, suspended in the void, like a fairyland-like picture. Unlike other beasts, the ancient blue phoenix has more energy in its body than most beasts. Not good. During the day, Qi secretly screamed badly in his heart. He didn't expect Lin Chen's move, and he immediately used his mental technique to control the cloud treading beast and the Jin Yenshin beast to support the blue phoenix golden crow. Slow rune. The host consumes 7 million rune energy. The palm pushed the void space horizontally, a gray-white talisman fell from the sky, quelling the actions of the two behemoths on the spot, and the movements became extremely slow. Lin Chen slammed a leg in the air, and 1400 dragon power burst out. At the same time, between the guns with both hands, the guns smashed like a circle, blasting the two big guys into the sea. Brother Chen, I have saved 75 million rune energy points, and it's you who are fighting. Lin Chen tapped his toes, and when the purple phoenix wings flapped, he turned into an afterimage. With Lin Chen's pure power, he can only fight against the middle stage of the 8th level of the Tiangang realm. Although he can't cause substantial damage to them, it is still no problem to fly them. Chibai was stunned. What technique is this? There is no fluctuation of fighting spirit, no space blockade, and no use of any treasures. How can you just suppress 2 top-level 5th-order beasts out of thin air? The afterimage trembled several times in the void. Although it was more than 200 miles away, Lin Chen's speed even made Tian Qi's heart skip a beat. Damn mortal, want to sneak attack on this holy sun? The roulette wheel in the palm of the hand turned, and Qi Yuan disappeared during the day, and the tip of a spear that traveled through the void just stabbed the void. Lin Chen appeared and waited. Seeing that he was 100 miles away, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to pursue him. His waist was straight like a gun, holding He Yuan, walking in the air, blocking by Tianqi. The first task now is to destroy the blazing golden crow and the ancient blue phoenix. At this moment, the 315 dragon veins in the whole body of the ancient Qinglong whistled the dragon energy that swallowed the sky and the moon. The dragon body twisted, twisting the blue phoenix and the golden black disk together. Its 4 dragon claws cooperate with the dragon mouth, constantly biting, strangling, and swallowing their blood energy step by step. In only 10 days, Lin Chen let the ancient Qinglong swallow more than 800 5th-order intermediate and advanced beasts, and the pure strength reached 3150 dragon power, which has nearly doubled. In terms of combat power, today's ancient Qinglong is not inferior to the late Tiangang realm 9th layer. The current ancient Qinglong, who devoured the beasts below the top level of the 5th order, benefited very little. In terms of one-on-one battles, the ancient Qinglong can single out any of the 4 beasts, but if it is a team battle, the ancient Qinglong can't resist the onslaught of the 4 beasts. The host gets 1 billion points of qi and blood energy, 500 million points of qi and blood energy, and 1.5 billion points of battle qi essence. The host obtains 1.5 million points of water energy and 2 million gold energy. Countless attribute light balls were integrated into the body of the ancient Qinglong and returned to Lin Chen, and the attribute value ushered in a wave of skyrocketing. During the day, Qi suddenly stared at the ancient Qinglong and its dragon. Veins opened wildly, the pure power was like a broken bamboo, and it was promoted to 3,300 dragon power, and its expression changed slightly for the first time. What a joke! His blue dragon is actually devouring the blood of my blue phoenix and golden crow, forcibly plundering energy. This is a kind of cultivation method for demon dragons. Could it be that this blue dragon is a demon dragon with a mutated bloodline? Where is this young man sacred? Why is there no such a number one person in my impression, and there is a powerful ancient Qinglong? A middle-aged man in red robe, standing high above Abyss Island, frowned. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with an answer. I don't know. In Lingzhou, the only people who can compete with the Holy Sun are the Holy Son or Holy Daughter of the same ancient family. The three charming women shook their heads, revealing incredible shock. Apart from the Tianga Academy's Zishuan level Tianjiao, who can compete with it? It is difficult for any young Tianjiao cultivated by first-class forces to be comparable to the Holy Sun. The leaders of many first-class forces thought bitterly. In fact, it's not that they haven't heard of Lin Chen's name. On the contrary, some of the strong people present have also heard of Lin Chen's deeds. But they can't think of Lin Chen at all. Combined with Lin Chen's previous deeds, although his aptitude and potential are extremely powerful, he has not yet reached the top existence of the level of the Holy Sun. A few months ago, a teenager who was only dealing with the 5th level and below of the Tiangang realm, how could it be possible to confront the Holy Sun head on now? Outside Abyss Island, high seas. During the day, Qi stood in the air, burning with anger, his palms suddenly clenched the heavenly staff in his hand, his face instantly turned iron blue. He is a Holy Sun, and his wisdom and character are far superior to ordinary people. When Lin Chen's ancient blue dragon devoured the qi and blood energy of the blue phoenix and the golden crow at a high speed, Bai Tianqi suddenly understood the cause and effect. This kid came to his Abyss Island to hunt beasts. Feelings. During the day, Qi asked the powerhouses of the Bai family to go to the great wilderness area to capture a large number of beasts. The many beasts that he finally subdued were mobilized to be auctioned to many forces in the Abyss Island to cast a net for their Bai family's plan. Everything. Who the fuck made this kid a wedding dress? Today, you must die. During the day, Qi's eyes were red, and for the first time, he roared out of his composure. The figure trembled suddenly, the figure jumped into space, and the distance of 100 miles flashed in a blink of an eye. Who's going to die? Lin Chen's eyes were full of ferocity. The ancient Qinglong had completely controlled the blue phoenix and the golden crow, and it was only a matter of time before he strangled the two big guys. He only had to take care of Bai Tianqi. Death Scepter. The celestial staff shook, pointed directly at Lin Chen, and shot out 3 jet-black beams of death energy, straddling the sky, with an imposing aura. Soaring through the sky. Ice Heaven Fingers. The rune energy dropped sharply by 1 million points, Lin Chen pointed out. When the jet-black beam of light was frozen, he swung the Heiyuan spear in his hand and stabbed it out. Magic fighting thousand thunders. Corrosive runes. The thunder and gun shadows bloomed in the sky, piercing the 3 jet-black beams frantically. The gun beams mixed with the pure power of smashing mountains and rivers. and bombarded Bai Tianqi's chest with more energy. Well, during the day, Qi was continuously smashed back by the spear, and the figure retreated a dozen steps in the void, his face slightly pale. Suddenly, his expression changed. I found that I had the same symptoms as the golden crow blue phoenix. The fighting spirit in my body was eroded by an inexplicable force, and the fighting power was out of 10. Lin Chen was aggressive, and he didn't give Bai Tianqi any time to breathe. Heiyuan's spear turned into a violent beast, attacking violently. When the marksmanship danced wildly, the spear beams slammed into the sky, smashing and sweeping, forcing the daytime Qi to retreat step by step. The two of them, like two streams of light, intertwined and collided with each other, hit the sea from a height of 10,000 feet, and then fought from the sea to the surrounding islands. Every collision of fighting spirit shakes the void hundreds of miles around. The Heiyuan spear swung left and right in a row, and the spear was as ferocious as a coiled dragon biting. Just as the tip of the spear evaded, the tail of the spear provoked angrily like a rising dragon, and slammed Bai Tianqi's chin ruthlessly. Bang! The airwave exploded, and the terrifying power burst out and transmitted to Bai Tianqi's whole body, even shattering a few of his teeth. The water blue light flashed by, protecting Bai Tianqi's chin and whole body, and then was blasted to an abandoned island by Lin Chen's spare strength, in a mess. If it weren't for the protection of treasures, with Lin Chen's strength, this shot would be enough to knock his head into pieces. Although Bai Tianqi's cultivation is at the early stage of the 9th level of the Tiangang realm, his fighting style is only suitable for controlling fierce beasts and fighting, and he has long been used to being pampered. In the face of a fierce man like Lin Chen, who has been trained in countless wars, if he only talks about the experience of melee combat, Tianqi can't compare to Lin Chen. During the day, Qi was so aggrieved that he almost vomited blood. When he went to Abyss Island this time, he didn't bring his strongest beast at all, but placed it in the Bai family to cultivate and recuperate, and only brought the blue phoenix golden crow, as well as the cloud-treading beast and Jin Yanchuang. His original intention was to use the remaining beasts after the auction, for beasts used to train him, so this time he sat on Abyss Island and didn't bring out his 6th order beasts at all. Damn, if this Holy Sun's dragon fire unicorn is here, just this kind of garbage, a dragon's breath can blow to death. In the past, during the day, Qi even was not afraid of Yuan Zuanjing, but this time, he was beaten by Lin Chen in a heavenly realm, and he was left with only defense. He was suffocated. Shame. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Bai Tianqi has the background of being a holy son, and he tried his best to resist, but he, Lin Chen, couldn't get too many benefits. Even if it weren't for the true water returning origin art, Lin Chen would have been seriously injured now. Saint sons, who are not good at melee combat, are so strong. How strong are those saint sons and saintess who are good at frontal combat? Just before the day Qi flew out, several blue and white light balls fell from his body. Lin Chen grabbed it, the attribute light ball merged into his body, and the system's light screen popped up. The host gets 3 million points of water energy, 5 million points of gold energy, 300,000 mental strength points, 10 billion points of battle spirit essence, 18 billion points of battle spirit essence, 13 billion points of battle spirit essence. Boom! Lin Chen's 9-color battle spirit turned faster, and his true cultivation broke through again. With his true cultivation, he was officially promoted to the late stage of the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. At this time when the Shura Zhouhuang transformation was being performed, Lin Chen's cultivation level climbed to the late 7th stage. Such a leaping Lin Chen licked his lips, his eyes flickered with the ferocity and fanaticism that bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. His uncles, and the attribute light ball that fell out of a few wounds will allow me to break through a small realm and obtain tens of billions of fighting spirit essence. Just this attribute value, it is better than mine. There are even more evil sect powerhouses who destroyed the Blood Sea Gate. At this moment, someone Lin's eyes gleamed, looking at Bai Tianqi's eyes, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, as if a 10,000-year-old poor ghost saw a cash cow. With that look, even the daytime Qi was a little nervous. Where is this Holy Sun, who is feared by everyone? To someone from Talon, this is a fucking warehouse of walking attribute light balls. Of the power leaders and sectarian powerhouses on Abyss Island, none of them dared to leave Abyss Island easily to help fight Bai Tianqi. The reason is very simple, the Holy Sun has his own arrogance and dignity. If you help him easily, it is equivalent to proving that the Holy Sun is not as good as the silver-robed youth. This kind of cultivation is equivalent to humiliation in the eyes of the Holy Sun. If you don't do it right, you will get killed. This situation is the most important thing. On an island tens of thousands of miles away, Bai Juanhao, Su Lan and the others looked thousands of miles away. With their cultivation base, they have been able to vaguely sense that the direction of Abyss Island has completely overturned the sky. The people who were rescued should have followed Bai Ruoyan's instructions to leave, but they were still worried about Lin Chen, hiding on an island, and paying close attention to the situation on Abyss Island. It's still fighting. I don't know if Big Brother can deal with that son of heaven. Bai Juanhao took a deep breath and said nervously to himself. Although the eldest brother is strong, the gap between the two sides cultivation time is too great. This is an irreparable and fatal gap. Gu Chenfeng, who had a broken arm, sighed deeply, with a worried expression on his face. Su Lan and the Su Lan sisters held each other's palms tightly, with unswerving eyes blooming in their beautiful eyes, quietly waiting for the final result. The other side. Tiger roaring dragon seal. Ice heaven fingers. The dragon seal is like a seal that turns the sky, and the head is under the head. When the wind and clouds are twisting, the ice star's finger penetrates the void and freezes everything. The icy cold air sprinkled between the sea and suddenly formed heavy ice blocks. During the day, Qi was frightened and angry, and his heavenly staff slammed into the void. I saw a phantom of a huge golden Buddha appearing behind him. The holy hand of 10,000 Buddhas. The sky plate turned, and the murderous intent suddenly aimed at Lin Chen. Thousands of golden palm prints hit like a gust of wind and rain, and the green thunder across the sky turned into a star-moving gun shadow, colliding with the endless golden palm prints. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering energy aftermath exploded one after another in the distance. Between Lin Chen and Bai Tianqi, the golden light palm print gradually suppressed the Qinglei spear's shadow, pressing it step by step, as if to crush Lin Chen's body into the heavenly demon sea. Although Lin Chen's demon fighting Thousand Thunder is strong, it is obvious that Bai Tianqi's combat skills are even better. Look at this Holy Sun, crushing you to death. During the day, Qi Yinru's face showed a ferocious and killing intent. The heavenly staff shook, and the offensive of the golden Buddha palm prints behind him increased a bit. Just when Bai Tianqi's offensive was about to crush Lin Chen to death, Lin Chen's cold drink suddenly resounded throughout the audience. Slow rune. The host activates the level 3 slow rune, which consumes 6 million rune energy. The gray-white talisman passed through his golden Buddha palm print offensive and descended from the sky. During the day, Qi suddenly showed panic. This was the strange move that was used to deal with the cloud-treading beast. And Jin Yenswan. Boom. The gray-white talisman exploded right next to Bai Tianqi, and his combat aura suddenly slowed down by more than 3 times. My fighting spirit and whole body have become very slow. What kind of trick is this? Why is this holy sun unheard of? Bai Tianqi's golden Buddha palm print offensive was like a deflated balloon, slowing down at the most critical moment. Even if Bai Tianqi runs his blue-level advanced Wan Yu Ling Jue, he cannot break the shackles of this energy in his body. Oh? As expected of the Holy Sun, my slow rune effect actually only blocked about 1/3 of his movement and the speed of his fighting spirit. Such a domineering mentality. Lin Chen was a little dignified. The spear in his hand suddenly stabbed a world-destroying thunder dragon. The sky was clear, and the thunder light flipped and shattered the golden light in the sky. When Bai Tianqi was about to lose his skills, the slow rune that suppressed the purple-winged cloud-treader beast had been gradually lifted, and Bai Tianqi found that he could control his own 2 beasts again. Cloud-treading beast, come back. His expression changed. During the day, Qi immediately controlled 2 beasts. The sea is starting to get rough, shattering the frozen ice. The 2 ancient beasts that were smashed into the sea are about to be born again. Unexpectedly, at this time, there are already 2 bloody corpses on the sea surface, and the ancient Qinglong is like an angry dragon rushing into the sea of the heavenly demon. Boom. The huge waves on the sea were surging, and the purple-winged cloud-walking beast and Jin Yenshuang were fighting with the ancient Qinglong in the sea. After the ancient Qinglong devoured the blue phoenix and the blazing golden crow, its pure power has reached 3,600 dragon power. Fighting alone with 2 top-level 5th-order beasts that lost the control of Bai Tianqi is not a problem at all. I still want to control the beasts, and honestly go home and play with Pippi. Shrimp. Stepping on the 9 Hells Pluto step, the purple phoenix wings turned like a sky in the sky. Lin Chen rushed to the front of Bai Tianqi in an instant, and the pure power of nearly 1,500 dragon power waved the black abyss gun like lightning and smashed it. Bai Tianqi's expression finally revealed a bit of fear. Unable to control the fierce beast, his fighting spirit was suppressed, and he was attacked by Lin Chen in melee combat. Even his life was in danger. Wan Yu Xianzhenjia. During the day, Qi had to resort to his own life-saving stunt, the defensive treasure armor condensed from the energy of the earth element. The moment Lin Chen's spear tip slammed into the armor just after protecting Bai Tian's body surface. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's life-threatening onslaught all the way, the dragon power exploded. And each shot was more than 1,500 dragon power. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 guns were attacked, and all the way, it flew thousands of miles away during the day. His arms radiated brilliant golden light. Lin Chen's special bloodline of gold was transformed, and the sharp spear of the golden light smashed around Bai Tianqi's body like a dance, cracking his defensive combat skills again and again. Bai Tianqi was startling. His Wan Yu Xianzhenjiao was a high-level blue-level defensive combat skill. There is a crack. The sectarian powerhouses who stepped thousands of feet above the abyss island, the leaders of many forces were shocked. The Holy Sun was actually suppressed from the front. It's terrifying, beat the Holy Sun. What is the origin of this young man? This sect doesn't remember that there is such a person in Lingzhou. All the way, the golden light flashed and thundered, and Lin Chen performed the marksmanship and pure power to the extreme. With the 350th shot, Wan Yuxianjianjia's defense began to be broken. Lin Chen slammed it down with one shot, and 3 white attribute light balls appeared immediately. The host obtained 12 billion points of fighting spirit essence, 7 million points of martial arts essence, and 15 billion points of fighting spirit essence. Lin Chen's imposing manner was like a demon king coming into the world, and his golden bloodline arm was waving. Another 10 spears blasted away, and by Tianqi's chest wound dropped 5 attribute light balls and a turquoise gold treasure chest. Lin Chen picked up the attribute light ball in the void, and kept fighting. The host obtains 4 million points of earth energy, 7 billion points of blood energy, 250,000 points of spiritual power. The host opens the green treasure chest, obtains the blue level advanced defense combat skill Wan Yuxianjianjia. Blue tier advanced? See the combat skills of this rank and the surging attribute values all the way. Lin Chen couldn't contain the ecstasy in his heart, and he couldn't help laughing wildly in the sky during the mad attack. Ha ha ha. Cool. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool to beat Saint Sun. Hearing Lin Chen's uninhibited laughter, all the power leaders and sectarian powerhouses watching the battle couldn't help tingling their scalps and gasping for air. Is it really fucking cool to beat the Son of God? Is this still human? Congratulations to the host for entering the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen, who attacked by Tianqi with hundreds of shots, captured countless attribute light balls. Finally, in the 7th wave of attribute light balls dropped by Tianqi, his cultivation base officially entered the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. In the state of Shura Zhouhuan transformation, his cultivation base was promoted to the 8th level of the heavenly astral realm. Make his attacks more violent. Even if Tianqi broke through the shackles of the slow rune, he was seriously injured and he was no longer Lin Chen's opponent. At the 8th level of the heavenly astral realm, combined with pure power, combat and the mystery of 9 tribulations of creation, Lin Chen no longer needs to rely on the slow rune to confront him head-on. The spear flipped and rolled down like a moon wheel, and slapped the Tianling cover by Tianqi. The latter was in a cold sweat, and with a slight flash, he was hit by the tip of the spear on his left shoulder, completely shattering his Wan Yuxian Zhenjia into nothingness. Even one person blasted into the seabed. The moment the shoulder shattered came from Tianqi's left shoulder. 3 attribute light balls and a golden light shot up into the sky. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward mechanism of the system, rewarding a blue gold chest. Lin Chen, who wanted to pursue the victory, could not help but be attracted by the blue gold light. This is the first time he has seen the blue gold treasure chest. Taking away the attribute light balls of the rune energy, Lin Chen touched the blue gold treasure chest with his fingertips. When the treasure chest was opened, a thumb-sized pitch-black treasure jade fragment was placed between Lin Chen's eyebrows and displayed in his system. The host opens the blue treasure chest and obtains phantom rune fragment. 1/3. Phantom rune fragment? What rune is this? Seeing the word characteristic rune, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The characteristic rune is always his most powerful trump card. Could it be that he is about to usher in the 4th characteristic rune? The system answers the host and initially recorded the phantom rune. Information. The host needs to collect 3 rune fragments to synthesize a complete phantom rune. Phantom rune, it can copy the strength of the host and display a phantom clone whose cultivation is equal to the host. The phantom clone can perform the same attack as the host, and is compatible with the host's charged rune. Effect. The clone will disappear after taking a certain amount of damage or the rune energy is exhausted. The comment from the system made Lin Chen's eyes widen, and his mouth was so open that he could lay an egg. This characteristic rune is simply too strong. Isn't this equivalent to using this rune in battle to create another Lin Chen with the same level of strength as him, outflanking opponents left and right? Best of all, it's also compatible with charge runes. The attack is doubled on the original basis. Just from the literal description, Lin Chen can already feel it, whether it is for a duel or a group battle. This phantom rune is definitely the ace of the trump cards. Suddenly, when Lin Chen saw the word 1/3 in the system, he couldn't help but curse. Grass. This is the first shard, what a foolish system, and I have to collect the other 2 shards to use the real phantom runes. Before Lin Chen finished scolding, the situation in the sky changed suddenly. The space with a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly trembled, the space froze. And an unprecedented space blockade was launched. Bai Ruoyan, who was fighting with Qi Ying, suddenly changed her expression. And her blue eyes turned with a solemn expression. Oops, the Bai family's Yuanzun realm powerhouse has arrived. The silver needle flickered, passing through the void, piercing a shocking crack in the space, and piercing the legs of the Yuanfu clone. With her toes on tiptoes, Bai Ruoyan flew to Lin Chen's direction like a dancing elf. Boom! Qixia sword light is like a long rainbow breaking the sun, slashing across the middle, and splitting a red glow that severes the sky. Bai Ruoyan was forced back a dozen steps, dodged to the other side of the void with a solemn expression. Even if I risk my life, I won't let you interfere. The elder of my Bai family has arrived, and that kid will surely die. There was still blood on Qi Ying's mouth, and while she was smiling, she kept pulling the sword in Su's hand, almost blocking Bai Ruoyan with a desperate attitude. In the void, a space vortex was rotating, and the moment the old palm pressed against the space vortex, 2 figures slowly stepped into the air. At the moment when the 2 old men dressed in black and white robes slowly walked out of the vortex of space, they crossed their arms and looked down at Lin Chen indifferently, saying indifferently, I haven't seen a young man who dared to attack my Bai family for many years. No matter what your background is today, you must be a prisoner of my Bai family. As soon as the voice fell, the space continued to tremble, and the level of the sea continued to shake. The many sectarian powerhouses on Abyss Island can't help but be full of envy. The ancient family is the ancient family. As soon as the powerhouses of Yuan Zuanjing are dispatched, there are 2 with this kind of background, other than the forces of the same level, no first-class forces can compare with them. In the first-class forces, the powerhouses of Yuan Zuanjing are already the existence of drawing swords. Looking at the entire sect, perhaps only a few supreme elders can reach it. There are also many powerhouses jokingly looking in the direction of Lin Chen. If you have no strength, this is the end of the game. If you dare to provoke the Holy Sun, this Lingzhou is still the world of the ancient family. At this time, the ancient Qinglong broke out of the sea and returned to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen was ready to put his whole heart into the system. His 58 million rune energy keeps flashing light at any time. As long as the opponent makes a move, he will directly hit the slow rune containing 58 million rune energy. Although he was in a desperate situation, Lin Chen found that he was surprisingly not in a panic, because his purple golden pupils things out of nothing realm did not see his own death luck. In the past, facing more dangerous areas and opponents, Lin Chen could see his death fate and death fate, so as to distinguish the danger of actions and battles. But the appearance of these two Yuan Zuanjing, although surrounded by endless murderous luck, did not see death fate, that is to say, someone from Talon should not die. Click. Click. When Lin Chen saw the mystery, the space blockade that had frozen thousands of miles of void was shattered in an instant, and the old man's cold drink of thunder and anger spread all over the sky. The people of the Bai family are very domineering. The people of my Tianga Academy can be reduced to prisoners with a single word? The black and white old man stared at the strange light, snorted coldly with his sleeves, his palms like eagle claws stuck out of the void, and grabbed at Lin Chen. The space twisted, trying to block his retreat. These two black and white elders actually wanted to capture Lin Chen. Duh. The wind cracked like a roar, and the two fingers pierced the void, blocking the attack of the two. Lin Chen sighed, I don't know when there are three figures floating in the air. The white-robed little Lorisu, who was at the head, put her hands on her hips and snorted coldly. Humph. Dare to take action in front of my aunt, but I'm covering this kid. I see who of you dares to touch him. Someone. Lin stared at little Loli's back, her mouth slightly open. Tianga Academy. The black and white old man's face was gloomy, and he could not have imagined that behind him was the Tianga Academy. Boom. Huge waves rose on the sea, and Qi rose from the sea during the day, staring at Lin Chen with resentment and killing intent in his eyes. Seeing that Bai Tianqi was in a mess and covered in blood, the little Loli in white and the other two old men looked at Lin Chen in amazement. This kid actually pushed a generation of holy children to such a point. Can the people of Tianga Academy be able to interfere in the affairs of my Bai family at will, and hurt my holy son of the Bai family? The black-robed elder of the Bai family has a suffocating aura, his eyes are icy and cold, and when he steps out, the entire sea is in turmoil, and he is completely unafraid of the Yuanzuan realm of Tianga Academy. The power of the Bai family is overwhelming, and the strong are like clouds. Today's incident happened in front of many sectarian powerhouses in Lingzhou. It concerns the dignity of their Bai family. If they can't get a reasonable explanation and result, even the Tianga Academy will not fear it. Qi. Two streams of light were drawn apart, and they stood on the camps of both sides, by Ruoyan and Qiying. Interfere at will? The students of my Tianga Academy are not so arrogant and unreasonable. Little guy Lin Chen, tell me the cause and effect. Another immortal white-browed elder from Tianga Academy stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Chen nodded, straightened his waist, and stood up and said confidently, in the fierce beast auction held by the holy son of the Bai family, I kidnapped the students of my Tianga Academy, and I just broke into the abyss island to rescue my partner. What's wrong? On the contrary, you, the holy son of the Bai family, are right. If I make a move, is it possible that I have to lead the neck and wait for the slaughter? The two elders were startled. They kidnapped the students of Tianga Academy? There are so many students in Tianga Academy, if there are countless people who died while performing missions in the outside world, how could it be worth these old guys to go out in person? You guys, come here. Elder Bai Mei waved his hand, Bai Juanhao and others rose from the sea. Now that there are witnesses and physical evidence, if your Bai family wants to look for trouble, my Tianga Academy is not afraid of trouble. The white-robed lowly smiled, her delicate jade hands rubbing her hands, and her blue eyes were full of fierce fighting intent. Feeling the terrifying aura in the little girl's body, the two elders' expressions condensed. They knew that Tianga Academy planned to protect these students today at all costs. Even this price is to offend their Bai family. Elder Bai Chanchuan, since this matter is the Bai family's fault, why not take a step back? Could it be that your Bai family is really covering the sky in Lingzhou? Another chubby middle-aged man said with a smile, the corners of his narrowed eyes flashed a strange light. People from the Ling family? You are here to join in the fun. The black-robed elder frowned, and the power of space condensed in his palm slowly disappeared. There are people from the Lin family here, offending the two top forces at once. Even the Bai family can't bear it. This is not to join in the fun, this little friend Lin Chen, but half of our cold family. The fat man in yellow said with a chuckle, when he squinted at Lin Chen. Someone Lin suddenly realized and smiled knowingly. Bai Tianqi gritted his teeth ruthlessly and said unwillingly. Then why does this kid slaughter more than 800 beasts in my Bai family? Huh? Someone Lin twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a joking smile, the great holy son of Bai doesn't have a brain, right? I came here to save people, and your beast attacked me, can I still fight back? Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, and he was so angry that he was attacking his heart during the day, but because of his own fault, his desire was blocked by two elders. The conversation between the two sides was clearly heard by the forces of Lingzhou under Abyss Island, and they were shocked. This boy Lin Chen is actually the arrogance of Tianga Academy. Tianga Academy? Lin Chen? Could it be that he is Lin Chen, who made a name for himself in the Temple of the Sun some time ago? Yes. I remembered it too. It is said that Yu Junsheng, the young palace master of Hingyu Palace at that time, was miserable by this kid. TSK, it's no wonder that Tianga Academy is protecting him. This son's talent is astounding. I'm afraid that in the near future, there is hope that he will grow into a character who is side by side with the Holy Sun. In the Battle of Abyss Island, Lin Chen's reputation will be in Lingzhou with the witness of many powerhouses present. After some negotiation, the Bai family finally made a compromise with the Ling family and Tianga Academy. Forget it. Today's matter, since it's my Bai family's fault, there's nothing to say. Your name is Lin Chen, right? Remember, there is no second thing. If you dare to offend my Bai family again next time, it will be considered cold. Home and Tianga Academy can't protect you either. The two elders seemed to have ulterior motives. With a flick of their sleeves, the spatial vortex opened again. Qiying, you stay to appease those sellers, we will take Tianqi, Holy Sun, back to heal. The black and white elders indifferently instructed, Qiying with blood on the corners of her mouth, retracted her sword and immediately clasped her fists to give orders. Before Bai Tianqi left, he glared at Lin Chen with anger. Instead, someone Lin smiled like a rose, and waved goodbye to him. Little brother Qi Tianbai, Zhai Cheap. Looking at Bai Tianqi, who was so angry with Lin Chen before he left, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Chen suspiciously. Look at what I'm doing, he said it himself, if I can or go back today, his name will be read upside down, isn't I living a good life? So I kindly reminded him. Lin Chen said shyly. The white-robed lowly thumped and burst into laughter. Ahahaha. No way, this kid is too appetizing for me, or let him be my apprentice, ha ha ha. Elder Bai Mei patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said in a deep tone. Kid Lin Chen, you're still too reckless this time. Why didn't you tell the elders first, if it wasn't for the old man Yuan to report to us in a hurry? Wouldn't you be planted on this abyss island? Someone Lin glanced at the elder and said indifferently. The culprit that caused this is your baby bump, Long Xiangyu made it, can you still punish him for me? Hearing Lin Chen's answer, the white-browed elder's expression showed a hint of embarrassment. When talking about Long Xiangyu, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became very sharp, and he turned to stare in the direction of Abyss Island. Don't look at it, he has already left. When I was waiting for you here a few days ago, a young man with good strength left the ancient tower. It must be the Long Xiangyu you mentioned. By Ruoyan's secret voice transmission, Lin Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth. Grandma, let this bastard run away. Just after scolding, there was a sudden feeling of weakness in the body. Almost collapsed, Lin Chen's face was slightly pale. Little friend Lin Chen, are you all right? The fat man in yellow from the Lin family supported Lin Chen, and it was not difficult to see the worry and anxiety in his eyes. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a few days. But it's you, elder, I'm not surprised that there will be people coming from the academy. Why did you come here, elder? Could it be that something happened to my teacher Yueqi? Talking about Ling Yueqi, Lin Chen's expression rarely showed a touch of nervousness, and Bai Ruoyan raised her eyebrows slightly. No, little friend misunderstood. I came here this time to invite you to represent my Ling family and participate in the Holy Fire Realm with all the geniuses of my Ling family. The fat man in yellow from the Lin family said sincerely and seriously. Holy Fire Realm? There was a hint of enlightenment in Lin Chen's heart. He really promised the Lin family, and he would help him when necessary. Lin Chen had indeed heard of this Holy Fire Realm. It is a feast that only belongs to the ancient family level. Entering the Holy Fire Realm, you will have the opportunity to run for the qualification of Holy Fire Baptism. Those who are baptized by the Holy Fire will become the next generation of saints and saints. The arrogant sons who can enter the sacred fire territory are all the Peerless arrogances in the ancient family who are second only to the saints and saints. And they are a group of quasi-sacred sons and quasi-sacred daughters. The medicine refining ceremony that Lin Chen attended last time was also directly related to this Holy Fire Realm. Because he helped Han Ziyun win the medicine refining ceremony, the Han family got 2 opportunities to enter the sacred fire realm. This is also the reason why the entire Han family is grateful to Lin Chen. When the 2 of Tianga Academy heard the proposal of the elder Lung, their eyes lit up. In this Holy Fire Realm, their Tianga Academy also has a certain title. Originally, they planned to reserve a place for Lin Chen. Now it seems that if Lin Chen accepts the invitation of the Lung family, then they can save a place. Instead, while saving the number of places, you can also let your own students enter the Holy Fire Realm, which is almost a win-win situation. The fat man in yellow rubbed his hands nervously and waited for Lin Chen's answer. The moment he rushed to the Heavenly Demon Sea area and witnessed Lin Chen's strength with his own eyes, he was more fortunate than anyone else that the Lung family chose Lin Chen. With Lin Chen's current strength, he is absolutely qualified to lead the declining Lin family and the supreme talents of various ancient families to compete. Alright, since the Lin family has come here, If you don't go, but someone from Lin is not believing what he said, then I will represent the Lin family and participate in the holy fire realm. Lin Chen smiled casually, and his eyes showed the eternal pride. This decision made the 3 Yuan Zuanjing present breathe a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, let's set off now, the time to hold the holy fire realm is imminent. The fat man in yellow smiled happily. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Leaving so soon? It's too fast. The invitation letter that they sent you a month ago has already been delivered to the academy. Who knows that when you return to the academy, it will stop for a moment. Lolita in white rolled her eyes helplessly. She was really cute. Brother Lin Chen, since you are going to participate in the holy fire realm, it is time for me to leave and do my own business. At this time, Bai Ruoyan smiled lightly from the side and said that the holy fire realm could not accommodate powerhouses above the Yuanzun realm to enter. Even if she accompanied Lin Chen, it would only increase the risk of the Bai family and the Lin family turning against each other. In the previous fight with Qiying of the Bai family, she has been very careful to avoid using the Bai family's exercises, and just avoided seeing through the catastrophe. Sister Ruoyan, you have to be careful yourself. Lin Chen said worriedly. Bai Ruoyan just smiled, and the figure disappeared like a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the void. The 2 from Tianga Academy stared at the direction Bai Ruoyan was leaving. Especially the lowly in white, as if they were thinking about something. Brother, are we going to part so soon? Bai Juanhao and the others flew in the air and said with some reluctance. Don't worry, it's done this time. I'll pay for your losses for you. I've left a sum of points in the academy for you. It's the last word to become stronger. Lin Chen said with a sincere smile. When he stretched out his fist, the fists of the crowd tapped lightly, which was regarded as agreeing to Lin Chen's order. You can rest assured, little guy. From today onwards, no one will bully them in the academy. If they lose a hair, feel free to ask me Meng Qianma. The white-clothed lowly patted her chest and assured, with the assurance from the senior academy, it was a reassurance for Lin Chen. Incorporating the ancient Qinglong into the body, Lin Chen and the yellow-clothed fat man escaped from the heavenly demon sea. Holy fire realm, it seems that this time it will be very lively. Let's go back and prepare. Elder Bai Mei stroked his beard and said with a smile, this feast will gather all the younger generations in Lingzhou who are second only to the Holy Sun and the Holy Daughter, and will usher in the once-in-a-century peak collision. Such a feast, their Tianga Academy will naturally not be absent. Elder Bai Mei took Bai Juanhao and the others back to Tianga Academy, leaving only the crowd of gradually noisy people on Heiyuan Island. Passing through the radiant space passage at high speed, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the back of a flying warlike Dapeng. His face was pale, but he held his breath and his consciousness was highly concentrated. After conditioning his fighting spirit and recovering, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, early stage of the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. Ultimate strength, 1510 dragon power. Qi and blood energy, 185,397,040,000 points. The essence of fighting spirit, 215.9445 billion points. Spiritual power, 4.98 million points, late stage of spirit transformation. Cultivation essence, 55.1 million points. Possessing exercises, blue level advanced, 1 Yuxian, Zhenjia. Mind method, 9 tribulations of creation, 80%. Practice exercises, Taisha Bible, 70%, Shura Jiu Huang Bian, Fragment. Sankingling Watermark, Magic Power Crazy Thunder, Bing Tian Finger. Possesses blood energy, up to 3 types Qinglong Blood, 50,000 points. Zijintong Blood, 10,000 points. Trait Runes, Slow Rune Level 3, Corruption Rune Level 3, Charge Rune Level 3. Phantom Rune Fragment, 1/3. Runic Power, 58 million points. The energy of each element, Fire 90.09 million, Earth 93.5 million, Wood 81.4 million, Gold 91.4 million, Water 92.21 million. 100 million points of Thunder, 97 million points of Wind, 60.21 million points of Light, and 89.91 million points of Dark. Although the Heiyuan Spear is the pinnacle of the 5th rank, after the battle between Fu Wanquan and Bai Baichi, it was damaged more than 90% and can no longer be used. If it cannot be repaired, my strength will be limited. System, I want to practice Wan Yu Xianjin Jia. The system consumes 35 million points of Kung Fu, and is passing on the advanced blue-level defense combat skills for the host, Wan Yu Xianjin Jia. Brand new memories poured into Lin Chen's mind. This blue-level high-level Wan Yu Xianjin Jia will be displayed by Lin Chen, who can transform the Breath of War into the special bloodline of the Earth system, and it will be an unprecedented peak. In terms of tailor-made 4 words, it is more appropriate. During the 7 days on the road, Lin Chen was in a state of cultivation. Almost all the time. 7 days later, the Tianyao Sea is extremely far away from the destination that Lin Chen is going to this time, more than 1,000,000 miles away. In these 7 days, the weakness after the Shura Jiu Huang transformation has been completely recovered. After crossing the southern region of Lingzhou, the fat man in yellow hurried almost at full speed, taking Lin Chen to a ruined ancient city. The square located in the ruined ancient city gathers all the young talents of the current generation of ancient families. Who? It's finally here. The fat man in yellow was sweating profusely. Okay, little friend Lin Chen, then you can go and buy yourself. Lin Chen looked around curiously, and when he moved Zijin Tong a little, he found that there are countless heaven and earth fates surrounding the entire square. All of these belong to the luck of the favored sons of the sky, and they are so strong that Lin Chen is amazed. The favored sons of the heavens present were all within 50 years of age. Very young, and most of their cultivations were above the 7th level of the heavenly astral realm. They have excellent looks and temperament, each of them is a dragon and a phoenix, and there is a contemptuous arrogance in their conversations. These young men and women in the square are the top leaders from ancient families. Lin Chen stepped into the Bayou Square, a giant gate of the Great Desolation. Stood thousands of feet, like a giant gate to the sky. In addition, Lin Chen is even more splendid, and his eyes are brighter and brighter. Around the Great Gate of the Great Desolation, there are also a dazzling array of massive attribute light balls, and more than a dozen golden treasure chests suspended in the void. It's the arrogance of Tianjiao, grandmas, I'll post it now. Someone Lin swallowed his saliva and was about to let go and pick it up. Lin Chen, this way. Squad leader, why are you only here now? The moment Lin Chen stepped into the square, Han Yizhi and Han Ziyun were waving to him from several kilometers away. In addition to this, there was the sultry and beautiful woman standing pretty in the crowd, and when she saw Lin Chen, it was like the melting of the iceberg for thousands of years, with a lot of style and a quiet smile. Lin Chen? Hearing the shouts of Han Yizhi and Han Ziyun, hundreds of arrogant people nearby all looked at Lin Chen. This name is already quite famous among the younger generation of the ancient family. Just because Lin Chen assisted Han Ziyun at the medicine refining ceremony, to thwart many medicine refining geniuses, it was enough to attract their attention. The eyes of surprise, doubt, curiosity, disdain, and jealousy constantly swept towards Lin Chen, and some Tianjiao even sneered. Due to Lin Chen's previous use of Shura Jiuhuang transformation into a weak state, his 10,000 layers of fire net art has not had time to display, so his cultivation base is exposed to everyone's eyes. He's Lin Chen? Where did this clown come from, the 6th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm? Ha ha ha. It seems that the medicine refining ceremony was not very good. Even this kind of waste can stand out. Look at it, this match is absolutely perfect. The Han family has been expelled from the ancient family, and there are only 10 places left, and the Lung family is at the bottom of the ranking. Emotionally, they waited for a long time before they came to the 6th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm. Any ancient aristocratic family present can easily defeat them. Ha ha ha. 4 or 5 Tianjiao of the Bai family couldn't help laughing, and even many Tianjiao cast a sad look at the people of the Han family and the Lin family. Sigh. Ripples appeared in the space, and the terrifying soul impact was like a sea. And it was smashed in the direction of the previous 5 Baijia Tianjiao like a hurricane. Boom. The speed of the mental attack was extremely fast, and the 5 people were caught off guard. There were 2 more people, whose mental state was not good. They knelt on one knee on the spot, their bodies twitched slightly, and they foamed at the mouth. Lin Chen walked over, stretched out his hand at will to catch the 3 falling and suspended attribute light balls, patted the Baijia Tianjiao, who was kneeling on one knee, and laughed jokingly. This friend, although someone from Lin, is handsome and invincible all over Kyushu, but when we meet for the first time, you don't need to give such a big gift. Lin Chen's actions made the arrogance of the Bai family ready to move, and their murderous intent was revealed. Suddenly, an even more amazing murderous aura locked on Lin Chen. It attracted everyone's attention. I saw a young man in a white shirt walking slowly towards Lin Chen. It was Ning Lanfeng from the Ning family. When the 2 passed by, Ning Lanfeng gave a murderous warning. Lin Chen, right? In the sacred fire territory, it's not about alchemy. I'll let you walk in and crawl out. After speaking, Ning Lanfeng walked past and was about to leave. Suddenly, a young palm rested on his shoulder, and when he turned his head, the space distorted. Boom. The hurricanes were everywhere, and the fist wind that flattened the world was slammed into Ning Lanfeng's face. The expressions of many Tianjiao changed slightly, but no one thought that Lin Chen would be so domineering and shot on the spot. Ning Lanfeng immediately used his defensive combat skills, and even concentrated his fighting spirit with his backhand, and smashed Lin Chen's chest with a punch. Clang! Ning Lanfeng's fist wind was intercepted in midair, and a grey-blue rock armor appeared in front of Lin Chen to protect his heart. Ning Lanfeng, who was at the 8th level of Heavenly Astral Realm, could not cause any damage to him. But Lin Chen's pure power is by no means soft cotton. He punched through Ning Lanfeng's battle aura defense. Bang! The fist slammed into Ning Lanfeng's handsome face, smashing his teeth and nose into blood, and the whole person was blasted hundreds of meters away. Lin Chen sneered after taking the 5 attribute light balls dropped by Ning Lanfeng with one hand. Still walking in and crawling out? What kind of big-tailed wolf are you? Pretending to be? If you have a seed today, you will put your brother Chen down here and then speak harshly. Wow. The geniuses of the ancient family were in an uproar. No one thought that Lin Chen would be so domineering and dare to take action. In the ancient city, this is a case that is expressly prohibited, and the quota may be abolished. Lin Chen has no taboos. You are crazy. Someone Lin, is even more crazy. Along the way, Lin Chen has seen too many evil geniuses. These guys have high self-esteem and look down on all beings. To deal with them as long as their fists are hard enough. What was even more shocking was the arrogance of the Bai family. They would never misunderstand the defensive combat skill that Lin Chen had just used. Lin Chen. What's your origin, and why did the Wan Yu Xian Xinjia combat skill of our Bai family Tianqi appear on you? Lin Chen didn't think about it, and subconsciously blurted out, Bai Tianqi? I beat him up, is there any problem? When the nearby ancient family Tianjiao heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Beat up the son of God? You dare to blow this cow? Aren't you afraid of flashing your tongue? Lin Chen, you? Ning Lanfeng made a fool of himself in public. When he got up, he was about to attack Lin Chen when a figure intercepted him. Lanfeng, what's the matter? Wait until you enter the holy fire realm. The face of the man in the blue shirt is like a knife and axe, with a calm and condensed sharpness between his brows, like a war knife with a restrained edge. Big brother Yunlan, this person is very difficult. You may not be his opponent. Do you want to humiliate yourself in front of everyone's eyes? Then Ning Yunlan glanced at him and said indifferently. Ning Lanfeng gritted his teeth fiercely, trembling all over with anger. At this time, thousands of meters away, two mysterious figures leaning on the green pillar laughed. That's the legendary Lin Chen? Interesting, he clearly shot someone, but the elders who were hiding in the dark didn't stop him. It seems that, as the elders said, this Lin Chen has a considerable value to win. The conflict between the Ning family, the Bai family, and Lin Chen was just a small episode, and the many geniuses from ancient aristocratic families present didn't care much. At most, I was a little curious why Lin Chen made trouble, but the elder did not stop him. As for Lin Chen's apparent strength, it is extraordinary, but he still can't get into the eyes of the top genius. Because here, there is no shortage of geniuses with strength against the sky. Raise your hand to pick up a golden treasure chest in the void, and the system light screen pops up. The host opens the pure treasure chest and obtains the 5th order top level heaven and earth treasures, 3 golden dragon Hua Yuan fruits. Picking up the attribute light ball all the way, Lin Chen smiled happily, and walked in the direction of the Han family and the Ling family. I still like to make trouble so much, and I still laugh so happily when I make trouble. Ling Yueqi gave Lin Chen a helpless look, but when she saw him walking towards her with a smile on her face, Ling Yueqi's blue eyes showed a rare tenderness. Raising her slender hand, Ling Yueqi arranged Lin Chen's clothes, and the Tianjiao of the Ling family were stunned. In the past, the iceberg beauty in Lin Juweiben's house actually had such a small woman? It's none of my business, they're obviously jealous of my handsomeness. Lin Chen shrugged, seeing the mysterious relationship between the two. Han Ziyun, who was watching, had a sour heart and pouted cherry lips. The clever Ling Yueqi immediately saw the trickiness in it. A beautiful and dangerous arc was raised at the corner of her mouth, and she whispered Fong Lan's words against Lin Chen's ears. If you mess with flowers in the future, I'll freeze your legs, so that it won't even have a chance to do harm. Ling Yueqi's brows are like the moon, and there is a hint of danger in the sweet smile of Ling Yinyu's sister. Lin's lower body is cold, and she smiles. Wrong? Don't be glib, you can't be the same as before when you enter the holy fire realm this time. This time is different from the past. Now you have gathered the most powerful people in the world from every ancient family. It's not easy to provoke any of them. Ling Yueqi's advice made Lin Chen rarely show a serious look. The ancient family has accumulated more than 100,000 years of heritage, and no one knows what kind of monster-level talent they will cultivate. Lin Chen once heard Bai Ruoyan talk about that the lowest condition for becoming a saint is to possess the strength of Yuan Zuanjing. Lin Chen is not complacent just because he fought Bai Tianqi once. On the contrary, it also deepened his vigilance against the ancient family. He knew that Bai Tianqi's true strength was far more than that. Mr. Yueqi is right, monitor, what we should be most vigilant about are the four contemporary kings. Han Yizhi nodded her head and pointed to the four figures in the square. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. These four people are the four young figures who are the most eye-catching here. The first, standing behind the arrogance of the heavens, is a handsome young man in white clothes that beats the snow and has a crown like jade. His sword was not sheathed, but there were 3,000 sword lights dangling behind him like the scorching sun. There was a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, as if everyone present had not caught his eye. The second, with a slender waist straddling two blood-colored battle axes, a hot and enchanting figure, red lips as fiery, dark eyebrows curving, bronze skin revealing a strange beauty. It is actually a red dress with a sexy body. Beauty. Her waist looks slender, but in fact, under that bronze skin, there is a terrifying power hidden. The third place, wearing a feather crown, with a handsome face and an indifferent expression, is like an iceberg that will never melt. The most mysterious thing is his pair of gray eyes. Almost no one dares to look directly, brewing endless spiritual storms. Even if it can make you lose your mind at a glance. The fourth person is a stunning son. This young man really deserves the word stunning. He was dressed in a light blue shirt, his eyebrows were picturesque, his lips were crimson, his eyes were like stars, and he was holding a white feather fan. His slender figure could be noticed by both men and women. And his handsome appearance even made someone like Lin fall. The stunning young man pursed his lips and smiled. There were two small dimples on his cheeks, and his demeanor was extremely charming. In terms of appearance and temperament, perhaps only Han Yizhi could compare with him. This may be the most handsome man Lin Chen has ever seen. Just when someone Lin was extremely suspicious that the other party was disguised as a man, the stunning young man's white jade neck had a male slightly raised Adam's apple feature, breaking Lin Chen's suspect. Han Yizhi introduced to Lin Chen one by one each of the four heavenly kings of this ancient family has a quasi-exalted cultivation base. The gap between Tiangang realm and Yuanzuan realm lies in Dantian Yuanfu. Yuanfu can contain the small Dharma images of heaven and earth, and Tiangang realm just integrates its own fighting spirit into heaven and earth, and has the basic power to control space. It's like a well-versed archer and a cannon manipulator carrying super high quality explosives with him. Since ancient times, no one in the heavenly astral realm has been able to challenge the Yuanzuan realm by leaps and bounds. No matter how strong the heavenly astral realm is, it is only a slightly stronger ant in front of the Yuan Zuanjing. and it is not at the same level. And the quasi-exalted level, it is the powerhouse between the Tiangang realm and the Yuanzuan realm. The Tiangang battle spirit in their Dan Tian began to transform into Yuanfu, but it was not completely transformed. They are too much stronger than the Tiangang realm, and they are also a certain distance from the Yuanzuan realm. This type of powerhouse is the quasi-Zun level. Han Yizhi hadn't finished introducing Lin Chen, someone Lin left in a hurry. He couldn't help but start collecting the attribute light balls floating in the entire square. Lin Chen jumped to the 10-meter void, and waved his hand to pick up more than 20 colorful attribute light balls in the void. The host obtains 3 billion points of battle energy essence, 500,000 points of rune energy, 2.5 billion points of blood energy, 1 million points of water energy. When it landed, it was another golden treasure chest, and Lin Chen reached out and opened it. The host opens the golden treasure chest and obtains the 5th order top level medicinal pill, Sanqing healing Yuandan. Another burst of golden and red attribute light balls. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, picking them up, and began to attract the attention of many geniuses. The host obtains 1.5 million points of gold energy, 150,000 spiritual energy, 800,000 ignition energy, 300,000 rune energy. Lin Chen disregarded the curiosity and doubts of many geniuses, and was stroking the air. The quality of the attribute light ball here is extremely high, second only to the quality dropped by Lin Chen and by Tianqi during the battle. It's so cool. Here are all the highest level geniuses in the ancient family. And each attribute light ball has a considerable value. Lin Chen was ecstatic in his heart, although it couldn't be compared with the Holy Sun, but it was much better. Lin Chen picked up a total of 17 attribute light balls on by Tianqi last time, and there are at least a few hundred here. What the hell is this kid smirking like? Could it be that the brain is sick? Hey, is this person crazy? He actually walked in the direction of the 4 heavenly kings. Someone Lin picked up wildly all the way in Jimen Square, sensing that his 9-color battle spirit was about to break through. He hurriedly activated the 10,000 layers of fire net technique to cover his entire body, sealing his battle spirit cultivation base firmly. The host gets 8 billion points of battle chi essence, 5 billion points of battle chi essence, 6 billion points of chi and blood energy, 3 billion points of chi and blood energy. Boom! Lin Chen's fighting spirit turned in his body, and a wave of fighting spirit that was stronger than before overflowed. His combat aura cultivation base entered the mid-6th stage in less than half a quarter of an hour. Then, he came back to his senses, and he had already picked up the attribute light ball and picked it up in front of the red-clothed woman of the 4 heavenly kings. When he looked up, the woman in red with the double axe was also staring at him in surprise, looking at each other. Then, Mr. Lin's eyes lit up, and he said very seriously, it turned out to be Miss Yi Yanxia, the 4 heavenly kings of the ancient family. Disrespectful. And disrespectful, I have heard the name for a long time, and I am fortunate to meet in Xiao Lin Chen. Speaking, Lin Chen smiled and stretched out his hand, making a handshake. That Yi Yanxia is also a straightforward character, and as one of the 4 heavenly kings, she is not polite. It turned out to be young Master Lin Chen, and Yanxia has heard a little about what happened at the medicine refining ceremony. As everyone knows, only Lin Chen can see it. The moment his palm touched Yi Yanxia's jade hand, countless blood-red attribute light balls quickly emerged from the beautiful woman's jade hand and merged into Lin Chen's palm. The host obtains 18 billion points of qi and blood energy, and obtains 13 billion points of qi and blood energy. Lin Chen's qi, blood and energy attribute value has risen rapidly, and his dragon power has grown like a broken bamboo, breaking through 1500 dragon power almost in a blink of an eye. Fuck, it's cool. This girl's body refinement level is extremely strong, and the attribute light ball on her body is not simple. At the time of shaking hands, Lin was so happy that he couldn't bear to let go of Yi Yanxiao's jade hand, but instead he usurped a point. Oh? Yi Yanxiao's eyes flickered slightly, as if she realized that Lin Chen was also a body refiner, and mistakenly thought that Lin Chen was trying to test herself. Boom. Click. Click. The moment Yi Yanxiao exerted her strength, the space suddenly distorted, the ground of the plaza as solid as a rock continued to burst, and shocking cracks began to fill, and the arrogant surrounding Tianjiao immediately retreated. This kid is actually competing for pure power with Yi Yanxiao of the four Heavenly Kings? What a joke. Yi Yanxiao's pure power can defeat even a quasi-exalted powerhouse. He is courting death. Many Tianjiao are both curious and shocked. This Lin Chen seems to be hiding a lot. The host obtains 10 billion points of qi and blood energy, 19 billion points of qi and blood energy. The moment Yi Yanxiao exerted her strength, Lin Chen's attribute value soared even faster. However, Yi Yanxiao's strength is extraordinary, and the first shot is 2000 dragon power. Lin Chen can only resist with the pure power of running the ancient Qinglong. 1800, 1900 dragon power. Lin Chen's own pure power climbed extremely rapidly through the attribute light ball that continuously emerged from Yi Yanxiao's hand. Oh? That's the assistant alchemist who shined at the alchemy ceremony, Lin Chen? Well, yes. It seems that his mental power is not inferior to those of us old guys. It should not be wrong. Good guy. Is it interesting that he is also a body refiner with a high talent for refining medicine? For this information, I have spent a heavy price to find out from some of the Han family's grass. It's not from the Lin family and the Han family, and I don't come from an ancient family. It seems that it is indeed worth winning. This is a medicine refining seedling that even the old man values very much. In a dilapidated attic outside Jimen Square, a group of elders from ancient aristocratic families chatted around and looked at Lin Chen. That's Lin Chen, who has been in the limelight recently in our college. At the corner of the south side of the square, 12 figures looked at Lin Chen in surprise. These 12 people are the Lan Sun level Tianjiao representing Tianga Academy, who went to the Holy Fire Realm. One of them is a figure on par with Fu Wanquan, Yi Juesheng, and Long Xiangyu, who is most likely to become one of the four arrogances of the Zishuan class, Mo. Feng. Mo Feng, who was in the center of the crowd, snapped his nails and sneered. It seems that he is just a brute force alchemist. If he dares to disobey us in the Holy Fire Realm, he will kill him on the spot. Inside the square, Lin Chen and Yi Yanxiao were still shaking hands. Oh? It's approaching 3,500 dragon power, and he can still catch up with me. It doesn't seem like a pretense. Yi Yanxiao is very interested. This pure power is more than enough to fight against the ordinary middle stage of the 9th level of the sky. She was about to exert her strength again, but found that Lin Chen's strength loosened. It seems that Mr. Lin Chen is not a fanciful person who can only refine medicine. Yanxia looks forward to meeting you in the Holy Fire realm. Yi Yanxia smiled slightly, the palms of the two sides separated, Lin Chen said. With a smile. Ms. Yi Yanxia lives up to her reputation. I, Mr. Lin, are willing to bow down, this strength is enough. He looked at the beautiful woman's chest and said solemnly, it's big enough. Why are you so reckless, just after you said don't make trouble, go test Yi Yanxia. Ling Yueqi couldn't help frowning slightly, blaming Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Are you okay? Han Ziyun said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hee, Teacher Yueqi, don't be in a hurry to get angry. I've learned a lot from this trip. Although Lin Chen has a hippie smile, his eyes are full of excitement. After picking up all the attribute light balls in the square, his strength has skyrocketed. The pure power of the ancient Qinglong has risen to 3,900 dragon power. His own pure power even exceeded 2,100 dragon power. Glancing at the more than 100 million rune energy in the system, Lin Chen is full of expectations for this trial in the Holy Fire realm. With 100 million rune energy, Lin Chen has the confidence to single out anyone below Yuan Zuanjing. Half an hour after Lin Chen arrived at the square, two elders in gray shirts appeared in front of the giant gate like ghosts and said slowly, the time limit has come, please listen to the little guys of each family. In the realm of the Holy Fire, your life and death are only in your own hands. Also, the cultivation of the Yuanzuan realm cannot enter the realm of the Holy Flame. The rules of Heavenly Dao will voluntarily obliterate you. If you break through Yuanzuan in the secret territory, you will be automatically sent out. The Holy Sun is not the only way to become a strong man. The kind of fire left by the Holy Fire in the Holy Fire realm is limited, if you can find another situation that belongs to you in the Holy Fire realm, it is also an excellent result. Only those who survive can it may become a legend, little devils, work hard to survive in the Holy Fire. The two gray-shirted elders gave some advice. When their palms touched the giant gate, both sides of the giant gate slowly opened, and a space passage leading to the distance appeared inside the giant gate. All the arrogances can't wait, point your toes and swept into the space channel at a high speed. Countless geniuses poured into the Holy Fire territory at this time. Let's go too. Led by Lin Chen, Ling Yueqi, Han Ziyun and Han Yizhi entered together. The dozen or so Lin family's Tianjiao who were not far from them glanced at Ling Yueqi and the others with disdain. In fact, the Lingyue family just hoped that Lin Chen could join forces with his own Tianjiao to gain something in the Holy Fire territory. But in fact, several geniuses of the Ling family were very repulsive to Lin Chen, an outsider, and Ling Yueqi, who had risen from the family. How else to look after each other? I think the elders are really crazy. Why do I need such an outsider to look after me from the Ling family? When I wait to collect the seeds of the Holy Fire, it will be the new son of the Lingyue family. A little toes, the Tianjiao of the Lingyue family also followed Lin Chen and flew into the space channel. The 4 heavenly kings, as well as the 10 geniuses under the 4 heavenly kings, poured into the giant space gate one after another. In just 20 breaths, all the ancient Tianjiao disappeared in the audience, leaving only the elders of the various clans waiting outside the square. When entering the pitch-dark passage, Lin Chen was engrossed and prepared. The feeling of weightlessness under his feet was extremely serious, and the surrounding space was constantly shifting and changing. Before a quarter of an hour, the scene in front of them was suddenly dazzling. Lin Chen and others suddenly stood still, and he and Ling Yueqi and others arrived in a desert. In addition to this, there are another 11 Tianjiao from different families who fell into the arena together with Lin Chen and others. There are 2 suspenseful mirrors hanging upside down in the sky, but the reflected scene is a vast ocean. Oops. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Ling Yueqi and Han Ziyun changed slightly at the same time. We were transported to the mirror projection space. Lin Chen was puzzled. What is a mirror projection space? This is the most difficult and possibly the easiest level to enter the sacred fire realm. Several Tianjiao beside Lin Chen took over the conversation with a solemn expression. This mirror projection space will randomly change the avatar of someone who enters the sacred fire territory. The avatar has the exact same cultivation and means as the main body. Ling Yueqi said solemnly. All the arrogances nearby who arrived in the desert with Lin Chen and others were waiting in full force. And this kind of secret realm? I don't know if I can project my avatar. Brother Chen, I haven't fought myself yet. Just as Lin Chen was fantasizing with great interest, a beam of light like thunder slammed down. Boom. In the desert, wolves are everywhere. The slender young figure slowly walked out of the wolf smoke. This figure is not a real life. His whole body is pitch black and he holds a white feather fan. His facial features are extremely handsome and there is a bit of dustiness in his elegance, but only those soulless eyes let people know that he is not himself. This scene changed the expressions of everyone present except Lin Chen. Actually, Luo Qingyu, one of the 4 heavenly kings. This is the absolute next sign. If it's not good, maybe everyone will fall here. Oh. It turned out to be that stunning young man. On the contrary, someone Lin was calm, and suddenly realized. At this time, every 15 Tianjiao is a group, and similar pictures are constantly being staged in each mirror space. Some people encounter ordinary mirror avatars, they are very happy, and they can clear the customs immediately. Some people have encountered the 4 heavenly kings, or the 10 geniuses under the heavenly kings, and their faces are almost ashes. However, what is more worthy of attention is a certain secret space, a virgin forest is full of prehistoric atmosphere. Since the team formed into the secret realm is completely random, in this secret realm space, there are 4 Tianjiao from the Ling family, 4 people from the Ning family, 4 Tianjiao from the Bai family, and 3 Tianga Academy Lansun class, including Mo Feng, who is most likely to become a Zisen class and is known as one of the top 10 geniuses. And Ming Lanfeng from the Ning family is no exception. It turned out to be a mirror space. Ming Lanfeng looked up at the sky and exclaimed. With big brother Yunlan, one of the top 10 geniuses, and Mo Feng from Tianga Academy, as long as we don't encounter the mirror clones of the 4 heavenly kings, we shouldn't have any problems. Another Ning family Tianjiao smiled confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunder-like beam of light suddenly fell. Boom! A young figure as dark as an abyss slowly emerged. He was holding a black spear. He was very handsome, with a cynical smile on his face. Even if he lost his spiritual eyes, he still couldn't hide the coquettish smile on the corner of his mouth. The most conspicuous thing is that when he released his cultivation base in the 6th stage of the astral realm that day, it made everyone a little confused. Huh? The 6th level of the astral realm? It's actually that Lin Chen? Ha ha ha. Well, this time it's stable, it's a fact that we passed through the mirror space. I didn't expect that we would encounter this rubbish. Let's take his avatar. To shame. When I get to the holy fire realm, I will beat him violently. Broken star Tianch in hand. Ning Lan took the lead in the wind, and slapped a palm in the sky, and the fighting spirit surged like a nebula disillusioned, breaking a star hand that was hundreds of feet tall. Hey! Boom! The sonic boom was like a tidal wave, and behind Lin Chen's avatar, a purple flame wing emerged, and suddenly the sound wave was rolling. And it was easy to dodge the star's big hand. What? What speed is this? Boom! Appearing like a ghost above Ning Lanfeng's head, the speed of Lin Chen's clone is shockingly fast. He held the black spear high, and the three fighting spirits of wind, thunder, and darkness were activated in an instant, and a crazy thunderstar meteor hit the top of Ning Lanfeng's head. Don't underestimate the enemy. Ning Yunlan's movement was extremely fast, and the moment he reached Ning Lanfeng's position and pulled him away, Lei Ting Wanjun threw a punch and confronted Lin Chen's spear head-on. Boom! Lightning flashed, the ground shook and the mountains shook, the entire barren forest was surging, the clouds were swept away by the lightning, and there was a haze-like killing intent in the clear sky. There was a trace of blood on Ning Yunlan's fist, and the Baijia Tianjiao and Mo Feng from Tianga Academy, who were present, raised their brows unconsciously. Ning Yunlan suddenly sighed, extremely strong movement technique and pure strength, plus he possesses the super defensive combat skills of the Bai family's Wan Yu Xianjin Jia. Don't underestimate this Lin Chen, his strength is not great. Simple. Those who had contempt for Lin Chen before, all put away their inner contempt. Although it was a surprise, Ning Yunlan, one of the top 10 geniuses, could be slightly injured with a single blow. This kind of strength is not unusual. The next moment, Long Xiao shook the sky, and an ancient Qinglong turned into a azure light from Lin Chen's body and was born. The arrogance of the Bai family and the Lin family are all pale. An ancient blue dragon? How is this possible? Doesn't it mean that this mirror space will only project the clone of the entrant? Could it be that this ancient Qinglong also belongs to Lin Chen? How is this possible? Is he a dragon clan? If it's a dragon, it should be him who turned into a blue dragon. It was difficult for the two Tianjiao to calm down, but the people from Tianga Academy thought about it, and then suddenly realized. Pluto/Dragon Claw. Judgment 10 absolute cuts. The heaven and the earth are full of visions, and the colorful battle aura creates constant distortions and cracks in the space, and the offensive is like a tide. The entire secret realm space is shaking like a natural disaster. Numerous high-level combat skills are locked into the fast-moving figure in the void and the nearly 3,000-foot ancient blue dragon. A Tianjiao of the Lin family stimulated the fighting spirit, and the space was twisted. A dragon claw shook behind Lin Chen's avatar, but was blocked by the giant defensive armor formed like rocks. The defense of Wan Yu Xianjinjia is indestructible, and it is completely impossible to break through his defense. Brush. The clone is as flexible as a fish in water, turning around and swimming and stabbing a spear. When the lightning spear pierces through the void, it pierces through with terrifying pure power. That Lingjiao Tianjiao's expression changed slightly, and the partners around him immediately rushed to support. The three worked together to block Lin Chen's domineering shot and retreated several kilometers. The crowd attacked wildly, without any intention of giving Lin Chen's avatar a break, such as the overwhelming offensive was destroyed in an instant. Between Lin Chen and the avatar of the ancient Qinglong flexibly dodging, on the contrary, they gave a fierce counterattack. So strong. It's almost 3/4 of an hour, and we haven't done him much damage yet. Leng Jia Tianjiao, who wanted to sneak attack on Lin Chen's avatar before, gasped slightly and said incredulously. With the younger generation of our 15 ancient families as opponents, 2 of them are under the siege formed by the contemporary top 10 geniuses, and they can't win a 6th level of the heavenly astral realm? Although Ning Yunlan of the Ning family and Mo Feng of Tiange Academy have not done their best, their cards are still unfathomable, but his strength is too terrifying to be able to persevere for so long without being damaged. The 4 Leng family's Tianjiao were slightly puffing the air. They finally understood why the Lin patriarch insisted on asking everyone to cooperate with Lin Chen. As far as his strength is concerned, he is second only to the existence of the top 10 geniuses. While fighting, Ning Yunlan noticed the purple-golden light spinning in the pupils of Lin Chen's clone. Every time a ferocious attack strikes, the light in his pupils will be even brighter. It seems that he has a mysterious pupil technique that can see through the secrets of the sky and predict life and death in advance. It seems that he has to do a feint to attract him. Ning Yunlan's aura was abruptly shocked, and his cultivation in the middle stage of the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm was fully revealed, and the attraction of Lin Chen's clone was concentrated on him. It's now. Ning Yunlan suddenly drank coldly. Golden broken 4th heaven. The golden light shone like a ray of light, suppressing it from all directions. Like 4 high walls of energy. Seal Lin Chen's clone and the ancient Qinglong in a narrow space. Now, attack him. The Bai family Tianjiao, who sealed Lin Chen's avatar, suddenly shouted, and the 2 afterimages were cut off like a blade. Soul Destroyer finger. Withering blood beads. Ning Yunlan of the Ning family and Mo Feng of Tiange Academy each made a killing move, and the 2 fingerprints alternated like the sun and the moon to break the empty spot. Followed by a star-like war light, with a little bit of poignant beauty, it crashed into 1 person and 1 dragon inside the 4 golden walls. Boom! The golden wall shattered, and the energy storm that swept the heavens and the earth rose in the sky. Just when everyone thought they had succeeded, the boy's indifferent voice had no emotion at all. Wei Lin Ba Huang. The black spear is fired, the dragon is flying, and the green thunder is merged into 1,000 zhang lei long. It's a bit of a combat skill, and the realm of cultivation is quite high, but unfortunately, the combat spirit cultivation base is still a little worse. Just when Mo Feng was dismissive, Ning Yunlan's expression changed suddenly. Defend with all your strength. He still has backhands. When all the arrogances were still attracted by the power of Wei Lin 8 wastes, from the position 2 kilometers below Lin Chen's location, the ancient Qinglong clone with slightly broken dragon scales lifted the dragon's claws angrily, and swung down both claws alternately. The afterimages shone with blue light dancing in the sky. The dragon-breathing blade is like a fluctuating storm, carrying the energy and destructive fluctuations that push the galaxy, and it is continuously released from the dragon's claws. Do not. Before the few Tianjiao could scream in agony, they were swallowed by the storm. Zuntian Hedes dragon's breath and chaotic blade storm passes like a typhoon, destroying everything that stands in its way. The direction of the dragon's claws will destroy all life within 1,000 miles, and everything will be cut into pieces by the dragon's breath. When the ancient Qinglong has 2,500 dragon power, it is enough to match the early stage of the 9-layer Tiangang realm. And Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong already had 3,900 dragon power before entering the sacred fire realm, and he will not be defeated by any of the 9th level peaks of the Tiangang realm head-on. The blue dragon split soul claw released by 3,900 dragon power, its power is so strong that it is completely cutting tofu. If it is one-on-one, even the quasi-exalted powerhouses have to avoid the edge. For the time being, the remaining power of the Qinglong split soul claw dissipated, and there were still 13 people left at the scene. Even though the genius of the ancient family is very rich and extraordinary, and there are many life-saving cards, the Bai family and the Ning family have each lost one person, and they are all cultivations in the late stage of the 7th level of the Tiangang realm. In addition, the Lin family, the Bai family, the Tianga Academy, and the Ning family were all injured. Except for Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan, the top 10 geniuses, no one escaped under the power of that move. The actual situation is even more serious than this. If Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan were not at the forefront of the soul claws, weakening most of their power, the actual situation would have been even more tragic. What a joke, there are 2 top 10 geniuses sitting on the stage, and he can kill our Bai family. Lin Chen? He's actually so strong. The people of the Bai family were shocked and angry, while the Tianjiao of the Lung family was frightened, and the expressions of Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng were extremely solemn. Heavenly Astral Realm 6th layer already has such strength. If this kid is at the same level as me, wouldn't it mean that I'm not even his opponent? Will it affect my status in the academy? No way. I want to be here. In the holy fire territory, kill him completely before his wings are fully grown. At this moment, Mo Feng took the lead in killing Lin Chen. As expected of a person who can make Saintess Qingxian remember her name, she is truly extraordinary. According to the previous battle, Ning Yunlan has seen the key to the battle of Lin Chen's clone. In terms of mentality, his mentality has a variety of attributes, and its power, together with the arrogance of the blue-level mentality, cannot take much advantage. Normally, the 9th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm can abolish the 6th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm with a snap of the fingers, and there is a huge gap in cultivation. But Lin Chen made up for this defect by using his own mentality and his pure power as strong as a wild beast. Whether in close combat or at a distance, his sheer power is a Xeon menace. In addition, his bizarre and unpredictable pupil technique can predict the opponent's movements and intentions, combined with the speed of his purple phoenix wings and the speed of movement skills above the blue rank, and the indestructible 1U Xianjin armor. Defense. This kind of 1+1 is by no means equal to 2. His background can be called attack, defense, speed, and perfection. Not to mention that there is an ancient Qinglong next to him that is hard to find opponents below the quasi-exaltation. Lin Chen's strength is far beyond the imagination of everyone present. The smoke dissipated, Lin Chen's avatar slowly emerged, his left arm was missing, and only one right arm was left holding the black gun in his hand. Obviously, Lin Chen's clone was not unscathed by the previous wave of siege. But in fact, it is not difficult for the powerhouses who have seen Lin Chen fight to find out that the avatar projected by the mirror space is not Lin Chen's full strength. Because when Lin Chen is fighting, he will convert his own attribute battle gas into a special energy bloodline, but this clone does not at all. Even so, with the addition of Gu Qinglong to his clone, he was still a mess. Your Excellency Mo Feng, if we hide it, I'm afraid there will be more casualties in each other's camp. Ning Yunlan glanced at Mo Feng, who was tacit, nodded silently, and left a sentence. Leave this kid to me, you go to get the ancient Qinglong, I will help you. After I get this guy. After he finished speaking, a golden light appeared in Mo Feng's palm, and his movement speed increased by more than 3 times than before. This speed is almost the same as the speed shown by the 9 Hell Pluto. Steps used by Lin Chen's avatar superimposed under the wings of the purple Phoenix. The two are like meteors in the sky, instantly meeting and fighting together. In this case, this troublesome Qinglong can only be handed over to me. Temporarily. Ning Yunlan's fist was like a dragon, and he punched out brazenly, shrouding his body in bursts of Buddha light, like the arrival of an ancient undefeated martial arts Buddha, confronting the ancient Qinglong head-on. These 2 top 10 geniuses, second only to the 4 heavenly kings, finally showed their true strength. The Lung family and the Bai family, as well as the people from Tianga Academy, were dazzled. When they were yearning for the strength of the two, what replaced them was the deep fear and shock of Lin Chen. Thinking about an hour ago, when entering the Holy Fire realm, who would have thought that Lin Chen's strength would be so strong that 2 top 10 geniuses would encircle him. Looking at Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong who had been in contact with the 2 great geniuses, the voices of the Bai family trembled, and their hearts even trembled. If it weren't for Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan, I'm afraid that the people here today might be beaten and wiped out by Lin Chen's clone. The other side. Above the desert, dozens of figures crisscrossed each other, fighting against an elegant figure in light blue clothes. Lin Chen was the first among them, and the purple phoenix wings fluttered and swayed the purple flames, fighting at close range with the man in the blue shirt. His fists, knees, elbows, fingertips, palms, legs, all turned into murderous weapons. There was no meaning of pity fragrant and cherished jade in the body of this stunning young man, Luo Qingyu. Boom. 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 The boxing wind hit the lower abdomen, then the left shoulder and waist. Lin Chen's attacks continued to hit Luo Qingyu, and every part of the hit kept rolling down the attribute light balls. When Lin Chen picked it up, the attribute skyrocketed. The host gets 7 billion points of battle spirit essence, 7.9 million points of water energy, 12 billion points of battle spirit essence, 11 billion points of battle spirit essence. This Luo Qingyu seems to be extremely bad at melee combat. Facing Lin Chen's onslaught, he can only resist it, he can't see the level of the contemporary 4 heavenly kings at all. The attribute light balls dropped from his body were all the essence of fighting spirit, which made Lin Chen's cultivation level rise sharply again. Click. Click. There was a faint voice of breaking through the bottleneck in the body, and Lin Chen's cultivation level was promoted to the late stage of the 6th level of the Tiangang realm. Taking advantage of the gap created by the opponent's defense against his own kick, Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped it again, and suddenly slammed into the opponent's chest. When the palm slapped on the chest, although most of the power was blocked by the fighting spirit, Lin Chen still slapped Luo Qingyu's avatar's chest with a palm. With this palm, someone Lin seemed to be hitting the cotton, and the soft touch made someone Lin experience what it means to enjoy silky softness. Lin Chen's heart suddenly had a hint of enlightenment, and he laughed wickedly. In his heart. It turns out that Luo Qingyu of the 4 heavenly kings is a little girl. No wonder why this girl is so handsome, even my brother Lin can't stand it. She is a beautiful girl. Fortunately, this projection clone does not have the master's wisdom and Thinking ability, only pure fighting consciousness, otherwise Lin Chen's palm would have to provoke the opponent. I didn't expect her to have a hobby of disguising herself as a man. When she has time, she has to find a place where no one is free to change her hobby. Lin, as a good citizen, must help with this. No way. Brother Chen, my character is good. At this moment, when various thoughts flashed through someone in Lin's mind, Luo Qingyu seemed to be poised for a long time, and folded his hands in front of his chest. The vast water system energy surged out like a huge wave in an instant, shrouded in from all around, and the lightning merged into a water system cage of thousands of feet, trying to imprison all the heavenly talents around it. As if they had received the message in advance, all of them started the unique skills of movement and retreated one after another, but Lin Chen stayed inside. Azura Jiuhuang change, Tianshui change. Lin Chen's cultivation level suddenly climbed from the middle stage of the 6th stage to the early stage of the 7th stage. Charging rune ice fingers. At a very close distance, Lin Chen mobilized a Bing Tian finger with all his strength to freeze all the water energy in the water cage into frost, freezing himself and Luo Qingyu's avatars. Just before being frozen, Lin Chen's whole body was transformed into special bloodlines of golden earth elements, and golden light and earth-red armor appeared all around him. Tiangang War Spirit Wanyue Xuanzhen Jia. Lin Chen's two major defensive combat skills, Tiangong's Fighting Spirit and Wanyue's Xianzhen Jia, were displayed at the same time, one for the outer defense and the other for the inner defense, perfectly superimposed. Freeze him, let's shoot together. When Ling Yueqi drew her bow, she suddenly shouted coldly. The surrounding ancient Tianjiao immediately shot, aiming all the combat skills at the Luo Qingyu clone at the other end. Huoluo Gai Tianzhong. Destroying demons. By Jun's finger. Tianyao Jiabing. 14 people shot together, and the moment when all kinds of battle gas attack smashed through the ice prison, Luo Qingyu's clone had no chance to dodge anymore, and all of them endured everyone's attacks head-on. Lin Chen used the power of everyone to break the ice prison. With two defensive combat skills, he quickly retreated and swept away from the ice prison. Go back. Han Yizhi said anxiously. It was only then that everyone realized that the ancient Qinglong on the other end was already ready to go, and they all immediately retreated back like a ghost. Blue Dragon, Split Soul, Claw. When the two vast dragon claws alternately swung down, the dragon's breath light blade wreaked havoc on the audience, raging towards the pretty lady in the ice prison. The strongest blow in the audience cut Luo Qingyu's avatar into pieces. From Lin Chen's point of view, the moment her clone shattered, more than a dozen attribute light balls fell, and most importantly, a cyan treasure chest was suspended in the void. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward mechanism. When the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen's eyes became extremely hot. The azure treasure chest is spinning with an exciting treasure light. If you look closely, you can even find that the blurred azure light is mixed with a touch of blue and gold. Lin Chen first jumped in front of the treasure chest, reached out and grabbed it. The treasure chest was opened, and a jade fragment with a faint golden light fell into Lin Chen's palm, and then fused into his body. The host opens the treasure chest and obtains phantom rune fragments, +1. Phantom runes, 2/3. It's actually a fragment of a phantom rune. Lin Chen's expression suddenly became ecstatic. One more fragment. As long as you pick up another phantom shard or trigger the next surprise mechanism, you will be able to use this ace rune. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Lin Chen thought happily in his heart. The harvest this time is really quite a lot. The phantom rune fragments and more than 30 million water energy, plus more than 80 billion points of battle Qi essence, have made my battle Qi cultivation base break through a small cultivation base. Lin Chen looked at the 120 million points of water energy in the system with great satisfaction, and couldn't help grinning. With a thought, he lifted the Shura Zhouhuang transformation. At present, he has fully adapted to the first stage of Zhouhuang transformation, and there will be no sequelae except for the intense consumption of battle qi. Brother Lin Chen, in the Shedon family, Dan Qianqiu. Little friend Lin Chen not only has a small achievement in refining medicine, but also has such a strong strength, I really admire it. A long-haired beauty in silver clothes like snowy frost clasped her fists at Lin Chen and smiled sweetly. In her tone, in addition to being polite, there is also a hint of arrogance. She just referred to Lin Chen as a small achievement in refining medicine. As one of the top 10 geniuses, she was also very curious about Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand casually in disinterest, and didn't even look at the other party. It's okay, everyone has a common enemy. After arriving at the holy fire realm, if necessary, I will also fight with you. After speaking, Lin Chen turned around and looked at Han Yizhi and the others with a wide-eyed smile. Yizhi, teacher Yueqi, Ziyun, are you alright? Everyone nodded. Han Ziyun's cultivation base was in the late 7th stage. And although his strength was moderate, it wasn't a hindrance. Although Han Yizhi's cultivation is only in the early stage of the 4th stage, but because of his special physique and spiritual power, he has already reached the late stage of spirit transformation. Ling Yueqi is a real step to the sky. After getting the inheritance from her ancestors, she went to Ling Yueben's home to get key training. She is already in the late 8th stage of the Tiangang realm, and now she is completely ahead of Lin Chen. Humph, what kind of posture? Our cousin Qianqiu talked to him, that was to give him a face, thinking that a little strength is great. What is it? The other 3 Tianjiao of the Dan family pouted. Dan Qianqiu glared at them. And the former just shut up. This person is unfathomable. He can be regarded as one of the dark horses in this sacred fire realm. He is second only to the 4 heavenly kings and the top 10 geniuses. Maybe his strength is already at the same level as me. You'd better not provoke him. Dan Qianqiu warned the cousins around him, and then showed a contemplative demeanor. Not only Dan Qianqiu, but many Tianjiao present fell into contemplation and contemplation. At this time, a topic of interest came from the direction of Lin Chen and others, and Dan Qianqiu and others immediately raised their ears and listened carefully. Squad leader, are these the only strengths of the 4 kings? Or is it the squad leader that you are too strong? Lin Chen smiled. Hey, you're half right. You're squad leader, I'm really strong, but Luo Qingyu of the 4 heavenly kings is far from being as simple as a mirror avatar. On the contrary, it is precisely because her mirror avatar is so weak that she appears to be extremely dangerous. As he spoke, Lin Chen's tone gradually became solemn. Although the holy fire realm is mysterious and ancient, it can project other people's clones and perfectly reproduce the strength of the other party, but I don't think it's that simple. Because some of the background and cultivation techniques may have surpassed this sacred fire realm, they cannot be projected here, so the strength of the clone is far less powerful than the name carried by the main body. Talking about this, some Tianjiao's hearts have already emerged a touch of Enlightenment. That's right, the clones that appear in this mirror projection space may be more powerful, and the closer they are to the main body, the weaker, the more dangerous they are. Because they prevent certain things from being projected and manifested. These missing things in background are the reasons why those people can stand on the top. Speaking of this, Lin Chen was also very curious about how much strength he was projected. He didn't think that the mirror space here could project his characteristic rune. OM. Ripples appeared in the space, and a space light screen quickly listed out, showing the situation of each mirror space. In some mirror spaces, the arrogance of Tianjiao has already killed the projection's clone. Some have encountered the clones of the top 10 geniuses, and they are still struggling. Enterers, please wait for all mirror spaces to end before you can enter the Holy Fire Realm. The obscure voice turned into mental waves and spread into the minds of everyone in the desert. Lin Chen simply sat in the sand watching the play. Lin Chen curiously looked at the reality in the many mirror spaces while working his mind to restore his fighting spirit. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly focused. Huh? There really is my avatar. Come on. Even Brother Chen and I haven't projected 1/10 of my handsomeness. Bad review. Someone Lin scolded and stared at a light screen on the edge, and everyone couldn't help looking at it curiously. In this mirror space, even my ancient Qinglong clone can be projected. The mystery of the Holy Fire Realm is really the creation of the world, but I don't know how much of my strength it projects. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about it, he saw that his clone was punched, and he couldn't sit still. When all the arrogances looked carefully, the 11 arrogances could not help but gasp slightly. Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng, the top 10 geniuses? My mother. Fighting 2 geniuses alone? Seeing that Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan were fighting extremely fiercely around Lin Chen's clone and Qinglong's clone, everyone looked at each other, and there was an undisguised shock in their eyes. Hit him. Left hook, knee and elbow. You kick his crotch and stab him in the eye. Shit, hide your ass. His grandma's, use your fingers to freeze his dick. Commander Lin, someone shouted excitedly, shaking his fists in excitement. Looking at the appearance, he was even more excited than the battle scene. Seeing that his avatar was gradually suppressed by Mo Feng, and his tricks were beaten and eliminated, Lin's face flushed with anger. My day. What did you coax just now, feigning attack with fighting spirit, and attacking his mother's bottom lane with pure strength? In the end, after Lin Chen's avatar was fought by Mo Feng for more than 100 rounds, it exploded on the spot, and someone Lin was so angry that his head was almost smoking, and said cursing. Grass. This doppelganger has really lost my face. Go home and sing, dance and play basketball. Hearing someone from Lin's angrily cursing that he hates iron and steel, everyone present couldn't help but have a black line. Big brother. That was Mo Feng from Tianga Academy. Standing at the level of the ancient family, the most powerful people below. The 4 contemporary heavenly kings in the ancient family are also the most promising level to become the Holy Sun. Your clone can fight the opponent for hundreds of rounds and you are still not satisfied. Can you still expect the clone to defeat the opponent? Angry returned to anger. Lin Chen still saw a lot of clues from the battle of the clones. First, one's own clone cannot convert the attributes of the second half of the 9 tribulations of creation into a special bloodline. Second, the realm of Zijintong has only reached the 4th stage of the realm of purple electricity. Third, unable to use Azure Jiuhuang transformation, this is a crucial key. Taking the triple transformation of Shura Jiuhuang to the extreme will allow Lin Chen to step into the 8th level realm of the astral realm. As for the rest, Lin Chen has not observed it yet, but in general there are so many, it is impossible for characteristic runes to appear. This unique trump card belongs only to Lin Chen and the system, and it is impossible for any strong person to copy it. The strength of the ancient Qinglong was perfectly reproduced. The clone of the ancient Qinglong was finally killed by Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan, plus 7 Tianjiao, who had the power to fight again. When he was about to fight back, he also caused a slight injury to Mo Feng. This scene made the Tianjiao, who were in the same mirror space as Lin Chen, sighed slightly, and when they looked at Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong body again, their eyes were full of panic and fear. Even Dan Qianqiu, one of the top 10 geniuses, is a little afraid. If she were to face this ancient Qinglong, she would at least have to pay enough price to destroy it, and maybe she would be seriously injured. If there is another Lin Chen staring at him, obviously, this Lin Chen's strength and background are already equal to any one of their top 10 geniuses. It turns out that it's such a hard thing to see my clone being beaten. His uncles, he made me angry, and the mood of the breakthrough in the cultivation base just made these guys mess up. Lin Chen was in a bad mood, only after Ling Yueqi and Han Yizhi comforted him a little, did he get better. When he glanced at the light screen again, 2/3 of the people had passed through the mirror space. But individual mirror spaces were dealt a devastating blow. They either encountered the avatars of the 4 heavenly kings or the avatars of the top 10 geniuses. In terms of cultivation, the 4 heavenly kings are quasi-exalted. In terms of combat power, it is directly chasing the quasi-exalted peak and even the first level of Yuanzuan. Secondly, among the top 10 geniuses, there is bound to be a strength comparable to that of the quasi-exalted. If the 15 geniuses with insufficient lineup and background encounter their clones, they will only have to die or die together. In the end, Tianjiao in the 2 mirror spaces was completely wiped out because he encountered Yi Yanxia, the top 10 geniuses, and the 4 kings. The situation of the other 3 Tianjiao, who were severely injured because of the 10 major geniuses, was also very tragic. Less than half of the people survived. Even if they survived, it is still too to say whether they still have the energy to make gains in the holy fire territory. Mirror space, closed, sacred fire realm, open. The mirror space began to collapse and disintegrate, and all the geniuses in the mirror space were quickly sucked into the interior by the strangely emerging space vortex and disappeared. Boom! Hundreds of beams of light shone down from the sky, and all the geniuses were sent to an ancient city. This place is desolate and dilapidated. On both sides of the ancient city, there are vast forests of giant trees. The towering ancient trees are thousands of feet high, even more majestic than the mountain peaks. These vegetations have grown for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, and no one knows what bizarre creatures will be born. In the ancient city, all the arrogances came together, making the dilapidated and desolate ancient city instantly have a breath of vitality. This sudden breath of vitality has affected some creatures in the surrounding giant tree forest. In the center of the ancient city, Lin Chen and the others descended into the ancient city together, and everyone immediately distanced themselves and were vigilant against each other. While vigilant against each other, they all looked around at their Surroundings. Where have we been? It seems to be different from our map records. The teleportation of the Holy Fire Realm is completely random, and you can always be ready for battle. The Holy Fire Realm is infinitely vast, and none of the ancestors of the ancient family dared to say that they described and recorded the entire area of the Holy Fire Realm. Some Tianjiao took out the maps prepared by their family in advance and compared them around. It's not right. Suddenly, Lin Chen and Han Yizhi, as well as the 4 heavenly kings and the individual arrogances present, reacted almost immediately. Ling Yueqi and Han Ziyun stood together in an instant and entered a state of preparation for battle. Buzz. 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 Terrifying sound waves began to surge from all directions, and ripples appeared in the space, as if being affected by a large number of creatures. Boom. The next moment, the overwhelming black waves surged up, thousands of feet high, and appeared from all directions. The moment when the mysterious black wave surged, the rippling spiritual whistling came. Hum. 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 The mental whistle is extremely terrifying, like waves of mental shocks, constantly pouring into everyone's minds, and everyone present has been affected to varying degrees. Some Tianjiao's spiritual realm is low, and they squatted down on the spot, with a look of pain on their faces. What's more, within 10 breaths after the mental whistle erupted, he had already started rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. Lin Chen and Han Yizhi ran the Taisher Bible for the first time, forming a 2-layer spiritual shield to protect Han Ziyun and Ling Yueqi. Lin Chen's side is okay, 3 of the 4 are alchemists, and their spiritual realm is high, so the influence is not very big. Even Ling Yueqi has the mental power in the early stage of spirit transformation realm, but she is not as embarrassed as most Tianjiao in the first time. What the hell is that? Han Ziyun's pretty face is a little dignified. What kind of creature can release such a terrifying spiritual sound wave? Is it a vicious beast? Why have you never seen it before? Ling Yueqi showed a look of memory, but at this time, Lin Chen spoke with great interest. This is a rare spirit-type beast, the black bee. There are only creatures from the ancient times. I didn't expect so many to survive in the Holy Fire realm. Only Lin Chen can see that every black demon Feng has a spiritual attribute. Light ball in his body. This vast, black wave is like a sea, and the gathered black bees are at least tens of thousands or even tens of thousands. Maybe there are 100,000. Dan Qianqiu of the Dan family is also a pharmacist with extremely strong refining power, and his spiritual realm is very outstanding. He is one of the few people who can keep calm in this crisis situation. Dan Qianqiu stared at Lin Chen's expression, but he was astonished and shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, someone Lin stared at the mysterious, black wave with excitement and enthusiasm. His eyes lit up, like a bachelor who has been single for 30 years seeing a stunning beauty stripped naked. The Haratzi is about to flow out. Is he sick? Is he actually drooling at those black bees? Dan Qianqiu, who was on the side, saw it clearly, and suddenly felt his scalp numb. Where did this weirdness come from? This is almost half a foot into the gate of hell. Is he still drooling there? In the eyes of someone from Talon, it was like an unprecedented treasure in the face of most of the arrogant black bees, who were terrified. Lin Chen wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his throat rolled, and he said to himself tremblingly, if I pick up all of these black magic bees' attribute light balls, will my Mental power breakthrough to the perfect spiritual transformation? The spiritual realm is one of the most difficult areas to cultivate. Except for human races like Han-Yi, who are gifted with special talents and have special bloodlines and special constitutions, most people have almost no way of cultivation. Even Han-Yi, who has a special physique, is very difficult to cultivate too. The later stage of the spiritual realm. If it hadn't been taught by Lin Chen's Taisha Bible, the difficulty of cultivation would not be as easy. Among the attribute light balls dropped by the enemies Lin Chen killed, the attribute value of mental power was always the least, which was a drop in the bucket for the mental power in the later stage of the spirit transformation realm. If you practiced normally with the Taisha Bible, it would take at least 2 years to break through to the next realm. For ordinary powerhouses, this was already a super speed. But for someone in Talon, he can't wait 2 years. Just as someone Lin was gearing up for a big fight, the Black Devil Bees mental whistling became even more ferocious and raging. As if wanting to destroy all the spirits in one go, many geniuses are preparing to brew a Jedi counterattack. Boom! A faint spiritual yellow light rose above the sky like a rainbow, and the yellow holy light shield lifted up from the ground of the entire ancient city. The spiritual yellow light forms an inverted bowl-shaped spiritual shield, covering all the talents in the ancient city. At this moment, all the spiritual whistling was blocked by the shield, and the surface of the shield continued to emit light ripples. The mental pressure of the arrogance of the heavens has dropped sharply, and the mental oppression has been reduced by 90%. This is the Holy Spirit shield of the ancient city? Saved. Fortunately, the ancient city still has the power of the ancient times. Many Tianjiao showed the expression of the rest of their lives after the catastrophe, and they did not reach the spiritual power of the spiritual realm, and they were in pain in the previous mental roar. Things don't seem to be that simple. At this time, Luo Qingyu spoke slowly with the stunning young master holding a white feather fan. Someone Lin looked at this stunning little girl disguised as a man with interest, Luo Qingyu said very seriously as she looked up at the sky. Although the offensive of these black bees is not as fierce as before, it has not completely stopped the attack. According to this trend, this Holy Spirit shield can only last for 4 days at most. Yi Yanxia, who had 2 blood axes on her waist, also nodded in agreement. Yes, the most important thing is that this black bee is a ferocious beast that lives in groups. Basically, there will be a queen bee to lead it. Looking at the situation, the queen bee has not arrived yet. Mo Feng glanced at everyone at the scene and said indifferently, "If the queen bee arrives, I'm afraid the offensive will have to be 1 or 2 levels stronger. The people who will survive by then can be counted with 2 hands." Hearing this sentence, many Tianjiao trembled in fear, and there was deep fear in their eyes. Only Lin, someone, heard the news, and the light in his eyes was even more bright. "If you want to break through, there is only now." Luo Qingyu, of the 4 heavenly kings, was chatting and laughing. The sky was a little empty, and when the white feather fan was closed, the whole person turned into a stream of light, and flew away from the direction outside the ancient city. Luo Qingyu, who had left the ancient city's spiritual shield, withstood the spiritual shock of the black bee. He smiled slightly, raised his hand, and the light of war radiated disillusionment in the palm of his hand. Boom! Sun Tianhe's palm wind pierced through countless black bees. Luo Qingyu pierced through the black waves with one palm, and escaped from the scene. When Luo Qingyu left, she suddenly turned her head, not biased, and happened to meet someone Lin Looking at each other, Luo Qingyu's blue eyes turned a bit of resentment and murderous aura, and then she stayed away from the black bee colony. This little beautiful girl dares to stare at me? The girl who did this last time has already been rectified by me on the spot. Someone Lin teased and chuckled. There were many visions in the ancient city. And the 4 heavenly kings showed their magical powers, and they took the initiative to leave the mental shield and break out of the siege. Yi Yanxia smiled and waved the blood-colored battle axe around her waist at will. Her pure power is like the birth of a raptor, and the sharp axe cuts a gap like a river in the sky from the black wave, which is shocking. The young man in white walked with his sword, stabbed out with a sword, and the nihilistic sword intent cut off part of the mental roar on the spot, and left the arena gracefully. The last Yuguan youth is even more leisurely strolling, slowly stepping into the void. Every step he takes will affect countless mental fluctuations. Every step of his not only shattered those mental whistles, but also bounced them back. Between the rebound of mental fluctuations, a large number of black bees died. The dead black devil bees were like a goddess scattered flowers, and they fell all around him. This is the first time someone Lin has seen someone who is more aggressive than me. The 4 heavenly kings are strong. Looking at the leopard in the tube, Lin Chen can see that any one of the 4 kings has the strength to destroy all the black bees present. It's just, why should they waste this energy? Everyone present is an opponent to them. Why should the 4 heavenly kings save them? Let's go too. If the queen bee arrives, it will be a bit tricky for me too. Mo Feng took the people from Tiange Academy. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Chen, and then smashed the void with a punch. The fist wind was surging, and it seemed that there was a mysterious force and spatial fluctuations, and the part of the spiritual sound that rushed to him was suddenly shattered, and everyone from Tiange Academy broke out of the siege. After the 4 heavenly kings, the 10 great talents also began to leave, leaving only the heavens chosen, who were not high in spiritual realm and did not fight against large-scale spiritual attacks. In just 2/4 of an hour, the arrogance in the ancient city has been reduced by nearly half. Some Tianjiao tried to break through the siege, but they were bounced back by the terrifying mental roar again and again. Through this action, all the talents have a preliminary understanding of how big the gap is between them and the top 10 geniuses, and the 4 heavenly kings. This holy fire realm is more severe than ever before. When you enter for the first time, you encounter so many black bees forming a swarm to launch a mad attack, and most of them will be eliminated first. Squad leader, we should go too. Han Yizhi turned to look at Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, someone from Lin sat down, cross-legged, and laughed. Where to go? The good show is yet to come. Let's wait for the queen bee to come. Lin Qingyu was astonished. More than 20 Tianjiao next to him stared at him with a look of horror, and they were so scared that they backed away. Why are you still waiting for the queen bee? Think you didn't die fast enough? If there is the control of the queen bee, the offensive of the black bee will be at least twice as strong, and even the top 10 geniuses may not be able to break through. Yes, I thought this guy was a dark horse, but it turned out to be a lunatic. Hurry up and study the countermeasures and how to rush out. It's his business. If he wants to die. More than 20 Tianjiao immediately stayed away from Lin Chen and others. Han Ziyan said anxiously. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Do you know what it means when the queen bee of the black bee is here? After any high-level ferocious beast group is led by a leader, they are 2 completely different creatures. Lin Chen was too lazy to care about this girl, instead he sat cross-legged and his consciousness sneaked into the system. Seeing this, Han Ziyun was so angry that Ling Yueqi held her soft cat and smiled slightly. Silly girl, did you meet him on the first day? Do you think you can infer his behavior with common sense? Ling Yueqi's reminder made Han Ziyun startled slightly. Thinking back to the first time I saw Lin Chen, every time he acted, there was never any common sense at all. I also believe the squad leader. Since he said to wait, let's wait until the Queen Bee arrives. Han Yizhi smiled lightly and sat beside Lin Chen, waiting for him quietly. Seeing this scene from Dan Chanqiu on the side, his heart trembled slightly. Lin Chen didn't even plan to leave at all. With his strength, he was definitely enough to protect the three people beside him from leaving together. Does he really want to wait until the Queen Bee? What does he want to do? If the Queen Bee controls it, it will be very difficult for me to break through. Strong curiosity and doubt surround Dan Chanqiu's heart. Even though her medicine refining skills are rare in the Dan family, curiosity is also the #1 existence. Since she came into contact with alchemy, she had to figure out almost any question. Except for some unanswered questions, she could only do it. Any question that made her curious, she really wanted to know the answer. Intense curiosity made her stop, and she had no plans to break out. Cousin Chanqiu, are you really not going to leave? A group of young Tianjiao of the Dan family repeatedly persuaded Dan Chanqiu. Seemed to be possessed, and has been focusing his attention and eyes on Lin Chen and his party. Hey, let's go. Once Sister Chanqiu's curiosity grows, no one can stop her. Isn't that the same way when she wanted to become a fifth-order pharmacist? We can only wait for her outside. A blue-cloaked youth shook his head and sighed. He replaced Dan Chanqiu and led everyone out of the Bee Tide. The young people of the Dan family are all pharmacists, and their spiritual realm is the highest overall existence among all the people present, so even if their combat power is slightly insufficient, it will not prevent them from making a lightning breakthrough. Your Excellency Lin Chen, we have offended you before, please bear with me. At this time, a blue-cloaked youth stood with his sword in his hands, clenching his fists and apologizing. Behind him, there are three figures of the Leng family. There are 4 geniuses in the Lingyu family who came to apologize to Lin Chen. These 4 were the 4 Lingjiao Tianjiao who had been teleported into the same mirror space together with Mo Feng, Ning Yunlan, and others. Lin Chen raised his brows lightly, and there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he understood the intention of the 4 of them. Ling Yu, are you so funny? You actually rely on this waste? Ha ha ha. Ling Yu, I didn't expect you guys to be just a piece of shit. You actually believe in a 6th-level heavenly astral realm? The Tenlong family Tianjiao, behind him, couldn't help sneering and sneering, as if seeing a big joke. The 4 Tianjiao blushed with anger, and the leader Ling Yu scolded. What do you know? Your Excellency Lin Chen is second only to the top 10 geniuses. What do you short-sighted people know? Hearing this explanation, the other 10 Lengjia Tianjiao burst into laughter. Just him? Second only to the top 10 geniuses, ha ha ha. Are you trying to laugh at me? These 4 guys are already crazy, it doesn't matter. Let them be crazy. We'll go first. The Tenlong family Tianjiao became disdainful of Ling Yu and others, and the 10 people were ready to go. They immediately launched a war defense, and the other people were responsible for the attack and rushed out of the ancient city. Hum. 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 Suddenly, the bee tide burst out with a soul sound that was twice as fierce as before, shattering the 10 people's battle or defense on the spot. 6 of them rolled their eyes, their 7 orifices were bleeding, and their spirits were hit hard as never before, and they were shaken back into the ancient city alive. How is this possible? The few people who were still sane looked at the bee tide outside in disbelief. I saw that the bee tide was only 10 miles away from the ancient city from the beginning, and only the last 10 miles remained. Their mental whistles are more concentrated and sharp, and once any creature intends to break through, they seem to intend to concentrate their power on the creature who wants to break through. In addition, only a small part of the power is used to continuously attack the spiritual shield. These black bees seem to be planning to trap us here. They want to wait for the queen bee. If they want to leave now, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Dan Qianqiu frowned slightly, and when her eyes turned to stare at Lin Chen again, he was still in a state of calm and restless eyes closed. Lin Chen. What means do you have to break this predicament, and you have to wait for the queen bee to come? The uncontrollable curiosity is like a cat scratching Dan Qianqiu's heart, and she can't wait to question Lin Chen on the spot. But thinking about it carefully, if Lin Chen really has any cards, how could he tell himself? As time passed by, Lin Chen stood still, and the 4 Lung Jia Tianjiao simply stayed by Lin Chen's side. In addition to the Tianjiao of the Lung family, other Tianjiao of the ancient family also tried to break through, but there was no effect at all. Ever since the Black Devil bee changed the amplitude of the mental whistle and aimed its firepower exclusively at those who broke through the siege, they could not break through the siege at all, but instead suffered terrifying mental trauma. At this time, there were less than 200 Tianjiao people in the ancient city. Despair began to permeate the entire ancient city. One after another unwilling shouts and fearful screams surround the ancient city at all times, and they are endless. Because when everyone was in despair, the Black Devil bee tide seemed to be stimulated, and became more excited and restless, as if they had discovered delicious food, and the burst of spiritual whistling was even more terrifying. As beasts of the spiritual system, they are better at perceiving people's emotions, and the more desperate mental fluctuations, the more tempting they are. 3 days have passed, and among those who risked their lives to break through the siege, only 7 people succeeded, and 11 people died on the spot during the breakout. At the moment when their spirits collapsed, they were devoured and bitten by the bee tide on the spot, leaving no bones left. Lin Chen had nothing to do, and picked up the attribute light balls left in the ancient city. Although the value was small, it was better than nothing. In the end, on the 4th day, 3 spiritual whistles burst into the air from the surrounding giant tree jungle. This time, even the deliberately stranded Dan Qianqiu changed color. There are not only 1 queen bee, but 3. The 3 tens of meters of huge black bee queens were completely pitch black. Their wings fluttered, and their 2 blade-like fangs hung in front of their heads, exuding a steel-like luster. The moment the 3 black devil queen bees flew to the bee tide, more black devil bees began to pour into the bee tide, and the bee tide that was like a black wave was getting higher and higher. When the black bees led by the 3 queen bees were all gathered together, the number had exceeded 100,000. Hum. The flexible impact, which was several grades more terrifying than before, instantly shook the entire ancient city to the verge of collapse. Oops. It's not 1, it's 3. Here are the black bees that have gathered 3 hives. Dan Qianqiu, who has been relatively calm, is also a little panicked this time. If it is just a queen bee, she is not afraid. But if it were 3 queen bees, the power would be completely different. It's over, the queen bee is here. The spiritual shield of the ancient city is about to collapse. We are all going to die. This young master is not reconciled. I finally got the Lin family's quota too. Enter the sacred fire realm, and I will die here as soon as I enter the sacred flame realm. Unwillingness, hysteria, despair, countless wailing and roaring up and down in the ancient city one after another. Lin Chen, can you break this predicament? Dan Qianqiu pursed her lips and stared at Lin Chen curiously, wanting to see what kind of expression he could show when facing the 3-headed queen bee. The next moment, the beautiful woman covered her red lips with her jade hand. And her eyes trembled, as if she had seen the most incredible scene in the world. Lin Chen stood on the top of the highest attic, facing the sky, opened his arms, and sang loudly. The hysterical and emotional singing of the teenagers spread throughout the ancient city. Finally waiting for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Happiness comes with great difficulty, and it makes people cherish it even more. The moment they heard someone from Lin sing excitedly, everyone was dumbfounded, and some of them almost fainted on the spot. This Nima has 3 queen bees? Why are you finally waiting for you? Are you fucking talking about happiness? Is it easy to be happy? Are you in a hurry to die or are you in a hurry to reincarnate? The next moment, someone Lin seemed to be so angry that he would never stop. I finally waited for you, I almost missed you. When I meet you at the best age, I can't live up to myself. A certain Tianjiao heard the last 2 sentences, rolled his eyes on the spot, and passed out alive. Crazy. Must be crazy. The best age to meet you? Are you dying at the best age? All the geniuses here are also the best age. At their best age, they did their best to fight for the opportunity to enter the holy fire realm, just for the slim chance of becoming a holy son. But as soon as he entered the sacred fire realm, he encountered a wave of black demon bees, and he was full of ambitions. Before he could spread his wings and fly high, he would fall like a meteor. To die under such circumstances, this bastard Lin Chen even said, meeting you at the best age is not living up to myself? It's not that the brain is flooded, this motherfucker has a sea of brains. But in fact, for someone Lin, he really endured for a long time and endured very hard. He had never tried such a thing before, tens of thousands of attribute light balls flew around in front of his eyes, and he endured it for 3 days. 3 days. It's time to finish entering the bridal chamber. Lin couldn't touch even a mouthful of soup, for fear of the bee tide running away, for fear of disturbing the black queen bee of the bee tide. But now, it's finally here. And there are 3 heads, 3 joys are coming. Lin Chen was more than just ecstatic. Tears filled his eyes on the spot, and he couldn't help but sing loudly. Dan Qianqiu stared at the boy who was singing loudly. She couldn't think of this result even if she racked her brains. The space shook, and the spiritual hood began to crumble. With the addition of the queen bee, all the spiritual shocks have become extremely penetrating. I am afraid that another 5 waves of attacks will completely destroy the last trace of spiritual energy remaining in the ancient city. The next moment, Lin Chen wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth showed the same cynicism as before. Good show, it's only now. Ancient Qinglong. Roar. The dragon roar shook the sky, and the miracle of the ancient Qinglong, like The dragon family, of nearly 3,000 feet, descended on the ancient city and was born. Lin Chen and Han Yiji stepped on their toes, and the two and the ancient Qinglong, the dragon soared into the void, burst out of the spiritual shield. In an instant, after feeling the human race leaving the spiritual shield, the three black bee queens immediately aimed at Lin Chen and Han Yiji, as well as the ancient Qinglong. OM. Laugh. Laugh. At the moment when the tidal-surging mental shock spread out, the space was constantly twisted like ripples, all aimed at the two-in-one dragon. E.g., the 8th chapter of the Taisha Bible. Yes. When Lin Chen drank coldly, the two of them clasped their fingers together and made the same handprint. Mental power is like countless vortexes, condensing in the void in front of the two people, covering thousands of feet in space. When countless spiritual vortexes appeared, the menacing spiritual howls suddenly hit. Just when everyone thought that Lin Chen and Han Yiji would die under this wave of spiritual roars, the monster's spiritual shock was suddenly distorted by the spiritual vortex of the two. This is? Dan Qianqiu's eyes narrowed, her expression solemn. As one of the top alchemists of the younger generation in Lingzhou, she could sense that Lin Chen and Han Yiji were using an unprecedented mental power manipulation method. When every trace of spiritual power is formed into a gyration, when condensed together, it can resist and dissolve powerful spiritual attacks. But in common sense, this cannot be achieved at all, because the human will is limited, and it is impossible to control so many scattered mental powers at the same time with high precision. When Lin Chen and Han Yiji joined forces to resist the spiritual shock, all the spiritual whirls turned abruptly from the void. Yes. Aiming at the position of the three major black queen bees in the direction of the spiritual whirling. Take a good taste of your own mental shock. The two of them pushed their hands horizontally, and the mental shock that had poured into the mental whirl was instantly smashed out, like a hurricane, crossing the border, destroying the position of the three black devil queen bees. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned pale. Divert the attack. Lin Chen and Han Yiji actually transferred the entire spiritual impact of the black devil bee tied to the position of the three black devil queen bees. No matter how high the intelligence of the black demon queen bee is, he definitely did not expect Lin Chen's move. They are under the protection of many black bees, and they did not expect that they would suffer a devastating blow immediately. The three big black bee queens didn't even have a chance to hide, and they faced the mental roar of all the black bees in the house. Boom! The mental shock blasted the tide of bees through a huge hole that was thousands of feet high, and the three black queen bees were blasted by the mental shock on the spot. Instinct fear originating from creatures quickly pervades the tide of black devil bees. However, Lin Chen didn't give them a chance to retreat. It's now, Azure Dragon Split Soul Claw. The light blue dragon-breathing blade dances in the sky, whirling and strangling in all directions like a tornado, and the dragon-breathing blade is surrounded and shrouded within 1,000 miles. The remaining black bees were all torn apart by the Qinglong soul-splitting claws. This wave of joint offensive appeared too suddenly. First, it rebounded the mental shock of all the black monster bees, and then, at the moment when the black monster queen died, Lin Chen broke out the strongest attack at the fastest speed. Not to mention the black bee, even the arrogance in the ancient city couldn't react too fast. The devastating blow is only in an instant. Of the more than 100,000 black bees, I am afraid not one can escape. The young man stood under the shattering tide of black devil bees, and the corner of his mouth had a confident smile of controlling the situation from beginning to end. Everyone stared blankly. Wearing a silver robe, he rolled it in the wind and stood in the field. Unspeakably handsome and cold. The stumps of the black demon bees all over the sky were flying, like heavy snow, all around him, falling down, and the young man did not bleed. The ancient Qinglong was entrenched at his feet, and the stunning man held his hand obediently and stood behind him, just like the king who reigns over the world and dominates the world. Han Ziyun's heart trembled, and she lightly covered her lips with her bare hands. She had imagined that Lin Chen might kill all the black bees, but she didn't expect such a resolute instant kill. Dan Qianqiu stared blankly at the back of the young man, and the confident smile on the corner of his mouth was exactly the intention of his trip. Whether it's the black demon queen bee or the bee tide about to break through the spiritual shroud of the ancient city, from beginning to end, all this is under his control. In this world, there are such miraculous young people. Dan Qianqiu's beautiful eyes shone with blue waves and splendid splendor. Looking at Lin Chen's back, he was a little ecstatic. The 10 Tianjiao of the Lin family had their teeth chattering, and they finally understood why Ling Yu and others chose Lin Chen as their backing. He does have this power. The inner shock of Ling Yu and the others was no less than that of anyone present. Lin Chen just used the special technique of manipulating the spiritual power of the Taisher Bible. They have never seen Lin Chen's clone in the mirror space show it. In other words, he still has a whole card, the previous clone of the mirror space is far from his full strength. In the end, how strong is he? Ling Yao's heart trembled, and she was even more fortunate that she chose to follow Lin Chen's decision. In the eyes of outsiders, all that is scattered in front of them are the stumps and broken wings of the black demon bee, but in someone Lin's world, these are all light balls of spiritual attributes. The ancient Qinglong suddenly twisted the dragon's body and began to collect the surrounding spiritual attribute light balls. As long as the attribute light balls were 10 feet away from the dragon's body, they would be automatically absorbed. Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong soldiers split up and madly picked up the attribute light ball. The host gains 23 points of spiritual power, 58 points of spiritual power, and 44 points of spiritual power. Lin Chen's mental attribute values are changing at an unprecedented speed. Because Lin Chen's spiritual realm is not what it used to be, the value of each spiritual attribute light ball dropped by the killed black bee is only a few dozen or more than 100 points. If the strength and cultivation of the creatures are too strong or too weaker, then Lin Chen, there will be no attribute light balls falling, and the value of the attribute light balls will not be too high to kill enemies whose cultivation bases are too weak. But now the quality is poor, but there is a huge amount to fill it back. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen took away all the attribute light balls of nearly 130,000 black bees. Ka. The sound of eggshell-like shattering echoed in his mind, and Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness had more than doubled. The host has entered the spiritual realm to complete the spiritual power. The moment the system popped up the screen, Lin Chen's mental strength value began to enter the 10 million point mark, and finally stopped at 11.74 million points. Lin Chen not only entered the spiritual power of the spirit transformation realm, but also hit the bottleneck state. He is only one step away from the spiritual power of the legendary Dharma phase realm. Last time, his spiritual attribute value was still in the range of 4.98 million points. This time, the killing of the black monster bee wave allowed Lin Chen to gain a spiritual attribute value of 6.76 million points. On average, each black bead brought Lin Chen 52 points of mental power. Attribute value. His mental fluctuations have become stronger. His mental power has broken through. The spirit transformation realm is complete? No, it's better to strengthen it. It is already the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm's spiritual power. Dan Qianqiu, who was present with the highest spiritual realm, couldn't help but sighed slightly. How long has it been? His spiritual realm broke through on the spot. His spiritual breakthrough is related to these black bees. However, although the black demon bee is a spirit-type beast, the spiritual power in its body is colorful and complex. No one in this world can directly absorb it. Forcibly absorb it, it will turn people into a mentally insane madman on the spot. Ferocious beast core refining spiritual medicine, how did he do it? Dan Qianqiu pondered hard, and couldn't think of any possible answers at all. Did we survive? My God! This Lin Chen actually killed all the black bees with one move. And he still deliberately waits for the 3 black bee queens to show up. Is his strength still above the top 10 geniuses? There are different opinions. At this moment, all Tianjia's impressions of Lin Chen have changed. Some are in awe, some are grateful, some are jealous. And more are jealous. With such a strong strength as Lin Chen, there is no doubt that he will become a troublesome dark horse that is equivalent to the top 10 geniuses in this sacred fire territory. Before everyone was finished, what even Lin Chen didn't expect was that a piece of lavender silk and satin danced out from Lin Chen's arms, like a dancing elf, revolving around the ancient city. It was the mysterious treasure Fantasy Sun Luo that Lin Chen got before. A magical treasure that can absorb spiritual power. Fantasy Sun Luo circled the ancient city like dancing butterflies. All the spiritual power contained in the core of all the remaining black demon bee ferocious beasts was stripped out by illusory Sun Luo, turned into pure white smoke, slowly rising, and finally absorbed by it. Even the last bit of spiritual energy remaining in the ancient city did not escape the absorption of Fantasy Sun Luo, and the last spiritual mask of the ancient city completely dissipated into nothingness. After absorbing the Fantasy Sun Luo, like a quiet butterfly, it flew back to Lin Chen's palm, and its light was more restrained and condensed than before. How could I forget this baby? Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, and hid it back in his arms. Everyone had a panoramic view of all this, but because of Lin Chen's strength, they didn't dare to see more, for fear of causing death. They know very well that Lin Chen's killing the Black Devil Bee tide is not to save them, but has other plans. If he has any murderous intentions, he can completely kill the people present. Before some Tianjiao were about to leave, they stepped into the air and clasped their fists to thank Lin Chen. There are some loners who just walked away and left. Lin Chen didn't care, he wasn't interested in these guys either. Leng Yu took the 3 people beside him and flew to Lin Chen in the air, rubbing his hands excitedly, looking at him expectantly. Your Excellency Lin Chen, then we. Oh, you can follow me if you want. If you encounter a common crisis, I will take action. But I can't help you to snatch the flame of the holy flame. Lin Chen shrugged, and the 4 immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. As long as you can follow Lin Chen's side, there is still a chance. In this regard, Lin Chen doesn't care, the more people around him count as more thugs. After all, he took a place in the Lin family, as long as the other parties' attitude is correct, he will not refuse to help. Lin Chen, I want to join your camp too. Suddenly, Dan Qianqiu turned into a stream of light, flew to Lin Chen, and said seriously. Ling Yu and the others immediately burst into ecstasy. One of the 10 geniuses of the Dan family, plus a Lin Chen. This kind of lineup, as long as you don't encounter the 4 heavenly kings, is almost unmatched in the holy fire territory. Brother Lin Chen, your charm is really great. Ling Yueqi smiled, but patted Han Ziyun's shoulder. The two beauties seemed to have a heart-to-heart at the moment. Han Ziyun smiled sweetly. Han Ziyun smiled without saying a word, moved her lotus steps gently, and a faint fragrance blew in. She approached someone from Lin, her eyebrows curved. That's right, I'm the most handsome man in Kyushu. OMG. It hurts, it hurts. The pain in the waist of a certain Lin being pinched by the beautiful woman made him gasp. Seeing Ling Yueqi's glamorous face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, he forcibly endured the pain with the appearance of a decent man and a serious way. Sorry, Miss Dan Qianqiu, I am a very principled and ethical person. As long as it is a beautiful girl, I will not accept walking with me. Why? Are you sexist? Dan Qianqiu frowned a little unhappily. Her curiosity about Lin Chen was too strong. This young man is full of mysteries. To her extremely curious, it is simply addictive poison. Even if it is better to observe him for a while by his side, Dan Qianqiu would rather stay by his side first. No, I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me. Of course, love is okay, but sex isn't. Lin Chen said seriously. Han Yizhi covered her mouth and snickered. After cleaning the battlefield, Lin Chen rejected Dan Qianqiu and walked with Ling Yu and others. The 10 remaining Tianjiao of the Lin family stared blankly at the direction Lin Chen left, with endless regret and annoyance in their hearts. Maybe they made one of the dumbest decisions themselves. The ancient city is 100,000 miles away. Lin Chen and a group of people are flying at high speed, while Dan Qianqiu is stubbornly following behind Lin Chen, and the two sides maintain a distance of less than 100 miles. Seeing this look, Ling Yueqi couldn't help shaking her head helplessly. How many outstanding girls will this little guy have to harm? While flying, Lin Chen flipped through the map that Ling Yu and others carried with him, and tapped the center area on the map with his fingertips. Next, we have to rush to the area near the Dragon Terrace at full speed. Lin Chen's decision made the 4 members of the Ling family puzzled, and Ling Yu said in confusion. Your Excellency Lin Chen, shouldn't you search around first? The 4 great heavenly kings and other geniuses have left the ancient city for 4 days. Now this should be the strongest of our team. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled casually. You're only half right. The genius who left the ancient city did leave for 4 days, but do you think they will not search for the treasures and sacred fires in the surrounding area during these 4 days? Kind of situation? Lin Chen woke up the dreamer with a single word, and everyone suddenly realized. If you follow this line of thinking, the area near the ancient city has long been turned upside down by the geniuses who left one step ahead, and there are no treasures in their turn, those who lost the opportunity. Thinking of this, the 4 of them admired Lin Chen even more. When they entered the holy fire realm, they only cared about how to protect themselves, and did not consider this aspect at all. Closing the map, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, said indifferently, in the next 2 days, we only need to be responsible for rushing the road. In order to avoid passing by the opportunity, Lin Chen used purple gold pupils throughout the journey, so as not to overlook the remaining fish that slipped through the net. But the result was just as he predicted. During the continuous flight, Lin Chen didn't even find a high-level treasure. This shows that the Tianjiao who arrived at the Holy Fire realm may also have abilities similar to his purple gold pupils. 2 days later, Lin Chen and others adjusted to their heyday. Sacred Fire Realm, Nether Sea. Lin Chen and others, who had just arrived in the Nether Sea, were immediately stopped by the rushing waves. Hundreds of thousands of rainbow clouds are like the sky, rising from the sea and blooming on the sky. The wind roared, the sea was choppy, and the huge waves thousands of feet high rolled and beat from both sides. Lin Chen and everyone immediately launched a battle defense to protect themselves. A vision was born. Lin Chen motivated Zijintong's realm of something out of nothing, and found that in the central area of the sea, there are countless odd luck and extreme luck that turned into threads and wandered in the void. However, more of it is death and bad luck. Opportunity is an existence that is always proportional to danger. Lin Chen also found that more than 30 geniuses gathered on the sea surface, and a behemoth slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. This is a building that is suspected to be a coffin. If you spy on it with purple gold pupils, it has a range of thousands of miles and a width of thousands of miles. The coffin has orange lanterns hanging from the front and back, because just rising from the bottom of the sea, the lanterns are still flickering with faint flames, which is very strange. At this moment, 2 pillars of holy flame shone straight down from the top of the sky, reflecting into the strange and huge building. Lin Chen was not the only one who saw this holy fire beam, everyone around him could see it clearly. Holy fire seeds. This is the radiance that only genuine flame seeds can shine. Those who win the seeds of the holy fire are qualified to become holy sons. It seems that there is a major event waiting for us. Lin Chen smiled casually, and accelerated with everyone, riding the wind and waves, flying towards the direction of the giant building. In less than 5 breaths, everyone arrived at the scene. At this time, because of the attraction of the holy fire seeds, including Lin Chen and others, 52 people had gathered around the giant building. Oh? I didn't expect him to come, huh? Well, if he dares to enter the tomb, I will wait for the opportunity to kill him. Suddenly, a group of people in the crowd noticed Lin Chen. It was Mo Feng and other Tianga Academy's arrogance. Lan Xuanjia, who was behind Mo Feng, sighed in his heart. This time, he led the team in the Holy Fire Realm, and everyone dared not resist him. From an inner standpoint, half of the Lan Sun class did not want to be enemies with Lin Chen. This freshman rising like a meteor has already become a brand new legend in Tianga Academy. No one knows how many cards he still has hidden. It turned out to be the 100 Zun Tomb mansion. At this time, Leng Yu, who was beside Lin Chen, was shocked and lost his voice. What is the 100 Zun Tomb mansion? Someone Lin looked bewildered. He was usually as cunning as an old fox. His knowledge in this respect was completely inferior to that of geniuses from ancient families. 100 Zun's Tomb Mansion is a war that happened in ancient times, which led to the fall of countless Yuan Zun realm powerhouses, and their bodies turned into mountains and rivers. The fallen Yuanzhuan realm is transformed into a tomb, and it becomes this 100 tombs. In the legend, there are countless inheritances of Yuan Zuanjing. If you can get more than one kind of Yuan Zuanjing inheritance in it, the benefits you get will be second only to the seeds of holy fire. Leng Yu and the others lit up in front of them. Although there are few sacred Fire seeds, there are many opportunities for the 100 venerable tombs. As long as they get a kind of inheritance, maybe their strength will soar. Interesting. Lin Chen touched his chin, showing strong confidence and curiosity in his eyes. Boom. The stone gate of Baizuan's tomb slowly opened, and a vast dark passageway extended out, with ghostly flames lit on both sides, illuminating the entire passage. The passage to the tomb has come out. Come in. A figure in a black robe and cloak shouted aloud, listening to his voice. It should be a young man. The black-robed boy pointed his toes and swept into the passage first. Brush. 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 More than 40 Tianjiao followed closely, and no one wanted to let go of the opportunity and swept into the tomb. Leng Yu and the others couldn't wait, they were about to join the army that flew into the tomb, but Lin Chen stopped him. Don't rush to die, this tomb has another mystery. Lin Chen's purple-golden pupils seemed to see a completely different scene. In Lin Chen's eyes, in the opening of the tomb, there was a faint light of death ignited, and countless death fates were entangled. Even if Lin Chen himself entered it, there was a certain possibility of falling. But there is only one ray of light, not death, but life. Dan Qianqiu, who was behind Lin Chen, saw that Lin Chen didn't have any response, and stayed quietly at a distance of 20 feet behind him. Everyone follow me, don't get lost. Lin Chen suddenly drank heavily, everyone moved closer to him. I saw, everyone led by Lin Chen began to fly into the dim tunnel. What everyone didn't notice was that at the entrance of the dim tunnel, there was a white light looming all the way down. Since everyone just now was attracted by the black-robed boy, they followed him in, so here. When Lin Chen was about to enter the tunnel, he suddenly turned down and swept away towards the dim white light on the sea surface. As soon as they came into contact with the range of white light, the figures of everyone disappeared like ghosts. Dan Qianqiu's pretty face, who witnessed all this, changed slightly. What's the matter? Did he see through the mystery of this tomb? How did he get in just now, it seems like? Dan Qianqiu hesitated to follow Lin Chen's previous trajectory, and circled around the entrance of the tomb, to no avail. Just when the entrance to the tomb was about to close, Dan Qianqiu finally saw the faint white light that Lin Chen had captured earlier. Huh? What is this? When she was puzzled, she just took 2 steps forward, and her whole body was suddenly sucked into the white light and disappeared. Boom! The tomb sank and began to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. After Lin Chen, Ling Yueqi, and others were absorbed by the white light, they began to enter a passage full of white light. This time the passage was unobstructed, there was no obstacle at all, and Lin Chen's purple-golden pupils did not detect any danger, and let the space passage transport everyone to the end. The light flickered, and everyone felt a sense of reality under their feet. And they all fell to the ground. At this time, the light of the holy fire seeds is constantly flickering, which is much stronger than that seen in the outside world before. This seems to be a great hall? It's the holy fire seed. The people who had just arrived at the main hall immediately exclaimed, Han. Iji was the first to discover 2 holy fire seeds suspended in the void, not far from everyone. It is the size of a fist, and it burns with milky white flames, releasing a sacred and pure breath. In the center of the milky white flame, a small fire like a lotus seed was swaying and burning. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he tried his best to mobilize the foam prison Hades step, and swept it in front of the 2 holy fire seeds, and was about to take it away. The light of the nailing ring flickered slightly. Lin Chen had just received the first sacred flame seed, and a pale and young palm suddenly appeared in the dark void, surrounded by a dark aura of death, and slapped Lin Chen head on. This palm is no trivial matter, just Yu Wei can corrode the space. Lin Chen used his pure power to activate the charging rune, and slammed the palm of the dark bite out. Sigh. Boom. The two palms collided, and the opponent dropped 3 dark attribute light balls, which Lin Chen grabbed. Host gets 150,000 dark energy, 300,000 dark energy, 4 billion battle spirit essence. The monstrous energy aftermath shook in all directions, and the nearby space of 100 meters collapsed in an instant. Both sides took a dozen steps back. Standing still, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and under the light of the holy fire seeds, the other party showed his true body. It was the black-robed cloaked boy who took the lead in charging into the tomb. From the very beginning, a gloomy and hoarse voice came from under the cloak. Unexpectedly, there are still people who have not entered the road of death, but can still find the way of life. You seem to have a pair of good eyes. Hand over another sacred flame seed, Ben Xiaorao. You are not dead. You seem to know that the first passage at the entrance is dangerous, and you deliberately brought those people in. It's hidden deep. Lin Chen shook his palm and smiled casually. He and the other party each took a holy fire seed, and Lin Chen was not a loss. With the palm of his hand just now, Lin Chen roughly knew that this black-robed youth's cultivation base was in the middle stage of the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm. In terms of strength, he is probably no less than any of the top 10 geniuses. It can definitely be regarded as one of the dark horses that are deeply hidden. This time, the fewer people who enter the tomb, the better. Among those people, there are a few guys who make this young master feel troublesome. It's a pity that they just obediently followed him in, but you have to die too. The black-robed youth drank indifferently, and with a stroke of his palm, a pitch-black sickle appeared in his palm. In his strange and unpredictable dark-type fighting spirit, the blade of the sickle suddenly slashed horizontally, and the subtle slashes of the sword appeared. He wants to make a quick decision, and show his true skills as soon as he makes a move. Ling Yuichi saw through the other party's intention and was about to assist Lin Chen when his toes stomped abruptly. As the ground shook violently, the 200 Shanghai rock and soil walls shone with dazzling Gingjin aura, blocking the black-robed youth's slashing from the front, and shattered. Tear. With the transformation of the blood of the wind system, Lin Chen's wind prism Pluto step speed increased sharply, appearing above the head of the cloaked boy like a ghost. What a weird speed. At the moment when his heart was screaming badly, the young man slapped the sky angrily, and the emptiness and darkness of the dark element of war surging forth, transformed into a shadowy dragon and slaughtered out. Dark Dragon Palm. Corrosion Charge Rune. Lin Chen's rune energy dropped sharply by 5 million points, and when the blood energy of the water system was transformed, he pointed it out. Ice Heaven Fingers. Bing Xing's fingers pierced through the sky like a meteor, shot out from Lin Chen's fingertips, and collided with the palm of the dark battle aura. Boom. Boom. The frosty aftertaste of the sky is entwined with the dark fog-like fighting spirit and explodes, like snowflakes flying, splashing all directions with ice chips. The cold temperature slowly freezes the ground. Damn, what kind of combat skill is this? Even my meridians can be frozen. It can even corrode my Tiangang battle spirit? The black-robed and cloaked youth scoffed. He felt bad for Lin Chen's corrupted runes in his body. When he saw something wrong, a flash turned into blood, and he disappeared and evacuated. What a powerful combat skill, at least a blue level advanced. Lin Chen fell to the ground and stood firm, watching his right palm bleed with a solemn expression. If it wasn't for the use of the corrosive rune at the critical moment, with that palm just now, Lin Chen would almost have been defeated. At this moment, a crystal-clear light blue light rose into the sky. The treasure chest shimmering with blue-gold brilliance was suspended in the void. This is... Attack the treasure box that guy just dropped. Lin Chen was so surprised, he rushed over and grabbed the treasure chest. The host opens the blue treasure chest and obtains the blue order advanced combat skill Dark Dragon Palm. It needs to be used by Dark Attribute warriors. If the user has dragon blood or strong body refining power, the power is better. Cultivation conditions, Heavenly Astral Realm 5th layer, or above, pure strength of 300 dragon power, or above. Another blue level advanced exercise. Lin Chen was ecstatic, but it was not the time for cultivation. After being incorporated into the system, a group of new figures immediately appeared at the other end of the hall. Damn, I actually encountered a large wave of poison arrows and war traps. Fortunately, a few of us are fast enough. Just now, 2 people from the Shao family died on the spot in the tunnel. It really is a relic left over from the ancient times, and it really is extraordinary. Many Tianjiao arrived in the hall, some of them were covered in blood, some of them were weak, and some of them were exhausted even if they retreated. This may be the purpose of the mysterious young man. If he can kill one by one, even if he doesn't die, at least part of his strength will be consumed. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. The only fatal flaw is the unexpected existence of Lin Chen. After being hit by Lin Chen's corrosive rune, it will take a while for him to recover the exhausted fighting spirit. In this unknown secret territory, he has no spare energy to deal with others. Huh? Where's the spark of the holy fire? I remember it seems to be in the tomb. Suddenly, Mo Feng, who was on the side of the main hall, flashed light and killing intent in his eyes, and said with a wicked smile, "It's this group of people." This group of people appeared in the hall first. And they may have been taken away by them. Many people who had just arrived in the hall looked in the direction of Mo Feng, and immediately locked on Lin Chen. Lin Chen wiped the blood on his palms, ran the true water returning Yuan Ju, frowned slightly, and sneered at the corners of his mouth. Obviously it's the same academy, but you want to fuck me. Interesting, isn't it? Mo Feng, one of the top 10 geniuses? Han Yizhi and Ling Yueqi immediately stood behind Lin Chen, and Ling Yu and others quickly entered a state of battle. There are still 41 Tianjiao people who arrived in the tomb. Almost all of them are Tianjiao who rushed out of the Black Devil Bee wave before. No one knows that Lin Chen has the strength to repel the Black Devil Bee wave. I didn't take the holy fire, but if there are people who are not afraid of death, come up. Lin Chen made it clear that he did not admit it, and released the ancient Qinglong in one breath. The space here seems to be stronger than the outside world. The size of the ancient Qinglong is only less than 1,000 feet long. When the fierce and domineering ancient Qinglong was entrenched in the void, those arrogant geniuses were immediately shocked. The strength of Lin Chen and his party, plus an ancient Qinglong, the overall strength is not weak at all. In addition, they did not enter the death road at all, and they did not experience a wave of intense battles like most people, and their state was almost full. In such a situation, individuals can distinguish the pros and cons. Mortgage the possibility in such an unknown situation, surrounded by competitors. Everyone is not a fool. At a glance, it can be seen that this kind of battle has no great value, and no one wants to be a gunman. Damn, a bunch of trash. The corners of Mo Feng's eyes twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but scolded. Senior Mo Feng, you seem to be playing a bit dirty with this psychological tactic. If Mo Feng didn't make a move, it didn't mean that Lin Chen would give up. The ancient Qinglong stood on the left side of Mo Feng, Lin Chen stood in the middle, and Ling Yueqi and others were on the right, completely surrounding the Tianga Academy. Wait a minute. Junior brother Lin Chen, we have no grievances with you. That's right, Junior. Everyone is from the same academy, so there's no need to be so hostile. Maybe we can work together, and we will have even greater gains in this tomb. Some level seniors and seniors from Tianga Academy exclaimed and waved their hands quickly. With his eyes narrowed, Lin Chen saw that apart from Mo Feng, many people had no intention of starting a war with him. Glancing at Mo Feng, who was headed by him, he withdrew the ancient Qinglong and said indifferently, "There is no need for cooperation, and there will be no next time." After finishing speaking, Lin Chen took everyone to the other side of the hall, leaving only the gloomy Mo Feng and others. In this hall, there are many strange buildings, some of which are like ancient totems, engraved with strange talismans. Some depict 3 stone tablets with only one. These buildings all represent the inheritance of the powerhouses in the Yuanzuan realm during their lifetimes. As long as they can unravel the mysteries, they will be able to open the inheritance land that only belongs to that powerhouse. Lin Chen looked around, and suddenly found that there was a place in the hall where the things presented were very brand new, not like ancient things at all. Walking over with everyone, Lin Chen took a closer look. This is an altar, more like a stage than an altar. Only 5 things were placed on it. The first was an eggshell. The second piece is a few strands of chicken feathers. The third piece is a crown made of pure gold. The fourth item is the wine jar of the 1,000-year-old wine drunken Hong Yan. The fifth piece is an ancient mirror. Lin Chen was puzzled, stepped forward to pick up the ancient mirror, and thought while touching his chin. What kind of riddle is this? This ancient mirror seems to have nothing but my handsome face, Brother Chen? Everyone looked at each other, completely unable to see through. Eggshells, chicken feathers, crowns, drunken faces, ancient mirrors? This is a wonderful combination left by a strong person. Does it have anything to do with inheritance? Dan Qianqiu followed Lin Chen and the others. When the tension in the hall was just slightly delayed, she fell from the vortex of space spinning in the void and arrived in the hall. She entered the tomb in a state of almost no loss, leaving many people present stunned. This woman seems to have followed Lin Chen's kid at the beginning, isn't it? Mo Feng's expression was particularly gloomy, and his eyes swept towards Lin Chen with a deep killing intent. Did this kid know in advance that there are other channels? Damn it, the holy fire seed must have been taken away by this kid. This time, in addition to Mo Feng and Dan Qianqiu, there are also Ning Yunlan. Of the Ning family, the top 10 geniuses, 3 of them have gathered here. If you count the mysterious young man who fought against Lin Chen before, that's 4. On the other end, looking at the unstructured combination, Lin Chen fell into deep thought for the first time. Eggshell? The wind blows the eggs cold? Chicken feathers? Chicken, you are too beautiful? Crown? If you want to wear a crown, do you have to bear its weight? Drunk Rosie? A drunk party with a rosy smile? Ancient mirror? Apart from reflecting my handsomeness, Brother Chen, there is nothing. Looks like I'm still not home. Lin Chen put the ancient mirror back in place, shook his head and smiled. Riley. Squad leader, can't even you unlock this inheritance? Han Yiji said in surprise. Everyone was expecting a different answer from Lin Chen. The fate of heaven and earth is obtained by someone who is destined. It seems that I am not this destined person. Lin Chen smiled casually, and said with a melancholy expression, perhaps only some beings who are more handsome than me can unlock the existence of this inheritance secret. Let's go to the next one. Boom. Just after finishing speaking, Sherman pushed, and there were already Tianjiao from ancient families around to obtain the inheritance of Yuan Zuanjing, opening a unique secret passage, extending out of the space channel. Lin Chen glanced at Sherman with great interest, and immediately, he motivated Zijintong's something out of nothing realm and looked around the audience. In the illusory void, there is a trace of extremely pale green lucky luck. This streak of unexpected luck guides Lin Chen to the end of the hall. Hey! I didn't expect it to be really useful. In addition to seeing his own odd luck, Lin Chen also saw that a few people's odd luck is related to individual places of inheritance. Interesting. Teacher Yueqi, you go to that tombstone. Yiji, you go this way. Ziyun, and you. Lin Chen first led Ling Yueqi into an ancient totem. When Ling Yueqi's slender hand touched the totem, another space channel was revealed and extended. Afterwards, Han Yiji's fantastic luck was 3 sets of ancient catalogs. And the complicated patterns inscribed on them were irregular. But when Han Yiji's mental power was released, the 3 ancient catalogs showed amazing changes. Countless intricate patterns seemed to escape from the wall, opening a thick stone door and absorbing Han Yiji in. Those massive amounts of spiritual information poured into Han Yiji's mind. Even Lin Chen's ancient azure dragon has a trace of odd luck lingering. The ancient Qinglong was lying in front of 10 orc totems, and the restrained light of the totems suddenly flourished, sucking the ancient Qinglong into the unique space in the totem, and disappeared in the hall. Some Tianjiao present have noticed this anomaly. Lin Chen's group, almost every time they change direction, a new inheritance will be opened. What a joke! Does he know the structure of these 100 tombs? But it's useless to know. Hundreds of tombs are the tombs formed with the last will after the fall of the powerful Yuan Zun in the ancient times. To be able to obtain their inheritance, the comprehensive qualifications must be recognized by their will before the inheritance can be opened. Lin Chen, what a terrible young man. The eyes of more than a dozen Tianjiao were fixed on Lin Chen and his party. Lin Chen walked to the next inheritance site. A jade pillar as tall as 100 feet stands in the hall, and the painting on it shows the soaring dragon and phoenix. There is also a shadowy figure holding a scroll in his hand, with holy light on his body, and 10,000 beasts. Ziyun, put your hand on the jade pillar and try to run your mind. Lin Chen said a little excitedly. Han Ziyun was in an uneasy mood, her palm rested on the surface of the jade pillar, the light glowed, and in a flash, Han Ziyun had disappeared in place. Another legacy. The dozen or so Tianjiao were stunned, and some of them began to show greed and fanaticism. Hey! Everyone, this Lin Chen can see through the mysteries of this tomb, and accurately find every inheritance that suits him. Yes, I saw it just now, he has found 3. The 8 Tianjiao began to shout frantically, those Tianjiao who were still studying the place of inheritance immediately turned their attention to Lin Chen. The previously eager desires began to stir again, and everyone couldn't hold back. The inheritance of the 100 Zun tombs is second only to the sacred fire seeds in importance. If you can get one, it will be an existence that will benefit you for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, the big tree attracts the wind. Lin Chen, I see what you are going to do. If there is a melee later, I will wait for the opportunity to take down your head. Without that blue dragon, you are a waste. Mo Feng hid in the dark, sneering sullenly. Interesting, this Lin Chen really still hides some trump cards. Ning Yunlan of the Ning family also stopped searching at this moment, and turned to target Lin Chen. Ning Yunlan knew, as long as there was a fight, then Mo Feng would definitely take action against Lin Chen. If you add him, and based on the strength shown by his mirror avatar, then he will be more than 90% sure to win Lin Chen. Big brother Yunlan, are you finally going to take action on this despicable guy? Ning Lanfeng on the side was boosted by morale, and the fighting spirit surged throughout his body, ready to attack at all times. Your Excellency Lin Chen, since you can see through the inheritance place in the tomb, why don't you help us take a look? Maybe we can become good friends. That's right, it won't cost you a lot of effort to help us choose one. As the saying goes, with more friends, there are multiple paths, right? You don't want less friends and more enemies. The three white-clothed youths were the first to stand up. They were armed with high-level swords, and there was a kaka sound from their scabbards, and they always had the edge to be unsheathed. The 8 Tianjiao who encouraged everyone at the beginning also leaned over to Lin Chen and others. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The strength of Lin Chen and his party is tyrannical, but the ancient Qinglong, which is the main force, has been sent to the inheritance space, and it is impossible to return for a while. In addition, Ling Yueqi, Han Yizhi, and Han Ziyun all left the hall because of their inheritance, and Lin Chen was left with only Ling Yu and the other 4. Lin Chen, who was coveted by everyone, outlined a sinister smile. The last thing I'm afraid of is the threat. Since you all show your minions, then I'm welcome. Oops, we have become the target of public criticism. There's no other way, since I've followed your Excellency Lin Chen, I can only bite the bullet. Ling Yu and the other 4 had only 2 in the early 8th level Tian gang realm and 2 in the late 7th level. The overall strength of these 4 people in the sacred fire realm was only in the middle and lower reaches. Ziyan's wings rolled like firelight, and suddenly unfolded from behind. The special bloodline transformation of the wind system. You think I, Lin, can only rely on the ancient Qinglong? Rune of slowness. Lin Chen pushed the void horizontally with both hands, and a gray-white talisman of dozens of feet disillusioned the void. When the gray-white talisman flashed by, the 3 white-clothed youths who had threatened Lin Chen before, and the 8 arrogances who had inspired everyone, suddenly froze in place. Lin Chen's rune energy was reduced by 8 million points again, and the level 3 slowness rune was in the air. 11 of them were blocked by the slow rune in an instant, and the movement of their whole body, and even the movement of their fighting spirit, became extremely slow. Tear. Boom. The moment everyone reacted, Lin Chen's afterimage was like a jumping space. And the speed was so fast that even Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng, who were the top 10 geniuses, were shocked. The 2,100 dragon force is carried out in all directions, and the wind is raging in all directions, blowing to the entire hall. Most of the people only saw a purple-green afterimage flashing 10 times in an instant, changing more than a dozen directions at an extreme speed. Bang! 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 Every time there was an explosion, a Tianjiao was smashed into slag and was crushed into powder on the spot. The host gets 3 billion points of battle spirit essence, 1.5 billion points of battle spirit essence, 3 billion points of blood energy. Between each punch, there will be a large number of attribute light balls scattered and flying out. Every time Tianjiao falls, more than 30 attribute light balls will be dropped. And the quality is super high. The host obtains 500,000 rune energy points, 1.5 million gold energy points, 3 million points of martial arts essence, and 1 million lightning energy points. With a flash of his figure, Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended in the air. In his palm, there were still bloodstains and 11 extremely high quality nailing rings. There are people who want me to help him speculate on the inheritance. If you are not afraid of death, just come up, and someone from Lin will take it all. The energy of the water system moved, and after washing away the blood stains, Lin Chen took the 11 nailing rings and smiled lightly. The rest of the arrogants all showed fear and astonishment, staring at the scattered corpses, some of which had been crushed into powder on the spot. Everyone's heart can't help but feel a chill. Horrible. Instantly kill 11 geniuses from ancient aristocratic families. His speed is much faster than his clone in mirror space. Ning Lanfeng was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he sat on the ground, his teeth chattering constantly. His strength is not much stronger than that of the people who Lin Chen killed. In an instant. If he were to face Lin Chen, the outcome would only be the same. These 11 arrogances are all strong men who have rushed out of the tide of black devil bees. The lowest is also the early stage of the 8th stage of the Tiangang realm, and the highest one is the early stage of the 9th stage. Although they experienced a fierce battle and attrition before entering the 100 Zun Tomb Mansion, the foundation and life-saving cards are still there, but Lin Chen didn't give them a chance to use it at all. To be able to kill these 11 people in such a short period of time, I am afraid that not many of the top 10 geniuses can do it. At that moment, his fighting spirit transformed into a special energy bloodline, and he still has reservations. But, that's not right. If he is a special energy bloodline person, the mirror space can still be projected. Why did his clone not use it at that time? What about this trick? Both Ning Yanlanchen and Mo Feng's expressions were extremely solemn. These geniuses who had fought against Lin Chen's avatar, all thought they had controlled more than 90% of Lin Chen's strength. Now it seems, far more than that. What happened to his weird trick just now? There was no sign of a shot and no fluctuations in the fighting spirit, but the movement of the fighting spirit of all of them seemed to be very slow. Mo Feng's face was a bit gloomy and terrifying. In the depths of his pupils, a trace of fear finally appeared. Just before entering the tomb mansion, if he was singled out, he still felt that he had more than 60% confidence in killing Lin Chen. Now, maybe not even 30%. He had never seen such a terrifying 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. If Lin Chen is allowed to step into the 9th level of the astral realm, how strong will he have to be? The Lan Sun level students of Tianga Academy secretly smoked the air. Conditioning, these 11 ancient Tianjiao were placed in the Tianga General Academy, at least the top 50 existences, and they were only killed by Lin Chen. They knew very well that Lin Chen had not even had enough time to enter the Tianga General Hospital for a year, yet he already possessed such terrifying strength. In some respects, his growth rate is even more terrifying than the legendary Saint Child and Saintess. Dan Qianqiu stared at the young man, who stepped into the void to frighten the heroes, and muttered to himself while his heart trembled. How many secrets are there in you? With about 80 billion points of battle spirit essence, I can be promoted to the 7th level of the heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen was excited and looked around the audience, but no one dared to challenge him. Tianjiao remained silent, like birds and beasts, and they continued to explore every place of inheritance in the 100 Zun Tomb mansion. When Lin Chen returned to Ling Yu and the others, the 4 of them were full of admiration and longing, and said with admiration and excitement, Brother Lin Chen, although you are not the Holy Sun, we all agree that you are better than the Holy Sun. A handsome young man next to Ling Yu said excitedly, and Lin Chen waved it casually. Come on, don't put gold on the face of the Holy Sun. They are not as handsome as me. Oh right, your name is Ling Yu, right? You go to the southwest direction just now. There is an inheritance hall, with 7 altars carved there. Earth. Whether you can seize the opportunity or not depends on you. As for the other 3 of you, I haven't discovered it yet. Lin Chen's little instruction made Ling Yu ecstatic and clasped his fists solemnly. Thank you, Brother Lin Chen, for giving me a bright path. The other 3 looked at him enviously and acted together with Ling Yu. Lin Chen is not in a hurry to enter the inheritance place that is related to him. He hangs cross-legged in the air, and his consciousness sneaks into the system. If he also accepted the inheritance and was teleported away, there would be no existence in this hall that could hold back Mo Feng and the others, and Lung Yu and the others might have their lives at risk at all times. System, I want to learn Dark Dragon Palm. The system prompts the host to complete the inheritance of the blue level Advanced Combat Technique Dark Dragon Palm, which requires 16 million points of Kung Fu essence. Please ask the host whether to confirm the study. Sure. The system has received, after deducting 16 million points of exercise essence, the host has 51.5 million points of exercise essence left, and is passing on the advanced blue level combat technique Dark Dragon Palm for the host. Massive cultivation memories poured into Lin Chen's mind like Daigo. Empowerment. He transformed his Earth-type and Gold-type battle chi into special energy bloodlines, and was always ready to use defensive combat skills to prevent sneak attacks. Time passed, and the days and nights passed quickly, and the Tianjiao only moved within the scope of the Baizuan tomb, and did not exceed any scope. The scope of this hall is extremely wide, and the mysterious, black-robed boy who fought against Lin Chen did not appear again. During this period of time, 6 Tianjiao obtained the New Yuan Zun inheritance. Among these 6 people, Dan Qianqiu, Ning Yunlan, and Mo Feng, the top 10 geniuses, all successfully obtained a new inheritance. Their aptitude is extremely high, and they are the top talents in the ancient family, and they have endless luck. Amazing growth and transformation are taking place every moment. The remaining Tianjiao are still trying, and the inheritance of 100 statues is not so easy to try, and some Tianjiao secretly began to search whether the seeds of the holy fire were left in other areas. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, there was a deep, dark breath in his pupils. It seems that there is an eternal abyss hidden in those eyes, and a dragon shadow is faintly shattered in the abyss. What a powerful combat skill. The guy I played against just learned a little about this Dark Dragon Palm. My ace has another trick. perfectly inheriting the combat skill of Dark Dragon Palm. Lin Chen's heart is full of amazement, and his face is a little excited. This Dark Dragon Palm can perfectly combine its own pure strength and high-level combat skills with dark attributes. Its power far exceeds the combat skills of the same level, and it has the potential to become the destructive power above the top of the blue level. When the cultivation reaches its peak, the Dark Dragon Palm can use the characteristics of the dark element battle chi to integrate its own pure power and hit 9 Dark Dragon strength. Every Dark Dragon strength can make the enemy hard to guard against. It is very penetrating, can pass through the opponent's defense, and is effective for Yuan Zuanjing. Lin Chen had previously fought against the mysterious young man, and the reason why he was injured was because he did not notice this mysterious and strange Dark Dragon strength. While Lin Chen was silent in the power and beauty of Dark Dragon Palm, the origin of the blue dragon in his dantian throbbed, and a large number of memories that did not belong to Lin Chen emerged. The inheritance of the ancient Qinglong is over. A thought in Lin Chen's heart glowed, and 10 orc totems were connected one after another, illuminating the next dragon's breath, blue light. A blue dragon that was only 10 feet long came alive, swinging its tail and descending again in this hall. Heaven armor, dragon breath armor that can condense its own dragon breath all over the body. Frightening the dragon's body movement method, the unique movement method of the dragon family, which can freely control the body shape and move at high speed in the space with the dragon's breath. When Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness emerged from the 2 dragon supernatural powers, his mouth suddenly opened slightly. So strong. Although the 3,900 dragon power has not changed, the current ancient Qinglong is 1 or 2 grades stronger than before. The ancient Qinglong, who received the mysterious inheritance, successively controlled the 2 dragons' magical powers. When Lin Chen was shocked, looking at the ancient Qinglong's verve, he was more agile and conscious than before. The ancient Qinglong does not possess the wisdom of independent thinking, and its battles are all motivated by Lin Chen's combat experience and consciousness, but now, the ancient Qinglong has inherited a brand new battle memory and consciousness. In addition, the size of the ancient blue dragon can be freely controlled by it, and it is no longer limited as before. This is like a fat man who only knows brute force, suddenly becomes a sharp soldier with a lot of combat skills. The combat power between the 2 is definitely not on the same level. There was no need for Lin Chen to give another order. Lin Chen just looked at each other, and the ancient Qinglong nodded to him if he was spiritual, as if he knew that his duty was to guard the temple. My dear, this is much more convenient than before. After not having any concerns, Lin Chen dashed to the back of the main hall with a slight display of his body technique. What affected his own luck was a stone platform inscribed on the wall of the main hall. Lin Chen put his palm on it, running the 9 attributes of 9 tribulations of creation in turn. The moment Lin Chen's gold-type fighting spirit began to touch the stone platform, the stone platform glowed with golden light. Boom! The golden light is paved into a space tunnel, extending down. When Lin Chen stepped into the space channel paved with golden light, his entire figure trembled and disappeared together with the space channel. The space moved, and Lin Chen was teleported to a dim mansion. Looking around, the place where Lin Chen arrived was more like a courtyard. It was located in the pavilion of the courtyard. A dead bone was flowing with green gleaming light, as if it was a fine jasper. Just above the head of the remains, a blue gold treasure chest is suspended. Next to the withered bones remains, there is a gun with golden light flowing. The whole body of the war gun is wrapped in dragon patterns, and it is 2 meters long. It is shaped like 5 dragons hovering in the sky. This is the remains of the powerful Yuan Zuanjing realm. And the guns of the 6th rank. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and only the remains of the strong above the Yuan Zuanjing can be immortalized for thousands of years and immortalized for thousands of years. Walking to the corpse, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the blue treasure chest, and the system immediately popped up a light screen. The host opens the blue gold treasure chest and obtains 5 dragons. Essence. A group of light is suspended in the blue treasure chest, which contains the energy of annihilating the world. Lin Chen can feel that there are 5 different dragon breaths hidden in this light group. What a powerful spirit energy! With an exclamation in his heart, Lin Chen put it into the system for the time being, and then looked around. Lin Chen clearly saw a stone tablet more than 50 feet high carved in front of the remains. On the stone tablet, a large number of words like ancient talismans are engraved, densely packed, and there is no mystery at all. At the beginning of the slate, Lin Chen only saw a word that could be distinguished with the naked eye. Fate of the younger generation, if you want to get the inheritance of this deity, please use your mental power to read the contents of the stone tablet. Lin Chen released his mental power a little, and the stone tablet in front of him suddenly changed the world. A large amount of spiritual information wandered in the void and appeared in front of Lin Chen. The first caster in ancient times, Jin Xiaohua. Because of his participation in the battle of the heavenly tomb, he died and died. He left his casting skills on the stone tablet for future generations to pass on. The system detects that the host has acquired the inheritance of the strong. Because the inheritance contains the inheritance of skills and the inheritance of exercises, the host can use the essence of the exercises, and the speed of accepting inheritance is doubled. The system popped up a light screen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed to accept the inheritance with the spirit of the exercise. With this option, Lin Chen's Kung Fu essence dropped sharply by 50 million points, almost costing more than 90% of his Kung Fu essence. Massive memories began to pour into Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness with a powerful momentum, and were automatically engraved into Lin Chen's mind. Perfectly integrated, which was several times faster than the normal inheritance speed. 4 days and 4 nights passed, and the massive memory was completely integrated in his mind. Lin Chen finally saw a strange scene. What was reflected in Lin Chen's memory was an unprecedented behemoth, as if it had spirituality and vitality. Countless powerhouses walked in the air and launched violent attacks on it, causing this behemoth to continuously burst out a roar that stirred the universe. Finally, at the moment when it seems to be about to die, it compresses itself continuously and becomes smaller and begins to become as solid as a building. With its last strength, it sucks all the strong men into the body and burns them with jade. Finally, in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen woke up from the inheritance. What it is? Lin Chen was panting and sweating coldly. There was a bit of vicissitudes in his eyes, and after a while, he restrained himself to the depths of his pupils and disappeared. Is that weird creature the culprit behind these 100 tombs? Lin Chen thought to no avail, and an indestructible golden light shone in his palm. In this inheritance, I can't think of the blue-level advanced Tiangong anti-dragon spear technique, and the ancient forging technique Golden Sun forging technique. Luck is here, and I can't stop it. I, Lin Chen, will Become a generation of smiths. I don't know how many high-level smiths have spent countless efforts to achieve success, but I never imagined that I would become a high-level smith. Under such circumstances, Lin Chen felt a sense of irony in his heart. He slowly got up, took out a cloak from the nailing ring, draped it over the dead bones, and muttered to himself. Senior Jin Xiaohua, I will carry forward your casting skills for you. Rest in peace. Lin Chen sincerely kowtowed to the corpse, and the withered corpse seemed to have dissipated the last trace of will. When Lin Chen first saw it, his whole body was still flashing with a faint blue light, but now the light has completely dimmed. Choke! Choke! The golden light war gun next to the dry bones glowed with light, and he wanted to follow Lin Chen, but the war gun itself had serious flaws. The Emperor's Spear of the Five Dragon Dynasty, the Spear of the Ancient Emperor. However, even if it is damaged, it is still not comparable to ordinary treasures. Lin Chen pulled up the golden light war gun, and there was a familiar feeling, as if the old friend who had fought for a long time had returned to his hands. This is caused by the loss of essence, caused by the war. Today's Lin Chen is a sixth-order caster, and he can see the flaws of this gun at a glance. When he touched the gap in the gun body, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he released the 5-dragon essence he had just obtained in his system space. The colorful life essence has just been suspended in the void. If the 5-dragon dynasty Emperor Spear trembles spiritually, like a bottomless vortex, all the life essences are included. The mutation this time also affected the Heiyuan spear behind Lin Chen, and integrated the last part of himself into the 5-dragon dynasty Emperor Spear. Boom! In the end, the Black Abyss gun became dim, like iron. The Wulong dynasty Emperor Spear is surrounded by 5-color dragon energy, growing wildly, and the light trembles. The Wulong dynasty Emperor Spear seems to glow with new glory. 5 different dragon roars burst out. When the vision stopped, this golden war gun was like a bland war gun, lying quietly in Lin Chen's palm. It's a great situation to accept the inheritance this time. Although I didn't get the inheritance of the exercises, I got such an artifact. Putting the 2 war guns back into the nailing ring, Lin Chen volleyed his toes and took off. Inside the main hall of the tomb, when Lin Chen returned, he saw Han Ziyun, Han Yizhi, and Ling Yueqi all returning to the main hall from the inheritance space and standing beside the ancient Qinglong. There are still traces of fierce battles in the hall. It seems that after some people triggered the mechanism, a large number of exotic treasures appeared, which caused fierce competition for Tianjiao, who had not obtained inheritance. In the hall, seeing Lin Chen returning to the hall, Han Yizhi was overjoyed and looked at Lin Chen. Squad leader, have you also found a suitable inheritance for you? Well, it's not a waste of time after all. But what's the situation right now? Lin Chen looked around the audience and found that Mo Feng, Ning Yunlan, and others also returned from the inheritance space to the hall of the tomb. Their expressions and breaths have become more aggressive and powerful than before, and obviously they have also gained a lot of opportunities and growth in the inheritance space. Especially that Mo Feng, who from time to time casts murderous and awe-inspiring eyes to Lin Chen's side. Obviously, he has gained a completely different power from before, and he is more confident to deal with Lin Chen than before. At the same time as Lin Chen's rapid growth, any top genius also has constant opportunities and adventures, and their strength will never stop before they first entered the Holy Fire Realm. Standing not far from Ling Yueqi and others, Dan Qianqiu also has a lot of gains in the land of inheritance. She has broken through from the middle stage of the ninth stage to the late stage of the ninth stage. Everyone is trying to find the exit here. Although the 100 Zun tombs are recorded in the classics, it seems that there is no way to leave. Ling Yueqi said with a solemn expression. Ling Yu and her group also returned to Lin Chen's side, pointed to the end of the hall, and said in a little panic, "At present, there is only one exit in the entire hall, that is, there is a dark passage at the end of the hall." After two Tianjiao from the blood family entered it, there was no response. Now everyone dare not act rashly. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, all kinds of thoughts were surging in his heart, and he kept thinking. Battle of the Heavenly Tomb, 100 Reverend Tomb Mansion, could it be? When the memories in his mind began to overlap, Lin Chen's expression became more and more solemn. As soon as he activated Zijing Tong, the scene of the entire hall was completely different. Countless fates filled the void, and the end of fate was the end of the hall. At this time, Ning Jia and Ning Yunlan stood up and announced, "Everyone, I believe that everyone has searched the neighborhood during this period of time. There is no second exit here, only the passage at the end of the hall. In view of the possibility of the previous dangerous organs, I personally propose that everyone join hands to enter the entrance of the hall." Ning Yunlan is very calm, and there is a convincing leadership in his conversation. He said sonorously, "No matter what situation we encounter, we must overcome it together. Otherwise, if there is any unexpected situation, we may be wiped out. But as long as we are united, we may leave here alive." Many people present fell into contemplation, then Ning Yunlan added a fire. Very serious and sincere. "Of course, as the initiator of this proposal, our Ning family will take the lead when entering the exit passage, so you don't need to worry about danger. And I will abandon everyone." Some arrogant geniuses gritted their teeth fiercely and began to stand in line with the Ning family and others, while Lin Chen's eyes became more and more dignified, staring at the exit at the end of the hall. Lin Chen, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. "Something's wrong. This tomb seems to be alive." Through the purple-gold pupils, streaks of red brilliance circulated in the void like a feather, and Lin Chen felt a new wave of life radiating from the depths of the tomb. In his mind, the memories inherited from Jin Xiaohua kept shaking. On that day, when the 100 Zun fell, it was to fight that mysterious creature. That creature is likely to be directly related to the entire tomb. The situation has changed, prepare to fight. Lin Chen's sudden words put the four of Ling Yu and Ling Yueqi into a state of alert. Boom. 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 The space shook, and those Tianjiao who had just been united suddenly turned their heads, and their pupils shrank. An embarrassed figure escaped from the exit at the end of the hall. He was covered in blood, and the sixth order treasured armor meteor silkworm he was wearing on his chest was shattered in half. It was the black-robed boy who attacked Lin Chen earlier. Everyone mobilized the aura of war to cover their eyes, and when connecting the spaces, they saw a terrifying scene from thousands of miles away. The moment the black-robed youth withdrew to the main hall, 5 bony figures emerged from the exit with heavy steps. Every step of theirs shook the space violently, and the whole body was disillusioned with steam-like fighting spirit, and every wisp of fighting spirit smashed the space crystal wall, like a supernatural being from ancient times. Seeing the 5 withered and corpse-like figures, everyone present took a deep breath. A powerful person in the Yuanzun realm? These 5 skinny mummified corpses were all strong men of Yuan Zuanjing. 5 Yuan Zuanjing. Such a terrifying lineup, unless the 4 heavenly kings and the 10 great talents gather together, there is no chance of any escape. There is an absolute gap between Yuan Zuanjing and Tianganging. If the two are at war, Yuan Zunjing will kill Tianganging as easily as killing a bug. It's over. How can there still be strong people in Yuan Zuanjing here? Didn't they really fall back then? The remaining people couldn't help but keep retreating, their pupils trembling with fear. No. There is no breath of the living in their eyes, they are the living dead. Don't panic. This is not the real Yuan Zuanjing, it's just a living dead with some cultivation bases in his lifetime. Mo Feng from Tiange Academy and Ning Yunlan from the Ning family immediately sighed. The strength of the two ranked first in the audience, and they were the most prestigious among the crowd. What should I do, Lin Chen? At the critical moment, Dan Qianqiu didn't care too much, leaned over to Lin Chen's side, and asked nervously. Let's work together to solve these 5 things first, and there is a high possibility that there are still beings in that passage. Follow me closely, and don't rush in. Lin Chen and ancient Qing Long stood in front, and everyone behind them nodded. Suddenly, the 2 ends of the 5 mummified corpses were the first to show killing intent, and when they raised their hands, they punched, and the overwhelming oppression could be felt from thousands of miles away. There is an attack from Yuan Zuanjing, withdraw. While Ning Yunlan drank coldly, everyone immediately stepped aside, revealing all kinds of unique skills and life-saving trump cards. The ancient Qinglong turned into a huge body of hundreds of feet and protected everyone to retreat to the corner. The terrifying fist wind ran through the entire hall, screaming awe-inspiringly, and the space was constantly distorted. Lin Chen glanced at the embarrassed black-robed youth not far away, and suddenly chuckled. Hey! If you want to survive, you have to kill these 5 things with us. Otherwise everyone won't be able to leave. The cloak was blown away, and the black-robed youth revealed a cold and pale face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Cut, just this once. Leng Yu and the others trembled in their hearts, and the man and woman behind him showed unprecedented tremors, and the Lin family woman said coldly and terrified, Your Excellency Lin Chen. Let's find a chance to escape. This is Yuan Zuanjing. If we approach without authorization, the other party can destroy us with a wave. No, this is not Yuan Zuanjing. If it is 5 Yuan Zuanjing, the pressure will not be so simple. At most, these mummified corpses only have a small part of the fighting spirit cultivation base and incomplete fighting consciousness. In terms of real combat power, they are at most equivalent. Yuzuanzuan, as long as we create a sneak attack between attacks, we are not without a chance. Lin Chen said in a deep voice without turning his head, seeing that the more than 30 geniuses on the other side also reached an agreement in an instant. It seems that Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng also saw the clue and led everyone to rush up. The 4 members of the Lin family stagnate for a while. They have reached this point, and this person is still so calmly analyzing the countermeasures. Is this really a young man of the same generation as them? Regarding the actual situation, Lin Chen not only did not panic, but his fighting spirit was extremely high and excited. He saw a lot of attribute light balls in these 5 mummified corpses. As long as the mummified corpse is killed, that attribute light ball will belong to someone from Talon. Maybe it is possible to step into the 7th layer of the heavenly astral realm because of this. The toes stomped abruptly, the pupils of the 3 Yuan Zuanjing mummified corpses flickered with the light of slaughter, and they took the lead to swept over to the crowd. The speed was so fast that there were only a handful of people on the scene who could clearly see their movements. There are 2 mummified corpses coming towards Lin Chen. I'm coming. The guy in black, you and I are in charge of one. Teacher Yuechi. Dan Qianqiu, you are in charge of the other. I will let Qinglong create opportunities for you, and then you will cover Qinglong. Lin Chen drank suddenly. Ling Yuechi and Dan Qianqiu nodded immediately. The sky is changing. The first transformation of the Shura Zhouhuang transformation was activated in just one thought, and Lin Chen's breath soared to the middle stage of the 7th level. The afterimage flashed, and everyone scattered immediately. The ancient Qinglong twisted its dragon body, slashed its claws angrily, and the Qingguang dragon suddenly illuminated the entire hall. Brush! 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 The first shot as the azure dragon split soul claw. Lin Chen knew very well that ordinary methods could not be used to deal with powerhouses above the quasi-respect. The dragon-breathing light blades that filled the sky danced and shot out, forcing the Yuan Zuanjing mummy hidden in the air to come out alive. The dragon's breath light blades slammed into the body of the mummy, and the sound of gold and iron colliding with dang dang was constantly bursting out. The moment the Qinglong swings its tail and bombards the mummified corpse, the ancient Qinglong turns into a transparent one and escapes into the void. With a move of blue dragon's shadow repelling, it completely hides. At the moment when the mummified corpse appeared, the 4 of Ling Yu gritted their teeth and urged their strongest combat skills, and the surrounding cold air suddenly came. Dan Qianqiu, Ling Yuechi, Han Yizhi, and Han Ziyun, everyone came up with amazing tricks, whether it was a mental attack or a combat attack, all of them aimed at the mummy that showed its body shape. On the other side, Lin Chen's 9 prisons Pluto stepped on the void and moved dozens of miles in one step. With the superposition of purple phoenix wings, it was almost as fast as a mummy raid. Get out for me. When Tiangong's fighting spirit and Wan Yuexian Zhenjiao were all over his calf, Lin Chen kicked out in a volley and suddenly hit a blurry shadow in the void. It's its Xingyi mummified corpse. The extremely icy rays of light flowed over the fingertips, and Lin Chen adorned the void with one finger. Charging rune ice fingers. A finger on the ice world, the cold is 3,000 miles away. Even though that Xingyi mummified body had a fighting spirit, it was still frozen by Lin Chen's Bing Tian finger, and a small part of the upper body was frozen, losing the ability to move in an instant. With the ice finger in the left hand and the dark energy in the right hand, Lin Chen suddenly drank it coldly. It's now. As soon as the voice fell, a bloody light flashed behind the mummified corpse. In green, the black-clothed youth was running the dark fighting spirit and slammed it at the mummy's Tianling Gai. At the same time, Lin Chen's right palm is galloping with the supernatural power of latitude and longitude that pushes the mountains and rivers horizontally. Countless dragon powers revolve between the palms around the dark battle energy, and one palm slams on the chest of the mummy. Dark dragon palm. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen and the black-clothed boy each took a palm, and the earth-shattering power penetrated the defense of the mummy's battle chi, and smashed it firmly inside its body. The aftermath of the powerful force shattered the surrounding space and rolled up a monstrous wind. What? He also used the dark dragon palm of this young master? How is this possible? I only used it once before. When the black-clothed boy pulled away from the top of the mummified corpse, he looked at Lin Chen on the other end in disbelief. In addition to the monstrous anger in his young eyes, there was also an unconcealed surprise and shock. The dark dragon palm is a secret of their family. The only person who can learn it is himself. Where did this strangeness come from? When seeing the state of the mummified corpse in Xingyi, the heart of the black-clothed boy was even more turbulent. The part of the mummified corpse that he hit showed only a dozen small hairline cracks, while the part of the chest that Lin Chen hit, actually punched out a fist-sized rotating hole. This is the mummified corpse of Yuan Zuanjing. It is very difficult to leave scars. Lin Chen's palm almost pierced through the mummified corpse. The same as the dark dragon palm, the power between the two is very different. 3 dark dragon strength? No. It may be 4 dark dragon strength. His dark dragon palm is still above this young master. Damn it. The black-cloaked youth glared angrily, and was about to ask Lin Chen the reason again, but a terrifying aura burst out from the Tsing-clothed corpse. The light of the Tsing-yi mummified corpse has not been extinguished yet. The 5 fingers of the mummy swept through the void, tearing 5 cracks in the space. The power of this palm, even Lin Chen was extremely solemn. He crossed his hand to block, when the earth bloodline was transformed. 1. Yue Xianjinjia just covered his whole body, and the mummified corpse slapped Lin Chen with one palm. Bang! The violent shaking was as heavy as a mountain, and Lin Chen was blown away by a palm, shattering the ley lines, and continuously spreading out cracks as thick as a giant python. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed boy gritted his teeth, his whole body turned into a blood-colored light, and he quickly evacuated. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to leave again. The host gets 12.5 billion points of battle spirit essence, 11 billion points of battle spirit essence, 200,000 points of rune energy. Lin Chen, who was photographed underground, a light screen popped up in front of him, and his fighting spirit grew to the limit of the bottleneck. The other side. Ling Yueqi and the others swarmed up, and the turbulent and domineering offensive instantly fell on Gonsher's body, shattering a part of its left shoulder. But this offensive also created an opportunity for the ancient Qinglong. I saw that the ancient Qinglong's whole body changed to 5 feet long, and the ghosts and gods appeared out of thin air, behind the mummified corpse. The 2 claws slammed down, and another blue dragon soul-splitting claws broke out at close range. Sigh. Ka. The dry flesh cracked, and the bones began to break. The ancient Qinglong 3900 dragon force unreservedly released a series of violent attacks. The dragon's tail bound its legs, the dragon's teeth gnawed at the shoulders and head of the mummified corpse, and the dragon's claws were constantly swiping in front of the chest. Let the corpse use the fighting energy to counterattack, trying to shake the ancient Qinglong, but the dragon's scales on its body are like a pair of armor. Like rays of light, and each dragon scale is closed and connected together, as if forming an indestructible armor. Click. Tear. Before 4 breaths, the mummified corpse was dismembered by the ancient Qinglong on the spot. The attribute light balls in the corpse kept falling out and merged into the body of the ancient Qinglong. The host obtains 900,000 points of rune energy, 9 million points of light energy, 7 million points of gold energy. The attribute light ball like raindrops was absorbed by the ancient Qinglong. But at this moment, the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and the other 2 Yuan Zuanjing mummies also acted. Lin Chen on the other side, while the purple phoenix wings flapped, every step of the figure left an afterimage, unable to capture the trajectory of the body at all. The special bloodline of the dark system was transformed, and Lin Chen's entire arm began to turn into a dark hand of dark energy. His pace turned again, his figure turned like a floating light, and a stream of purple flames flashed to the back of the Tsingyi mummified corpse, aiming at the back of the neck area, and raising the dark arm as a palm. Charging rune dark dragon palm. The fusion of the dragon power and the rotating dark-type fighting spirit changes into the dark dragon power of the galloping and twisting. The dark light flashed vertically through the void, and the dark dragon strength penetrated the connection between the head and neck of the mummified corpse. Lin Chen slapped the back of the neck of the mummified corpse with a palm, and the head flew horizontally. The comprehensive power of the dark dragon palm is completely based on the user's combat aura and pure strength. Lin Chen's pure strength has reached 2100 dragon power, and with the transformation of the attributes of his special bloodline, he exerts the power that can only be obtained by possessing a dark energy bloodline. The dark dragon palm is a combat skill that is completely tailor-made for him. On the other side, Mo Feng and others joined forces to kill the first mummified corpse. The speed was a few points faster than Lin Chen's, but they were stopped by the second mummy before they had time to move forward. Not good. Another mummy is coming towards us. Lung Yuqiu held her hands lightly, and shot the ice bow in succession. Several ice arrows were shattered after a little delay, and she suddenly scolded coldly. Just as Dan Qianqiu was preparing to fight, Lin Chen's deep drink came. You go first, this last one is handed over to me, and the ancient Qinglong. Remember, don't enter the exit first, wait until I arrive before acting. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. The strength of this last mummified corpse might have to be in the middle or even late stage of the quasi-respect, and he couldn't kill it without showing some trump cards. Seeing that Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong had a good heart, they intercepted the mummy that flew in the air, and everyone gritted their teeth and flew towards the exit. The scope of the hall is very wide, and it will take a short period of time to fly to the end with the strength of everyone. The same is true for the people on Mo Feng's side. If it wasn't for an emergency, everyone didn't want to work hard. Seeing that Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan stopped the last mummified corpse, they also left the team one after another. Damn, these bastards. Mo Feng cursed when he saw the geniuses of other noble families running away. Your Excellency Mo Feng, if both of us escape, this mummy will choose you, and me to pursue it. You don't want to do such a risky thing. Then come with me. And come up with some cards. When Ning Yunlan drank coldly, the two looked at each other, their minds crossed, and they took out the combat power they had just acquired from the inheritance to join the melee. Half an hour later, Dan Qianqiu and others were waiting for Lin Chen at the exit at the end of the hall. At this time, Tianjiao was desperately trying to fly into the exit passage. Don't go in yet, you must wait for Lin Chen. Ling Yuichi snorted coldly and scolded Lung Tong and others in her heart. What? What the hell is this? It's alive here. Ling Yuichi's voice just fell. Hysterical screams came from the passage, which was creepy. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Mo Feng, Ning Yunlan, and Lin Chen rushed to the exit at almost the same time. Lin Chen lifted the Azura Jiuhuang transformation, but his breath only dropped to the early stage of the 7th level, killing those mummified corpses. His cultivation base has officially entered the 7th level of the astral realm. Behind the other two, there are people from Tianga Academy and the Ning family. Lin Chen held a golden war gun with 5-color dragon energy in his hand, and The monstrous dragon breath and dragon power, contained in the war gun, attracted the attention of the two. The expressions of the two changed slightly, and in the breath of the five-colored dragon spear, they sensed a trace of destruction. It is definitely not an existence that Lin Chen can master at the 7th level of the heavenly astral realm. This kid has a new adventure again. The two had the same thoughts in their hearts, and Lin Chen took the lead in speaking to everyone in a deep voice. Let's go. Enter the passage. Lin Chen took Ling Yueqi and the others, and rushed into the dim tunnel in one go, and the whole hall began to crumble. The people from the Ning family and Tianga Academy followed closely behind. The moment everyone entered the passage, they were greeted with an unbearable stench and fishy smell. The entire tunnel was constantly wriggling, and around the walls, things like sebum and corrosive viscous acid began to slowly fall off. It's disgusting, this passage is like a living creature. When Ling Yu and the others flew through the air, they were shocked, and Lin Chen immediately said in a deep voice, "Don't take it lightly, the battle is not over yet, as long as you haven't left here, you must make all preparations." As soon as the voice fell, there was a fork in front of us, and there was a miserable scream. No, no. More than a dozen tentacle-like red beards covered with barbs danced fast in the tunnel. No matter how the Luodan Tianjiao, who was bound to the soles of his feet, shouted and kept attacking, the tentacles were like the scythe of the god of death, constantly approaching him and constantly recovering with an astonishing energy. Broken tentacles will regrow new tentacles. Lin Chen waved a Gingjin aura and cut off all the tentacles. When they recovered, the genius was able to escape. Go left. When everyone arrived at the fork, regardless of Ming Yunlan and the others, Lin Chen decisively broke the opening, and everyone flew to the left. A little light came in from the passage here, and everyone was overjoyed and rushed up. Goo! Goo! The passage slowly squirmed, and another burst of sour mucus surged, and a large number of red long-bearded tentacles began to frantically appear in the passage below. The red tentacles are extremely fast, rushing like lightning. The number is complex, at least hundreds of thousands. A slightly slower Tianjiao slapped back several palms in fright, only shattering 2 tentacles. The hardness of these red tentacles is comparable to 5th order ore, and it is by no means an existence that can be easily broken. Lin Chen deliberately slowed down and was at the back of the team, the 5-colored dragon spear in his hand slashed into the air, and instantly shattered hundreds of tentacles. The edge of the 6th order war gun, even Lin Chen was surprised again. You go first, and I'll stop it later, no one will be able to go on like this. The spear edge danced again and again, one after another sharp spear light. All the red tentacles were smashed, and thousands of tentacles appeared immediately before they started to retreat. It's not over yet. This passage is more than 100 feet wide, and Lin Chen simply turned the thunder-type battle chi into his blood, and with one move, 1,000 thunders opened the screen like a peacock. With the sharpness of the 5-dragon dynasty emperor spear, Lin Chen destroyed thousands of tentacles with this move. All Tianjiao, who left safely, gave Lin Chen a grateful look, and then fled frantically. However, the red tentacles seemed to be inexhaustible, beheading one after another. 5 spirits light smoke palm. The palm wind that was burning with 5-colored clouds and light smoke was photographed fiercely, and a beautiful shadow appeared beside Lin Chen. It was actually Dan Qianqiu, who had returned from the same path. Why did you come back? Didn't I let you escape? Lin Chen frowned and said without turning his head. But you haven't left yet. Dan Qianqiu didn't know whether it was stubborn or unwilling, and fought side by side with Lin Chen. The exit of the passage is a stone gate that is slowly closing on both sides. Han Ziyun and the Lin family have just rushed out. After rushing out of this exit, it is right above the tomb of 100 Zun. At this time, the Baizuan tombs are slowly sinking like the bottom of the sea. According to this trend, in another day, the entire tombs will begin to sink into the sea. All the Tianjiao who escaped showed a trace of fear and happiness for the rest of their lives. Looking back at the exit of the passage, there was a little gratitude to Lin Chen. If it wasn't for Lin Chen slowing down and breaking up for everyone, I'm afraid the number of people who could escape would have to be cut by more than half. Han Yizhi, who followed closely behind, found that Ling Yueqi wanted to be like Dan Qianqiu, and turned back to help Lin Chen, but was pulled by Han Yizhi. Teacher, if we go back, it will only cause trouble for the monitor, so we will withdraw for the time being. The exit is just around the corner. Ling Yueqi gritted her white teeth lightly, swept away with Qianing, and after 10 breaths, she and Han Yizhi arrived at the exit. The passage vibrated, and at the end, a stone gate was slowly closing. At this time, it was already closed by dozens of feet, and less than a third of it remained. Squad leader, come out, the stone gate is about to close, everyone is out. Han Yizhi's powerful mental fluctuations conveyed her voice. After Lin Chen in the passage heard it, he immediately turned around and evacuated. Regardless of the 3721, he hugged the slender waist that Dan Qianqiu was holding, and the purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, and the wind prison Pluto step advanced at full speed, like a sky-high lightning, which disappeared in a flash, rushing to the exit. At this time, Sherman was about to close with less than 5 feet left, and Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings slammed and accelerated again. Just when Lin Chen was only a kilometer away from the exit, this distance should have been reached in an instant for him, but the appearance of an afterimage broke this situation. Get out of here, Lin Chen. Die inside and never go back to Tiange Academy. When the cold drink sounded, a golden light swept across the 4 directions, cut through the billowing waves, and suddenly slashed at Lin Chen and Dan Qianqiu. The person who shot was actually Mo Feng. Lin Chen was caught off guard, even if Zi Jintong noticed the abnormality in advance, it was too late to dodge. With his whole body advancing at full speed, he used Wan Yu Xianzhenjia to protect Dan Qianqiu and himself. Jing Guang slashed directly on Lin Chen's Wanyue Xuanzhen armor. Jing Guang's edge almost chopped his armor on the spot, and his huge strength slashed Lin Chen back into the passage. Boom! The moment Lin Chen was split back into the passage, the stone gate was pushed and closed, and it stopped abruptly. The expressions of Ling Yueqi, Han Ziyun and others suddenly changed drastically. Mo Feng, are you crazy? What are you doing? Your Excellency Lin Chen saved us all. Ling Yueqi's pretty face was slightly pale, her cold and beautiful cheeks were covered with an unprecedented murderous intent, her blue eyes locked on Mo Feng, Tiange Academy, and others. In today's world, for Ling Yueqi, who has long lost her relatives, Lin Chen is the only person she cares about. Even if it costs her life for this, it is not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha, if you don't agree, come and kill me. But if you leave, he may not even have the last chance to come out. Mo Feng laughed frantically, his movement speed flashed, and in a blink of an eye he left with the group of Tiange Academy. Half of the students in Tiange Academy dared not speak out. No matter how Lin Chen was a member of Tianga Academy. They really didn't expect Mo Feng to kill him. However, if they left the team without authorization, they would be met with crazy retaliation from Mo Feng, so no one dared to leave easily. Ling Yueqi was about to catch up, but Han Yizhi stopped her. Mr. Yueqi, now is not the time to hunt him down. We have to try and rescue the monitor first, which is the most important thing. Han Yizhi stared at Ling Yueqi, then at the stone gate. Ling Yueqi clenched her teeth, and her expression was terrifyingly cold. Then, what are we going to do? Everyone, let's try to attack Sherman together again, and see if we can blast it open. I'm coming too. Count me in. After all, Your Excellency Lin Chen can only come out after helping us break it. He is also my savior. Everyone looked at each other, and most of those Tianjiao who had been helped by Lin Chen took the initiative to stand up. Everyone immediately stood side by side, ready to go, fighting spirit surging. And the situation was changing. The other side. Lin Chen and Dan Qianqiu, who were beaten back into the passage, were almost safe, only slightly injured, but a large number of tentacles began to grow crazily in the dark passage. Lin Chen and Dan Qianqiu slammed the stone gate a few times, but there was no response, and they didn't move at all. Dan Qianqiu's expression changed slightly. Oops, how could this be? There are still people attacking us at this juncture. But only Lin Chen, while urging Zijintong to chew 2 medicinal pills, did not waver at all. You had a chance to leave just now, why are you turning back? After the war gun swung out a few spear beams and shattered those red tentacles, Lin Chen asked with a frown. Because I'm afraid that something will happen to you, and no one will answer my curiosity when you die. Lin Chen didn't expect Dan Qianqiu's answer, but he turned to look at Dan Qianqiu, and saw an indescribable light shining in the eyes of the beautiful woman. Can you not be afraid of death in order to satisfy your curiosity? I'm afraid, but I still want to know the true face behind the things I'm curious about. Dan Qianqiu stared at Lin Chen seriously, causing Lin Chen to shake his head and laugh. Hold me tight, don't let go. Lin Chen pushed Dan Qianqiu behind him. The ancient Qinglong was still outside Sherman, and Lin Chen was not worried about everyone's safety outside. I was very curious just now. What's going on here? Since the exit can't be opened for the time being, let's go down and find out. From the time he was evacuated before, Lin Chen was very curious about the light of the attribute light ball flickering underneath. Lin Chen didn't have much fear in his heart, but the fighting spirit in his heart was unprecedentedly high. The power of the Emperor Spear of the 5 Dragons, he has already seen its power for the first time. In the previous battle against the last Yuan Zuanjing corpse, he defeated the opponent in just a quarter of an hour. Among them, 80% is the credit of the Emperor Spear of the 5 Dragons. Just how strong you are, let me, the new master, see it. Lin Chen excitedly glanced at the golden battle spear in his hand, facing the infinitely emerging red tentacles in the passage. In a single thought, he urged the first layer of heaven and water to change. The whole body released a blue light, and Lin Chen's fighting spirit climbed to the late 7th stage. Hold me tight. Lin Chen suddenly drank coldly. Dan Qianqiu grabbed Lin Chen's waist clothes and saw his purple phoenix wings swept away at an extremely fast speed, so shocked that Dan Qianqiu quickly hugged him. Magic fighting thousand thunders. Boom. The thunder flashed, and the 5 Dragon Dynasty Imperial spears stabbed out like lightning at a high speed, like a thunderstorm of spiral strangulation, advancing layer by layer. The five-colored dragon-like spear tip shoots out countless thunder and spear shadows, and each spear annihilates hundreds of red tentacles. Lin Chen danced with both hands, constantly using his spear, and while destroying a large number of red tentacles, he moved forward at a high speed. Dan Qianqiu, who was holding his waist, was completely stunned. With this level of lethality, the speed of killing the red tentacles is at least 5 times faster than his own. A large number of red tentacles fell, and the speed of growth could not keep up with the speed of Lin Chen's killing. Lin Chen advanced for more than a quarter of an hour at a very high speed, and began to gradually penetrate the end of the passage. When the distance of hundreds of miles was advanced, the channel seemed to expand by 1 point again, and the emerging tentacles changed from red to black. The black tentacles are at least 3 times harder than the red tentacles. Wei Lin Ba Huang. A spear pierced out, and the thunder light penetrated the void, condensing into a thunder dragon that swept the 8 wastes. The thunder dragon's whole body and the 5-colored dragon aura were shattering. The gods were extraordinary, and the world was destroyed by one shot. Boom! Thunder dragon penetrated the entire passage, pierced through a wall, revealing the peristaltic blood vessels. Shocking. So strong. His strength, maybe even the top 3 of the top 10 geniuses may not be his opponents. With slender hands holding Lin Chen's waist, Dan Qianqiu's beautiful eyes flashed with shocking splendor. Lin's rare old face flushed. Traveling fast all the way, he realized that the beautiful woman had been dangling behind him, making him seem to be taking advantage of it on purpose. Cough, what, we're at the end, you can let go. Seeing Lin Chen's slightly embarrassed look, Dan Qianqiu, who is a woman, reacted without knowing what was going on. After letting go of his hand, Dan Qianqiu, who was shy and angry, gave Lin Chen a white look, charming and charming. Lin Chen walked to the end of the passage, and a strange and silent world came into their eyes. This is a world similar to the underground lava, surrounded by hot blood like lava. There are more than a dozen sturdy pillars around, and the things that are suspected to be meat are condensed together, binding a group of things like blood balls. The blood cell filled with veins is beating continuously, as if it still has life. Similar to this blood ball of meat, there are about 8 in this area, and the center is a black meat. What the hell is this? It's so weird, it's like the internal organs of a huge creature. Dan Qianqiu leaned on Lin Chen's side in fear. No matter how strong a woman is, she is still very resistant to this kind of place. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the ball of black meat, and his expression became more and more puzzled. What kind of attribute light ball is this? In Lin Chen's eyes, inside the wriggling black flesh ball, there is an apple-sized black ball of light with attributes suspended. The light emitted by this characteristic rune is completely different from the attribute light ball that Lin Chen has seen before. Its light is a little blurry and dim, not like the deep pitch black that the dark energy attribute light ball has. The surface of the attribute light sphere has extremely light mysterious lines. In addition to the black meat ball, there is an attribute light ball in each of the other 8 blood ball meat pieces. The attribute light ball in the meat ball is blood red, turning amazing blood power, like a new prehistoric beast, giving birth to a new life form. It's no wonder that there are 100 tombs. When the 100 fell, they were forced to open up a secret space in its body to leave a legacy. I am afraid it is, because of this creature. Dan Qianqiu heard that Lin Chen's language was amazing, and asked, curiously, Lin Chen, do you mean that this creature caused the fall of the 100 statues in the ancient times? Lin Chen nodded and said seriously, Judging from the inheritance memory I have accepted, it should be correct. The vitality of this creature is extremely tenacious. I don't know how many years later, there is still vitality in the body. However, the vitality left behind should be only a small part of that year. The inheritance memory should be different according to the state of the powerhouse before the fall. Looking at this appearance, Dan Qianqiu does not seem to know the real situation of this tomb. It's terrifying. Just a little vitality is so powerful. If it has 1%, no, 1,000th of the power of its heyday, it may be able to destroy us. Dan Qianqiu's jade hand trembled slightly, and her eyes stared at Lin Chen. Let's get around here, don't disturb it, and look for other exits. Lin Chen smiled instead. No, I'm here for the sake of it. As long as I destroy it here, I don't believe that the stone gate above it can't be opened. The guy who dares to pit me, someone Lin, don't care whether he lives or dies. It didn't end well. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen jumped and swept away the Emperor's spear, angrily, breaking the first blood ball and meat. Pfft. The flesh and blood split, and a large amount of blood water flowed in the blood ball. Lin Chen grabbed the chi blood light ball and the flesh ball with one hand. The host obtains the top quality chi and blood attribute light ball, increasing 200 billion chi and blood energy. When the attribute light ball merged into Lin Chen's body and the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen froze on the spot. 200 billion. An attribute light sphere with 200 billion attribute values? What kind of super creature had to be in this lifetime to possess such terrifying blood energy? Boom. The majestic and vast energy of chi and blood exploded like a wave of air, flowing from Lin Chen's whole body, like a galloping horse. Lin Chen's pure power began to rapidly climb from 2,100 dragon power. At the same time, the moment Lin Chen cut off the first meatball, the entire fiery underground world began to vibrate violently. Roar! Roar! A terrifying hissing sound resounded from every corner of the Baizuan tomb. Outside the tomb of Baizuan, the arrogance of the heavens had just stopped a wave of offensive, and when they were distressed that they could not storm the stone gate of the tomb mansion, the roar of tearing the sky came from the tomb mansion one after another. What happened? Could it be that our offensive was effective? It's unlikely, we didn't even break the corner of the stone gate. It's impossible to create such a big momentum. The people who were dizzy by this roar quickly evacuated to a distance of 100 miles away from Sherman, and looked at each other in panic. It's the squad leader. It must be the squad leader. He's not the kind of person who can't be caught without his hands. He also launched an attack inside, and this is the reason. A look of ecstasy appeared on Han Yiji's little face, just as he finished speaking. A sudden change appeared. Ka. A few blood-colored vapors burst out from the stone gate, and a crack opened slowly in the tomb. A broken will like the resurrection of the devil echoed in all the spaces of the tomb. Alien, life, death. The vast black tentacles quickly grew around, quickly blocking the remaining blood-colored flesh balls, covering them up for protection. Lin Chen couldn't care about the rapidly growing dragon power in his body, and his eyes suddenly turned to the depths of the fiery underground world. In the endless surging sea of blood, some truly world-destroying existences began to awaken, and the aura of two fierce spirits began to awaken. There is the breath of sixth-order vicious beasts. It seems that there is more than one. Seeing that the massive black tentacles were about to drown himself, Lin Chen was desperate, and the 5-Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear swung wildly, and the spears scattered all over the sky to ward off a large number of black tentacles. The purple phoenix wings flickered, the king of hell and Pluto unleashed his step. Lin Chen flickered to the position of the black meatball, and slapped the surface of the meatball with his palm. Clang! The black meatball made a sound like the collision of gold and iron, and Lin Chen's brutal palm, which was enough to smash a dozen mountains, didn't play any role. However, because the distance was too close, the attribute light ball in the black flesh ball was pulled by Lin Chen and attracted by Lin Chen's palm. The system light screen pops up immediately. The system opens a new attribute value option, Tian Dao value. The host obtains 90 million points of martial art essence and 50 points of heaven. The 4.0 version update conditions of the Tian Dao pickup system, 10,000 points of Tian Dao value, 3 billion points of martial arts essence. Version 4.0 is expected to open functions, talent system, fusion function. Lin Chen hurriedly glanced at it. He didn't have time to watch it carefully. He immediately flew back and retreated. We should go. Dan Qianqiu wiped out more than a dozen black tentacles with one palm and shouted Lin Chen's way. Brush. Lin Chen's figure flashed past, took Dan Qianqiu away, and held her slender and soft body on his shoulders. The blood of the wind system. The blue light of his legs flickered. Lin Chen's wind prison and Hades step was pushed to the extreme, and he turned back on the original road that he was familiar with. This time in the passage, there was no longer any tentacles to stop Lin Chen, and his speed expanded to the highest speed. At this moment, Lin Chen's clothes all started to burn. Lin Chen, you are so hot. Dan Qianqiu was dripping with sweat, and she couldn't completely resist the flames of qi and blood burning on Lin Chen's body at this time. Hot is a trivial matter, and I'm still afraid of Shurgang. Lin Chen smiled excitedly. Dan Qianqiu was slightly startled, and then his face flushed. Xiaofan punched his waist, and said coquettishly, "What time is it? You are still playing a hooligan. Hey, don't move around. Someone in my body, Lin, has 2 unique guns, one for men and one for women. I'm going to use a gun now. Don't force me to use the wrong gun." What? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, turned the 5 dragons Dynasty Emperor spear with one hand, and made a throwing gesture. He took a deep breath, and at this time, Lin Chen's body, the pure power has exceeded 2,700 dragon power, and it is still growing like a broken bamboo. The mind moves, the bloodlines of the thunder and fire types are transformed. The blue veins on Lin Chen's right arm are exposed, the thunder and fire are intertwined, and the tail of the 5-Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear is lit with thunderous fire. Break it for me. When Sherman was less than 1,000 feet away from Lin Chen, the dragon force suddenly erupted like a mountain torrent. Lin Chen threw the golden war gun angrily, and the thunder fire energy exploded, turning it into a stronger propulsion. Sigh. Bang. The tip of the spear pierced the entire stone gate and turned into a golden beam that rose into the sky. Everyone in the outside world clearly saw this golden beam breaking through the sky. No, it's not enough. Seeing that the Sherman cracked only less than half a meter away, Lin Chen's heart sank. The creeping passage behind him began to expand, and 2 red and black 6th order vicious beasts sprang out from the bottom, the Tianqi python. 2 6th order vicious beasts are equivalent to 2 real Yuanzun realm. 2 Yuanzuanjing, with the current Lin Chen, cannot fully compete, and the passage is only a limited space. Once caught up, there is only a dead end. Slow rune. Lin Chen's palm suddenly pushed out from the bottom, and the rune energy was reduced by 15 million points. The gray-white talisman shot from the palm, turned into a bolt of lightning, and shot down the tunnel. The gray-white talisman smashed away, and the two sky-red pythons swept away. At extreme speed froze, and their movements became extremely slow. This time, unable to escape Dan Qianqiu's gaze, her expression suddenly froze. What kind of combat skill is this? Dan Qianqiu's heart was startled by huge waves, and Lin Chen calmed down the 2 Yuan Zuanjing with the cultivation base of the 7th layer of Tianganging? How can that be? What kind of combat skills can suppress the 2 6th order beasts with the cultivation base of Tiangang realm? The top of the blue rank? The purple rank? Impossible, you can't practice any kind of purple rank exercises in the Tiangang realm. Even if it is the purple rank, with the cultivation of the Tiangang realm, even if you exhaust your whole body, you can't seal it. A 6th order vicious beast. At the juncture of life and death, Dan Qianqiu's curiosity grew wildly, and could not stop at all. Every time he thinks that Lin Chen has shown his true strength, he can always subvert his cognition every time. How many cards does he have? 15 million points of rune energy can only hold down the 2 sky-red pythons. For less than one breath, and it is the time of one breath, Lin Chen's left arm is surging with dark air, like a faint and cold abyss. Dark Dragon Palm. 5-layer Dark Dragon Strength. The charging runes are superimposed, and the extremely fast-moving Dark Battle energy and the pure power of shattering mountains and rivers circulate between the 5 fingers. Boom! Boom! The mighty and unparalleled dragon force revolves with the dark battle spirit, bursting out one after another dragon whistling, turning into a dark dragon that shakes the surrounding stone gates. The qi rushes to Xiaohan, and the dragon's momentum condenses and does not disperse. The arrogances outside clearly saw that a dark dragon shadow rushed out of the stone gate. What everyone saw was that Lin Chen was naked, shoulders against Dan Qianqiu, and flew out in a hurry. Lin Chen's purple-gold pupils flashed, and he immediately found the location of Han Yizhi and others, and he suddenly drank as he flew past. Run! There are 2 tier 6 beasts below. Everyone's heart jumped suddenly, and the movement skills were displayed, and they immediately scattered and retreated. If the 2 6th order vicious beasts escaped, no one present would be able to subdue them. Just after flashing a distance of hundreds of miles, a roar that ripped apart the cloud and sky shook from behind. Lin Chen looked back and saw that the 2 Tianqi pythons were exposed to a sturdy body of hundreds of feet, spitting out snake letters and constantly hissing and struggling, as if unable to leave the world under the stone gate. After a while, the 2 Tianqi pythons seemed to be dragged back into the tomb. They were dragged back, struggling from time to time, and finally disappeared on the sea. The entire tomb also accelerated the speed of sinking to the bottom of the sea, and gradually sank into the sea. Lin Chen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief as soon as these 2 big guys came out. With his current strength, I'm afraid he really can only do his best. At the same time, Lin Chen also has a plan in his heart. If he can get enough power in the sacred fire territory, he even wants to return to the tomb. After all, the attribute value brought by the attribute light ball inside is unimaginable. How long do you want to hug? The beautiful woman's cold and elegant voice sounded from Lin Chen's ears, causing someone in Lin to shudder, and Ling Yueqi's icy eyes glanced at him like a knife. She had been worrying outside for so long, but Lin Chen came out with this woman naked? Lin Chen immediately let go of Dan Qianqiu and said with a light cough. Cough, teacher, this is an emergency. Before the words were finished, Lin Chen's throat was sweet, and his mouth and nose bleed. Seeing everyone's heart skipping a beat, Ling Yueqi's icy expression immediately disintegrated, with a worried expression on her face. Before he could speak, Lin Chen immediately turned down, landed on the sea, found a reef, and sat cross-legged. Lin Chen used his mind to concentrate on absorbing the surging qi and blood energy all over his body. The qi and blood attribute light ball that was picked up in the tomb before. With 200 billion points of qi and blood energy, if it was absorbed by itself, it would not be able to control the chaotic qi and blood energy at all. The ancient Qinglong is entrenched by Lin Chen's side. At this time, the source of the Qinglong hidden in the Dantian is also sharing the more and more powerful blood in his body for Lin Chen. The squad leader seems to be controlling the runaway energy in his body. Let's not get close to disturbing him easily, and leave it to the squad leader to solve it by himself. Han Yiji's mental power far surpassed that of ordinary people, and she immediately noticed the abnormality. One after another, the blood-red energy like thousands of miles of rivers circulated in Lin Chen's body meridians, and merged into his limbs, like rivers gathering in the sea, swallowing stars and absorbing the moon. Boom! The space was trembling, and the momentum of Lin Chen's pure power climbing shook the sea surface with turbulent waves. In the end, Lin Chen's power stopped at the 3,100 dragon power mark, and the ancient Qinglong also climbed from 3,900 dragon power to 4,200 dragon power. What a powerful body refining force, a powerful mind, a successful body refinement, and a strong spiritual realm. It can be called impeccable, a perfect one. Dan Qianqiu's beautiful eyes shone with brilliance, and his eyes staring at Lin Chen became more intense and curious. It's amazing. An attribute light ball has made me grow 1,000 dragon power. If I can go back and harvest all the attribute light balls that belong to it, I'm afraid my pure power can catch up with Yuan Zuanjing. Lin Chen was both happy and regretful, but unfortunately the circumstances at the time did not allow him to stay for another second. Sorry for worrying everyone. Lin Chen smiled casually, and everyone felt relieved when they saw him alive again. Some Tianjiao, who had been helped by Lin Chen, clasped their fists in respect for him and then fled away. With the palm of his hand, a transparent jade box appeared in Lin Chen's hand, and a supreme and holy fire was swaying and burning in the jade box. Everyone's eyes became a little hot, and the fire seed in the transparent jade box was the holy fire seed. Teacher Yueqi, this holy fire seed will be given to you first. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled and handed the seeds of the holy fire to Ling Yueqi. Ling Yueqi was stunned for a moment, her heart felt warm, and a tender smile slowly appeared on Ling Yan's cheeks, and then she shook her head. No, unless you find more holy fire seeds, I can't have this holy fire seed. Lin Chen scratched his head and handed it to Han Yiji and Han Ziyun. Everyone's answer was to shake their heads. Although Ling Yu, Ling Tong and the other four had hot eyes, they still knew how much they weighed, so Ling Yu took the initiative to stand up and say, Brother Lin Chen, I think this holy fire seed should be absorbed by you. First, because the improvement brought by the holy fire seed is immediate and lifelong benefit. Yes, as long as the squad leader's strength improves, the higher our chances of winning the next torch seed. Han Yiji looked at Lin Chen expectantly, and he scratched his head. Then, let's do it. Since you are so humble, I'm welcome. Lin Chen himself is also very curious, with his current strength, what kind of Transformation will happen if he accepts the baptism of the holy fire seed. Holy fire seed, it is a ray of fire that is split from the eternal holy fire, which is higher than the fire tempering of the subfires, controlled by the temple of the sun. The seeds of holy fire can refine your fighting spirit, refine your fighting spirit, and transform your life level. It has an earth-shaking impact on the promotion of martial artists. And those who can accept the tempering of holy fire seeds will have stigmata. And have more than one stigmata to be eligible to become the holy son and daughter of the ancient family. A warrior who absorbs multiple sacred fire seeds can open multiple stigmata. But only those who have sufficient confidence and heritage in their own roots and aptitudes dare to try. Because of the absorption of the second holy fire seed, if the qualifications are not enough to support the tempering of the holy fire, the jade and stones will be burned on the spot, and life will go to Huangquan. Opening the jade box, the ancient Qinglong and everyone protected Lin Chen. And Lin Chen put the seeds of the holy fire into his body. Boom! The milky white fire light formed a streamer, revolving around Lin Chen at a high speed, wrapping Lin Chen's whole body. Everyone is nervous and curious. If a genius such as Lin Chen is as enchanting, what level will he grow to if he is tempered by the seeds of the holy fire? The milky white flame, as thin as a gossamer, slowly penetrated Lin Chen's skin, covering all his limbs and bones. Lin Chen seemed to be in an unprecedented war motion. There was no imagined pain, only endless relaxation and comfort. As each ray of milky white flame circulated inside Lin Chen's body, his meridians became more and more tenacious, and the nine-color battle spirit in his dantian began to expand wildly. Just when Lin Chen was completely relaxed, a thunderous consciousness broke into Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness and his dantian. However, this ray of consciousness is very weak, even Lin Chen himself did not notice it. I thought that, like all the arrogances, the moment this ray of consciousness lurked in Lin Chen's body, the nine-color battle spirit in the dantian and Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness burst out with terrible power and momentum. Boom! The spiritual storm and the nine-color vortex with Lin Chen as the center erupted almost at the same time, overturning everyone present, including the ancient Qinglong. The vast nine-color vortex revolved from the top of Lin Chen's head like a funnel, and in the center was a tornado-like mental storm that began to surround Lin Chen's body. What happened? Something's wrong. Why did Brother Lin Chen suddenly release all his mental power? Ling Yu and the other four were also slightly injured because of this. Everyone was horrified and puzzled. Logically speaking, Lin Chen had no reason to hurt them. And the first time to accept the tempering of the holy fire seeds, it is usually very calm, and there will be no such terrifying momentum and reaction. Lin Chen's appearance is a bit wrong, let's stay away. This time, I couldn't escape Dan Qianqiu's gaze. At this time, Lin Chen's face was a little grim and painful, as if he was fighting something. As soon as her voice fell, Lin Chen's mental power began to run wild again. And his mental power was like hundreds of blades, slashing through the void. Block. The spiritual sound shook, and Dan Qianqiu blocked all the spiritual blades. In terms of spiritual realm, she was no less than Lin Chen, and even more than that. Get away from here. Dan Qianqiu waved his hand again, and everyone retreated 100 miles away. Again, and everyone was a little shocked. How could this be? According to ancient records, shouldn't the baptism of the holy fire seeds for the first time be very comfortable and bland? How could it arouse such a terrifying momentum? Han Ziyun stared at the 9-color war vortex above Lin Chen's head, her eyes trembling slightly. It can't be speculated with common sense. It seems that this is not a mental method motivated by Lin Chen. We should not approach him. Outsiders can't help this kind of thing without authorization. Dan Qianqiu's words made everyone nod. The other side. At this time, Lin Chen, why did such a terrifying upheaval occur? The reason was the weak will that wanted to lurk in Lin Chen's dantian and spiritual consciousness. This ray of will is very small, almost not even Lin Chen found it, but when Lin Chen practiced the 9 tribulations of creation and Taisher Bible 2 exercises, they reacted almost at the same time. The 2 great exercises themselves are repelling the will that came in from the seeds of holy fire. Lin Chen found the clue and was a little shocked. What the hell is a torch seed? Why does the will of other creatures enter into his body, but he doesn't know it? A piercing chill filled Lin Chen's heart. Almost in a flash, a thought came to Lin Chen's mind. There is a problem with the seeds of the holy fire. The 2 exercises I practiced, 9 tribulations of creation and Taisher Bible, are exercises that have not been identified by the system, and their trajectories naturally make me feel, here comes this strange will. An external force, and the 2 major exercises identified by the system, Lin Chen naturally chose to believe the latter. He cooperated with the 2 major exercises for the first time, running several weeks again and again. Get out of my body. Lin Chen, who was ready to go, suddenly pressed his hands. The 9 tribulations of creation and the great beginning Bible simultaneously exerted force, smashing that will to pieces. Grumble. Before the will dissipated, Lin Chen heard a harsh scream. Boom. The 9-color vortex and the spiritual storm that filled the sky began to dissipate, returning to Lin Chen's body, and everything returned to silence. The radiance of the holy fire seed seemed to become purer, and when it burned in Lin Chen's body again, his heavenly astral battle soul broke through the shackles of a realm. 7th intermediate stage. After 3 hours, Lin Chen's battle chi cultivation level finally stopped at the late stage of the 7th level of the Tiangang realm. His whole body seems to have transformed the level of life. The bones of the whole body, each one of which is flowing with glazed light. The battle spirit in the dantian has more than doubled, compared to 4 hours ago. Every meridian seems to be hiding a giant dragon, and the shape of the meridian itself has not changed, but if you run the heart technique, the speed of the battle energy flowing through the body is 3 to 4 times faster than before. On Lin Chen's forehead, a tiny needle-like mark appeared looming. Is this the baptism of the holy fire seed? When Lin Chen opened his arms slightly, and used his mind to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of meters suddenly rushed to Lin Chen like a tidal wave and was incorporated into his body. With a little exercise of the mind, you can convert the aura of heaven and earth you just absorbed into your own fighting spirit in almost half a breath. What a terrifying refining efficiency. Whether it's the intake or refining of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or the speed of using combat energy. To activate combat skills, they are all 3 or 4 times faster than the previous me. Lin Chen's expression gradually showed a touch of shock. After experiencing it for himself, he can truly understand why the geniuses of the ancient family are so eager for this sacred fire seed. Even at the high risk of death, countless geniuses have to seize the seeds of the holy fire. There is an absolute gap between Tianjiao, who has been baptized with holy fire seeds, and those who have not obtained holy fire seeds. Taking Lin Chen himself as an example, if he used the advanced blue level combat skills for all his 9 attributes, then he could only use the advanced blue level combat skills no more than 3 times for each attribute. After 3 times, the fighting spirit will be exhausted by 90%. You can only enter the state of absorbing spiritual energy to supplement the fighting energy, or taking medicine pills to quickly recover. But after accepting the baptism of the holy fire seed, Lin Chen's 9 combat auras can use the blue level high-level combat skill 6 times and double the power. What's even more terrifying is that the original Lin Chen's fastest speed was to run the advanced blue level combat skills twice within 2 seconds. After the baptism of the holy fire seed, he can run 2 advanced blue level combat skills in 1 second. The battle between the powerhouses, life and death, are only a matter of millimeters. This seems to be an insignificant improvement, but in fact, for Lin Chen, it is a huge improvement after breaking through the limit. This is a kind of qualitative change originating from life, and it is by no means a realm that can be achieved by ordinary cultivation. The same combat skills, when used in the hands of the Holy Sun and other geniuses, can show a world of difference. No wonder ancient families have always squeezed their heads for the seeds of holy fire, the realm that humans can reach with normal cultivation. Lin Chen was amazed in his heart, and then a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course, the premise is that there is no invasion of the will. Lin Chen is almost certain that this holy fire seed is definitely not that simple. Those who have refined the holy fire seeds at the beginning are probably planted with that strange and unpredictable will. Even when Lin Chen used his purple gold pupil to investigate it, he didn't see that the holy fire seed was a threat to him at all. It's natural to turn corruption into magical energy, and naturally it will not be easily handed over to our human race. Maybe when I am strong enough, I can solve the confusion. Lin Chen didn't go to the horns on this matter, but opened the system and listed his various attributes and panels. Tiandao Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of the 7th level of the heavenly astral realm. Ultimate strength, 3100 dragon power. Primary blood energy, 591.15512 million points. Primary battle spirit essence, 478.8695 million points. Primary spiritual power, 11.74 million points. Spiritual transformation is complete. Primary cultivation essence, 100 million points. Heavenly value, 50 points. Mind method, 9 calamities of creation, 90%. Learning the exercises, Taisher Bible, 75%, Shura Jiu Huang Bian, fragment. Sankingling watermark, Lei Shun Qianin, Wanyuazuan Zenjia, Tiangang Anti. Dragon Spear. Bloodline energy, up to 3 types. Qinglong bloodline, 50,000 points. Zijintong bloodline, 10,000 points. Trait runes, slow rune level 3, corruption rune level 3, charge rune level 3. Phantom rune fragment, February 3rd. Primary runic power, 115.2 million points. Primary elemental energy, 100 million fire elements, 100 million earth elements, 98.1 million wood elements, 100 million gold elements, and 100 million water elements. 100 million points of thunder, 100 million points of wind, 60.21 million points of light, and 100 million points of darkness. Update version conditions, Genus Picking System version 4.0, collect 10,000 points of Heavenly Dao and 3 billion points of cultivation technique essence. Treasures held, 14 kinds of 5th-order medicinal herbs, 129 kinds of 5th-order medicinal materials, and 7 kinds of 6th-order medicinal materials. Opening the system this time, the information displayed by Lin Chen is completely different from before, and there is also a new attribute value. Tiandao value. Lin Chen's primary element energies, except for the wood and light elements, all reached 100 million points. He had a hunch that if the attribute values of the 9 primary elements all exceeded 100 million points, his 9 tribulations of creation mental method might step into a new realm. What is the attribute of Heaven's Dao value? I have not felt that my battle Qi cultivation base has increased, nor have I been impressed by my spiritual power and Qi and blood energy. Lin Chen asked the system suspiciously. The system popped up a light screen. The system answers the host. Tiandao value can be used for new functions in subsequent versions, and the current version of the Tiandao genus system can only be used to upgrade the system. The system's answer once again made Lin Chen curious about the new system version, but the corners of his mouth twitched a little when he thought of the 3 billion points of martial arts essence. Since a certain person from Lin has possessed the Heavenly Dao genus picking system, the total amount of spirits and spirits used by him has been less than 1 billion. 3 billion. Where did he pick it up? Did it fall from the sky? Don't think about the new version, I'll talk about where I found my last phantom rune fragment. Lin Chen just took his eyes back. Everyone gathered around him and looked at him curiously. Lin Chen, are you all right? Ling Yueqi said worriedly. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. It's all right, it's just that I felt a little emotional in the transformation of the holy fire seed baptism. Brother Lin Chen, now, I'm afraid even the top 3 of the top 10 geniuses can compete with each other, right? Ling Yu and the others said excitedly. They are now convinced of Lin Chen's strength. Even though his cultivation base has just been revealed, it is still in the late stage of the 7th level of the heavenly astral realm. Oh? The top 3 of the top 10 geniuses? Lin Chen was curious, and Han Ziyun smiled sweetly. The top 3 of the top 10 geniuses are completely different from the next 7. It is said that they are all quasi-respected and their combat power is catching up with the 4 great kings. The presence. Lin Chen was thoughtful. At this time, the 4 white rainbows and the red sky shot straight into the sky, with a radius of 100,000 miles, clearly visible. That is the light of the birth of the holy fire seed. And it's the glow of the holy fire seeds. It's at the location of the myriad beast mountains. Everyone's morale was greatly lifted, for sacred fire seeds were born at the same time. Such a thing is rare in the ages. It seems that this good show can't be without us. Let's go. Lin Chen laughed lightly and vacated a little space. The dragon body of the ancient Qinglong suddenly twisted and rolled over, and when it flew to the sky, it turned into a mighty Qinglong, and took everyone to the direction of the 10,000 beast mountains. The Nether Sea is 100,000 miles away, the myriad beast mountains. The mountain range is like a horned dragon, extending in all directions. In less than 3/4 of an hour, Lin Chen and his party arrived at the southern area of the myriad beast mountains. Lin Chen crushed and exploded the nailing rings he had won from many Tianjiao. Many high-level medicinal pills, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, exercises, and even treasures were all suspended in more than a dozen nailing rings. Now, Lin Chen put the exercises and treasures into his nailing ring, and put all the treasures and medicinal herbs into the mouth of the ancient Qinglong, let it chew and take it, and restore the consumption of the previous journey. Incorporating the ancient Qinglong into the body, almost everyone adjusted to a prosperous state while Lin Chen and his party were on their way. 3 flame seeds were born in the north, and there was one in the east. We all split up, I will go to the north, and all of you will go to the east. Lin Chen was amazing, everyone was taken aback by his proposal. No. Han Ziyun and Ling Yueqi, as well as the 3 daughters of Dan Qianqiu, said in unison. How can you go alone, the north side where the 3 holy fire seeds were born will definitely gather a large number of geniuses to fight in blood. No matter how strong you are, you can't win everyone. Han Ziyun's eyes blushed, she knew Lin Chen's character, how dangerous it would be to rush in. Yes, brother Lin Chen, there are many people and great strength. We all form a team, and it is considered to be the top of the ranking in the entire holy fire realm. We should all go to the east together. Ling Yu was also anxious, and Lin Chen couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Only Han Yiji, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and even Ling Yueqi seemed to realize Lin Chen's intention, and her expression returned to calm. Calm down, I have the highest success rate when I go to the east alone. Think about it, I have a very small goal, I can fight and retreat, and I can fight lurking. I am the most suitable for fighting alone. But if we are twisted together, even if we win the seeds of the holy fire, so many of us are also moving targets. At that time, we may not be able to break through the encirclement with strength, but there will be casualties. Lin Chen woke up the dreamer with a single word, and everyone present was not stupid, and immediately realized it. Brother Lin Chen, what you mean is, let all of us gather the greatest strength to participate in the one with the least competition, and the success rate here is the highest. You alone are responsible for sneaking into the 3 holy fire seeds and waiting for the opportunity. Let's go, right? Ling Yu looked excited, Lin Chen wiped his sweat, finally, you are not stupid. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen provoked the beauties present to cast their eyes either anger or admiration. Han Yiji covered her mouth and snickered. Before parting, Ling Yueqi's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Chen, and someone. Lin nodded and smiled at her, indicating that there was no need to worry. Suddenly, Lin Chen secretly transmitted a voice transmission to Han Ziyun, Han Yiji, and Ling Yueqi. Everyone remember, if you get the flame seeds, don't absorb them immediately. There are problems with the flame seeds. The 3 of them looked at Lin Chen with a little surprise, and they nodded their heads when they felt Lin Chen's solemn gaze. Regarding the issue of the flame seeds, Lin Chen did not dare to make a statement rashly. Although he doesn't think the people of the Ling family and Dan Qianqiu will know about this problem if the news is spread from them and the high-level officials of the ancient family know, there may not be any accidents. If he gets killed, the current Lin Chen can't compete with any ancient family. Then, when the matter is completed, everyone will come back here to gather. Boom. Time is running out, and after Lin Chen instructed everything, he parted ways with everyone. Lin Chen unfolded his purple phoenix wings and turned into a stream of purple flames across the mountains. In the case of a non-emergency situation, Lin Chen did not intend to use it. For rushing, the middle-level movement skills of the blue level, the need to consume a huge amount of wind energy. The speed of the true flame purple phoenix wing is also not slow, and Lin Chen flashed past like a purple light and lightning. Now Lin Chen's 3100 dragon power can be said to be extremely fast to control. The purple phoenix wings. If he cooperates with the wind prison Pluto step, Lin Chen doesn't even know how fast his movement speed will skyrocket. At the very least, if Lin Chen encounters the four heavenly kings again, he will never fight against them by relying on characteristic runes as he first met. There are a lot of fierce beasts. The fierce beasts in the 10,000 beast mountains are almost as densely distributed as the Abyss Island at the beginning. If I didn't want to grab those 3 sacred fire seeds, I would like to join the ancient Qinglong. All the beasts are cleared. Lin Chen walked all the way, and along the way, he saw many Tianjiao encounter wave after wave of high-level beast attacks, because they were close to the direction of the holy fire seed. Lin Chen, who has purple gold pupils, and the speed of the true flame purple phoenix wings, avoided all battles in the whole process and swept straight to the end of the 3 holy flame seeds. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen flew 80,000 miles, bypassing many battle circles. He arrived at the core area of the myriad beast mountains. Splitting the sky, a thin line of sky. A giant crack that seemed to split the sky and the earth was revealed. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, thousands of feet high, with lush branches and leaves that were as dense as mountain peaks. Under the crack is the location of the 3 holy fire seeds. At this time, outside the splitting sky abyss, 20 super-strong Tianjiao gathered. All of them are in the 9th level realm of the Tiangang realm, and a few of them have reached the middle stage of the 9th level. They are the dragons and phoenixes among the top 10 geniuses, and the leaders of various ancient families in the contemporary era. Among the 20 people, there are also 4 top 10 geniuses, Ning Yunlan of the Ning family ranked number 8, and Xie Xiaochuan of the Xie family ranked number 6. There is also the number 3 Shui family Shui Hao, who is in the early stage of Zhuanzuan's cultivation, and the number 2 contemporary Ning family's first genius, Ning Fantian. It is also the initial cultivation base of quasi-respect. Under the sky-splitting abyss, there is a 9-headed devil dog. It is covered in fur like molten iron, pitch black and indestructible. Its limbs and palms are like mountains, its 9 heads stand in a cauldron, and its eyes are purple. The whole behemoth burst out with the vicious aura of sweeping away the 8 wastelands. The 6th order vicious beast, the 9-headed earth demon dog. Roar. Bang bang bang. The 9 devil dogs roared with their heads raised to the sky. The roar burst out into a terrifying sound wave, shattering the mountains and rivers. The roar spreads thousands of miles, and the sound waves turn into streaks of energy, forming countless tornadoes that soar into the sky. The mountain peaks within a radius of thousands of miles were smashed and cracked. The ground was torn out of thick cracks, smoke and dust were everywhere, flying sand and rocks, and many towering ancient trees were blown up by their roots. The entire sky-splitting abyss shook violently, the ground cracked and landslides, and the space fractured. The 20 Tianjiao who had just approached immediately retreated in shock. Their eardrums hurt. The unparalleled ferocity of the 6th order vicious beast has personally let all the arrogances understand what is comparable to the strength of Yuan. Zuanjing. Lin Chen was lying on the branches and leaves of a 10,000-year-old Shanqing tree 8,000 miles away, and he was amazed. Just one sound wave has the power to destroy the world. Fortunately, I wasn't caught up by the 2 sky-red pythons, otherwise, even 9 lives would not be enough. After being amazed and afraid, Lin Chen was possessed by a blue dragon. Transformed into an ancient blue dragon by himself, and then used the blue dragon to prevent shadows, and completely dived into the void. Lin did not plan to participate in this battle. He wanted to sneak in and take away the 3 holy fire seeds under the cracking abyss. Everyone has already seen the strength of the 9-headed demon dog. We can only join forces, otherwise, no one will want to get the holy fire seed. Ning Yunlan said in a deep voice. The Shuihao from the blood family glanced at him and said with a sneer, "Then how can you guarantee that in the case of fighting together, no one will quit the battle halfway to grab 3 flame seeds?" In the face of the 6th order fierce beast, except for Shuihao, who ranked 3rd among the top 10 geniuses, and Ning Fantian, who was ranked 2nd, it was a death sentence for others to face it head-on. No one dared to joke about their own lives, and all Tianjiao present fell into silence. When the atmosphere was a little heavy, Xie Xiaochuan of the Xie family stood up and laughed. "It's not as good as this. All of us joined forces to lead the 9-headed earth demon dog to a distance of thousands of miles, and then start to retreat and return to the sky-splitting abyss. At that time, we will all rely on our abilities. Whoever grabs the holy fire seed will be counted. If anyone violates the rules, then everyone should evacuate immediately and leave some of those who violated the rules to the 9-headed demon dog to solve. How about that?" Xie Xiaochuan's suggestion made many Tianjiao's eyes shine. It's unrealistic to defeat this 9-headed earth demon, but if it's a distance, and if you reach a certain distance and then go back and forth, then there is still a chance. If you want to decide, hurry up. The big guy feels like he is brewing an offensive, and he may rush out at any time. Shuihao said solemnly. A 6th order sword that was curved like a moon was held in his hand, ready to shoot at all times. What if someone from other places got in while we were holding the 9-headed earth demon? At this time, Ning Fantian asked indifferently, and Xie Xiaochuan continued. Then according to the original plan, if other people break in the middle, everyone will return immediately, and then it will be up to the fate, each according to their ability. If there are those who think it is inappropriate, you can leave now. Xie Xiaochuan's suggestion made the arrogances present look at each other, and their eyes reached an agreement. My Ning family is fine. Ning Fantian and Ning Yunlan were the first to say that among the ancient aristocratic families present, their Ning family had the strongest comprehensive strength at present. My Yi family agrees. The blood family also agrees. Everyone hit it off immediately, just as they reached an agreement. The 9-headed demon dog roared and rushed out, and the 9 heads burst out with 9 beams of magic light sweeping the sky. Each beam of light could seriously injure a quasi-exalted powerhouse. Spread. All the arrogances are not ordinary people, they have been on guard for a long time, and the radiant figures dance from the sky, showing their magical powers. Our Lord Shuihao, Lord Ning Fantian. The 3 will attract its attention together, and then you will anger it and take it north. Xie Xiaochuan said to the 2 of them through voice transmission. When the 3 of them took action, the situation in the world changed. The 9-headed earth demon dog seems to be extremely murderous. It has been attacked by the arrogance of the heavens, and has been continuously led to the north, starting to be thousands of miles away from the splitting heaven abyss. The arrogance and its battles are extremely frequent and fast. In a short while, it was contained 3,000 miles away. Wherever it passed, rivers were cut off, and the ground cracked and landslides, like a large scale natural disaster passing by. Someone Lin, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and smiled with relief. These guys are really smart. After taking the 3 holy fire seeds later. Brother Chen, I have to leave a few little red flowers for them to encourage them and make persistent efforts. He smirking. Lin Chen wandered in the void, and no one noticed him, who was transparent, and his breath disappeared. After the 9-headed earth demon dog and a group of Tianjiao got farther and farther away, Lin Chen fled into the splitting heaven abyss. The sky-splitting abyss is more than 10,000 feet deep, leading directly to the ground. There is lava flowing hidden at the end. Located at the bottom of the center of split sky abyss, the 3 holy fire seeds slowly turned and arranged in the shape of a pin. Lin Chen looked overjoyed. He didn't expect that the process of obtaining 3 holy fire seeds would be so smooth. After disarming the ancient Qinglong shading, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. When he showed his true body, Lin Chen's hand was less than 5 meters away from the 3 sacred flame seeds, and the mutation suddenly occurred. An awe-inspiring sword light appeared ghostly, as if jumping through space, slashing in front of Lin Chen. Someone? Lin Chen was startled, and the fighting spirit in his body instantly swept like a storm. There are faint cracks in the space. If this knife is solid, Lin Chen may even cut off his wrist. Clang! The imperial spear of the 5-dragon dynasty flashed like a star. Lin Chen swung the spear towards the sky, the spears and knives clashed, and a figure in white appeared in the void. Unexpectedly, there are people who have a similar secret technique to the deity, and can escape the detection of the 6th-order beast. The figure in white is holding a knife and stepping into the air, forming a chain of battle energy in the palm of his hand, which has already bound 3 holy fire seeds. His face is handsome and stern, with a pair of swords and eyebrows flying, and there are 10,000 sharp edges in his pupils, as if the whole body is releasing infinite sword intent. Ordinary Tianjiao may not even be able to look him in the eyes. His cultivation base is impressively in the middle stage of quasi-respect, even stronger than Shui Hao and Ning Fantian outside. Brother Chen, what I hate the most is sneaking, especially when I'm sneaking, and there are people grabbing it in front of me. Lin Chen sneered sternly. Shura Jiuhuang changed to the 1st level and circulated his whole body, and his cultivation level rushed to the early stage of the 8th level. These 3 holy fire seeds, he is bound to win. What can you do in an early 8th stage? The young man in white sneered at the corner of his mouth, and the 6th order sword in his hand, the crescent moon star, moved extremely quickly, turning into a continuous afterimage, and even slashing out 100 lines of snow. White sword light. Every blade of light surging with the cutting edge of the Tianhe River, 100 feet wide, contains infinite murderous intent, no less than a full strength strike at the peak of the 9th level of the Tiangang realm. As soon as the knife light came out, the young man in white didn't turn his head. He flew back, and put the 3 holy fire seeds into the nailing ring in his left hand. He didn't think that Lin Chen was capable of resisting his attack at the 8th level of the heavenly astral realm. That was an attack that was difficult for even the early stage of Zhuanzuan to take on head-on. The white-clothed youth simply thought that Lin Chen was an ant with a hidden secret technique, who came here to try his luck. Magic fighting 1,000 thunders. Hundreds of thousands of thunder and gun shadows opened up like peacocks, advancing layer by layer, smashing the tidal wave of sword light of the white clothed youth into nothingness on the spot. What? The expression of the young man in white changed. Before he could react, a gray-white talisman rose into the sky. Slow rune. The rune energy dropped sharply by 10 million points, and the gray-white talisman completely suppressed the 100 zhang space where the young man in White was located, and even the flow of spiritual energy became extremely slow. The stream of purple flames is dotted with a faint whirlwind of blue light, transforming the wind in 1 step, and transforming the prison in 9 steps. Lin Chen's figure arrived in an instant. Such a terrifying speed once again made the pupils of the young man in white shrink slightly. You still want to run after pretending? Someone Lin sneered. He smashed the 5-dragon dynasty emperor spear with one hand. The 3100 dragon power was unreserved, the 5-color dragon energy shot from the spear body, and the moon seizing heaven star saber blocked in front of him. Clang! Sun Tian's storm broke out with the two at the center. The young man in white bleeds from the corners of his mouth, and was caught off guard by Lin Chen's sudden and violent offensive. Dark Dragon Palm 5-layer Dark Dragon Strength. Lin Chen opened his bow from left to right, held a gun in his right hand, and his left palm turned the dark aura like a dragon's breath. Gossip Mysterious Wheel. Between the electric light and flint, the inconspicuous gossip roulette on the waist of the young man in white suddenly turned into a gossip transfer to block his chest. Boom. Kaka. It wasn't just the youth's gossip roulette that burst out, but his bones as well. Beyond splitting heaven, Wanson Valley. Numerous arrogances have just led the 9-headed earth demon dog out 9,000 miles away. A mighty collision of fighting spirits came from the splitting heaven abyss. Not good. Someone sneaked into the sky-splitting abyss first. The cooperation has been terminated, and the next step is to rely on your ability. Damn, which bastard ate the gall of a bear and a leopard, and dared to touch my blood? Many Tianjiao immediately cancelled their cooperation. Shuihao and others, who were originally responsible for containing the 9-headed earth demon dog, moved extremely fast, and their figures were like jumping in space. The 9-headed earth demon dog was like a mad raging beast, and immediately went back to kill, so shocked that 7 or 8 Tianjiao from the 9th level of the heavenly astral realm immediately gave way to it. Under the abyss, when the spinning and strangling dark dragon force penetrated the opponent's defensive noble phantasm and shattered the opponent's ribs, the young man in white dropped 7 attribute light balls and a blue gold treasure chest. Pfft. The young man in white vomited blood and retreated, and there was a rare trace of fear in his eyes. Is this the 8th level of the astral realm? He had never seen such a terrifying 8th level of heavenly astral realm. For the series of attacks just now, Zhuanzuan may not be able to hit such formidable power in the middle stage, and even his 6th order treasure Bagua Xian wheel has a crack. Where the hell is this son? Why has never heard of such a person in the ancient family? He slapped the young man in white on the chest with a palm. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were fast. He stretched out his hand and slammed it off, breaking the nailing ring on the little finger of the young man in white. On the spot. What? The young man in white burst out with a hoarse scream. Na Ling's ring was taken away, his eyes were cracked, his murderous aura shot into the sky, and his fighting spirit radiated from all directions, finally shattering Lin Chen's slow runes restrained on him. The purple phoenix wings slapped, and Lin Chen's figure flashed past and retreated dozens of miles away. Holding the 5 dragons dynasty emperor spear, he rolled up in a silver robe and stood in the void, with a playful sneer at the corner of his mouth. Without any timidity at all. Oops, the 9-headed earth demon has retreated, and its whereabouts have been exposed. The expression of the young man in white changed slightly. If he encountered a 6th order beast, even he would have to fight hard. Not to mention Lin Chen's dark dragon palm, his condition is not much better. This kid still looks at ease. Judging from the means he used just now, his strength is no less than mine. With his strange and unpredictable speed, it is extremely difficult to get the flame seeds back. The young man in white clenched his teeth fiercely, turned into a sword light, and escaped into the void. This person's personality is ruthless enough, and he slipped away. Immediately, the Qinglong possessed the body, and Lin Chen cast the blue dragon's shadow. Repellent again, sneaking into the void and turning it into transparency. In a flash, Lin Chen picked up the attribute light ball and the blue gold treasure box dropped by the young man in white. The host has obtained 47 million points of primary martial arts essence, 13 million points of primary light energy, 500,000 points of primary mental power, and 30 points of Heavenly Dao. The host opens the blue gold treasure chest, obtains 500 Heavenly Dao points. The quality of the attribute light ball dropped by this young man in white was so high that even Lin Chen looked at it and even regretted it. Why didn't he punch this boy a few times at that time? Outside the splitting heaven abyss, the young man in white left with his front feet, and several people rushed into the splitting heaven abyss on his hind feet, heading straight for the 3 sacred fire seeds. But at this time, there is no trace of the seeds of the holy fire. When Xia, Xiachuan, Shuihao, and Ning Fantian arrived first, only 3 small red flowers and a string of words were left on the stone wall. Thank you to all the handsome guys who deliberately lure away the 9-headed Earth Demon Dog, and present 3 little red flowers to everyone as an encouragement. Please make persistent efforts. Grass. The 3 of them scolded in unison, and even Xia Xiachuan, who had a very high literacy, was no exception. They were even taken first. Shuihao squeezed the broken stone wall with one palm, and his gloomy and cold eyes were as sharp as a knife. Roar. The roar of the 9-headed earth demon made the 3 realize that they didn't even have time to get angry. This 6th-order vicious beast was less than 2,000 miles away from splitting heaven abyss. Lin, who won the nailing ring of the young man in white, has long since retreated thousands of miles away. But he did not leave, but urged Zijintong to discover other treasures in the 10,000 Beast Mountains. 10,000 Beast Mountains, Impa Lake. Lin Chen jumped out from the bottom of the lake, holding the essence of silver amber, which was as crystal as jade and silver as brilliance. I didn't expect that there is still a 6th-order stranger here, the essence of silver amber. This thing is a good thing. It combines hardness and softness, and the material is soft and difficult to destroy. Squeezing the essence of silver amber, which is as flexible as jelly, Lin Chen's heart is full of fun. After Lin Chen accepted the inheritance and became a caster, he had not tried to cast weapons or treasures by himself. I will use you to forge my first treasure today. Lin Chen took out a casting table with a width of 2 feet and a length of 2 feet from the nailing ring. The palm of the hand turned into a knife, and the sharp Gingjin aura circulated. Lin Chen cut across it with all his strength, and barely cut off a small piece of the essence of silver amber. Holding the casting hammer in his hand, Lin Chen's expression became extremely focused, as if his body had already remembered the process of casting, forging, quenching, gathering spirit, all in one go. After half an hour of fiddling, Lin Chen forged a sterling silver sphere, and then carefully carved and polished it with the prepared high-grade animal skin to wrap the silver sphere. In the end, he painted with the spirit pen and black ink to outline the natural black lines, and a brand new basketball appeared in Lin Chen's hands. Yes, the first time someone from Talon cast a treasure, he cast a basketball? Lin Chen was intrigued and found an open flat. On the flat ground, when Lin Chen hit the ball and landed, the ground made a bang 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 vibration and sound. In order to adapt to his own strength, Lin Chen adjusted the weight of the ball on the ground. Well, it seems that the weight is just right for me, both smooth and warm. Lin Chen nodded with great satisfaction, and then, when he shot the ball, he shot continuously with his palms, dribbled the ball under his crotch, turned with the ball, and the afterimage became a film. While hitting the ball, when he jumped, Lin Chen aimed at a distant mountain and threw the ball out. Boom! When the ball landed on the top of the mountain, it suddenly shattered and collapsed, flattening the entire mountain. Comfortable, it seems that I can play basketball in the Kyushu mainland in the future, haha. I have to set up a basketball court to play when I have time. Lin Chen flew past and took away his special basketball. Once again, use the possession of the blue dragon to cast the blue dragon's shadow. Okay, it's time to turn around and kill that nine-headed demon dog. In Lin Chen's bright eyes, flashed the ruthlessness of being barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. The reason why he didn't leave here immediately is because he has been thinking about that nine-headed earth demon dog. Late at night, split the sky. Hoo. The nine-headed earth demon dog was lying down in the splitting heaven abyss, slumbering loudly, and every time he exhaled, there was a gust of stench. At this time, there are still a few injuries left on its body, all of which are scars left by Shui Hao and Ning Fan Tian and other Tianjiao breakthroughs, or when they were restrained. After fighting for a day, the nine-headed earth demon dog fell into a state of fatigue, and was sleeping soundly at this time. The transparent Lin Chen cautiously approached the split sky abyss and slowly approached. Lin Chen's blue dragon's shadow repelling has not yet determined whether it can completely hide the sixth-order beasts. When he was approaching, he did not dare to be careless, and was always ready to activate the rune of slowness. This high-level vicious beast seems to be dormant, and once there is any disturbance that may threaten it, it will wake up in an instant, between a thousandth of a breath. The dormancy state of the sixth-order vicious beasts is not comparable to the second and third-order vicious beasts. If he can't complete the sneak attack, is discovered in advance, and falls into a head-to-head battle, Lin Chen would rather give up killing the nine-headed demon dog. Although his strength has soared, it does not mean that Lin Chen is arrogant. He knows very well how difficult it is to challenge the Yuanzun realm by stepping beyond the Tiangang realm. It has lost a lot of energy in the battle with the geniuses of the ancient families before. My Azure Dragon Shadow Shield should be able to completely escape its perception. Suddenly, among the 18 eyes of the nine-headed earth demon dog, a purple beast pupil suddenly opened, and Lin Chen suddenly froze in the void. After the purple beast pupil turned for a while, it slowly closed again, and Lin Chen's almost suffocated heartbeat slowly returned to normal. It shouldn't be found yet, get closer. Lin Chen cautiously leaned in the direction of the nine-headed earth demon dog. His purple-gold pupils moved to the extreme, scanning the entire body of the nine-headed earth demon dog, and finally locked onto the fourth and fifth heads of the 9 heads, a scar that was more than 10 meters deep. Among the many injuries, this scar caused the highest and deepest damage to the 9-headed earth demon dog. 50 miles, 30 miles, 20 miles, and finally only 1 kilometer away. Lin Chen suddenly stopped. The 9-headed earth demon dog's breath even blew in front of Lin Chen, and a stench of stench swept up. Lin Chen held his breath and mobilized the 3 major runes at the same time. slowness, corrosion, and recharge runes. Lin Chen used the 3 major runes at the same time for the first time. The system light screen was listed, and at this time, Lin Chen's rune energy dropped sharply by 40 million points. Among them, 30 million points are used on runes of slowness. Azura Jiuhuang becomes double, Tianshui, and thunder punishment. Lin Chen's cultivation has skyrocketed from the late 7th stage to the late 8th stage. At this moment, he showed his figure, released the blue dragon's possession, and the ancient blue dragon was born together with it. The 5-dragon dynasty emperor spear is flowing with 5-color dragon breaths, like dragon shadows with beautiful colors surrounding the spear body. The beast pupils of the 9-headed earth demon dog suddenly opened, the fierce and violent breath swept across the abyss, and the violent beast pupils locked Lin Chen. But, it's too late. Rune of slowness, rune of corruption. Give me the town. The huge gray-white talisman of hundreds of feet contained the power of suppressing ghosts and sealing demons. It descended from the sky and merged into the body of a demon dog, making 70% of its power extremely slow and almost impossible to mobilize. 9 heavens crazy thunder. Blue dragon, split soul claws. Lin Chen launched the 4th form of the magic power and mad thunder, 9 heavens crazy thunder, and the whole body was surging with thunder, lingering with endless thunder and lightning, and concentrating on the tip of the golden war gun. The blue dragon swung its claws alternately, and the dragon breathed light. Blades danced like flying flowers, shooting out, and the bright and sharp blue light blades erupted in large numbers at close range. The dragon-breathed light blade madly cut at the junction of the 4th and 5th heads of the earth demon dog, cutting the wound open. The blood of the beast roared, and the injury continued to expand. The emperor spear of the 5 dragons is like a world-annihilating thunder spear, superimposed with 3,100 dragon power, bursting out a force that runs through the galaxy, was hurled out by Lin Chen, and stabbed into the wound of the demon dog. Who? When the 9-headed earth demon was awakened, it encountered such a fierce attack, the slow rune blocked its movement, and the corrosive rune gradually eroded its power. The 2 big runes first suppressed it, so that it did not have the momentum to counterattack the first time, but was caught off guard by a series of onslaughts from Lin Chen. Thousands of thunders run through the entire body of the 9-headed earth demon dog, as if to destroy it. Accept my gift. Dark Dragon Palm 6th Dark Dragon Strength. Lin Chen was soaked in blood, like a demon king from hell. The dark energy surged all over his body, his palm was like a star, and he slammed his palm on the rear of the 5-dragon dynasty emperor spear. Laugh. 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 The 5-dragon dynasty emperor spear was impacted by Lin Chen's violent force, and the golden spear body shot violently, piercing the body of the 9-headed earth demon dog. The extremely fast-rotating war gun swayed the animal body of the 9-headed earth demon dog. The flesh and blood were twisted out, the blood was mad, and the blood-red light balls danced in the sky. Who? The 9 heads of the 9-headed earth demon roared wildly, rolling around on their limbs, and the 9 heads continuously ejected beams of purple light. Where the beam of light swept away, the mountains and mountains were torn apart, the entire sky-splitting abyss kept shaking, and the rocks fell and swayed. The shrinking body of the ancient Qinglong keeps twisting the dragon's body, wandering in the void, flexible and free, infinitely changing, as if it is integrated with the space. This is the scare dragon swimming method. It is the unique mobile movement. magic power of the dragon family, and it is one of the inheritance techniques obtained by the ancient Qinglong in the Baizuan tomb. The nine-headed demon dog's counterattack didn't touch Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong at all, they were all empty. With the purple phoenix wings superimposed on the Hell King's step, Lin Chen retreated a large distance like a thunderous flash. Lin Chen's dark dragon palm not only released 6 levels of dark dragon strength, but also hit the Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear with the main force. He is going to use the peerless sharpness of the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear to completely pierce the entire Earth Demon Dog. Puff! The sound of tearing flesh and blood resounded like a roar in the sky, and the lower abdomen of the 9-headed Earth Demon Dog was torn through by the war gun, opening a wound of dozens of meters, and blood flowed into a river. In the end, after struggling for less than 20 breaths, the 9-headed Earth Demon completely fell into a pool of blood. A 6th-order primary beast, comparable to Yuan Zuanjing, died on the spot. Although it was a sneak attack and the beasts were injured, but killing the 6th-order beasts with the 8th level of the Tiangang realm, even if this Lingzhou has an ancient history, perhaps only Lin Chen is alone. Lin Chen's left arm felt a huge pain like tearing the muscle meridians. He used the rechargeable rune to use the 6-layer dark dragon force of the dark dragon palm, almost breaking his own arm. The high dark dragon strength requires higher requirements for his own strength and dark fighting spirit. Although Lin Chen has inherited the dark dragon palm perfectly in theory, it does not mean that his physical condition allows him to use it arbitrarily. It's very dangerous. If it wasn't for this body that has been tempered by the seeds of the holy fire, I might have broken my arm before I could beat the dark dragon force out. Secretly pinched a cold sweat, Lin Chen quickly ran, true water returning Yuan Ju to treat the injury and resisted the pain. Congratulations to the host for killing the 6th-order beast for the first time, triggering the special reward mechanism, and obtaining a blue gold chest. Right above the 9-headed Earth Demon Dog's body was a splendid blue gold treasure chest suspended in the void. The ancient Qinglong, on the other hand, revealed its body at the first time. The 3,000-foot Qinglong pounced on the 9-headed Earth Demon Dog and dug out its fierce beast core first. After removing the double transformation of Shure's Jiuhuang transformation, Lin Chen's cultivation level returned to the original, the 7th stage. There was a sense of weakness in the body. Lin Chen was a little dizzy, but after all, it did not affect the essence. After the purification of the holy fire seeds, Lin Chen will not have too many sequelae when he performs 2 changes now. Compared to lying in bed for 4 days and 4 nights after performing triple transformation for the first time, this result is already very good. When he was running the mind method, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 meters changed into a white cyclone, like a river gathering in the sea, and Lin Chen was in the center. It merged into his body in an instant, and his sense of weakness was reduced again. He held the beast core of the Earth Demon Dog in his hands, his eyes narrowed, and he muttered to himself, "If the ancient Qinglong absorbs it, the realm may be improved to a higher level. But it may take some time to refine it, should it be absorbed." The 6th-order vicious beast core is almost the size of Lin Chen's basketball, in the shape of a hexagonal diamond, with colorful and complex energy. Even the Yuan Zuanjing will covet, but it will also be troublesome. After that, the ancient Qinglong has been biting the entire 9-headed demon dog, swallowing its flesh and blood, refining the endless energy of blood. The ancient Qinglong, who had previously consumed a lot of natural treasures and medicinal herbs, has been promoted from 4200 to 4300 dragon power, but at this time its promotion speed is several grades faster than before. 4500, 4900, 5200 dragon power, still soaring. Lin Chen was not far behind, picking up a large number of attribute light balls dropped by the 9-headed earth demon dog. The host obtains 30 billion points, 28 billion points, 44 billion points of primary chi and blood energy. The host opens the blue gold treasure chest and gets 200 Heavenly Dao points. The host obtains 7 million points, 8.1 million points, 5 million points, 7.5 million points of primary dark energy points. Host obtains 30 billion points, 26 billion points, 48 billion points of primary battle spirit essence. The attribute value brought by the attribute light ball dropped by the 9-headed demon dog is luxurious. The 6th order vicious beast is well-deserved. After picking up the attribute light ball, Lin Chen found a hidden place in split sky abyss and sat cross-legged. The imperial spear of the 5 dragons dynasty is like a part of Lin Chen's body, as if it swirls back spiritually, it floats to Lin Chen's side. The faint 5-colored dragon energy slowly grows, wrapping around the golden gun body, very mysterious. Lin Chen concentrates on controlling the runaway qi and blood energy in his body, and the qi and blood as vast and strong as the energy Tianhe melts into the flesh and bones of the whole body. Countless white auras swirl into Lin Chen's 9-color battle spirit, agitated and condensed again and again, and each rotation of Zhou Tian is like swallowing stars and absorbing the moon. Days and nights have passed, Lin Chen's fighting spirit and body training have improved dramatically. Lin Chen picked up a total of 139 attribute light balls from the 9-headed earth demon dog, and obtained 68 million primary dark energy, as well as 310 billion points of primary qi and blood, 185 billion points of primary battle qi essence, and a blue gold chest with a special reward mechanism, 200 points of heaven. Congratulations to the host for entering the 8th level of the heavenly astral realm. The system light screen popped up, and Lin Chen's 9-color battle spirit became even more condensed. In addition, Lin Chen has reached 5,000 dragon power in the realm of body refining. Without using any means, and only competing with pure strength, the current Lin Chen can compete with the early stage of Zhuanzun. If it is matched with his many methods, his strength is completely different from that before entering the holy fire realm. The ancient Qinglong screamed in the sky, and the dragon's roar spread around. At this time, the Qinglong, with dragon scales all over his body, is entrenched in the void. The dragon's teeth are like sharp edges, and the dragon's eyes flash with the fierceness that dominates the 8 wastelands. Its size climbed to 5,000 feet long, like a super-powerful demon dragon from the ancient times came to the world. The moment Lin Chen turned to look in the past, in one day and one night, the entire 9-headed demon dog was swallowed by the ancient Qinglong, so that not even bones were left. Lin Chen felt his scalp tingling. It seems that the ancient Qinglong also obtained a unique cultivation method belonging to the evil dragon from the last inheritance. It took a day and a night to swallow and absorb the flesh and blood of the 6th order fierce beast. It's amazing. 6,000? No, it's approaching 7,000 dragon power. Lin Chen sighed slightly. There were 699 dragon veins in the dragon's body of the ancient Qinglong. With the current ancient Qinglong, it is absolutely not a problem in the mid-term single-handedly quasi-exalted. This action to hunt down tier 6 beasts has far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. Just when Lin Chen felt ecstasy, the blood-red posts were flying, like heavy snow, falling from the sky above the myriad beast mountains outside, falling to every corner. This is a battle post condensed from war energy, and it will disappear within an hour of landing. Lin Chen took a red post and opened it, his eyes lit up. Long Tai battle post, the battle for the pinnacle of contemporary aristocratic families. Everyone from every family can participate, and the last one will be the strongest ancient genius in contemporary Lingzhou. The first line of Heaven, the battle for Dragon Terrace. Looking forward to the arrival of the heroes. A few simple words have already indicated the meaning of this battle post. The battle for the pinnacle of the ancient family has already begun, and the legendary battle dragon platform, which has never changed, has begun. How can such a good thing be less than someone Lin Chen's eyes flashed with strong fighting intent. I'm really looking forward to beating so many top geniuses. How many attribute light balls will fall out? Ha ha ha. The Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear was incorporated into the nailing ring. Lin Chen laughed in the sky, volleyed a little. Qinglong twisted the dragon's body and reduced its size. Yukong took off and disappeared into the splitting heaven abyss with Lin Chen. 10,000 Beast Mountains, southern entrance area. The ancient Qinglong flew at full speed, more than twice as fast as before. Because of the hunting and killing of 6th-order beasts, Lin Chen has now despised the large number of beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Because even if he is hunted, there will be no improvement. As for the 6th-order vicious beasts, there may be others, but Lin Chen is so eager to participate in the battle dragon platform that he has no time to look for them. Even if the 6th-order beast is found, it is still difficult to kill it head on with the current strength. To deal with the 9-headed demon dog, Lin Chen relied on the sneak attack, its original injuries, and many trump cards to successfully kill it. The same is true for the seeds of the flame. Lin Chen has 3 seeds of the flame on hand. But after absorbing the second holy fire seed, the further you go, the more time it will take, and the more dangerous it will be. With a flash of purple-gold pupils, Lin Chen immediately returned to the place that everyone had agreed upon, and suddenly found everyone hiding in the southern desert forest. It's brother Lin Chen. The squad leader is back. Seeing Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong, everyone who was hiding in the dark showed their faces and smiled happily. In addition, there are 2 huge 5th-order top beasts crawling under the dragon power of the ancient Qinglong. They are Swift Thunder Demon Tiger and Sky Poison Python. These 2 beasts were completely controlled by Han Ziyun and were captured in the myriad beast mountains. Previously in the Baizuan tomb mansion, Han Ziyun had obtained the inheritance of the mind method of the honor of all beasts, a volume of the Heart Sutra of 10,000 beasts. This technique can use its own mental power to sign a contract with the beast and control the beast to fight, which is somewhat similar to the bloodline ability possessed by Bai Tianqi, who Lin Chen fought against before. If Han Ziyun's spiritual realm is strong enough, she might be able to become the second beast of the day and form her own beast army. Lin Chen smiled casually when he saw the 2 big guys. Judging from your expressions, it shouldn't be too bad. Han Yiji's cheeks were slightly red, and she said in a secret voice, with some excitement, yes. Squad leader, we not only won the original plan of the holy fire seed, but also encountered 2 holy fire seeds that were born, and we took them together. You have captured 3 flame seeds? Lin Chen was stunned. He was stunned on the spot. This chance can be a bit unbelievable. 3 holy fire seeds, that is, can create 3 holy sons and saints? The flame seeds can not only transform the level of life, but also play a vital role in impacting the bottleneck. Almost all the arrogances of ancient aristocratic families are left to take it when they are at the peak of the quasi-exaltation, which can help them step into the realm of Yuanzuan in one fell swoop. Well, after negotiation, Dan Qianqiu contributed the most. She took away a holy fire seed, the Han family took one, and the other one was left to our Lung family. Ling Yueqi smiled indifferently. Lin Chen nodded, very satisfied. His eyes met with Han Ziyun, Han Yizhi, and Ling Yueqi, and everyone nodded slightly, taking Lin Chen's original advice to heart. Since the sacred fire seeds have been initially allocated, then we should go to the first line of heaven, Zanlong Tai. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was high, and everyone was immediately shocked. Brother Lin Chen, do you want to participate in the dragon battle? Ling Yu and the others were a little shocked. In fact, for some Tianjiao, Zanlong Tai is a very small opportunity. Because on the battle dragon stage where the heroes gathered, the battle's in the holy fire realm, to snatch the seeds of the holy fire would be relatively less. The most important thing is that most of the top geniuses of ancient families will participate. This is one of the few opportunities for those who are not strong enough. During the period of the Battle of the Dragons, their chances of winning the torch seeds will increase a little. Yes, I have to participate in the dragon battle. Lin Chen nodded with a firm tone. Against the extremely talented martial Dao Tianjiao, Lin Chen can harvest a lot of attribute light balls. This is of vital importance to Lin Chen, who needs to upgrade the system and collect a lot of spirits. In that case, we can't accompany Brother Lin Chen to witness history. This will be the day we part ways. The 4 members of the Ling family slightly cupped their hands and clasped their fists, and said with great regret. When Lin Chen was puzzled, Ling Yueqi explained to him a little, and he suddenly realized, and smiled casually. It doesn't matter, it's a good thing for you to take this opportunity to find more seeds of holy fire. With the 4 of you in the Lin family, it can be considered a chance to rush out of the last ranked ancient family. The 2 sides clasped their fists and left. Lin Chen, Han Ziyun, Han Yizhi, and Ling Yueqi and Dan Qianqiu began to rush to the battle dragon platform in the first line of heaven. Half a day later, a line day. The valley is beautiful and quiet, and the smooth mountain walls on both sides form a narrow gap, and the sky becomes a line through the cloudy sky. At this time, more than 100 geniuses of ancient families gathered on the cliffs of the first line of heaven, and more people flew over one after another. Beyond a line of sky, there is a bottomless abyss. In the center of the abyss, there is a sapphire dragon platform that is tens of thousands of feet wide, like a small plane. Around the dragon platform, all 100 zhang-thick ancient chains are intertwined, securing the dragon platform in the center of the abyss, and even the space crystal wall has become solidified several times. A line of sky, abyss dragon platform. On the dragon platform, a figure in blood stood proudly, and the girl with the green hairpin on the opposite side slowly fell into the pool of blood. Xiao family, Xiao Yuer, failed to challenge Shui family Shui Hao. The cold and elegant voice spread all over the sky, located on the cliff outside the abyss, Long Tai. She has blue silk like snow, peach blossoms, and blue eyes, dark eyebrows like the distant mountains of the flying clouds in March, white teeth and cherry lips, a graceful figure, and delicate mountains like a unique landscape. The long purple and black dress adorned with stars is her quiet and graceful beauty adds a touch of mystery. The woman's name is Yan Qianyun, and she is the only descendant of the Contemporary Yan family. Among all the ancient families in Lingzhou, only the Yan family is the most special, ancient, and the most mysterious. They are the only family of mathematicians in the ancient family. With all the luck in heaven, no force in Lingzhou dared to provoke the Yan family. The Yan family mastered a few truths and secrets, and was the only family in Lingzhou that was proficient in ancient arithmetic. In terms of status and majesty, although Yan Qianyun is not the four heavenly kings, she is better than the four heavenly kings. In a way, she is even more mysterious and dangerous than the four heavenly kings. This time, the ancient family battle dragon stage was hosted by her. Holding a heavy ancient book in her slender hand, Yan Qianyun's beautiful eyes turned slightly, blue waves flowed, and her eyes looked into the distance to the starry sky. This time on the dragon stage, it seems that the tiger is swallowing the dragon. What makes me even more curious is why there is a black star that I have never seen before, which is getting brighter and brighter. She looked around and saw Yi Yanxia, Luo Qingyu, Morong Chongqing, and Ling Tian of the four heavenly kings, each according to one side, standing in the four directions of the first-line sky. Yan Qianyun surveyed everyone present, but it seemed that she could not find the person she was looking for. Yi Clan Yi Chongqing challenged Feng Clan, Feng Muyun. The figure flashed, and another person entered the Abyss Dragon platform. The young man in the white shirt stood with his sword, and the sword edge pointed directly to the southwest of the sky. Feng family, Feng Muyun, will fight. Another man with a green mark on his waist fell from the sky and fell into the dragon platform. The rules of Zanlongtai are very simple. Every time you defeat an opponent, you can get a point. Each ancient family has only 10 chances to challenge their opponents, and no matter who they send to fight and the outcome of their victory, one chance will be consumed. And if you accumulate 5 points, you can challenge the top 10 geniuses. If you defeat any one of the top 10 geniuses, you can get 5 points at a time. If you lose, the points will belong to the challenged top 10 geniuses. Finally, the 4 with the highest points will join the battle of the 4 heavenly kings and hold the quarterfinals. 1 out of 8, the one who persists from the quarterfinals to the final, will be the strongest genius under the contemporary Lingzhou saint, representing a new peak. Today, the 4 heavenly kings have gathered together. 7 of the 10 great talents are present, and more than 100 ancient nobles from the 8th and 9th tiers of the heavenly astral realm have also gathered. In addition, it cannot be ruled out that there will be the mysterious young man who fought against Lin Chen before, that dark horse, every time the holy fire realm will exist. I just don't know if this dark horse will participate in the dragon battle. Once he does, he will definitely shine. With Yan Qianyun's eyes, the scene is hidden, and there are currently 2 Tianjiao, who are no less than the top 10 geniuses. From the east of the thin line of the sky, there was a whistling sound that quickly cut through the sky, and Lin Chen, Ling Yueqi, and others appeared together. Behind the crowd, there were also 2 top-ranking 5th-order beasts, the Sky Poison Python and the Swift Thunder Demon Tiger controlled by Han Ziyun. A group of people landed on the eastern cliff of Yixianshan. Cousin Qianqiu is back. She is still with that Lin Chen? The arrogance of the Dan family has a strong sense of spirit. After Lin Chen and his party entered the arena, the arrogance of the Dan family flew in the direction of Lin Chen for the first time. Cousin Qianqiu, are you all right? We've been waiting for you here for a few days. A talented girl from the Dan family trotted up anxiously, staring at Lin Chen with Xingyan's eyes. A certain Lin raised his eyebrows at the girl and said with a joking smile. Little girl, why are you staring at me? It's not that I kidnapped your cousin. Qianqiu, she followed this handsome and forced her, okay? Is it my Lin's fault that I didn't grow up to be handsome? Shameless, you are not handsome. Knowing that she was wrong, the girl made a face at Lin Chen, and spit out her clove tongue strangely. When Dan Qianqiu was talking with everyone in the Dan family, Lin Chen turned his exclusive basketball with his fingertips, and turned his eyes to the abyss dragon platform, saying with great interest. This is the Dragon Terrace. Even the space and battle arena are reinforced. Han Yizhi looked at the basketball with his fingertips spinning rapidly, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Squad leader, what the hell are you? A new weapon? Lin Chen laughed and said, this is one of the sports equipment in our hometown. It's called basketball. To be precise, it's not a weapon. I cast it to play with it. When Lin Chen appeared, the Ning family and others looked solemn, and Ning Yunlan said with a frown. Unexpectedly, this kid is here too. What is the ball that is spinning in his hand? Could it be some kind of treasure? It feels like it is made of a sixth-order rare mineral. A young man Tianjiao, who was second only to Ning Yunlan and Ning Fantian, frowned. I vaguely heard him say what kind of basketball or what kind of sports equipment. Ning Fantian took a deep look at Lin Chen. Regarding the legend of this son, he also heard Ning Yunlan say that he has strength no less than the top 10 geniuses. Yan Qianyun took a deep look at Lin Chen, and found that she could not see through Lin Chen's details and his strength. This boy. At this moment, the two geniuses on the Abyss Dragon platform decide the winner. Yi Chongqing narrowly wins the Feng family Feng Muyun. Yi Chongqing wins, gets 1 point, and accumulates 3 points. Yan Qianyun stood on the top of the mountain and announced indifferently. At this time, a figure swept to Long Tai. It was the Blood Hao of the Blood family. He turned his head abruptly, revealing a gloomy and cold-killing intent, and grinned. I want to challenge the Han family, Han Ziyun. As soon as this statement came out, many people were surprised. The Blood family actually picked soft persimmons and challenged a Han family, who was not even an ancient family. However, this also reminded everyone that it seems that in the audience, the Han family and the Lin family are the weakest. None of the more than a dozen geniuses from the Lin family were present, but Ling Yuichi alone arrived at the Battle Dragon platform. Obviously, the geniuses of the Lin family have self-knowledge, and even if they come here, they are self-inflicted. Lin Chen glanced at Han Ziyun. The beauty was not afraid, but with a flat face, she jumped and flew into the Abyss Dragon platform. Han family, Han Ziyun, fight. Han Ziyun said coldly, and Shuihao sneered. Han Ziyun, I see who else can help you now. This young master will let you know how miserable the end will be if you refuse to be a woman of this young master. Many Tianjiao also shook their heads and laughed. Han Ziyun's cultivation level was only in the late stage of the 7th stage of the Tiangang realm. And it was not enough in front of Shuihao in the late 8th stage. It's a pity, for such a beautiful woman. Hey, Shuihao is really good at picking. I regret it. Maybe when I defeat others, I still want to kiss Fangzhe. When everyone was discussing, Shuihao's voice just fell, the roar resounded through the sky. Roar. The swift thunder demon tiger and the sky poison python, the two behemoths, jumped into the dragon terrace, entrenched beside Han Ziyun, and waited for her very loyally, causing Shuihao and many others to change their expressions slightly. The two top-level fifth-order beasts were fierce and violent, and they suppressed Shuahao in an instant. Bringing a beast to the venue? Is this illegal? Shuahao was a little stunned. As the host, Yan Qianyun smiled lightly. It's not against the rules. These two beasts are under the control of Miss Han Ziyun. They should belong to her own strength, not foreign aid. There is no violation of the rules. Now, the battle begins. As soon as Yan Qianyun finished speaking, Han Ziyun smiled sweetly, pointing to Shuahao with her slender jade fingers. Call me. The thunder demon tiger, which was surging with wind and thunder, roared loudly, shaking the world, turning into a hurricane of thunder and lightning to destroy Shuahao. Two top-level fifth-order beasts surrounded Shuahao, and the scene was once extremely violent and bloody, which was horrible to watch. Shuahao didn't even have a chance to shout the word surrender, and was attacked by the thunder demon tiger, who was good at quick attack. What a joke! Isn't the Han family a declining family of refining medicine? How could it have the ability to control beasts? Yes. If they had this ability, they wouldn't be so easy to be exterminated. Right? When Shuahao was beaten to death and was almost eaten by two ferocious beasts, the Shui family and others shouted the slogan of surrender. It's terrifying. If this woman gets the holy fire, wouldn't she be the second Heavenly Chi Sun? It's hard to say. I've seen Tianqi Holy Sun's ferocious beast legion, and it's slightly better than this woman. Besides, he can control tier 6 beasts. No matter what, the Han family has completely risen this time. In the past, everyone's evaluation of the Han family has undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. Except for the 20 or so people who are second only to the top 10 geniuses, most of the people present are not necessarily her opponents to Han Ziyun. Feeling the awe and fear in the audience's eyes, Han Ziyun's eyes turned slightly red. In the past, those guys who trampled on the dignity of their Han family and regarded themselves very highly, how could they ever show such awe to their Han family? Our Han family has finally regained a breath in the ancient family. Han Ziyun clenched her fist lightly and stared at Lin Chen's eyes, becoming more and more gentle. I don't believe that the Han family can produce a second one, Mo Hong of the Mo family, to challenge the Han family, Han Yiji. At this time, someone was eyeing Han Yiji, who was born in the Han family. Dressed in a gray-blue robe, he flew into the Abyss Dragon platform and challenged Han Yiji. After all, people with low enough strength are equivalent to the points in front of them, and no one doesn't want them. Squad leader, I'll go back when I go. Han Yiji smiled gracefully, and the seemingly weak and slender figure jumped into the arena gently, but Lin Chen was not worried about it. Han Yiji's current state of spiritual power is faintly higher than himself, and he is closer to the realm of law than himself. Among the people present, the spiritual power is higher than that of Han Yiji, perhaps only Morong Chongqing, who is the 4 heavenly kings. The 5th level of the astral realm? My God, is there only one Han Ziyun in the Han family? Isn't this courting death? It's a pity. The people of the Mo family took the lead. In the audience, only Morong Chongqing opened his eyes in a rare way. The pupils that contained the endless spiritual storm flashed a gleam of light. And for the first time, a strange color appeared in his indifferent expression. It turned out to be a phantom physique, and the spiritual power is second only to me. Interesting. The Mo family and the Dan family are the 2 major medicine refining families. 9 out of 10 geniuses in the family are medicine refining masters, so the spiritual realm is very impressive. To challenge Han Yiji's Mo Hong, his spiritual realm is already at the peak of the mid-stage spirit transformation realm. Han family Han Yiji, accept the challenge. Han Yiji's little hand clasped a fist, and Yan Qianyun chuckled lightly. What a lovely kid. The challenge is established, let's start. Yan Qianyun waved his hand, and Mo Hong's whole body was full of fighting spirit. And his palm swept out like the wind, shattering soul and sound palm. The whistling and cracking sound of the tearing air carried a terrifying mental impact. It formed a big handprint of fighting spirit and swept away Han Yiji's slender body. The cultivation level of the late 8th level merges with the spiritual power of the middle stage of the spiritual realm. With this palm, even the early stage of the 9th level of the Tiangang realm has to temporarily avoid the edge. Is the combat attack of the fusion spirit, just to test my combat power. Han Yiji smiled happily, the green jade fingers pointed out, and the jade fingers on both hands suddenly waved like alternating blades, and thousands of energy vortexes appeared out of thin air. At the moment when the vortex absorbed the battle chi handprint, reducing most of the battle chi offensive, Han Yiji pointed it out. Earth demonic void finger. The vast amount of spiritual power suddenly condensed from Han Yiji's slender body and turned into a finger of spiritual energy that shattered the void, crushing Mo Hong's attack frontally. What? Mo Hong was terrified. His mental fingers were like a huge wave that suddenly set off, and he realized that he was just a lone sail in the giant wave. Once hit by a spiritual finger, his spiritual consciousness will be shattered in an instant, and he will become an idiot on the spot. No, I admit defeat. Mo Hong was terrified and trembled on the ground, thinking that the next moment his spiritual consciousness was about to be shattered. Boom! The spiritual filaments in the sky turned into nothingness, wandering in the void, and returned to Han Yiji's spiritual consciousness. After slightly clasping her fists and bowing, Han Yiji left the stage in a dashing manner, and most of the Tianjiao were stunned on the spot. Yan Qianyun glanced at Mo Hong and said indifferently, the winner, Han Yiji of the Han family. That Mo Hong gasped even more, with a face that looked like the rest of his life. Warm liquid flowed out of his crotch, and some sharp-eyed geniuses were even more astonished when they saw it. Mo Hong was actually scared to pee. The Dan family and the Mo family stared at Han Yiji's figure. There are many geniuses in their two great medicine refining families and those with powerful spiritual realms, but none of them discovered that Han Yiji's spiritual realm was so profound in advance. Several disciples of the Mo family swallowed their saliva, their hearts trembled. What a terrifying mental attack, even in the late stage of the 9th level of the Tiangang realm, they dare not take it lightly. An elegant and beautiful woman in a blue dress, the Mo family ranked 10th among the top 10 geniuses, Mo Linglong said with a dignified expression in the peak of the first-line sky. Unexpectedly, this person is actually a phantom physique. In the previous battle, he has perfectly controlled the connection between his physical characteristics and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cut off Mo Hong's attack in the middle, and finally controlled it with some kind of strange spiritual power. The technique instantly erupted into a mental attack. The geniuses of the Mo family all looked at each other in astonishment. I didn't expect that a declining Han family would be able to appear such a stunning and brilliant genius again. It really is an ancient family that once shared the world with my Mo family and Dan family. You can't underestimate it. However, judging from the history of the Han family for nearly 10,000 years, it is absolutely impossible for Them to have two major surprises in such a short period of time. Brilliant. Genius. Mo Linglong's eyes turned, coincident with many top geniuses, and they all looked at Lin Chen at the same time. Is it him? You can't go wrong. This son's performance at the medicine refining ceremony, held by the Ning family and others, is amazing. It is said that in our Mo family, it will definitely subvert the existence of the ages. With the background of the Han family today, it can only be said that it was a matter of chance, but two such amazing geniuses appeared at once, which must be related to external forces. The arrogance of the heavens is extraordinary, and immediately realized that it is impossible for the current Han family to cultivate such outstanding geniuses as Han Ziyun and Han Yizhi at the same time. The person behind the scenes is most likely the Lin Chen who is playing with the strange ball. The two people around Lin Chen are so strong, they really got the inheritance from the Baizuan tomb mansion. Ning Yunlan, who entered the 100 Zun's tomb mansion, saw the clue at once. Tianjiao, who had personally arrived at the 100 Zun tomb mansion, also had the same thoughts as him, and was amazed and surprised in his heart. Dan Qianqiu smiled knowingly. She witnessed Lin Chen breaking the secrets of the 100 Zun tomb mansion with her own eyes, and even the inheritance she obtained herself was a hint given by Lin Chen. Seeing the smile on the corner of Dan Qianqiu's mouth, after some Dan families, Tianjiao and Dan Qianqiu inquired a little. They learned that Lin Chen could see through the inheritance opportunity in the Yuan Zuanjing tomb at a glance. And his heart was full of shock. Luo Qingyu, the stunning young master of the 4 heavenly kings, glanced at Leng Yueqi indifferently and said slowly, "That beautiful woman from Leng's family doesn't seem to be a fuel-efficient lamp either." Yi Yanxia on the other end narrowed her eyes. The corner of her mouth was smiling, and she was secretly surprised. This one named Lin Chen seems to be hidden very deeply. As soon as he came into contact with the Han family and the Leng family, the people of these two families seem to have undergone a brand new, qualitative change. At this moment, with the help of Han Ziyun and Han Yizhi, the eyes and attention of some top geniuses are already aimed at Lin Chen. Even the 4 heavenly kings are no exception. Humph. I don't believe in this evil. At first, he entered the holy fire realm, but was not at the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. Such a weak ant is a bit brute force. Could it be that he can still turn the sky over? A top celestial figure of the Bai family stands in the southern area of Yixianshan, with a voice transmission of war energy, and shouted coldly, "Lin Chen, Bai Li Xiao of the Bai family, I challenge you, but dare to fight." Lin Chen glanced at him, shrugged, and chuckled. "Go away, I'm not accepting the challenge." As soon as these words came out, some Tianjiao suddenly froze in place. Huh? Refused to challenge? Although Bai Li Xiao had the strength of the early stage of the 9 stages, many people didn't think that Lin Chen would lose to him, let alone refuse to fight. Especially Ning Yunlan, he is very aware of Lin Chen's strength. Even if Bai Li Xiao is stronger by 1 level, he will not be his opponent. But why did he refuse to fight? Ha ha ha. See, this guy is just a coward. He doesn't even dare to take up the challenge. All of you are going to blow him to the sky. Bai Li Xiao laughed mockingly, and some Tianjiao who had just learned about Lin Chen couldn't help shaking their heads in disappointment. They glanced at him contemptuously, and scolded him with disdain in their hearts, but they never paid attention to him again. As if Lin Chen couldn't feel those gazes, he played his basketball on his own. As if the battle of the dragon had nothing to do with him. Under the gaze of someone from Talon, the Abyss Dragon platform at this time is already full of attribute light balls. Red, blue, white, yellow, and other color attribute light balls are available. There are even individual Heavenly Dao attribute light balls with mysterious lines. Almost all of the ancient Tianjiao present at the scene had higher cultivation than Lin Chen. In their previous battles, there were also attribute light balls left in the Abyss Dragon platform. So Lin Chen is not in a hurry to play, he doesn't sing, he will shake the world and cry. He has to wait for all these ancient noble families to participate in the battle to the 7th or 8th, and when their attribute light balls are almost dropped, it is time for someone to come on the field and harvest the results. As for some jumping clowns, Lin Chen didn't take them seriously at all. Which able-bodied pure man would care about the provocation of a weak chicken with no strength? Lin Chen's refusal to take up the fight disappointed many Tianjiao who were planning to watch the play, and many people stopped paying attention to him. Only Ming Yunlan and Yan Qianyun, the former was very sure what Lin Chen was thinking about, while the latter was always curious that he couldn't figure it out. Time gradually passed, and the fierce battles in Long Tai did not stop. The rivalry between ancient families was aroused at this time, and there were also many battles to the death. The number of Tianjiao watching the battle has gradually increased, because everyone knows that the further back you go, the higher the level of the battle. During this period, within 5 days, both Han Ziyun and Han Yizhi received 2 challenges, and still defeated their opponents. And Ling Yueqi's combat skills are even more powerful. Only in the late 8th stage, she has won 4 games in a row, and is unanimously considered by the audience to be second only to the top 10 geniuses. The Lung family, known as the last-ranked ancient family, has also begun to receive a lot of attention. Only Lin someone. He was also named and challenged 4 times, all with the attitude of not answering, not fighting, reigning I have nothing to do, and it's none of my business. Therefore, Lin Chen was ridiculed as the weakest chicken and the most cowardly person in this holy fire realm. After so many days of fighting, the Abyss Dragon Terrace has almost no large scale damage except for some traces as thin as a hair. The material for casting this dragon platform is no trivial matter, and the space inside the dragon platform is also completely reinforced and cannot be easily broken. On the 7th day, at the time of sunrise, Zanlongtai came to an end. With 198 people present, no one played again. If no one fights, then the final quarter-finals will begin. Yan Qianyun announced indifferently, looking around, when no one was playing. Again, she was about to announce the next stage. Wait a moment. The light and windy voice slowly spread throughout the entire skyline and even the Abyss Dragon Terrace. The silver robe was rolled up, and a figure stepped into the Abyss Dragon platform at some point. Lin Chen smiled lightly, put his hands behind his back, and looked around the crowd. He smiled domineeringly. And me, please forgive someone Lin, except for my lovely baby Yizhi and the 2 beauties. Just you muggles present, you are not even qualified to warm up for someone Lin. After he finished speaking, he raised his hands high, gave a thumbs up, and then faced all the arrogance of Tian Yishan. Slowly, put your thumbs down. From now on, I, Lin, will accept anyone's challenge without fear. Boom. Bang. The earth-shaking loud noise spread all over the sky, and Lin Chen erected a stone tablet on the spot, with 6 clear characters engraved on it. Specialize. Rule. Do not. Clothes. Lin Chen. The group of heroes and Zhu Chong froze in place, and all the arrogances did not recover. Lin Chen's sudden and dramatic change is like a decades-old beggar suddenly declaring that he is a billionaire, not only arrogant, but despising everything. Damn, I want to see what qualifications you have to shout here. Lin Chen, I think you are courting death. Yi family, Yi Feiyun, challenge Lin Chen. By Li Xiao, challenge Lin Chen. Boom boom boom. The four Lin Chen, who had challenged, before suddenly burst into battle. Stomped the soles of their feet, and leaped into the dragon platform in unison. Li Xiao, fuck him. Grandma, don't you dare to take us seriously, let him see the horror of our Bai family. Grass. A coward actually dares to bark, Feiyun, cut him down. Let him see your flying knife. Many Tianjiao groups were furious, and they all denounced Lin Chen and cursed. Some Tianjiao are already murderous, and are always ready to challenge Lin Chen. Ling Yueji and Han Yiji looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. A few days ago, I rejected everyone's challenge, and then came the sentence of accepting everyone's challenge. No one could see through Lin Chen's actions from beginning to end, and no one could guess what he wanted to do. Interesting, very interesting. Yan Qianyun looked at Lin Chen with great interest. She thought she had taken a wrong look at Lin Chen before, but she didn't expect that he would endure it. Until now. According to the regulations, the long tie battle can only be fought one-on-one. Yan Qianyun announced the rules. Yi Feiyun from the Yi family immediately jumped out and said angrily, then let me, Yi Feiyun, be the first. Lin Chen shrugged, it doesn't matter, whether it's one-on-one or a group. Pick, someone from Lin, will accept all of them. Okay, the challenge is established, Yi Feiyun will fight against the representative of the Lin family, Lin Chen. Yan Qianyun's voice just fell, the sharp sound of breaking wind reverberated throughout the dragon terrace. Only a few people present saw Yi Feiyun take action. The silver flying knife around his waist lashed out, turning into a silver streamer and rushing fast. Speed to the extreme. Although his cultivation is only in the late 8th stage, his love-killing knife swept across Lingzhou and beat invincible opponents of the same level, making many Tianjiao fear it. As soon as the flying knife comes out, you will see life and death. This knife condensed Yi Feiyun's essence, energy, spirit, skills, and all the strength in one knife, and he wanted to kill Lin Chen in one blow. Everyone expected that the scene of Lin Chen being killed by a knife did not appear, his figure tilted slightly, and the nailing ring shone slightly. Lin Chen's right hand stretched out like lightning, with a click. The sword light flashed past like a gleam of light. Then, the light quickly dimmed, and the edge disappeared. Clang clang. The flying knife swirls and falls, and it falls to the ground. Strangely, Lin Chen was not damaged at all, the clouds were light and the wind was light. Tianjiao, who was above the 9th level, was immediately stunned. They didn't even see when Lin Chen shot just now? Impossible. My lore flying knife can kill even the early stage of the 9th stage, and the ordinary middle stage of the 9th stage does not dare to face it. How could he avoid it so lightly? With a pale face, Yi Feiyun stared in the direction of Lin Chen in disbelief. Seeing this, it completely became the shadow of Yi Feiyun for the rest of his life. I saw, someone. Lin held a neatly cut sapphire sugarcane in his hand, opened his mouth and bit it, his lips and teeth were fragrant and sweet, he patted his chest with great satisfaction, and said in admiration, well, your name is Yi Feiyun? This knife skill is good. Tomorrow, I will go to To the kitchen of number 666 community in Guanshui City, to report to me. I will. Report Lin Chen's name and fill in the salary you want. Silence. Eerie silence. Even the 4 heavenly kings, who never dared to catch a cold for anything, showed their surprise for the first time. Lin Chen actually used Ji Feiyun to instantly kill the lore flying knife in the early stage of the 9th level of the Tiangang realm to cut sugar cane. Some Tianjiao, who has been seriously injured by the love killer flying knife, has his mouth open enough to lay eggs. God fucking cut sugar cane. If the powerhouse who once died under this flying knife learns from Jiuquan, he will be so angry that the coffin board will fly up.